Chapter 1. At last I stand upright. Lowly slave, do not delay in assisting me with my cultivation. Fairy, please, I beg you, I am on the brink of death. Begone, you useless waste. It is but a trifling 6 times. Regain your strength within half an hour, or I shall send you straight to your demise. As the fairy's words echoed, Yi Chun was unceremoniously cast outside the hall. Vile enchantress, mad woman. The emaciated Yi Chun weakly muttered a few curses, struggling under the watchful eyes of 2 spider demonesses as he crawled toward the alchemy chamber. It had already been 3 months since Yi Chun traversed from Blue Star to this realm. Initially, he envisioned a mystical swallowing immortal cauldron within his mind, believing he could become the destined protagonist, equipped with powerful abilities and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. However, upon his arrival, he was deceived and sold into this demonic palace of the Yaoyur. No matter how he attempted to coax it, the swallowing immortal cauldron remained utterly unresponsive, leaving him to helplessly watch as he became the lowly furnace for the demoness dual cultivation. At first, Yi Chun could endure it, for he was well-fed and accompanied by beautiful women, creating an illusion of paradise. Yet, gradually, he began to feel increasingly unsettled. The demoness Immortal prolonged their dual cultivation sessions, and with each encounter, Yi Chun emerged more and more weakened. Were it not for Immortal's reluctance to part with his handsome visage, providing him with various nourishing herbs after each session, he would have been drained dry like other men long ago. Nevertheless, how could one sustain such an exhausting routine day and night? Recovery was utterly futile against the depletion. It is said that no land is overworked. Only the oxen die from exhaustion at this rate. Yi Chun would soon meet his end. He had attempted to flee, but each time Mo captured him, punishing him with a full 10 sessions. He had come perilously close to his demise. This is intolerable. I cannot bear it any longer. Yi Chun glanced at the myriad of nourishing herbs within the alchemy chamber and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. During these 3 months, he had consumed an unfathomable amount, able to recognize the types merely by their scents. "O great swallowing immortal cauldron, would you kindly speak?" Frustrated at the continued silence from the swallowing immortal cauldron within his mind, Yi Chun felt a surge of anger. While others traversed as destined protagonists, endowed with fortuitous abilities, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, why was he left to suffer as the demoness furnace? Enough. Death would be a blessing. Yi Chun began to pour the elixirs into his mouth, ready to make a final end. Just as he prepared to embrace his demise, the swallowing immortal cauldron stirred with unexpected life. With a gentle sway, it seemed to awaken, and to Yi Chun's astonishment, it spoke. "I am the swallowing immortal cauldron. Do you seek my aid?" Its voice bore no discernible age, yet resonated with an air of ancient wisdom. "How dare you ask for assistance? Finally, you choose to speak? Why not wait until I am dead to utter a word? I have called upon you for 3 months. 3 entire months. Do you have any idea what I have endured?" The swallowing immortal cauldron appeared taken aback by Yi Chun's outburst, momentarily rendered speechless. "Ah, you are so aloof, so magnificent. Let's perish together." Yi Chun, feeling utterly wronged, grasped the knife, intent on ending his life. "Wait, there are reasons for my silence." The swallowing immortal cauldron was abruptly alarmed, hastily interjecting, shedding its previous air of superiority. "Spare me your excuses. When I am dead, you may lament to the king of hell. Do not. I possess a method to help you escape the demonic palace." "Is that true?" "Absolutely. Without a doubt." The swallowing immortal cauldron hastened to assure him. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Yi Chun lowered the knife in his hand. The earlier scene had merely been a test of the cauldron's capabilities. How could this artifact within him dictate his fate? With the swallowing immortal cauldron within him and Mo1 outside, he might as well choose death to avoid being manipulated. Then, the swallowing immortal cauldron elucidated why it had awakened at this moment. "I had wondered why, despite consuming so many nourishing herbs, I remained so weak. It turns out you have been absorbing them." Yi Chun now yearned to tear the swallowing immortal cauldron into pieces, for nearly 70% of the herbs he had consumed had been siphoned away by this insatiable entity. Even so, that merely allowed the cauldron to awaken to a rudimentary state. I am utterly feeble, and you're not fully unsealed. How can we escape? Yi Chun questioned the swallowing immortal cauldron, incredulous that two incapacitated beings could possibly escape the demonic palace. I may indeed be powerless, but it can. With that, a beam of golden light detached from the swallowing immortal cauldron. Yi Chun focused his gaze, and a radiant alchemical furnace appeared before him. As the golden light dissipated, the furnace revealed its true form, entirely black, save for the intricate patterns adorning its surface, resembling ancient incantations. Is this it? We have plenty of alchemical furnaces here. This was, after all, Immortal's alchemy chamber, brimming with various elixirs and more than enough furnaces, each appearing far superior to the black furnace produced by the swallowing immortal cauldron. However, the ebony furnace seemed to possess a degree of sentience, gently swaying as if displeased with Yi Chun's remarks. Before he could react, the black furnace suddenly unleashed a powerful suction, drawing every elixir in the chamber into itself. As if to refute Yi Chun's words, the black furnace began to refine the herbs autonomously, flames roaring as if to incinerate all. Moments later, a colorful elixir was expelled, swirling mysteriously in midair. Is that all? What sort of elixir is this? Yi Chun had encountered numerous elixirs before, yet none compared to the vibrant concoction before him. At this moment, the swallowing immortal cauldron fell silent, adopting an air of mystery, while the black furnace dimmed, seemingly losing its luster. With no other choice, Yi Chun steeled himself to accept the elixir, a rush of information flooding his mind. Name, Battle Heaven Pill. Effect, Revitalize Male Potency. What on earth? It even introduces itself? Revitalize Male Potency? Does that mean this elixir is akin to Viagra? What a grandiose name. Seemingly aware of Yi Chun's confusion, the voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron echoed in his mind once more. It does seem so, but originally, the swallowing immortal cauldron intended to mention potential side effects, but Yi Chun interrupted, swallowing the pill whole. Once upon a time, he believed he would never require such a thing, for man must never admit weakness. Yet, after these past months, he had grown genuinely fearful. Preserving his life took precedence over pride. As the elixir dissolved upon entry, Yi Chun felt a surge of power emanating from his dantian, his once gaunt form visibly revitalizing, his physique becoming robust. Had his clothes not been sufficiently loose, they would undoubtedly have burst apart. Roar! A deep, primal roar erupted from Yi Chun's throat, unable to restrain himself any longer. His eyes blazed with a crimson glow, and his mind was overwhelmed by the potent effects of the elixir. He distinctly felt as though he had transformed into a beast, brimming with boundless strength. With a single punch, he shattered the door of the alchemy chamber, stones splintering into debris. What is that noise? It must be that lowly slave. How terrifying. The two spider demonesses waiting outside were rendered speechless upon witnessing Yi Chun's transformation, especially in light of his impressive stature. Even if they were not naive maidens, they were still thoroughly astonished. Vile woman. Yi Chun's voice was hoarse, a wave of heat escaping his lips as he lost control, lunging toward the two demonesses. His speed was astonishing, quickly subduing both of the chi refinement stage demonesses. It was worth noting that Yi Chun had previously possessed no spiritual power, yet now he could easily overpower them. Simultaneously, he suppressed both of them. Chapter 2. As you wish. Lowly slave, I advise you to cease at once. Do not throw away your life. I will never dare again. It's too terrifying. Please put me down. Realizing their threats were futile, the two demonesses fell into a state of inexplicable panic, acutely aware that they could not escape Yi Chun's grasp, their hearts gripped by terror. Yet, Yi Chun was indifferent to their plight. All he desired was to unleash the effects of the elixir, oblivious to the fate of the demonesses. A series of desperate pleas echoed through the corridor, quickly drowned out after 10 minutes. Ultimately, the two demonesses could not withstand Yi Chun's onslaught, perishing on the spot. Clearly, this brief interval was insufficient to expend the overwhelming power surging within him. Yi Chun felt the immense, terrifying strength still coursing through him, nearing the brink of explosion. Mo1, I'm coming for you. Yi Chun gritted his teeth. Devoid of thoughts of retreat, his mind was consumed solely by Mo1's enchanting visage and devilish figure. The more he thought, the more unbearable it became. In a frenzied rush, Yi Chun barreled toward Mo1's chamber. Moments later, what do you intend to do? Seeing the sudden appearance of the beast, Mo1 was momentarily taken aback. Confronted by the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Chun, even a seasoned warrior like Mo1 felt breathless, her expression paling in shock. Isn't this what you desired? Yi Chun growled, launching himself forward at an astonishing speed. What do you want? Stop this at once. Mo1 was indeed in a state of panic, instantly striking out with every palm, driven by the primal instinct to protect herself. Yet, this instinctive, all-out attack was utterly futile against Yi Chun's prowess. Yi Chun deftly seized her wrist, maintaining an unyielding grip regardless of her desperate struggles to break free. It is worth noting that Mo1 was a formidable foundation cultivator, far superior to those two spider maidens. Yet even this could not sway Yi Chun. At this moment, Mo1 found herself completely subdued by Yi Chun, who pressed her down as if a mountain were bearing down upon her, thereby gaining absolute control of the situation. Since you are so fond of cultivating, allow me to ensure you have ample opportunity today. With a roar, Yi Chun struck her neck with a palm, causing Mo1 to feel dizzy and immediately lose her ability to resist. What followed was all too predictable: a savage and brutal onslaught, fueled by the pent-up rage Yi Chun had harbored over recent days, unleashed entirely upon Mo1. No, I can't endure this. Mo1's piercing screams echoed throughout the palace, a lament so tragic it resembled a haunting melody piercing through the mind. Ha, truly worthy of the battle heaven pill. Continue. Do not let it cease. The violent tempest raged on, so intense that even the palace seemed to tremble. After an indeterminate period, as the effects of the pill began to wane, Yi Chun's body grew slender once more, and the tumult finally came to a halt. The potency of the battle heaven pill had been thoroughly expended at that moment. Beneath Yi Chun, Mo1 lay in a state of utter exhaustion, unable to conceal her expression, her body occasionally twitching, appearing completely limp. Ye brat, a powerful presence approaches. We must depart swiftly, for this individual is beyond our current capabilities to confront. The voice of the swallowing immortal cauldron resonated in his mind, causing Yi Chun to pause momentarily as he deduced the identity of the approaching figure. It was likely Mo1's elder sister, Mo Qing. Previously, Mo Qing should have been in seclusion. It seemed the commotion had roused her. With her superior strength far exceeding that of Mo1, if Yi Chun were to linger any longer, escape would become an impossibility. Mo Qing possessed a cold and proud demeanor, although she practiced dual cultivation techniques. She had always looked down upon Yi Chun for his relatively low cultivation level. This thought stirred a sense of defiance within him. Brother swallowing immortal cauldron, is it possible to refine another battle heaven pill? If he could obtain such a pill, he would surely command respect in front of Mo Qing. Having experienced its effects firsthand, he found himself somewhat addicted to the sensation. Alas, that last pill has completely depleted the spiritual energy of the black alchemical furnace, and at present, another cannot be produced, the swallowing immortal cauldron replied candidly. However, should you manage to open your chi and embark upon the path of cultivation, nurturing your own spiritual power, not only will the black alchemical furnace awaken, but so too shall I, revealing various opportunities. All the fortunes concealed within this cauldron shall rightfully belong to you. Fortunes? Yi Chun found himself intrigued by this term. If by chance he were to become the emperor of this realm, how magnificent would that be? Yet, after these exchanges, the swallowing immortal cauldron became uncommunicative, insisting that the time was not yet ripe, and that any further discussion would be futile. Left with no choice, Yi Chun inquired about how to open his chi. Opening the chi is not difficult. But alas, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. It would be prudent for you to join a sect, where guidance will surely be provided. Initially, Yi Chun had hoped the swallowing Immortal Cauldron could serve as a mentor, imagining the joys of being a carefree, wandering emperor, yet now it seemed it could only serve as a mere decoration, prompting a flicker of disdain within him. What use are you to me, then? Yi Chun muttered in exasperated. However, it was clear that now was not the time for such sentiments. He needed to make his exit before Mo Qing arrived. Without hesitation, clad in simple hemp garments, Yi Chun turned and fled from the demonic palace, racing toward its periphery, not daring to linger for even a moment. Shortly after Yi Chun's departure, a formidable aura descended upon the demon palace, unmistakably belonging to Mo Qing, who had recently transcended into the golden core stage. She swiftly located the half-dead Mo Wan in the palace. With her spiritual energy penetrating Mo Wan's body, she painstakingly revived the frail figure. Mo Qing furrowed her brow as she learned the details of the situation from her sister. Mo Wan appeared extremely weakened, her complexion pale and drained. Without further ado, Mo Qing gestured for Mo Wan to rest and regain her strength. However, curiosity piqued her. What exactly did you feed that wretched servant to restore her so? Mo Wan was oblivious to this. Even maintaining consciousness was a struggle for her, leaving little room for concern about such matters. Fortunately, she had inadvertently gained from her misfortune, breaking through to the 6th level of cultivation, edging closer to perfection. Rest well. I shall retrieve that wretched servant, Mo Qing declared, a glint of coldness flashing in her enchanting eyes. I cannot run any longer. I am utterly exhausted, after a desperate flight from the demon palace. Yi Chun felt his legs growing weak. Despite consuming the Battle Heaven pill, the fierce battle had left him feeling drained. The recent deprivations had taken their toll, and after such a grand confrontation, making it this far was already a remarkable feat. Were it not for the lingering effects of the Battle Heaven pill, Yi Chun might have collapsed back in bed, unable to cover such distance. Chapter 3. The Sword Immortal Sect Test at last. After what felt like an eternity of running, Yi Chun spotted the distant Jiuyang city. Finally entering the human realm, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. After all, he was a member of the human race. Staying within the demon palace, rife with monstrous beings, had made him feel like an outsider. Returning to human territory felt far more secure. Jiuyang City, a town of the human race, while somewhat remote, was not desolate. Yi Chun hastened to the city gate, but soon drew the attention of passers-by, who frowned at his appearance. During this time, he had lived a life worse than that of a dog, consuming restorative herbs, donning tattered burlap, and sleeping in a pen like a beast. Now, back in human territory, he resembled nothing less than a beggar. What a filthy beggar! What a stroke of bad luck to encounter him right as I step outside. Surely, I isn't even wearing underwear beneath that ragged attire. How could he endure such discomfort? But he paid them no mind. The selection for the Sword Immortal sect was about to commence. And should he arrive late, his chance would be lost. Yes, onward. At that moment, a throng of young men and women entered Jiuyang City, many of them of noble lineage, some even riding mounts that suggested their formidable status. The earlier discussion about Yi Chun's appearance had indeed been among these individuals, attracting curious glances from others. The Sword Immortal sect? Upon hearing those words, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Soon his eyes brightened. Was this not precisely what he needed? To find a sect to join and open his chi see? Without cultivating immortality, he would forever be estranged from fortune. He must press on with determination. Excuse me, could you tell me about the selection for the Sword Immortal sect? Yi Chun brazenly approached a group of passers-by. They were clearly reluctant to engage with a beggar, but Yi Chun's persistence wore them down. Eventually, they provided a brief explanation before hastily departing. Thus, Yi Chun learned that the Sword Immortal sect, one of the two foremost sects on the continent, was renowned for its swordsmanship, but welcomed all types of cultivators. The selection was an opportunity for the sect to recruit fresh talent every 3 years. As long as one was under 30 years of age and possessed sufficient talent, they could join the sect regardless of their background. This was precisely what Yi Chun had hoped for. Without further contemplation, Yi Chun joined the crowd and soon arrived at a vast square. The immense space was already teeming with thousands of people, a testament to the Sword Immortal sect's fame. In the center, atop an altar, hung a peculiar stone tablet radiating a soft white light, seemingly capable of penetrating one's heart, luring one into its depths with a mere glance. Not far behind the stone tablet stood a white-haired elder, accompanied by two middle-aged individuals, one male and one female, both exuding an extraordinary presence, their status evident. Those wishing to register, come to me and form an orderly line. Disruptors will be punished. The speaker was a purple-robed steward, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, exuding an imposing aura without raising his voice. Huh. Aren't you that person from earlier? You actually came. A lively voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Turning towards the source, he quickly spotted the group he had asked for directions earlier. The speaker was the pink-clad girl he had encountered, now standing not far from him. Indeed, I merely came to join the festivities. Who knows, I might succeed, Yi Chen replied with a smile, attempting to appear nonchalant. The registration fee is 100 low-grade spirit stones. After payment, fill out your personal information. Initially confident, Yi Chen was taken aback. What? I have to pay to register? Standing before the steward, Yi Chen's mouth hung open in shock. His pockets were emptier than his face. Where could he possibly find 100 low-grade spirit stones? What? Do you expect to obtain something for nothing? Do you think the testing spirit tablet requires no maintenance or repairs? Why would it be free? The steward chuckled at Yi Chen's incredulity, clearly amused by his predicament. Caught speechless, Yi Chen contemplated admitting his lack of funds when a delicate hand extended from the side, offering a pouch of spirit stones. I'll cover it for you, Yi Chen's surprise. It was the pink-clad girl who had come to his aid. Stunned, he stood frozen for a moment before hurriedly expressing his gratitude, deeply touched. Thank you, fair lady. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. I vow to repay this debt in the future. Do not mention it. Simply call me Guyuer, the pink-clad girl replied, offering a gentle smile, like the most beautiful blossom amidst a sea of flowers, captivating yet ethereal. Let us depart. Why meddle in others' affairs? Spoke a nearby young man, who bore a resemblance to the girl, suggesting a familial connection. His gaze was indifferent, clearly unimpressed by Yi Chen. The two had already completed their registration process before Yi Chen's arrival. Following this brief interlude, the steward announced the commencement of the testing, drawing everyone's attention to the altar and the mysterious stone tablet. Soon, the candidates were called one by one to the stage. Guided to touch the stone tablet, white light shimmered. The tablet revealed each candidate's talent level, ranging from 1 to 10. The higher the number, the greater the talent. Achieving 3 stars would qualify one as a disciple of the outer sect. 5 stars for the outer gate, and 7 stars for the inner sect. Those fortunate enough to attain 8 stars had the potential to become direct disciples of inner sect elders, enjoying a wealth of resources and privileges. As for the legendary 9 and 10 stars, they had not been seen in nearly 50 years. The last genius to reach 8 stars now held the esteemed position of inner sect elder, renowned for both status and terrifying strength. Tong Long, 4 stars, 15 years old, Chi Si unformed, at a flash of white light enveloped the young boy, and the stone tablet displayed his information. Not bad, 4 stars is modest. But it meets the minimum requirement, the white-haired elder remarked with a nod of approval. This elder was none other than the 6th elder of the Sword Immortal sect, Tianzhu. The 2 individuals beside him were the outer sect's peak masters, Wu Ao and Si Kong Yenyu. Come to my southern peak, Wu Ao declared, accepting to be a Y.S. I Kong Yenyu. However, remained non-committal. Unlike Wu Ao, who welcomed all disciples, she had certain standards as the selection continued. Wu Ao accepted nearly 1,000 candidates, while Si Kong Yenyu had only chosen a handful, all of whom were at least 5 stars and suitable for the northern peak. Guyuer? 16 years old, first level of Qi refinement, 7 stars at a familiar scene unfolded, yet this time the stone tablet prominently displayed the number 7, shimmering with a purple glow, even more enigmatic than the previous white light. Wow, a rare 7 stars. She could easily become a direct disciple of an elder. Guyuer, Isnt she from the Gu Phoenix dynasty? No wonder she has already opened her Qi Si. She's a member of the royal family. How foolish we were not to recognize her. Once Guyuer's results were announced, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, buzzing with excitement, as if the 7-star talent belonged to them that Wei Chun was equally astonished to discover that the girl who had helped him was indeed of royal descent, noble in status, yet beautiful and kind-hearted. Truly, such ethereal beings existed in this world. After a moment of astonishment, it was the turn of the young man, accompanying Gui Wearer, to take the stage. He gently placed his palm on the stone tablet, which once again began to undergo a transformation. Jiu Chuan, age 17, a practitioner at the third level of Qi refinement, with a talent rated at 7 stars. A hush fell over the audience, as if everyone's breath had been momentarily suspended, the atmosphere igniting with fervor once more. Chapter 4. A prodigy with 10-star talent. No one had anticipated that 2 7-star prodigies would emerge in quick succession. Even Tianzhu, who had maintained a calm demeanor, could no longer remain seated, rising alongside the 2 peak masters. What a delightful surprise! Who would have thought that Jiang City could still yield such unexpected treasures? Tianzhu, shedding any pretense, landed directly before Gui Wearer and her companion, sweeping his arm grandly. From this moment forth, you two shall be my disciples. I am Tianzhu, merely an inconspicuous 6th elder within the sect, so please do not think poorly of me. In the Jinxian sect, there were a total of 6 elders in the inner sanctum, and each year, one would venture out to recruit disciples, which was essentially just a formality, unless one's aptitude was extraordinary, in which case the elder would take action. Tianzhu had not held out much hope, yet a pleasant surprise awaited him just before the end. Now, only 2 candidates remained, one of whom was Yi Chun, who was positioned last. The other candidate took the stage and demonstrated a 6-star talent, which was already considered quite formidable. However, with Gui Wearer and Gu Chuan preceding him, he paled in comparison and was overshadowed. Although a 6-star talent could not qualify one for the elder's direct mentorship, it still allowed entry into the inner sect. Finally, it was Yi Chen's turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, silently praying that he would at least possess a 3-star talent. Even if he were merely a miscellaneous disciple, he hoped to at least unlock the 7 C's. As Yi Chun placed his hand upon the stone tablet, it vibrated and slowly revealed his information. Yi Chun, aged 19, Qi C not yet opened. However, when it came to the crucial talent assessment, the stone tablet suddenly fell silent. Yi Chun was instantly bewildered, thinking, could this wretched thing be malfunctioning? Filled with skepticism, he reached out to tap on the stone tablet, lamenting its poor quality. Regardless of its level, it should at least display a number, right? But there was no movement, which could only mean 0 and no talent whatsoever. It seemed he was merely an ordinary person. Seeing the stone tablet's lack of response, the crowd began to murmur, their gazes toward Yi Chun now laced with pity. After all, in this continent, it was rare for a human to possess less than 1 star in talent. A 0-star rating was practically unheard of. It was likely that Yi Chun could not even outmatch a 3-year-old child. All right, you may step down, a somewhat impatient steward remarked, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Yet just as Yi Chun was about to lift his foot, the testing stone tablet suddenly responded again. Yi Chun, age 19, Qi C not yet opened, talent rated at 10 stars. As the result appeared, a profound silence enveloped the audience. 10 stars. After a long pause, someone finally spoke, their voice trembling slightly. Could this stone tablet be broken? How could it possibly indicate 10 stars? It was indeed 10 stars. 10 stars represented the highest talent rating that the stone tablet could display. However, everyone was acutely aware that this was merely a display limit, not the true ceiling of talent. This level had not been seen in countless years. The last occurrence of such high talent was merely 8 stars, and here stood Yi Chun with a 10-star rating. The crucial point was that this fellow bore no semblance of celestial prodigy. He resembled a beggar. At this moment, Gui Wearer gazed at Yi Chun on the stage, her eyes wide with astonishment. Not only her, but even the peak master, Si Kong Yenyu, was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly flying over to inspect the stone tablet. Once she confirmed that there were no issues, she turned her gaze back to Yi Chun. Can you confirm this once more? It was evident that Si Kong Yenyu also found it hard to believe that Yi Chun possessed a 10-star talent. Before Yi Chun could react, he suddenly exhibited signs of distress, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him before collapsing to the ground. Could it be that this lad was merely putting on an act? Was he cheating just now? A voice of suspicion arose. It seemed too coincidental that he would faint at this moment. Peak Master Sikong, let us first ascertain his condition. We can conduct further tests later. Elder Tianju calmly suggested. If Yi Chun truly possessed a 10-star talent, then the Jinxian sect had undoubtedly stumbled upon a treasure worth making an exception for Ikong Yin-Yu approach to take Yi Chen's pulse, quickly deducing that he was severely depleted of vital essence, which had caused his fainting spell. Forcing him awake with spiritual energy might result in irreparable damage, a 10-star prodigy, whether genuine or not. If he suffered hidden injuries due to a forced awakening, the Jinxian sect would incur great losses. Peak Master Sikong, may I take him to the South Peak? Wu Ao, who had shown little interest in Yichun, suddenly reappeared before the crowd. A 10-star prodigy. Better to err on the side of caution than to miss out. If he can join the South Peak, then as its master, I could also gain substantial resources. Moreover, since we are all recruiting disciples, why not accept one with such potential? It would be an investment. Get lost. Even if this person has 0-star talent, he is still one of our North Peaks. Sikong Yin-Yu firmly rejected him without hesitation, insisting on accepting Yi Chun as her disciple in front of the crowd. This prompted the onlookers to exchange dubious glances. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed 10-star talent? If so, wouldn't he be akin to a celestial descending to Earth? A genuine descendant of the Tao of the Immortals? Impossible! Even if he were a celestial's offspring, how many 10-star talents could there be? At most, they would have 9 stars. Indeed, there must be some misunderstanding. It has to be a mistake. Many voices echoed their doubts, but more were reluctant to accept that the previously dismissed Yi Chun had transformed into a genius. Peak Master Sikong, I advise you to exercise caution. Even if 10-star talent is exceedingly rare, do you truly believe that with the North Peak's resources, you could cultivate him? Wu Ao chuckled, his tone laced with disdain. You need not worry about that. Wu Peak Master Ikong Yin-Yu retorted defiantly, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Wu Peak Master, since we are being candid, I would like to inquire about the numerous cases of missing disciple from the South Peak over the past few years. Have there been any leads? Utter nonsense. All disciples of the South Peak are accounted for. There have been no cases of disappearance, Wu Ao asserted, maintaining a composed F.A. Yes, that's so. However, I must remind you, Wu Peak Master, to limit the number of disciples you take. You can hardly manage them all. Should this matter reach the sect leader's ears, it could spell trouble for you. Or perhaps you would prefer to settle this with a duel right now. Sikong Yin-Yu smiled, her gaze carrying a weighty implication that made Wu Ao's heart sink. Since he dared not engage, Sikong Yin-Yu declared, now that the meeting has concluded, everyone is dismissed. With that, she swept Yi Chen away on a gust of wind. Seeing this, Elder Tan Zhu gestured for the Gu siblings to follow, and they soared toward the direction of the Jinxian sect. Sikong Yin-Yu, you will pay for this, Wu Ao huffed, turning on his heel as he departed. Chapter 5. This person, not quite right North Peak, outside the Jinxian sect, Yi Chun gradually regained consciousness. He propped himself up, feeling slightly disoriented in the unfamiliar surroundings that I recall participating in the selection. Where am I now? At that moment, he was clad in a flowing black robe, imbued with a hint of fragrance. Before Yi Chun could fully comprehend his situation, a tall figure entered the room. Yin Luyu, junior brother, you are awake. I will prepare some food for you right away. Here, this Qi refinement pill is for you. With that, Yin Luyu tossed the Qi refinement pill to Yi Chun. Once she left, Yi Chun promptly swallowed the pill. It dissolved instantly in his mouth, leaving no lingering taste. Moments later, Yi Chun felt a warmth radiating from his dantian. And as the warmth intensified, he heard a cracking sound. His dantian had indeed begun to form a Qi vortex. This must be the Qi sea they always speak of, feeling the changes within his body. Yi Chun was filled with joy. However, before he could savor the moment, his eyes suddenly fell ablaze, emitting a continuous stream of golden light. Upon reopening his eyes, it was as if he could see through the very fabric of reality. Perceiving the room, courtyard, and mountains in their entirety, X-ray vision. This is definitely X-ray vision. Yi Chen's mind raced as he curiously surveyed his surroundings, acclimating to his newfound ability until he spotted Yin Luyu diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen. Noticing the beads of fragrant sweat adorning her forehead as she cooked at the stove, Yichen realized he had previously overlooked just how stunning his second senior sister was. Upon closer inspection, he could even see through her chest, directly gazing at her heart. So fair, so mesmerizing. Feeling lightheaded, Yichen shook his head vigorously, dispelling the extraordinary vision, which allowed him to regain some composure. This is the heavenly eyes. Alas, it seems that all is predestined to that very moment. The long-dormant Tin Ding spoke once more, its tone imbued with complex emotions, yet predominantly resolute. Tong Tian Miao? Repeating these three words, Yi Chan found himself somewhat perplexed. What on earth is happening to my eyes? Could they have mutated? That is your innate talent, successfully awakened after you opened your Qi Si, known as Tong Tian Miao. Its myriad uses will become apparent as your cultivation progresses. Tin Ding explained, not intending to elaborate on Tong Tian Miao too extensively, as it held little significance for Yi Chan at this stage. He needed only to focus on enhancing his cultivation, and in due time, everything would fall into place. You mentioned the talents are graded. So, what rank does my Tong Tian Miao hold? Yi Chan inquired, curiosity piqued. Being a novice in the realm of cultivation, he was inquisitive about everything. It is not a mere rank. The Tong Tian Miao, bearing such a name, is certainly not an ordinary talent. If it must be categorized, it might barely be considered an immortal grade talent. Tin Ding murmured that immortal grade, though Yi Chan may not fully grasp the concept. Tin Ding was acutely aware that this was merely the zenith of mortal comprehension, for beyond it lay an even higher tier, transcending the mundane, a divine ability that could truly be deemed Tong Tian. No wonder my talent was rated at 10 stars. It appears I am indeed remarkable. Yi Chan was taken aback, having thought that he would be a slow starter. Yet here he was, awakening from the brink of despair to realize he was the genius. But why did I feel dizzy just now? Regaining his composure, he inquired once more that immortal grade talent is not easily wielded. It demands a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which you currently cannot supply for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Yi Chan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in it. Very well. Once my cultivation has improved, I shall naturally come to appreciate the power of Tong Tian Miao, so there is no need to rush. As it stands, the ability of Tong Tian Miao to see through objects is already an extraordinary gift. I must ensure it remains concealed. Yi Chan resolved instantly, realizing that if the prominent cultivators were to discover this, they would surely pluck out his eyes. It seems that enhancing my strength is of paramount importance now. With this thought in mind, Yi Chan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked Tin Ding, "Hey, old Ding, what about the promised opportunity? You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Ah, yes, indeed. Follow me," came Tin Ding's response. As the words echoed, Yi Chan sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually closing his eyes. As his consciousness drifted away, he swiftly followed Tin Ding, floating into an abyss of darkness. After wandering for an indeterminate duration, a gigantic stone door radiating golden light slowly came into view. Being the sole illumination in the pitch black, the stone door appeared exceptionally brilliant. Before it sat a gaunt elder, hair as white as snow, whose age was unfathomable. Behind him, the stone door exuded an aura of terror, as if it could devour everything around it. A mere glance made Yi Chan feel as if his very spirit might be drawn in. Had it not been for Tin Ding's reminder, he might have lost his wits. "Ding, what is the situation here? You aren't planning to sell me out, are you?" Yi Chan asked, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. "Weren't you previously willing to share the same fate with me? Are you now afraid?" Tin Ding replied, his tone taking on a more mysterious quality. Speaking plainly, the duo approached the stone door, and Tin Ding proclaimed, 3,000 years have passed, old ghost. We meet again." Upon hearing this, the elder, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, gradually lifted his eyelids, revealing depths that seemed to penetrate all truths. "Indeed, 3 millennia, you have finally appeared. Have you found your destined one?" The elder's voice was aged, his lips barely moving. "Yes, and I brought him back with me," Tin Ding stated, gesturing toward Yi Chan as the elder's gaze narrowed upon Yi Chan. It felt as though he could see through him entirely, causing Yi Chan to shudder involuntarily. "This one is lacking," the elder remarked, slowly shaking his head, a hint of disappointment evident. Whether he is lacking remains to be seen. For it is still too early to judge, Tin Ding replied in a neutral tone, betraying no emotions. Very well, since you have spoken thus, I shall indulge in a bout of madness with you. After 3,000 years of tedium, I might as well gamble on a slim chance of the future. Even in failure, at least I will have acted. However, Yi-chan could not comprehend the cryptic exchange between the two. What are you two babbling about? Ah, young man, there is no need for you to grasp too much at this stage. The elder chuckled, his demeanor softening slightly, the chill in his tone dissipating. The crux of the matter lies in your ability to provide sufficient materials for me. Specifically the materials to suppress the stone door. At these words, Yi-chan was taken aback, turning to Tin Ding in disbelief. I came here seeking an opportunity, not to provide materials. Ah, it seems he did not inform you. The elder interjected, but no matter, let us first discuss your purpose for being here. Before Tin Ding could elaborate, the elder had already taken the initiative to ask, I have come in search of an opportunity. Having just opened my chi si, I hope to swiftly enhance my strength, Yi-chan recounted candidly. Faced with such an ancient being, he felt no need to hide his intentions, as he suspected the elder could easily obliterate him with a mere gesture. Ah, I see that I thought it might be something of greater significance, the elder replied with a chuckle. Lightening the mood, he raised a finger, and a ring materialized on Yi-chan's unnamed finger, perfectly sized. This is a spirit ring, which will assist you in your cultivation, allowing for rapid advancement. It is also a small storage artifact, serving a dual purpose. In a simple statement, the elder did not intend to elaborate further, leaving Yi-chan momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom how such an extraordinary item could exist. He must be deceiving me, he thought. Can a ring truly be this remarkable? He is not misleading you. This spirit ring is a supreme treasure, an artifact of cultivation so powerful that even those at the void opening stage would struggle against it. Tin Ding's voice resonated, stirring a tempest of emotions within Yi-chan. Such prowess. A supreme treasure. The very name suggests it is extraordinary. Yi-chan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, recognizing the rarity of such a treasure. You won't be taking back this ring, will you? Consider it a gift. The elder replied unexpectedly, exhibiting a surprising generosity without a hint of reluctance, leaving Yi-chan feeling as though he had stumbled upon a windfall. There is no spiritual energy in this space. The ring would be of no use to me, so I might as well bestow it upon you. However, you cannot simply take it without offering something in return, he added. Of course. Yi-chan frowned, donning an expression that suggested he had anticipated this. How could such a treasure be given away so easily? Thus, you shall provide me with 10,000 prime spirit herbs each month, the elder stated matter-of-factly. Return the ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi-chan was ready to remove the ring. What? Though I have not been here long, I am aware of the value of prime spirit herbs. Each one is worth over 10,000 superior spirit stones. And even then, they are scarce. Where on earth could I possibly find 10,000 of them? It would be akin to asking for my very life. Old ghost, do not be so unreasonable. It is already a miracle if he can procure any spirit herbs at all. Let alone prime ones, he is as broke as they come. Tin Ding interjected on Yi-chan's behalf, fully aware of his circumstances. What then? You cannot simply take advantage of him, the elder mused, momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a hasty demand, especially considering he had already given away the spirit ring without recourse. Let us not discuss fairness. I cannot afford to lose face here. Moreover, my desire for spirit herbs is not for my own gain, but to maintain the seal of the stone door behind me. Should the seal break, you would be the first to suffer. Your very life could be at stake, the elder stated plainly, foregoing any pretense. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt as though he had uncovered a profound truth. How could he be the one to perish? The stone door sealed opportunities, yet it also harbored unfathomable terror. The elder had remained here for 3 millennia to stabilize the seal, and should it falter, all would face annihilation together. Tin Ding elucidated, his tone deceptively casual, yet Yi-chan was left trembling with fear. Good heavens, I feel as though I have boarded a pirate ship from which I cannot escape. Could you possibly leave my body now? Yi-chan ventured that I cannot. Should I depart, I would perish that I am bound to you. and our fates are intertwined. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to elevate your cultivation, striving to ensure that you possess the means of self-preservation before the seal can no longer contain its power. After all, your demise would spell my own as well, continued the devouring, immortal Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Was this not a cruel jest? Was he left with no choice but to return the merchandise? Observing Yi Chun's reluctant expression, the elder chuckled softly and added, "Youngster, to seize fortune and opportunity, one must inevitably pay a price. However, you need not worry. We shall spare no effort in nurturing your growth, assisting you to flourish rapidly. You may understand that we are all like grasshoppers on the same rope, our fates intertwined. If one flourishes, all flourish. If one suffers, all suffer, as long as you are sufficiently strong. The seal shall never be undone, and you may even have the chance to obliterate the supreme terror." At this juncture, a glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes, emanating a formidable aura that nearly rendered Yi Chun breathless. In that moment, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of despair, taking quite a while to begrudgingly accept the circumstances. Ultimately, the elder made a final concession. "Let us strive to send some spiritual herbs to you each month. Regardless of their quality, any supplement is better than none." The elder, filled with resignation, reflected on his past when he had once commanded the world, never having been troubled by such matters. But now, this was the only course left. "Very well," Yi Chun nodded, finally conceding. Having accepted the reality, he found the prospect of procuring some spiritual herbs not as daunting as he had initially thought. Furthermore, should this old man meet his end, Yi Chun would inevitably share the same fate. Aiding him was akin to aiding oneself. Moreover, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. For reasons of both sentiment and logic, assistance was warranted. Without further delay, Yi Chun withdrew his consciousness, swiftly returning to his room in the Sword Immortal sect. Gradually opening his eyes, gazing at the spiritual ring in his hand, he was convinced that he had not merely been dreaming. Yet, was this ring truly as miraculous as claimed, capable of aiding one's cultivation and facilitating rapid advancement? Pondering these questions, Yi Chun quickly settled into a meditative posture, forming seals with his hands and closing his eyes once more. This time for the purpose of cultivation. He closed his eyes. The spiritual ring immediately activated its powers, and Yi Chun joyfully discovered that the spiritual energy within him began to circulate along his meridians autonomously. Automatic cultivation? Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, at that moment, centered around his body, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed, flooding towards him at an astonishing speed. The velocity was so terrifying that it was beyond anything he had ever heard of, even forming a vortex around him. Had anyone witnessed it, they would surely be left agape. The immense spiritual energy, filtered through the spiritual ring, faced no obstruction as it flowed into Yi Chun's body, circulating through his meridians before converging in his dantian, enhancing his power. Yi Chun's cultivation level skyrocketed, as if he were riding an express elevator. Practicing Qi at the 2nd level. Practicing Qi at the 3rd level. Practicing Qi at the 4th level. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun reached the pinnacle of Qi training, and though the pace of his ascent slightly slowed, it had not ceased. When the spiritual energy in his dantian reached its limit, Yi Chun distinctly heard a shattering sound. His dantian unexpectedly expanded tenfold in an instant. After breaking through the limit, Yi Chun truly entered the Foundation Establishment realm, leaping to the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. Such a terrifying rate of cultivation would surely lead others to believe Yi Chun was a monster, destined to be captured for dissection and study. The enhancement did not halt, and Yi Chun's cultivation continued to surge until it stabilized at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. To be precise, it was not Yi Chun who wished to stop. After all, who would willingly forego such rapid advancement? Rather, the spiritual ring had ceased its absorption, compelling Yi Chun to exit his cultivation state. What was happening? Could it be that it was broken after just one use? Yi Chun, filled with curiosity, raised his hand to examine the spiritual ring, but it appeared no different from an ordinary ring. Leaving him puzzled, do not worry. The spiritual ring simply believes you need to consolidate your cultivation. Thus it has ceased its functions. After all, a towering edifice rises from the ground up. Cultivation requires steady progress, step by step. Otherwise, even if you were to suddenly ascend to great heights, you would ultimately possess only raw power, lacking the knowledge to wield it, leading to a waste of resources, explained the devouring Immortal Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him, agreeing with the ring's approach. Indeed, cultivation must be undertaken with caution, lest one leave behind considerable future pitfalls, as he felt the surging spiritual energy within him. Yi Chun was both astonished and delighted. Was this truly the 5th level of foundation establishment? He felt capable of slaying a grizzly bear with his bare hands. "Junior brother, have you been waiting long?" queried Fu Luiwei as she entered, carrying a lunchbox. The fragrant dishes were artfully arranged on the table, a feast for both the eyes and the palate. Not only did the food smell delightful, but the person was also beautiful, and Yi Chun felt thoroughly gratified. However, he quickly realized that Yin Luiwei was merely at the 1st level of foundation establishment, her cultivation appearing somewhat unstable, likely a recent breakthrough. "So fragrant," Yi Chun exclaimed, hastily taking a seat at the dining table. It was one thing for his senior sister to be stunning. Her culinary skills were equally impressive. What use is good cooking? For us cultivators, prowess is paramount. That moment, an incongruous voice interrupted why Yi Chun glanced at the speaker, only to find that he was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Yin Liu's expression darkened upon seeing Guo Wang. "Guo Wang, you should leave at once. You are not welcome here," she warned, her demeanor defensive. "This is none of your business. Be quiet for a moment." Guo Wang dismissed her entirely, effortlessly tossing Yin Luiwei out of the mountain. Finally, some peace and quiet. Guo Wang's gaze fixated on Yi Chun, as if seeking to glean something from his expression. "You are Yi Chun?" he inquired. Why Yi Chun, confused, replied, "Do we know each other?" "Not personally, but it's enough that I can confirm it's you." Guo Wang sneered, producing a small testing stone tablet. "This is the testing tablet exclusive to the South Peak. Come here," he commanded. Given Guo Wang's previous violent actions, Yi Chun was hardly inclined to comply. Who knew if this was to his detriment? "You can't just dictate terms. Who do you think you are?" Yi Chun retorted. However, Guo Wang was not inclined to allow Yi Chun any choice. When he saw Yi Chun's reluctance to cooperate, he snorted coldly and lunged forward. But Guo Wang's speed was astonishing. He reached for Yi Chun's collar, intending to haul him up. The strength of someone at the 3rd level of foundation establishment was no joke. His might was akin to that of an ox. He believed he could easily subdue Yi Chun, but in the next moment, Yi Chun activated his divine eye, the eye of heaven, his innate talent, manifested an illusion. Normally, with Yi Chun's cultivation at the 5th level of foundation establishment, casting a hallucination would strain him considerably, yielding mediocre results. However, Guo Wang had no defenses. Caught off guard, he fell into the illusion in an instant. At that moment, he saw not Yi Chun, but rather the Peak Master of the North Peak, Sikong Yinyu. "Sikong Peak Master?" Guo Wang exclaimed, nearly losing control of himself in fear. The Peak Master of the North Peak. Sikong Yinyu wielded tremendous power. Guo Wang, merely an ordinary disciple of the South Peak, dared not disrespect her, lest he be expelled from the sect, or worse. His cultivation could be stripped, rendering him a cripple. And he could find himself imprisoned in the abyss of the rift, the Sword Immortal sect's dungeon, where escape was impossible. Overwhelmed with fear, Guo Wang immediately knelt before Sikong Yinyu without a moment's hesitation. "Peak Master, it was not my intention. I merely mistook you for someone else. Please spare me this once," he pleaded. "Mistaken? You mistook me for Yi Chun, did you?" Sikong Yinyu scoffed, then swiftly seized Guo Wang by the neck. Terrified, Guo Wang did not dare resist, crying out in panic as if he had seen a ghost. "Peak Master, spare my life. I was compelled to come here. I truly did not mean it." Under the pressure of Sikong Yinyu, Guo Wang's earlier bravado evaporated. "Speak. Yi Chun's fate has long been determined. Why then do you trouble him? What are your intentions?" Sikong Yinyu pressed, her tone steely. "It was Master Wu Ao who sent me. He said this child possesses remarkable talent and must not be allowed to remain with the South Peak. We were to act as the situation required." Willing to risk making a mistake rather than letting him go, Guo Wang confessed, trembling as he divulged the truth, continuing to plead, "Peak Master, I was forced into this. It has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun could not help but inhale sharply. It seemed that the Sword Immortal sect was not as harmonious as it appeared. He had barely entered and was already embroiled in schemes and rivalries. Taking on the guise of Sikong Yenyu, Yi Chun spoke again. "You claim that Wu Ao and Yi Chun have no grievances. What then compels such actions? Does the Peak Master not understand? My master simply does not wish to see the North Peak rise." As soon as those words were spoken, Yi Chun felt a sense of clarity in his heart, accompanied by a profound disdain for that old dog. Wu Ao. So, if one cannot possess it, one must destroy it. Is that right? How vicious this person can be. Guo Wang, you have wasted your master's painstaking efforts in nurturing you. Today, I shall ensure your downfall. Just moments ago, Guo Wang was pleading for mercy, but suddenly he found that Wu Ao had appeared beside him without him even noticing. That familiar tone, the suffocating pressure, and the chilling gaze, it all felt so vividly real. When he turned around abruptly, Sikong Yenyu had already vanished without a trace, and no one was gripping his throat. Guo Wang opened his mouth, feeling as if his throat were obstructed by some unseen force. Unable to utter a single word for quite some time, but a wave of dread surged from his heart, transforming his expression from initial fear to astonishment, and finally to sheer terror, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells. "This is impossible, Master. How are you here? Master, please let me explain. I am not a traitor. I did not betray you. Master, spare my life." Chapter 8. A single punch to annihilate Meng Li in the midst of the chaos. Guo Wang suddenly clutched his head, overwhelmed by the ever-shifting scene before him, his mind spinning in a whirlwind as if his consciousness were on the verge of exploding. In reality, Guo Wang, who had charged forward intending to seize Yi Chen's collar, now stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with confusion, clearly trapped within an illusion. Observing that his adversary was sufficiently distracted, Yi Chen finally withdrew his mystical powers. After Guo Wang rushed in, he stood there dazed and immobile, unresponsive to any calls, when suddenly another figure emerged from the shadows. "Damn it! I knew you would dawdle. I have to supervise you. Hurry up and bring him over for the test." Meng Li's voice seemed to jolt Guo Wang back to reality. However, the latter's condition was dire, as if he had completely lost his sanity, frantically sprinting towards the exit while screaming in terror, "Don't kill me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent." "Ah!" Meng Li quickly shrank back to the side, looking at Guo Wang with astonishment. "Has this guy gone mad?" Meng Li murmured. Guo Wang's commotion quickly drew the attention of other disciples in the courtyard. "Isn't that Guo Wang from the South Peak? Why did he come running out from the back courtyard? Something has happened. Quickly notify the master. Gather in the back courtyard." The commotion outside soon grew lively, and Meng Li, who had been momentarily stunned, turned around, glaring fiercely at Yi Chun. "For today, I will let you off, but our matter is far from over." If it were just Yi Chun, Meng Li could have dealt with the situation. But now that the North Peak disciples were gathering here, staying behind might mean he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Grabbing the stone tablet, he stowed it back into his storage bag, not looking back, clearly intending to make his escape. "Seize him. Take that stone tablet. It must be worth at least 1,000 low-tier spiritual herbs." The previously silent, swallowing Immortal Cauldron suddenly spoke up. Trusting the Cauldron, Yi Chun didn't hesitate, leaping forward in a burst of speed, far exceeding the fleeing Meng Li. The two were only a few meters apart, and in an instant, Yi Chun closed the distance and unleashed a punch. Originally, Yi Chun had intended to can Sikong Yenyu coldly retorted, "Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Not only did the wicked Sikong poisonous slay my disciple, but now she dares to twist the narrative. Do you truly believe that I, Wu Ao, am made of mere clay?" Wu Ao exclaimed in anger. "Did I, of the North Peak, distort the truth? Then pray tell, Wu Peak Master, how did your South Peak disciple dare to trespass upon my North Peak?" Sikong Yenyu met Wu Ao's gaze with unwavering courage. "Our two peaks are in close proximity. Is it not common for visitors to drop by occasionally? Wu Peak Master, while visits are indeed permissible, this is the residence of my North Peak female disciples. Are your eyes truly blind? Male disciples intruding upon the chambers of female disciples. By the rules of our sect, such transgressions warrant execution. Sikong Yinyue's tone remained calm, yet it was imbued with formidable authority that Wu Ao, not one to be trifled with, retorted sharply. Even if they have trespassed, you hold no right to execute them directly. At most, you can suppress them and hand them over to the sect's law enforcement hall for judgment. Furthermore, they merely came to visit. They have committed no grievous offense. By what right do you claim the power to take a life? As he spoke, Wu Ao deliberately cast a cold glance over the assembled North Peak disciples, the threat in his gaze unmistakable. Nonsense. Those two laid hands upon our senior sister and cast her out to the outer mountains. Is that not outrageous? Yi Chun could no longer contain himself. Young man, speak only with evidence. Wu Ao shot him an icy glare, momentarily taken aback to discover that the speaker was Yi Chun. I am the evidence. After they hurled our senior sister to the outer mountains, Guo Wang suddenly went into a frenzy and launched a surprise attack on Meng Li, shattering his skull. Then he ran away in madness. Claiming he wished to live and that it was his master who commanded him to do so, Yi Chun stepped forward boldly, continuing to divulge shocking revelations. Dare to speak further nonsense, and I shall see to it that you cannot speak again. Wu Ao's desire to eliminate Yi Chun intensified. Had he known from the start that he should have acted decisively, even at the cost of a tarnished reputation, he would have ensured this boy's demise to prevent future troubles. Indeed, what my junior brother said, we all heard it. It was Guo Wang himself who cried out. That's right, I was in the courtyard, watching as he fled. I can swear before the heavens. Absolutely. I heard it too. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, numerous disciples from the North Peak stepped forward to testify on his behalf. You pack of curs. Your words are nothing but excrement. The South Peak disciples were unwilling to back down. Silence. At that moment, Tianzhu, who had remained silent, finally raised a hand to interrupt the chaos that I will personally investigate the truth of this matter. Until a conclusion is reached, no one is permitted to act rashly. However, having finally reached this point, Wu Ao was not inclined to let it go. He spoke, his gaze menacing as he turned to Yi Chun. Elder, there is no need for such trouble. This lad witnessed the entire process. Let us directly probe his soul to uncover the truth. This. Yi Chun felt a wave of exasperation. This old fool had truly decided to go head-to-head with him. What merit did he possess? He was merely a fledgling out of the novice village. Moreover, if they truly probed his soul, would he not be left in dire straits? Before Yi Chun could worry further, Sikong Yinyue spoke with commanding authority. Yi Chun is now my disciple, since entering the North Peak. I dare anyone to attempt to probe his soul today. Sikong Yinyue, you wield considerable power, Wu Ao retorted defiantly. The intersect elders will naturally arbitrate. Do you dare to disregard their authority? Wu Ao stood unyielding, even dragging Tianzhu into the fray. Only then did Tianzhu finally notice Yi Chen's presence. The pure yang has been disrupted, and yet he possesses such poor physical quality, and he can still measure a 10-star talent. The gazes of the crowd turned toward Yi Chun alongside Tianzhu. The 10-star talent had long since spread throughout the Sword Immortal sect upon Yi Chen's arrival. Such a talent was a rarity in a century. Yet how could such a genius possibly appear among mortals? As astonishment rippled through the crowd, most remained skeptical. Is that correct? Has his talent been reassessed? Tianzhu inquired, his eyes reflecting profound curiosity. Not yet. Sikong Yinyue replied candidly. Observing Tianzhu's inclination for de-escalation, Wu Ao grew anxious and hastily interjected. Elder Tianzhu, I implore you to ensure justice regarding Sikong's heinous act against my disciple. However, Tianzhu was unimpressed by his plea, raising an eyebrow and speaking with an air of impatience. Regardless of how this unfolds, your South Peak disciple has trespassed upon the chambers of the North Peak female disciples. You are in the wrong. How can I ensure justice? Enough, enough. I shall do my utmost to investigate the truth. If Sikong's Peak took the initiative, I shall not be lenient. I will deliver a verbal reprimand. A verbal reprimand. Upon hearing those 4 words, Wu Ao's expression turned a sickly green. Damn it. Even a deaf person could hear your obvious bias. If Elder Tianju is unable to discern right from wrong, then we will have no choice but to seek other elders for justice. A disciple from the North Peak suddenly spoke up, teeth gritted. Wu Peak Master, am I the one who fails to see the truth? Tianju's expression was one of sardonic amusement, his sharp gaze directed at Wu Ao. A scoundrel who knows nothing of respect. You dare to speak of elders? Wu Ao's face changed drastically, and he swiftly slapped the face of the speaking disciple. Elder Tianju, forgive my lack of discipline. The recently deceased Meng Li was his brother. He is simply desperate for the truth, and I hope the elder can be magnanimous. While the two great figures were embroiled in their dispute, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the face of the earlier speaker. This person looked familiar. Damn it, Mingyu. How could it be him? Wasn't it this scoundrel who sold me to the Demon Palace in the Demon Domain months ago? Not only that, but Yi Chen also recognized the few individuals following Mengyu. They were all part of the same group, connecting it to what Sikong Yinyue and Wu Ao had mentioned yesterday about the frequent disappearances of disciples from the South Peak. Yi Chen suddenly conceived a shocking possibility. Could it be that Wu Ao had sold all those people to the Demon Domain? Chapter 10 Yi Chen hides his talents. Wu Peak Master. How could I stoop to the level of a junior? If you are unsatisfied, feel free to seek the sect master directly. Tianju regarded Mengyu and his companions with a smile that was not quite a smile. The warning in his eyes, unmistakable. Sikong Peak Master, I am most curious. This lad appears to be in decent spirits. Why not conduct another assessment publicly? With Tianju's words hanging in the air, Sikong Yinyue had no grounds to refuse and promptly produced a small blue-hued stone tablet. Dingo, could you suppress my talent for a moment? As the test approached, Yi Chen hastily communicated with the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. The tall tree attracts the wind. I do not wish to be the one to stand out. That if Wu Ao continues to fixate on me, my future days may become unbearable. It is crucial to develop quietly in the early stages to dominate the later stages. No problem. I will suppress your cultivation to the qi refining stage. With me present, even the strongest expert, as long as you do not reveal yourself, no one will discern your true cultivation. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron displayed remarkable confidence. Yi Chen then confidently placed his hand upon the testing stone tablet. Yi Chen, 19 years old, Qi Refining Stage 1, 4-star talent. Only 4 stars? I knew it. This fellow does not resemble a genius at all. He is merely adequate. What a laugh. I thought he was a once-in-a-century prodigy. Turns out he's just an indistinguishable waste. Many in the crowd erupted into laughter. After all, this was hardly distinguishable for being a waste. Sikong Yinyue was momentarily stunned. Her gaze soon filled with profound disappointment. Alas, I had hoped for a genius, but instead, it is merely refuse. Tianju sighed as well. Enough, this matter ends here. Disperse. Furthermore, the once every 4 years newcomer hunting competition will commence next month. All new disciples within the sect will participate. Those who achieve commendable rankings will receive generous rewards, so prepare yourselves well. Elder Tianju's voice echoed through the air, and by the time the crowd registered his words, he had already vanished into the void. Wu Ao's anger intensified at the outcome. Had he known the individual was a waste, he would not have sent anyone to be tested. Now, with 2 of their own dead under mysterious circumstances and nothing to show for it, it would have been more profitable to sell them off instead. Sikong Peak Master, it must feel unpleasant to have stolen a worthless prize. Wu Ao smirked, mocking. Even if he is worthless, I take pleasure in it. Now be gone. Seeing Sikong Yinyue's ire rise, Wu Ao coldly laughed as he led his group out of the North Peak. This is all your fault. If you had not been so useless, the master would not have been so humiliated. Li Wei glared at Yi Chen, his words dripping with disdain. What are you still doing here? Hurry and pack your things. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why did the conflict shift to him now that everyone had left? Where was he supposed to pack up and go? With 4-star talent, you are only fit to be a servant, if you do not leave. Are you waiting to embarrass yourself further? Li Wei's tone was frigid to the extreme. But the master did not say that, no matter what, I would be accepted as a disciple. Yi Chen retorted. You are not worthy of such talent. If it weren't for the presence of our master, Li Wei would have likely taken immediate action to expel you. Enough. Yi Chun shall remain at the North Peak. Sikong Yin-yu waved her hand, resigned to the fact that she could only swallow this bitter pill. A.S. the esteemed Peak Master. A word once spoken is like water poured out. How could one go back on their word? To the new disciples, she declared, "You have one day to cultivate your Qi Si. Each of you will receive 5 first-grade elixirs, which you may collect from your senior sister, Yin Luyu. Thank you." Master, with that, Sikong Yin-yu swept away, leaving Yi Chun to be assigned to another location. After all, the courtyard where Yin Luyu resided was reserved for female disciples, and it was unlikely he could stay there indefinitely. The male disciples' courtyard at the North Peak consisted of 3 to a room, and Yi Chun was placed in room 5. He paid little mind to it and pushed open the door to enter. "Well, isn't this the genius with 10-star talent? What brings you to our humble abode?" A young man in black spoke, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. At this point, Yi Chun had gained considerable notoriety. It was rare to find someone who did not know him. The disparity between 10 stars and 4 stars was simply too vast. We know each other. Yi Chun scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. However, he soon dismissed the thought, and after some casual conversation, the 3 became acquainted with one another's names. The young man in black was named Xiao Luo, while the other, a towering figure resembling a bull, hailed from the wasteland and was called Zhao San Pao. Once they were familiar, Yi Chun formed initial impressions of the two. Xiao Luo appeared meticulous and somewhat sinister, for he had even set his sights on Yi Chen's first-grade elixirs. In contrast, Zhao San Pao exhibited a simple and straightforward nature, making him relatively easy to get along with. After a brief period of meditation, Zhao San Pao suddenly felt a gust of wind swirling around him. "I have finally broken through to the first level of Qi cultivation." His aura, still unstable due to the recent breakthrough, took some time to settle. "Congratulations, I did not expect you to succeed so swiftly," Xiao Luo remarked with a smile. His curiosity piqued as he observed Zhao San Pao's transformation. In response, Zhao San Pao chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, his joy growing as he felt the surge of power within him. Yi Chun, noticing Zhao San Pao, used his heavenly eyes and quickly grasped the situation. To his surprise, he discovered that the young man's blood was a faint golden hue, clearly indicating he was no ordinary human. Oh, he actually possesses the bloodline of a wild bull. How rare. Yet, individuals with such bloodlines are typically endowed with talents of 8 stars or higher. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron voiced its thoughts in Yi Chun's mind. "What?" Yi Chun was taken aback, unsure of what to make of it. This lad's ancestor must have been a wild bull. He is indeed a genius, awakening his bloodline at the tender age of 14. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron explained. Point 14? Is he really only 14? If the swallowing Immortal Cauldron hadn't mentioned it, Yi Chun would have assumed he was 40. Listening to the explanation, Yi Chun pieced together that Zhao San Pao was likely a hybrid of wild bull and human. Though that was a matter of ancient history. By his generation, it was uncertain how many thousands of years had passed. Meanwhile, at the South Peak, "Master, should we not enlist the help of the 3rd elder? After all, you share a good rapport with him." After returning, Mengyu was not ready to give up and sought out Wu Ao once more. The deceased was, after all, his own brother, and he was determined to seek justice. How conveniently you speak. Where am I to find 400,000 to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones? At the mention of the 3rd elder, Wu Ao's eyes narrowed. That old coot was obsessed with money, always talking about riches, as if their relationship was anything but superficial. Do not fret. I have my methods to deal with that venomous woman, Sikong. Just sit back and watch. "Master, there's a message from Mo Qing of the Demon Palace." A young man suddenly appeared. He was Wu Ao's top disciple and a staunch confidant. "What is the message? Are those demons in need of supplies again?" Though Wu Ao conducted business with the demon race, he held them in contempt at heart. No. Mo Qing mentioned that a very important blood slave has escaped, and she is willing to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones as a reward. 1,000,000 spirit stones? Wu Ao was taken aback by this news. What kind of individual was so significant? Moreover, a blood slave escaping from the Demon Palace was unprecedented. What blood slave is so important? Wu Ao inquired. Surprised. Unknown, There is no additional information, only that the blood slave is named Yi Chun, the disciple replied. Yi Chun. Upon hearing that name, Wu Ao stood frozen, his expression shifting dramatically. Surely, you do not mean that 4-star talent waste. Even Mingyu, standing nearby, suddenly recalled, it seems that indeed is that fellow. I wondered why he looked so familiar. I had seen him before. What? Wu Ao was puzzled. Half a year ago, my fellow disciples and I captured a batch of blood slaves bound for the demon territory. And among them was a lunatic named Yi Chun, who kept rambling about coming from some blue star. Are you certain? Despite Mingyu's assertion, Wu Ao did not immediately believe it. Who could say whether he was seeking revenge for personal grievances? Furthermore, offering 1,000,000 spirit stones for a waste seemed absurd. Had Mo Qing lost her mind? Even blood slaves with exceptional talent generally valued around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master, I believe there is a high likelihood of truth in this. Mingyu asserted. This lad just arrived at the Sword Immortal sect, and the Demon Palace received news almost simultaneously. What are the odds of such coincidence? It is possible that this lad stole a treasure from the Demon Palace, prompting the bounty for his capture. Otherwise, how could he be worth 1,000,000 spirit stones? His reasoning had merit, and Wu Ao's expression grew contemplative. In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you. Capture this lad for me, and when the time comes, I will naturally plead your case to the third elder. This was directed at Mingyu, who, initially despondent, perked up immediately as night fell. The North Peak remained as tranquil as ever under the moonlight. After dinner, Yi Chun sat on his bed, gradually entering a meditative state. This moment, he once again found himself in his sea of consciousness, standing before the stone door. Though the stone door remained unchanged, Yi Chun sensed a monstrous entity lurking within, seemingly capable of tearing through the void and escaping at any moment. Back so soon. The white-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, his body resembling a desiccated corpse, as though he were already exhausted. Yet, even standing before him, Yi Chun felt an intangible pressure. The elder's gaze seemed to possess an almost soul-binding quality, while Yi Chun understood that such individuals were once formidable figures, only to have met with unfortunate fates. Senior, I present 5 first-grade elixirs and a testing stone tablet. While these may not compare to the items you once bestowed upon me, they're all I can offer at present. Would you kindly make do with these? Yi Chun spoke earnestly, laying all his possessions before him, a gesture of the utmost respect for the elder. You show some thoughtfulness. I am quite satisfied. The elder did not elaborate further, merely nodding slightly. But wait, allow me to refine these items using the Black Cauldron. It will enhance their efficacy significantly. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron transformed into a spiritual form, quietly hovering beside Yi Chun. At that, Yi Chun recalled that he had a black alchemical furnace at his disposal. With a thought, the black alchemical furnace appeared, and he promptly tossed all his offerings into it. Having used a furnace before, Yi Chun was familiar with its capabilities. It would autonomously refine the ingredients, yielding optimal results without requiring his intervention, that if he could eventually rely on his own ideas for automatic alchemical production. This artifact would indeed be a divine treasure. However, for now, it remained merely a hypothesis, one that warranted further investigation. Before long, a golden elixir floated before Yi Chun, a fusion elixir of 7th grade quality, with its effects yet to be determined. Gazing at the 7th grade spirit elixir, Yi Chun found himself momentarily stunned. The disparity was simply too great. 5 first-grade elixirs and a testing stone tablet could somehow yield a 7th grade spirit elixir. Yi Chun began to doubt whether the swallowing Immortal Cauldron had made an error. Yet, the fragrant aroma of the elixir was undeniable. Just a whiff was enough to soothe the soul, in response to Yi Chun's astonishment. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron remained silent, simply observing, as if to say, surprised, are we? This alchemical furnace is far superior to your old cauldron. After a brief moment, Yi Chun regained his composure and languidly uttered a remark. Having said that, he disregarded the thoughts of the Tunxian Ding and hurriedly presented the elixir to the old man. I would have thought that the illustrious Tunxian Ding would experience such a day. The old man, unable to suppress a smile, accepted the 7th grade fusion pill without any pretense. What, can it still be that impressive? Yi Chen scoffed, still unable to discern its merits thus far. The old man found it challenging to explain. But at this moment, he felt compelled to heed its words. After a moment of contemplation, the old man offered a brief explanation. Senior, I am somewhat curious about your identity in comparison to it. Having reached this juncture in the conversation, Yi Chen also decided to be candid, revealing his inner confusion. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Tao? Or perhaps the Lord of Heaven? Seemingly concerned that Yi Chen might not comprehend. The white-haired elder added, Indeed, you need only know that I was once the Heavenly Tao of a realm, what you often refer to as the Lord of Heaven, the old man said with a mysterious smile. However, upon hearing this, Yi Chen could not help but feel a wave of disbelief. He had thought the Tunxian Ding was boastful enough, yet here was someone even more audacious. Observing Yi Chen's expression, the old man understood his skepticism. Very well, it is still too early to discuss these matters with you. When your strength reaches this level, you will naturally comprehend. With that, the elder did not pursue the topic further, but instead swallowed the 7th grade fusion pill. Even though it was a 7th grade elixir, the elder sighed and shook his head, still far too insufficient. Remember to procure more in the future, or it won't even suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen could not help but twitch his lips. Was a 7th grade spirit pill not enough to fill the gaps between teeth? Did he think it was mere candy? Chapter 12. The Tai Divine Needle, seemingly perceiving Yi Chen's confusion. The white-haired elder elaborated, I have been here for 3,000 years, and I am indeed quite famished. However, as he spoke, a hint of self-deprecation crossed his face. Who would have thought that a dignified heavenly Tao would fall to the depths of starvation? Listening to the elder's lament, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and quickly sent a thought to the Tunxian Ding beside him. This old fellow can't have been here for too long, has he? His mind seems to be slipping. Why Yi Chen felt helpless. It was not his curiosity, but rather the elder's condition that seemed off. Young one, it is still too early to divulge these matters. But one thing is certain. This old fellow is indeed the heavenly Tao, the Tunxian Ding stated earnestly. This revelation took Yi Chen by surprise. To put it simply, those so-called demonic gods and celestial beings might not even be worthy to carry his shoes. The Tunxian Ding continued. Such a formidable being. How could he have fallen to this state? Yi Chen questioned, puzzled. It was a calamity, the reasons for which are intricate and cannot be explained in a moment. The disaster at that time is now sealed behind the stone gate. The old man sacrificed himself for the sake of the world as populace, thus guarding this place. Moreover, such seals are not singular. There are multiple heavenly Taos in existence. The Tunxian Ding spoke slowly, causing Yi Chen to involuntarily twitch his lips. These old fellows claimed that even 7th grade spirit pills were insufficient, and Yi Chen feared he could hardly sustain even one, let alone a multitude. Brother Ding, are you sure I can be of assistance? This involves a host of heavenly Taos. Yi Chen expressed his concerns. Although the Tunxian Ding's words seemed ethereal, he grasped some of their meaning. These world heavenly Taos were bound to remain at their posts to guard the seals, and his role would naturally be that of logistical support. Uncertain, but as of now, I have no other choice. This is not only the hope of me and the old man, but also the hope of myriad beings across the heavens, the Tunxian Ding replied nonchalantly. Seeing him so unfazed, Yi Chen could only sigh inwardly. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. Everything is predestined in the grand tapestry of fate, young one. There is no need for excessive lamentation. The white-haired elder seemed to see through Yi Chen's thoughts and suddenly spoke. Moreover, I will also lend my assistance. Indeed, when the soldiers arrive, the generals will defend. When the water comes, the earth will cover. Furthermore, the elder surely possessed more than just the spiritual ring. There was no point in overthinking, and Yi Chen suddenly gazed at the elder with curiosity, his eyes gleaming as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Naturally, I possess nearly everything you can conceive, the elder replied, exuding confidence. You have any particularly formidable, unparalleled techniques? Please grant me a set. I do. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, given your current cultivation, you would likely be unable to withstand even a slightly more formidable technique. It would likely lead to your demise, as the white-haired elder elucidated. Techniques were categorized into 4 grand tiers. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. each further divided into 3 minor tiers, with those above being immortal and divine. The techniques that resided in the elder's memory were primarily above the immortal grade. And given Yi Chen's current level of cultivation, not only would he be unable to wield them, but the immense spiritual power required could drain him instantly, potentially resulting in an explosive demise. To hand them to Yi Chen now would be tantamount to signing his death warrant. Surely there must be something I can learn, Yi Chen protested, unwilling to accept defeat. Do not rush with that spiritual ring. You will break through to the nascent soul within 3 months. I guarantee that time. Discussing techniques will not be too late. The Tianxian Ding interjected timely. I am not in a hurry, but I fear the elder may not endure. If he perishes, I will too, will I not? Gazing at the white-haired elder, who resembled a desiccated corpse, Yi Chen felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him for the first time. I'll have his life hinge upon another survival was disheartening. The young one sees clearly, the white-haired elder chuckled, casting a deep glance at Yi Chen, as if he could penetrate his very soul. However, since you have awakened the celestial eye, I do possess a technique that would suit you. The Tai Divine Needle. The Tai Divine Needle. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. It sounded akin to a medical art. Young one, do not underestimate this medical skill, the elder added. Medical arts can save lives, and they can also take lives. Moreover, with this technique, many spiritual herbs and cultivation issues can often be resolved effortlessly. It is quite fitting for your current state. Come closer to me, the elder beckoned that Yi Chen approached without arrogance, fully aware that they were now bound together by fate. And he had no fear of the elder harboring ill intentions. The elder gently tapped his finger on Yi Chen's forehead, and a golden thread instantly concealed itself within in that moment. Yi Chen felt as though his head was about to explode, as a torrent of memories surged into him. The Tai Divine Needle encompassed not only needles, but also a plethora of knowledge, various spiritual herbs, and even minerals, accompanied by relevant imagery. It was nothing short of an encyclopedia. After 3 arduous hours, Yi Chen finally regained his composure, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze bore a newfound clarity. Having engaged with the Tai Divine Needle, Yi Chen's understanding of this world had significantly deepened, particularly in the realm of cultivation, and he now possessed a wealth of insights. And no longer did he flounder aimlessly like a headless fly. In cultivation, the greatest fear is to act recklessly. A single misstep could lead to the path of demonic deviation, leaving one irreversibly damned. Reflecting upon this now filled him with trepidation. With the Tai Divine Needle technique, Yi Chen now discerned the elder's afflictions at a glance. The elder's entire being was drained of vitality. Even his mental energy was nearly exhausted. If this continued, he would scarcely endure for another year. I never imagined that even the heavenly Tao could fall to such depths. Yi Chen mused inwardly. I fear not my demise. Rather, I worry about the lack of successors. The white-haired elder spoke first. Seemingly having discerned Yi Chen's thoughts, Yi Chen understood that the so-called successors were indeed meant to seal away that calamity. Rest assured, as long as I live, I will ensure that nothing befalls you. Having experienced all this, Yi Chen finally found his purpose. He did not linger any longer and swiftly returned to reality. When he opened his eyes once more, daylight had already broken outside. Why do I feel so exhausted? After a night's slumber, Zhao Sanpao groggily awakened, only to find his body aching as if he had been thoroughly beaten. He quickly noticed the lump on his head and was momentarily bewildered. Did someone hit me? Indeed, it was I who struck you. The culprit, Xiao Luo, boldly admitted without reservation. Xiao Luo, on what grounds do you strike me? Bullying me for coming from the countryside? How could I sleep without knocking you out? Last night, your snoring nearly brought the house down. I advise you to sleep in the courtyard tonight. Otherwise, I fear you may not see the sunrise tomorrow. Chapter 13. The New Talent of the North Peak. Zhao Sanpao Xiao Luo had been utterly provoked by Zhao Sanpao, whose thunderous snores had been torturous. Though I hail from the countryside, let me tell you, Xiao Luo, I am not one to be easily bullied. Zhao Sanpao, though honest, possesses an equally stubborn temperament. As the two individuals appeared on the verge of a fierce confrontation, a sudden gasp from outside interrupted the tension. Where have all the people gone? With the sound of a door creaking open, It wasn't long before Yi Chun and his companions found themselves in the midst of the unfolding events. They soon learned that all the new disciples from Beifeng, who had only joined the day before, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. After Wu Ao returned, he had disseminated threats against the Beifeng disciples through his associates, as well as temptations from the other two peaks, causing all of them to flee. Out of nearly 100 new disciples, only Yi Chun and his two companions remained. Tianming felt a pang of discomfort. If the master were to find out, he would surely be furious. Never mind, let us gather at the square. At least there are still 3 of us left. Without further delay, Yin Luiwei led Yi Chun and the others swiftly to the Beifeng Square. Why are there only 3 of you left? Where are the others? Li Wei inquired. Astonished, they all ran away. Sikong Yinyu furrowed her brow. It was evident why they had fled. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze fell upon Yi Chun and his companions. As you have yet to establish your soul lamps, you still have the opportunity to choose. I shall not force you to this point. Sikong Yinyu decided not to elaborate further and offered Yi Chun and his companions a choice. I am resolute. I cannot be a traitor. Siluo was the first to speak, shaking his head firmly that I will not leave either. After such difficulty in gaining entry, how can I depart without making a name for myself? Zhao Sanpao seemed somewhat overly naive, completely unaware of the circumstances that Yi Chun, of course, felt no need to elaborate. Finding a place to stay was already a stroke of fortune, and he dared not be choosy. Given his currently displayed 4-star talent, he would at most qualify as a servant disciple. Since you have all chosen stay, I shall establish your soul lamps today. From now on, you shall be members of Beifeng. With that, Sikong Yinyu took action. The first soul lamp was established for Xiao Luo as she gently touched his forehead with her fingertip that a wisp of divine soul was extracted and infused into the prepared soul lamp, and he experienced little discomfort. The same process followed for Zhao Sanpao. However, when Sikong Yinyu drew forth that wisp of divine soul, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Upon confirming her observation, her expression transformed into one of delight. Heaven has eyes. I never expected that I, Sikong Yinyu, would receive a disciple of such extraordinary talent. Her joy was palpable, even eliciting a laugh from her, which was quite uncharacteristic given her usually aloof demeanor. Master, what does this mean? Li Wei and the other disciples were filled with curiosity. Zhao Sanpao has awakened the bloodline inheritance within him, and his talent has now surpassed 8 stars. At last, there is hope for the future of our Beifeng. Sikong Yinyu could not help but reflect on this. Though she had no intention of disclosing the full extent of Zhao Sanpao's situation to avoid inciting envy among others, from now on, you shall cultivate in the main hall, and all resources of the peak will be at your disposal. I will spare no effort in nurturing you. This statement was directed at Zhao Sanpao, and when she looked at him again, her gaze softened considerably. Such was the reality. Even a powerful figure like her could not escape the norms of human nature. Realizing the situation, Zhao Sanpao was both astonished and exhilarated. Thank you, master. Haha, I finally made it. The other senior disciples observed this scene. Their curiosity piqued about what sort of bloodline could elevate an ordinary disciple's talent to such heights. However, Sikong Yinyu did not divulge this information, and they dared not inquire further, fully aware of the current state of affairs in Beifeng. Senior sister, how did the master know this? I don't remember using the stone tablet. Yi Chun quietly asked Yin Luiwei beside him, curiosity evident in his tone. Establishing a soul lamp requires probing the divine soul, and such matters cannot escape the attention of our master, Yin Luiwei explained. Understanding this, Yi Chun realized that he too could not conceal his own situation. Sikong Yinyu, in her current state of happiness, was beyond the need for further explanations. For too long, Beifeng had been overshadowed by the other peaks, primarily due to a lack of notable disciples. Had it not been for Elder Tianju's support, she feared she might have already been ousted. Now, with Zhao Sanpao awakening the fierce bull bloodline, given time, he could potentially dominate the younger generation of the entire Sword Immortal sect. This truly was a remarkable stroke of fortune. With Yi Chun gone, they now had Zhao Sanpao back. The fate of Beifeng was not yet sealed. Moving forward, the focus would be on cultivating Zhao Sanpao, ensuring he would shine brilliantly in the upcoming hunting competition and make a name for himself. Furthermore, Sikong Yin, you could leverage this opportunity to secure more resources and influence within the Sword Immortal sect, with the possibility of even becoming an inner sect elder. After attending to Xia Luo and Zhao Sanpao, it was finally Yi Chen's turn to this moment. He hesitated, recalling that the Immortal swallowing Cauldron had already communicated to him that establishing a soul lamp would not only be ineffective, but would also expose his cultivation level. During the initial talent assessment upon entry, Yi Chun had witnessed the depths of human malice. If he were to endure such scrutiny again, he genuinely feared he might not survive to see the dawn. Master, is it necessary to establish one for this fellow? He only has a 4-star talent. What a waste of a soul lamp. Li Wei interjected. Why Yi Chun was inclined to agree. Senior brother speaks wisely. To his surprise, it was Li Wei who came to his aid at such a moment. Master, there's no need to waste a soul lamp on a useless disciple like me, Yi Chun hastily concurred, not perceiving any shame in being deemed worthless, but rather wearing it as a badge of honor. Upon hearing this, Sikong Yin frowned but ultimately acquiesced. Li Wei, take the other two to the scripture pavilion. According to the sect rules, new disciples are allowed 1 day to comprehend the text within .as for Zhao Sanpao. I have my own plans. Master, what use is it to send this waste to the scripture pavilion? It would be better to send him to the storeroom, where he might contribute a modicum of effort. Li Wei remarked disdainfully. That is not appropriate. He is, after all, a disciple of Beifeng. Everything must still adhere to the rules. Sikong Yin shook her head, refusing to endorse Li Wei's suggestion. If, after a month, Yi Chen remains stagnant, then we may consider relocating him to the storeroom. That a month's time is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. Sikong Yin, you could afford to wait. Chapter 14. A fiery encounter between rivals with all arrangements made. Zhao Sanpao followed Sikong Yin as they departed, while Yi Chun and Xia Luo made their way to the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion of the Sword Immortal sect housed countless supreme martial arts, with the quality and rarity of the texts increasing with the number of floors in the pavilion. Disciples could enter freely, as long as they could comprehend the teachings. Even the rarest of heavenly grade techniques were within reach. Of course, time was limited. If one could not grasp the teachings within the allotted period, they would be expelled from the pavilion. Today, the entrance to the scripture pavilion was already teeming with over 1,000 newly admitted disciples, most hailing from the South Peak. Leading these disciples was none other than Mengyu, who harbored a grudge against Yi Chun. At this moment, Mengyu was fixated on Yi Chun, his gaze filled with an array of inexplicable emotions, none of which were benevolent. Feeling the weight of Mengyu's stare, Yi Chen's heart raced with unease. Could it be that Mengyu had recognized his identity? Mengyu had always looked down upon him, but Yi Chun too harbored thoughts of revenge. Had it not been for Mengyu selling him to the Demon Palace, he would not have endured those months of inhumane torment. If the opportunity arose, he would surely eliminate this scoundrel. You will enter the scripture pavilion. How much you can comprehend within a day is your fortune. When time is up, you must exit. Is that clear? The elder guarding the pavilion, dressed in purple robes and sporting a youthful visage despite his white hair, addressed the crowd. After his admonition, the elder added a final instruction. The gathered disciples bowed in unison before orderly lining up to enter. With the elder on duty, they dared not act recklessly. Make sure to wait for me here after you finish this evening. Do not wander around. Li Wei sternly instructed Yi Chun and Xia Luo before departing. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Senior brother, could it be that Wu Ao truly intends to take action? Xia Luo speculated. Not lacking in intelligence, this old ghost has ulterior motives. Be cautious, Li Wei whispered, just ensure your safety. If you encounter anyone from the South Peak, avoid them if possible. All right, hurry inside, he concluded, not lingering any longer before turning to leave. Who would have thought the Sword Immortal sect could descend into such chaos? Xia Luo remarked with a wry smile, letting out a soft sigh. Are you feeling afraid? Upon witnessing the scene with Xiao Luo, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Fear? I, a young master, have never known how to write the word fear throughout my life. It seemed that his words struck a nerve, as Xiao Luo immediately jumped in agitation. But he quickly regained his composure. Stay away from me. I feel as though you bring misfortune. Being around you surely spells trouble. After uttering this, Xiao Luo ceased his prattling and turned to enter the Sutra Pavilion. Just as Yichen contemplated following him inside, Mengyu, who had been waiting at the entrance, directly blocked his path. "You, come with me." Mengyu's tone was exceedingly domineering, leaving no room for Yichen to refuse. "Why should I go?" Yichen scanned Mengyu warily, preparing himself for any confrontation. However, to his surprise, he discovered that Mengyu's cultivation level was also at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. "No reason at all. I merely wish to discuss our experiences in cultivation as fellow disciples." "What, are you afraid?" Mengyu frowned slightly, suddenly adopting a provocative expression. After all, they were still outside the Sutra Pavilion, where many eyes were watching, making it unwise to act brazenly. Yet, seeing that Yichen remained unfazed, Mengyu felt displeasure brewing within him. He had ample means to deal with a mere novice. If all else failed, he would resort to coercion. With his thought in mind, Mengyu suddenly lunged forward, attempting to seize Yichen. With his 5th stage of foundation establishment, subduing Yichen should be a simple task. At that moment, Yichen secretly circulated his spiritual energy, ready to retaliate. If necessary, he could use illusions to eliminate him, just as he had done with his brother. However, before he could make a move, the elder guarding the Sutra Pavilion noticed the commotion and spoke coldly. "Mengyu, what are you doing here?" It was well known throughout the Sword Immortal sect that the North Peak and South Peak were at odds, and Mengyu certainly knew this. Furthermore, Yichen's attire distinctly marked him as a disciple of the North Peak. The elders might overlook matters elsewhere, but in the Sutra Pavilion, they could not allow their disciples to come to harm. Reporting to the elder, "I am acquainted with this disciple and merely wish to catch up," Mengyu replied, maintaining his composure, clearly accustomed to such situations. However, the elder did not grant him the opportunity to finish. "Nonsense. Do you think I'm blind? Whatever grievances you have, take them elsewhere that I will not intervene, but should you cause a disturbance in my Sutra Pavilion, do not blame me for being uncivil. Elder, do not joke. This disciple merely seeks to reconnect. I hope you do not take offense," Mengyu said. Realizing the situation was untenable, he cast a subtle glance at Yichen before quickly smiling and departing the Sutra Pavilion. Yichen chose to ignore the incident, but today's events served as a wake-up call. Mengyu had likely recognized him. Had he left with Mengyu, he might have already been silenced. It appeared that not many were aware of the South Peak's dubious reputation. Yichen had no desire to meddle or concern himself with it. His sole focus was to enhance his own cultivation. Only when he became invincible would he emerge from seclusion. Soon, Yichen entered the Sutra Pavilion, where an array of diverse and enchanting techniques dazzled his eyes. He even noticed numerous disciples seated on the floor. Engrossed in comprehending the various methods, these techniques would not deplete. As long as one possessed sufficient talent, anyone could grasp them. Since they were all newly initiated disciples, most were only comprehending low-tier techniques, with few examples of those advancing to higher levels. Those like Xiao Luo, at the 7th stage of Qi refinement, should be found in the higher-tier technique areas. With this thought in mind, Yichen made his way toward the higher tiers. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was intently studying a technique, his furrowed brow indicating that the process was not going smoothly. Why Yichen paused momentarily, activating his heavenly eye. And from several meters away, he was able to discern the essence of the technique Xiao Luo held. The shadow step, a method of movement. Merely by glimpsing it through the heavenly eye, Yichen felt a spark of understanding ignite within him. With a mere thought, he was astonished to find himself covering a distance of 10 meters in a single step. What the heck? Even Yichen was inwardly astonished. In mere seconds, he had grasped the technique. What a monstrous feat. Although the low tier of the technique played a role, it was still enough to fill him with delight. "You brat, are you haunting me? Why are you everywhere?" Chapter 15. The Great Wilderness Divine soared upon sensing Yichen's presence. Xiao Luo's expression immediately darkened, his tone laced with irritation. "What are you doing here? You cannot comprehend the techniques here. Your time is wasted." In Xiao Luo's eyes, given Yichen's aptitude, merely grasping the low-tier techniques was already admirable. Diligence can make up for a lack of talent. Though my gifts are lacking, my comprehension is sharp. Moreover, who says I cannot come here? Yichen retorted, refusing to yield to Xiao Luo's attitude. Humph. Ungrateful. Xiao Luo dismissed the conversation, unwilling to waste further time with Yi Chun. Just a reminder, we only have one day that if you choose to squander it, no one can stop you. Then you need not concern yourself, Yi Chun replied coolly. Seeing that his words had no effect, Xiao Luo turned back to his studies. Why Yi Chun decided not to linger and walked in another direction, with an abundance of techniques in the Sutra Pavilion. There must be one that suited him. He was in no hurry and opted to browse leisurely. Although many techniques here were of considerable rank, most failed to catch Yi Chun's eye. They were ostentatious yet lacking substance. Just as he thought he might leave empty-handed, one technique suddenly drew his attention: the Great Wilderness 9 Swords. The simple 4-character name was unpretentious, and through the heavenly eye, Yi Chun quickly grasped its content. However, upon reaching the end, his expression changed. This sword technique appeared to be incomplete. The Great Wilderness 9 Swords promised 9 techniques, yet only the first 3 were present. This method was evidently flawed. Who would have thought he would encounter the Great Wilderness Divine Sword here? At that moment, the voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed in Yi Chun's mind, accompanied by a soft sigh. The Great Wilderness Divine Sword was created by one of the ancient emperors, capable of shattering mountains and parting the heavens. It was invincible. The 9 swords before you are merely the foundation of the Great Wilderness Sword technique, ditto, but now only 3 remain. Hearing this, Yi Chun was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary origin for the Great Wilderness Sword technique. Can you restore the remaining 6 swords? Yi Chun quickly inquired, sensing something from the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's tone. Of course, but there is no free lunch in this world, came the response. Yi Chun was taken aback, but gritted his teeth and asked, what is the cost? From the earlier explanation, he understood that this sword technique was far from ordinary. Should he master it, it could serve as a means of protection. Each sword consumes a small realm of energy. All 9 swords together would deplete a major realm, allowing one to glimpse the true form of the divine sword. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron replied calmly. It was already being conservative, as Yi Chun's current cultivation was too low, and each small realm provided scant spiritual energy. Although the Great Wilderness 9 Swords was not the final version, it was still a celestial tier technique. The Great Wilderness Divine Sword was above even that, capable of opening the heavens and parting the earth. Such a divine skill, especially one so easily wielded. Hearing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but frown. He had only reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Restoring the 6 swords along with the final Great Wilderness Divine Sword would undoubtedly be like returning to square one. Wait, could I utilize the abilities of the Spirit Ring to cultivate while restoring? Yi Chun suddenly thought. With the power of the Spirit Ring, he could quickly supply himself with a large amount of spiritual energy, thus perfectly balancing the consumption required for restoration. That is possible, but the Great Wilderness Divine Sword is no ordinary technique. Once fully restored, it may cause a phenomenon in the heavens. The commotion could be quite significant. Moreover, once the Spirit Ring absorbs all the surrounding spiritual energy, it will create a temporary vacuum, making it apparent to anyone nearby, which could lead to trouble. The explanation of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron resonated with Yi Chun, who believed that such divine techniques should be restored with a degree of discretion. Ultimately, he decided to find a secluded place to practice his swordsmanship. With that thought in mind, he promptly committed 3 of the Great Wilderness 9 Swords to memory. Given his current ability to retain information effortlessly, these 3 swords posed no challenge for him. After accomplishing this, Yi Chun wandered through the Scripture Pavilion for quite some time, but found no other notable treasures, leading him to contemplate his departure. Ascending further would lead him to techniques exclusively meant for inner disciples to comprehend and cultivate. Out of curiosity, Yi Chun attempted to use the heavenly eye to glean some understanding, but was astonished to discover that while his vision was indeed effective, it did not allow him to comprehend the techniques as he had moments before. It appeared there were certain restrictions in place. Clearly, the sect had taken considerable measures to prevent outsiders from prying into their secrets. To avoid detection, Yi Chun refrained from further probing. He had never intended to make significant gains within the Scripture Pavilion, and securing 1 or 2 protective techniques would suffice. The remainder of his efforts would focus on enhancing his strength. And once he reached the nascent soul stage, he could seek out the white-haired elder to learn the supreme divine arts, which would undoubtedly prove more beneficial than anything found in the scripture pavilion. After all, he would eventually need to support the elder, and learning a few techniques from him would serve as a form of compensation. Is that not a once-in-a-century genius? Why has he emerged in less than half an hour? What a farce of a genius, with only a 4-star aptitude. It seems even the dogs within the sect possess more capability than he does, that Yi-chan had already made a name for himself. Initially being assessed with a 10-star talent, only to later discover it was a misunderstanding, revealing a mere 4 stars. Human nature is inherently envious. Had Yi-chan truly possessed 10-star talent, they might have remained silent. But once the deception was unveiled, they would not hesitate to take advantage of his misfortune. At that moment, Yi-chan had undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. What brings you out so soon? Inquired the elder in purple robes, intrigued, as he had never encountered a situation like Yi-chan's. After all, which newly admitted disciple did not linger in the scripture pavilion until the final second? Yi-chan's premature exit was simply incomprehensible. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi-chan raised his gaze, feeling a mix of surprise and a gentle sigh escaping him. The elder before him, though at the nascent soul stage, bore grave internal injuries that had reached an almost incurable state. Through the heavenly eye, Yi-chan discerned that the elder's lifespan was nearing its end, possibly less than a century remaining, without any progress in cultivation. He would soon return to the earth. Young man, what is there to gaze upon? The elder frowned at Yi-chan's silence. Realizing he had been lost in thought, Yi-chan quickly responded, Elder, there is something I wish to say, though I'm uncertain if it is appropriate. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. You are quite bold for one so young. What is it? The elder raised an eyebrow, initially merely curious, but now genuinely interested in what Yi-chan had to say. Elder, prior to joining the sect, I fortuitously learned some medical skills that I have observed that your brow is dark, blood clouding your mind. Your aura is chaotic, and you exude a faint scent of medicinal herbs. I surmise that you suffer from a chronic ailment, further exacerbated by the numerous pills you have consumed, resulting in a disarray of medicinal energy within you. Not only has your injury gone untreated, but it has also left a lingering problem. Why Yi-chan's words were articulated with clarity, yet the other disciples around them displayed disdain, deeming him a fool pretending to be knowledgeable. However, only the elder truly understood the accuracy of Yi-chan's assessment. How did you discern that? The elder gazed deeply at Yi-chan, his heart filled with astonishment. I possess some knowledge of medicine, Yi-chan replied with a smile, choosing not to divulge that his insights were derived from the heavenly eye. Not only had he perceived the elder's ailments, but he had also noted the numerous elixirs within his storage pouch. Elder, I must advise you to refrain from consuming pills indiscriminately. Every medicine has its poison. The medicinal toxicity within you has already run deep, and if this continues, recovery may become impossible. Yi-chan refrained from stating the elder's exact lifespan, as he indeed understood that the elder was likely aware of his own condition. It was prudent to remain silent on that matter. At this moment, the elder in purple robes ceased his speech, contemplating Yi-chan, while secretly lamenting his own fate. Had it been any other elder who had made such observations, he might not have been surprised. However, hearing such insights from a newly admitted disciple was entirely different. This youth was merely at the chi refinement stage, having recently established his chi si. What remarkable discernment he possessed. What is your name? After a brief moment, the elder regained his composure. I am Yi-chan. Oh, you are the one with the supposed 10-star talent. Yet upon reevaluation, it was only 4 stars. The elder had evidently heard of Yi-chan's reputation. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan scratched his head awkwardly. He had intended to keep a low profile, but it seemed his efforts had only made him more well-known, achieving the opposite of his goal. My apologies for any amusement cost. Elder, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Yi-chan was eager to continue his study of the remaining 6 swords, having said all that he needed, leaving it to the elder to decide how much he would believe. Wait, the elder in purple called out to Yi-chan. Since you are aware of my injuries, do you have any recommendations for treatment? Given the gravity of the situation, the elder felt compelled to inquire further. Though he held little hope for a remedy, I do not presume to offer advice lightly. The elder's condition is not beyond recovery. Despite the accumulation of medicinal toxicity, there remains a significant possibility of healing. Yi Chun spoke candidly, revealing his intentions without hesitation. His motives for advising the elder were not entirely selfless. He was quite envious of the assortment of elixirs within the elder's possession, which he longed for. After all, it was not that he needed them himself, but rather someone else did, someone who had been starved for countless millennia. Is what you say true? The elder, who had initially maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly exhibited excitement, albeit for just a brief moment, which Yi Chun definitely noticed. Indeed, Yi Chun replied with a smile, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Your candor is noted, and I am not one to shy away from investment. I have already spent countless riches seeking to heal this ailment. If you can truly restore my health, I am open to any terms. He had waited far too long for this day. Now that hope had finally appeared, he could not afford to let it slip away, even if the odds were slim. I require 1,000 fourth-grade elixirs as compensation, with the assurance that you will be healed. Yi Chun laid his terms bare. While 1,000 fourth-grade elixirs seemed a steep demand, he was confident that the elder could procure them, given the depth of his medicinal toxicity from countless pills consumed over time. This request was merely a drop in the bucket for the elder. You brat. The elder was taken aback by the demand, momentarily lost in thought. Though you are still young, you certainly possess a bold demeanor. I believe 1,000 fourth-grade elixirs should not be too great a price for your life, don't you think? Seemingly reading the elder's thoughts, Yi Chun smiled and continued, Moreover, my method guarantees results, if it does not succeed. The elder can simply reclaim the elixirs. There would be no loss on either side. Yi Chun's reasoning was sound, and he was unafraid of the elder's potential refusal, exuding an air of confidence as he awaited the elder's response. Speak. Finally, after a prolonged silence, the elder nodded and spoke. Given the elder's current condition, this elixir formula could indeed aid in his recovery. Subsequently, he could use his spiritual energy to refine the medicinal toxicity within him, paving the way for complete healing. With that, Yi Chun gently produced a piece of parchment inscribed with the formula, which gracefully landed in the elder's hands. The elder treated it as a treasured find, meticulously recording the information contained within. The initial ingredients were rare yet attainable. However, the last ingredient, phoenix blood, was a different matter entirely. While there had been precedents for using the blood of magical beasts in medicine, phoenix blood was exceedingly rare, often trading at exorbitant prices and fiercely contested among cultivators, leading to countless conflicts and casualties. Elder, given your dwindling lifespan and grave injuries, only the immense vitality contained within phoenix blood can restore you to life. Yi Chun discerned the thoughts of the purple-robed elder and thus began to elucidate slowly. One must admit, although the prescription appeared fantastical, the elder, with his vast knowledge, undoubtedly recognized its feasibility, should he truly succeed in concocting the elixir mentioned therein. It might very well offer a remedy for his ailment. After a prolonged silence, the elder chuckled softly. I must confess, I underestimated you. Pray tell, from which esteemed physician did you receive your tutelage? The purple-robed elder had consulted countless renowned doctors in pursuit of a cure for his affliction. For Yi Chun to identify the crux of his condition at a mere glance, and to propose a solution, indicated that his mentor was indeed a figure of remarkable prowess. Forgive me for the laughter, but I am unaware of my mentor's identity. He merely imparted his teachings to me, and that is all. Yi Chun replied with an awkward smile. At this juncture, he felt compelled to fabricate a story. He could not allow the elder to discover the existence of the swallowing immortal cauldron or the sealing of the stone door. Setting aside the elder's belief, what if he were to be captured for dissection and research? Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brows, evidently taken aback by this outcome. However, many reclusive masters favored such an approach, which seemed reasonable enough. Elder, I implore you to procure the necessary herbs for treatment without delay. This malady cannot be trifled with, particularly the blood of the immortal phoenix, which is crucial for the cure. Yi Chun hastily interrupted the elder's contemplations, unwilling to allow him to delve any deeper into the matter. Chapter 17. I am Imo Songtan, the elder declared. I am aware that as long as this prescription is sound, That is all that matters. He waved his hand dismissively. Although the blood of the immortal phoenix is rare and precious, it is not beyond reach. And he indeed had a plan. Oh. Feeling the elder's shift in demeanor, Yi Chun was somewhat astonished. The elder could speak of acquiring the blood of the immortal phoenix so casually. It appeared that his identity was anything but ordinary, and own need for conjecture. I am Mo Songtian. Were it not for the injuries I sustained in the great battle of Ur, you would be meeting the current master of the Sword Immortal sect in my stead. Mo Songtian did not withhold his identity, gesturing grandly as he introduced himself, a candidate for the sect master. No wonder he possessed such depth that Wei Yichen understood. Yet to inflict such severe injuries upon Mo Songtian must have meant that the battle was extraordinarily brutal. After the conflict, Mo Songtian was gravely wounded. His cultivation diminished. If it had led to instability in his foundation, his strength would have regressed as well. Consequently, Mo Songtian fell into a state of despondency, ultimately settling for the position of elder in charge of the scripture pavilion. Compared to the lofty title of sect master, the role of elder was indeed a significant downgrade. Prior to encountering Yi Chun, Mo Songtian had resolved to languish in this place for the remainder of his life until his demise. Elder, your sense of righteousness is admirable, Yi Chun exclaimed, bowing respectfully, whether as a junior or a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. This gesture was warranted. He had not anticipated that, in his quest, he would stumble upon an opportunity to treat Mo Songtian. If memory served, Mo Songtian was indeed the current sect master's elder brother. Was he not? No more of this pretense. As long as your prescription is sound, I shall procure a drop of the blood of the immortal phoenix from the sect master. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Mo Songtian waved his hand again, unwilling to linger on his own matters, his gaze returning with renewed excitement to the prescription. How many years had it been? At long last, he had the opportunity to cure this stubborn affliction. If Mo Songtian claimed he felt no excitement in his heart, it would surely be a falsehood. Who among cultivators would willingly resign themselves to mediocrity and mere survival? Cultivation is, after all, an act of defiance against the heavens, seeking freedom and transcendence. Now, to be relegated to hiding in the scripture pavilion must be more distressing than death itself. Elder, if this does not succeed, will my life be in jeopardy? Despite Yi Chen's confidence in his prescription, he felt a twinge of unease upon observing Mo Songtian's expression. After all, he had instilled such great hope. Any misstep could deal a severe blow to Mo Songtian. Fear not. Clearly, Mo Songtian was no stranger to such prescriptions. Despite numerous failures, he had never relinquished hope. As long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he would endeavor to seize it, regardless of the outcome. Your intentions have been noble, and should I recover, you shall be my savior, Songtian remarked with a smile before vanishing into thin air with a swift motion. He was acutely aware of his own condition. At this point, Mo Songtian was willing to grasp at straws. The slim chance of survival was certainly preferable to languishing in despair. As he watched Mo Songtian disappear, the pressure that had weighed upon Yi Chun dissipated entirely, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief that he felt confident in his prescription. Curing Mo Songtian would undoubtedly establish a connection with the sect master of the Sword Immortal sect. At the very least, he could ensure his safety within the sect. Moreover, even if he failed, the elder would suffer no loss, as Yi Chun had previously stated that he would not charge for an unsuccessful treatment. In retrospect, he was grateful that he had not rashly demanded a deposit from Mo Songtian. With that thought in mind, Yi Chun left the scripture pavilion without further hesitation. His immediate task was to find a secluded place to expedite the restoration of the great wilderness 9 swords and master this technique for self-preservation. The Sword Immortal sect's mountain gates were expansive, encompassing not only the residential courtyards but also numerous mountain ranges. Surrounded by mountains, it was not difficult to find a tranquil spot. Soon, Yi Chun discovered a secluded cave. It was situated in a remote area, and a glance around revealed the scarcity of human presence. Here, he could repair his sword technique without fear of detection. Furthermore, the abundant spiritual energy within the mountain would allow him to replenish the spiritual power he required through his spiritual ring. Without further hesitation, Yi Chun dove into the cave, set up a few simple formations, and commenced the restoration of the sword technique. The spiritual ring activated. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Yi Chun as if it had found an outlet, coalescing into a tangible mist that enveloped the cave. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this mist was composed of the materialized spiritual energy, shrouding the area in an air of mystique. With ample spiritual energy at his disposal, Yi Chun swiftly summoned the black alchemical furnace. According to the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, this black furnace was not limited to alchemy. It was also used for the restoration of techniques. He cast 3 of the Great Wilderness 9 swords from his memory into the furnace, as the immense spiritual energy flowed in. The sword technique gradually began to restore itself. However, the Great Wilderness 9 swords, being an ancient technique, demanded a full hour of Yi Chun's time to coalesce the 4th sword, and even then, it was merely a half-finished product. To fully materialize the 4th sword, a substantial amount of spiritual energy was still required. Young lad, that should suffice. With your current strength, you cannot possibly wield the power of this 4th sword. Even if you materialize it, it would simply squander your spiritual energy. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron interjected, just as Yi Chun was about to continue his restoration. Now, focus on integrating the first 3 swords, and then familiarize yourself with the existing aspects of the 4th sword. That will be more than adequate. While it may not elevate you to the pinnacle, it will certainly make you invincible among your peers and provide you with a fighting chance against those of higher realms. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun gradually ceased his efforts. After all, techniques were merely tools. Without formidable strength to back them, their true potential could not be realized. Then, I shall first enhance my cultivation before refining the sword technique? He inquired. You are indeed a promising student, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron replied approvingly. Your current cultivation must reach at least the Golden Core realm to practice the 4th sword. However, it will still be quite challenging. You may only have enough strength to unleash a single sword strike. Only a single sword strike at the Golden Core level. Yi Chun was taken aback, finally grasping the terrifying nature of this sword technique. This was merely the 4th sword. There were still 5 more swords to come, and the power they wielded must be immense. Chapter 18. Enemies at the door, fist fight with Meng Yu. Moreover, above this lay the Great Wilderness Divine Sword, which unified all 9 swords when the time came. Opening the heavenly gate with a single sword would not seem far-fetched. Young lad, devote yourself to your training. Your own strength is the ultimate truth. Such external techniques are merely embellishments. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron's voice resonated once more. Yi Chun nodded in understanding. He was well aware of this principle. Thus, he refrained from further attempting to restore the sword technique and instead focused on comprehending the first 3 swords. Although he had grasped them during his time in the Scripture Pavilion, revisiting them yielded new insights. Half an hour swiftly passed, and a voice emerged, shattering Yi Chun's meditative state. Truly, you have chosen a graveyard for yourself. With such discerning vision, you have picked a splendid place to meet your end. Listening to the chilling tone of the voice, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, only to see a familiar figure outside the cave. The newcomer was none other than Meng Yu. However, before Yi Chun could utter a word, Meng Yu had already launched a fierce attack, stepping forward and appearing before Yi Chun in an instant. The speed was so swift that only a fleeting shadow remained in the air. Haha, you truly are tenacious. I had yet to seek you out, and here you come knocking at my door. Yi Chun slowly rose to his feet, his gaze imbued with an air of nonchalance. A stark contrast to the person he once was. It seems you still remember who I am. Meng Yu scoffed coldly. Confronting Yi Chun, he felt entirely confident. After all, Yi Chun was merely a newly initiated disciple, having barely begun to cultivate his energy sea, and was certainly no match for him. Curiosity piqued, Meng Yu pondered how this young man managed to escape from the Demon Palace, a place from which even he would have difficulty escaping. Why not try yourself and find out? Yi Chun retorted dismissively, too apathetic to elaborate. With adversaries, there's an innate animosity. The fact that they had not yet come to blows could be considered restraint. Ah, how sharp-tongued you are! But you are now quite the prized possession. Mo Qing has placed a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones just to capture you and bring you back. I would hate for you to injure yourself. Meng Yu chuckled coldly, his eyes fixed on Yi Chun as though he were merely a prey, reminiscent of the time he had been sold. The intensity of Meng Yu's gaze filled Yi Chun with revulsion, yet he was intrigued by the notion that Immortal would offer such a reward for his capture. When had he become so valuable? Back in the Demon Palace, he had seemed no different from any other servant. Was it perhaps because he had defeated Immortal? That indeed seemed plausible as a member of the demon race. Immortal could not simply tread upon the path of the Sword Immortal. Even with her exceptional talent, venturing here would only lead to her demise. Hence the bounty. As for Meng Yu, he was merely a sycophant, probably eager to lick her boots. Enough of this idle chatter. Come willingly into my pet bag. The sooner we return, the sooner you can claim your reward. Rest assured, as long as you submit peacefully, not a single hair on your head will be harmed. At this moment, Meng Yu felt he had the upper hand, even going so far as to open the mouth of his storage bag, waiting for Yi Chun to willingly step inside. Pet bag, why don't you send your mother in instead? Deceived previously and having endured months of torment without recovering his strength, Yi Chun had long harbored a deep-seated grudge against Meng Yu. Now, with old and new grievances intertwined, he could no longer suppress his rage. The illusions of the heavenly eyes could lead Meng Yu to meet the same fate as Meng Li, succumbing to his own delusions. But Yi Chun Sere within the discourse, the tone of Lingzi Guo carried an air of menace, seemingly confident in its hold over Yi Chun. That don't be foolish. You've already mentioned the taboos that it is likely some esteemed predecessor has sealed you here. If I were to release you, wouldn't I be courting disaster? Thus, Yi Chun declined the offer. Do not presume I'm unaware. Your attire is unmistakably that of the Sword Immortal sect's northern peak. If you wish to avoid expulsion from the sect due to infighting, you would do well to comply with my instructions, Lingzi Guo remarked, displaying a remarkable familiarity with the Sword Immortal sect, even knowing its rules. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's expression darkened. This little creature, though diminutive, possessed quite the cunning. However, in this desolate surroundings, where not even a bird would dare to linger, it would take an eternity for any revelation to reach the outside world. Moreover, it was merely a spirit fruit. Who would believe its words? Should it truly encounter someone, it would likely find itself in peril as well. Of course, Yi Chun kept such thoughts to himself. Truth be told, he was in dire need of elixirs, and this spirit fruit presented itself as a fortuitous supplement. If others might be tempted, Yi Chun was no exception. Sensing Yi Chun's silence, Lingzi Guo assumed he was in a quandary and continued. Listen, I won't ask for your assistance without recompense. If you release me, once I have matured, I can offer you some fruit skins as a reward, and should I manage to coalesce a seed, you would receive one as well. What do you say? Having finally found an opportunity for escape, Lingzi Guo was determined not to let it slip away, employing both threats and enticements in succession. It would be disingenuous to claim Yi Chun was not swayed. He readily agreed, saying, very well, let us speak on good faith. You shall swear by the heavenly Dao. Yi Chun was no naive novice. For his own security, a vow by the heavenly Dao was far more reliable than mere words that, as the term implies, a vow by the heavenly Dao is sworn in the presence of the cosmic laws. And any breach would invite backlash. The consequences could range from injury and a fall in cultivation to total obliteration of the soul. Being a celestial spirit, Lingzi Guo was bound by these laws as well. After a moment of silence, it ultimately acquiesced, swearing an oath before Yi Chun. Only then did Yi Chun agree to assist. How shall I rescue you? Yi Chun inquired, gazing into the well, and soon noticing the intricate array of seals above. The unfamiliar characters intertwined, and Yi Chun, lacking any knowledge of formations, could not comprehend them. Forget it. I'll deal with these plants first, he resolved. Already taking action, he summoned his spiritual power, anticipating an easy task, only to discover it was impossible. The vines of those plants were as hard as iron. When he struck down upon them, Yi Chun felt a sharp pain instead. What is the meaning of this? Yi Chun exclaimed, relieved that he had not exerted too much force earlier. Otherwise, the recoil alone might have shattered his hand. This is an array set by a nascent soul. Without sufficient skill, it cannot be unraveled. Lingzi Guo explained. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Yi Chun retorted. You didn't ask. Lingzi was shot back, and Yi Chun felt the urge to give this creature a beating, despite it merely resembling a humanoid fruit. And now what shall we do? Yi Chun, weary of banter, pressed for a solution. Simple. Do you know of a maiden's urine? Lingzi Guo inquired. You must fetch some, but it must be from a girl, for a boy's is of no use. Yi Chun was taken aback, setting aside the challenge of finding a maiden's urine. How could he possibly ask someone for it without being deemed a pervert? Chapter 20. Today, she must give me an explanation. Get lost. Do you find amusement in playing with me? Yi Chun fumed. Who is playing with you? I have lived here for over 1,000 years, and I am quite familiar with this array. There is but one method to break it, Lingzi Guo asserted with unwavering confidence. Where am I to find maiden's urine? You truly think highly of me, Yi Chun lamented. Are you not from a northern peak? I recall that your peak is predominantly female. Lingzi Guo reasoned. As long as her purity remains intact, age is irrelevant. Enough. Do not waste time here. I will give you 2 hours that if you do not succeed. Do not blame me, for the third elder let out a cold snort, raising his voice considerably. The matter of human life is paramount. How could you not investigate this thoroughly? Time and again you show favoritism towards Beifeng and Sikong Yinyue, blatantly disregarding the sex regulations, as an intersect elder. Your dedication is truly commendable. Old Six, you have disappointed us greatly. The law enforcement hall is not meant to be wielded in such a manner. The fourth elder sighed, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Tianzhu could easily perceive that these two were conspiring with Wu Ao, clearly aiming to target him. Esteemed elders, the truth of the matter remains uncertain. We must adhere to the principle of evidence. What transpired yesterday was indeed suspicious. How could we hastily draw conclusions? Tianzhu, unwilling to be outdone, cast a resolute glance at Wu Ao before continuing. If the crime of Master Sikong is determined solely based on one-sided testimony, that would be utterly frivolous, would it not? There is no need for your reminders. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly myself. You need not meddle further. Clearly taken aback by Tianzhu's composure, the third elder's expression darkened. Ha! I hope you will uncover the truth swiftly. Third elder. Tianzhu, disinterested in further entanglements with the trio. Turn to leave. Point 2, esteemed elders. You must uphold justice for me. This incident is clearly the work of Sikong Yinyue. Wu Ao quickly interjected. What use is this talk without any evidence? How can we ascertain guilt? With the absence of outsiders, the third and fourth elders no longer felt the need to maintain their pretense. If we act so rashly, let alone Tianzhu, this could escalate to the sect master. And that would spell trouble, the fourth elder cautioned. Furthermore, what of the disciples from Nanfeng who have gone missing if this matter blows up? Chapter 21. I never expected my junior brother to be such a person. At these words, Wu Ao fell silent. In his anger, he had forgotten the most crucial point. But they are merely a few disciples. If they perish, what is the big deal? How can one expect to achieve greatness with such impulsiveness? The third elder coldly remarked, clearly displeased with Wu Ao this moment. We are all in the same boat. We rise and fall together. Thus we must proceed with utmost caution, the fourth elder advised. Meanwhile, the chief disciple of Wu Ao stood pale as a sheet. In the mouths of these three, disciples' lives seemed no more valuable than grass. Was he not included among them? Should something happen, he would likely be the first to be silenced. Do not worry. You're different from the other disciples. We are in the same boat. The third elder reassured him with a smile, patting his shoulder. After this matter, I will seek a note from the elder hall to add your name as well. The third elder stated, turning back to Wu Ao. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao's heart surged with joy. Had he not labored so much for this very day? As the third elder had mentioned, a few disciples' deaths were trivial compared to his ascension to elder. Moreover, his long-standing rivalry with Sikong Yinyue stemmed from his fear of her usurping his position. Let us disperse. We must exercise caution moving forward. With that, the third and fourth elders departed, leaving no room for further discussion. Master, are we truly going to let this matter rest? The chief disciple referred to Mengyu. Rest? Impossible. Although Wu Ao wore a cheerful smile, his mood had improved considerably. He had no intention of letting the matter go. However, for the sake of his grand scheme, He could endure to recklessly confront them at Bayphone would yield nothing for us, and may even backfire. Let them revel for a few more days. When the hunting tournament arrives, we shall reclaim our due with interest. Thus, the chief disciple reluctantly acquiesced, though he still cautioned, Master, it seems the two elders have not taken your matter to heart at all. If possible, I urge you to remain vigilant. All along, Nanfeng had done much for those two, yet each time, the only reward they received was spirit stones. Wu Ao's desires had consistently fallen through point one must pay a price for what one gains. The more they desire, the more advantageous it is for me. Our fates have long been intertwined, Wu Ao scoffed. How could one as astute as he fail to notice this? As long as he could ascend to elder, all his current sacrifices would be worth it. Upon hearing this, the chief disciple saw no point in further debate, but recalled something and added, Master, we have received a letter from the Demon Palace. Yi Chen's bounty has risen to 200,000 spirit stones. This revelation. Wu Ao was momentarily taken aback. Even he found this matter peculiar. How could an ordinary disciple be worth such a sum? It seemed he had pilfered quite a number of treasures, certainly worth far beyond 200,000 spirit stones. Perhaps even more to Wu Ao had formed a hypothesis. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Keep a close watch on his movements. If the opportunity arises, it would be best to capture him. He had already devised a plan. Once he sees Yi Chen, he would interrogate him for the treasures. If necessary, he would resort to soul-searching techniques. As long as there was breath left in him, it mattered not whether he was foolish or wise. Meanwhile, at Bayphone, within the female disciples' courtyard. How long has it been? Do they not need to relieve themselves? Yi Chen was in a state of frustration, hiding outside the restroom. Should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly be branded a pervert. Who could have imagined that one day he would find himself sneaking into the women's restroom to steal young girls' urine? To make matters worse, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron insisted that it must be fresh. Otherwise, the effect would be diminished. After hearing this, Yi Chen was tempted to curse the ancestors of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. Wait for me a moment. I will be right back. Fortune favored the diligent, and finally, someone arrived. Moreover, it was a familiar face, fourth senior sister Luo Ying, who had rushed to the scene during the illusionary murder incident. Luo Ying swiftly entered the restroom, locked the door, and after confirming it was secure, she finally felt at ease to attend to her needs. However, she was puzzled to find that the restroom's contents seemed to have been replaced. Everything was new. Little did she know, this was all Yi Chen's doing. He had thoroughly cleaned the restroom inside and out to ensure that the effect of the young girl's urine would not be compromised. Once she was done, Luo Ying felt light as a feather and quickly exited, rejoining her fellow female disciples. Meanwhile, it was time for Yi Chen to reap the rewards of his efforts. Fortunately, everything is in order. Yi Chen examined the spoils in his hands, nodding in satisfaction as he tucked away the night pot, ready to leave. However, things did not proceed so smoothly. Just as he lifted his foot to depart, he was spotted by Yin Luyu at the gate. Junior brother, what brings you here? At her words, Luo Ying and the other female disciples turned in confusion. This is it. I'm finished. In that moment, Yi Chen felt his scalp tingle. How would he concoct an excuse now? Even if he claimed he was here to steal excrement, he would still be perceived as a pawn regaining her senses. Luo Ying emerged wielding her celestial sword, driven by an overwhelming desire to cleave Yi Chen in two with a single stroke. Chapter 22, Foundation Establishment, 9th layer in the depths of the forest. Yi Chen ran at a frantic pace, only halting once he confirmed that no one was around. It's over. My life is finished. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Yi Chen's heart remained as desolate as ash, filled with regret for having ventured to the restroom to procure a night pot. Upon returning to the desolate well, the spiritual fruit within sensed Yi Chen's presence, as he indeed returned with the urine of a young girl. Kid, I didn't expect you to keep your word and actually bring something back, it remarked. Hearing this, Yi Chen's mind concocted a method to peel the spiritual fruit, pondering whether it could serve as a base for soup. After calming himself for a while, Yi Chen chose to disregard any further contention with the spiritual fruit. Did anything happen while I was away? Yi Chen keenly detected several distinct auras in the air, some of which he recognized. Ever since he awakened his celestial eye, Yi Chun had felt his spiritual awareness significantly strengthened, which he deemed a beneficial outcome. Rest assured, they have not discovered you. However, your Sword Immortal sect is quite intriguing. The spiritual fruit expressed its curiosity, recounting everything it had overheard, including news about Wu Ao's purchases at the hunting tournament. After absorbing this information, Yi Chun was astounded. He had initially thought Wu Ao to be quite villainous. But it appeared there were formidable figures lurking in the shadows. Point 2 Intersect elders are actually human traffickers. Are there no further details? The more intricate, the better that I didn't catch much else. Forget it, that your Sword Immortal sect's affair. It has nothing to do with me. Now, hurry up and release me, he insisted. Upon the mention of unsealing, the spiritual fruit became impatient, having lingered here long enough. Without further ado, Yi Chun poured the liquid from the night pot onto the seal at the well's mouth. With a sizzling sound, the seal began to loosen and tremble involuntarily. Before long, the mysterious runes gradually dissipated, transforming into wisps of white smoke that vanished into the void. Suddenly, Yi Chun heard a shattering sound as the seal at the well's mouth was broken. Effortless. Yi Chun could scarcely believe it. After all, with his foundation establishment at the 5th layer, he had been outdone by a mere pot of urine. I'm free. I'm finally free. The spiritual fruit soared out of the well. Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, it was now capable of shedding its earthly bonds and moving freely. However, the moment it emerged from the cave, Yi Chun swiftly grasped it and pressed it into his storage ring. You know what you are, strutting about like that. Aren't you afraid of being devoured? I can't guarantee your safety, Yi Chun stated with irritation, not pausing in his actions. The spiritual fruit attempted to retort. But Yi Chun's logic was irrefutable. The IT could only lament, you can't possibly stuff me back into the storage ring again, right? What is the difference between that and imprisoning me at the bottom of the well? I desire freedom. Understood. Yi Chun feigned comprehension. Yet his hands did not cease their actions. He knew that although the spiritual fruit lacked, Yi Chun was astonished to discover that even within the Tai divine needle record, there is no mention of such symptoms. The ruler was unaware that this was merely a path of cultivation I have chosen. I was born without a nascent soul. Wang Yu spoke candidly. To put it plainly, Wang Yu is a body cultivator who has refined his physical form to its utmost limit, thereby lacking a nascent soul, which might indeed be an inherent flaw of all body cultivators. Originally, Wang Yu's condition should not have been reduced to such a degree, yet the previous great battle not only wounded his body but also eroded his soul, leaving only a flickering remnant of soul fire. Barely surviving, were it not for my unwavering resolve to guard against calamity, I fear I would have long since vanished into oblivion, Wang Yu lamented. Listening to him recount his story, Yi Chun could not help but feel a deep respect. This hero, who was equally willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the world's people, was something Yi Chun, with his current awareness, could not aspire to emulate. The noble righteousness of the elder was truly admirable. With that, Yi Chun reverently bowed to Wang Yu. After completing this gesture, Yi Chun continued, if there is anything you require, esteemed elder, please do not hesitate to command me. Although my strength is lacking, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Yi Chun's words were heartfelt, spoken with sincere willingness. Is there wine? Wang Yu suddenly inquired, his gaze tinged with nostalgia and yearning. However, ordinary wine would not suffice. It must be earth-grade sacred wine to aid in my healing. Very well, Yi Chun replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. I shall do my utmost to procure it. After all, he had never encountered sacred wine before. It must be a rare treasure linked to the earth grade. Then I shall express my gratitude to the ruler in advance, Wang Yu said. After relaying his request, Yi Chun intended to take his leave, but before he could, Wang Yu reminded him, Ruler, with your current physique, you are still somewhat lacking. This may hinder the expression of your talents. Elder, may I ask what I should do? Yi Chun responded respectfully, recognizing that the other party was clearly offering guidance. With such a great master to provide counsel, the path of cultivation would surely yield greater results with less effort. You must refine your physique to reach a level comparable to that of your primordial spirit. Only by uniting the two can one achieve an immortal body. Wang Yu instructed. Might I inquire if you possess any suitable methods for refining the physique? Yi Chun did not wish to beat around the bush, knowing that Wang Yu had likely already formulated a plan. Come here, ruler, Wang Yu beckoned. Without hesitation, Yi Chun stepped forward. He then saw Wang Yu lightly touch his fingertip to Yi Chen's forehead. Just as before, a beam of golden light entering Yi Chen's mind. It was a method for body refinement. The everlasting body of the great Dao. Yi Chun was astonished to find that with his current perspective, he could not discern the rank of this technique. Ruler, remember, while practicing the everlasting body of the great Dao, be cautious of arrogance and impatience. Take each step firmly, or you may easily fall into madness and perish. Wang Yu cautioned once more upon hearing this. Yi Chun nodded earnestly, committing each of Wang Yu's words to memory. That I understand, he replied. He was aware that with greater power comes greater risk. The more formidable the technique, the greater the peril it entails. After Wang Yu shared a few additional points of caution, he allowed Yi Chun to depart. The remainder of the journey would naturally require Yi Chun to navigate on his own. After all, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation ultimately lies in the hands of the individual. Yi Chun's path to strength would require his own efforts, exiting the sea of consciousness. Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, realizing that night had fallen. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the scripture pavilion, recalling the medicinal formula he had given to Elder Mo during the day. He wondered how his injuries fared now. After all, he still had 1,000 fourth-grade pills in his possession. With these 1,000 fourth-grade pills as raw materials, Yi Chun could, through the Black Ding, at least concoct a considerable number of high-grade pills to supply the two heavenly Dao. However, the sooner he completed this task, the better. He could not afford to delay. Meanwhile, at the southern peak, upon hearing Yang Kuei's account, Wu Ao immediately rose from his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. Master, this is what I personally witnessed. There is no exaggeration. Yang Kuei affirmed earnestly that I suspect that the lad is intentionally concealing his true abilities, which explains why the demon clan holds him in such high regard. Wu Ao fell into contemplation upon hearing this. The testing stone had indeed proven accurate, and the two talent assessments were genuine. That it was highly probable that Yi Chun had employed some secret technique to mask his true talents. That you know why he wanted to chase Wind Valley? Wu Ao inquired, voicing the doubt that lingered in his mind. Today was the time for the newly initiated disciples to enter the scripture pavilion for enlightenment, and everyone else was eager to remain inside. Except for Yi Chun, I'm afraid I did not hear clearly what he discussed with the spirit fruit. Yang Kuei replied honestly. To Wu Ao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something. I fear this lad is somehow connected to Meng Yu's death. With his abilities, Meng Yu is no match for him. In response, Yang Kuei nodded in agreement with Wu Ao's assertion. Master, capturing this lad now may not be so easy. Perhaps we should join forces with the elders? Unwise. 200,000 spirit stones. Do you expect me to share with those two old miserly men? Wu Ao immediately rejected the idea. In his view, although capturing Yi Chun posed some difficulty at present, it had not yet reached the point of needing to ally with the 3 or 4 elders. He intended to claim the entire 200,000 spirit stones for himself, without yielding an inch. Yet, with his current strength, it seems we disciples may not be his match. Yang Kuei hesitated before speaking. Though it was embarrassing, the truth was undeniable. Fear not. I have my methods. Wu Ao stroked his chin, already devising a plan in his mind. Now that he was aware of Yi Chun's considerable worth, he knew that a mere 200,000 spirit stones would not suffice. You shall first inform Mo Qing. I will assist in capturing him, but the original 200,000 spirit stones are insufficient. I demand 50 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Kuei was taken aback. Master, is 50 million not a bit excessive? Can those snake demons agree to it? Excessive? Given his exceptional talent, do you truly believe 50 million is too much? Wu Ao scoffed, his tone resolute. Even if she refuses, there are other demon clans, and I am certain such an outstanding commodity will attract eager buyers. After listening, Yang Kuei's understanding deepened, and he nodded heavily. Disciple obeys. The northern peak. Yi Chun. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Chun was called to a halt by his senior brother. Li Wei. Senior brother, what brings you here to wait for me? Yi Chen asked, puzzled as he regarded Li Wei, wondering when he had offended this fellow who wore a murderous expression. Did I not instruct you to wait at the entrance of the scripture pavilion after you emerged? Do you not fear for your life? Li Wei's tone was laced with anger, his voice raised a notch. In truth, Yi Chen's wandering about mattered little to him. However, due to this incident, Sikong Yin had scolded him harshly. And how could Li Wei not harbor resentment? Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly, thinking he was a useless disciple no one cared about, only to realize that the master still worried for him. Soon you will see how you will explain yourself to the master. Hurry and follow me. Li Wei shot a cold glance at Yi Chen before striding ahead without looking back. Thus, Yi Chen had no choice but to hasten his pace to catch up. And soon the two arrived at the Grand Hall. There, Yi Chen encountered a familiar face, Zhao Sanpao, who was meditating nearby. Not only him, but even Tianzhu was present, seemingly discussing something with Sikong Yenyu. Their expressions grave. Master, Yi Chen has returned, Li Wei reported respectfully before stepping aside, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. To be honest, Yi Chen felt a wave of anxiety at this moment. He approached the main seat where Sikong Yenyu sat, his expression somewhat unnatural, suddenly reminded of the incident earlier in the day when he had sneaked into the female disciple's courtyard to steal a night pot. Yi Chen felt a pang of guilt. Surely this matter had not been discovered. Li Wei, you may withdraw for now. Sikong Yenyu waved her hand. Yes. Li Wei complied and left. As the surroundings fell silent, Yi Chen resolved to bravely confess his error, believing that honesty would yield leniency while resistance would invite severity. Master, I can explain. Yi Chen began. And oh need, Sikong Yenyu interrupted, not granting him the opportunity to speak. Let me first ask you what you learned in the scripture pavilion today. Replying to Master, the disciple is dim-witted and has gained nothing. Yi Chen had already prepared his response, having practiced it several times. Now, as he spoke, his face remained composed, betraying no signs of deceit. Sikong Yenyu regarded Yi Chen with a penetrating gaze, revealing a hint of a dangerous smile. What a foolish one. In all my years as peak master, I have never encountered such a situation as this. You truly broaden my horizons. Master, the disciple, does not understand. Yi Chen was left bewildered by Sikong Yenyu's words. Utterly unaware of her intentions, I have not planted a soul lamp for you. I am not worthy of being called your master. Sikong Yenyu gazed at Yi Chen with an expression that seemed to waver between a smile and a smirk. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Was his master about to expel him from the sect? After all, he had brazenly ventured into the female disciple's courtyard to pilfer a chamber pot. Such aberrant behavior could rightfully warrant expulsion. But there was no rush. She instructed him to recount what transpired during the day in Chasing Wind Valley. Sikong Yenyu's gaze settled upon Yi Chen, sending a chill down his spine. He believed he had concealed his actions well, yet here he was, exposed, killing Mengyu and stealing the spirit fruit. Were these not grave offenses? Chasing Wind Valley was also the territory of the Sword Immortal sect, and it was likely that the peak masters and elders possessed some form of secretive surveillance technique. As this realization dawned on him, Yi Chen's heart sank. Being expelled from the sect was a trivial matter compared to the possibility of being executed. Noticing his silence, Sikong Yenyu remained unfazed and spoke first. It seems you have forgotten. Allow me to remind you. You killed Mengyu in Chasing Wind Valley, stole the spirit fruit, and even concealed your cultivation. Who exactly are you? Why have you joined the Sword Immortal sect? Listening to her words, Yi Chen felt his scalp tingled. He had thought he was hidden from view, only to find he had been discovered. At this point, he had no choice but to brazenly spin a tale to extricate himself. Since his master was already aware, there was no need for further concealment. I was born a commoner, lacking any powerful clan backing or influence. Yet 6 months ago, I was sold to the Demon Palace, from which I barely escaped. Why joining the Sword Immortal sect was merely a means of seeking refuge. That Demon Palace is still hunting for me, offering a bounty of over 100,000 spirit stones. This was all the truth, albeit Yi Chen had conveniently omitted crucial details, so it could hardly be considered deceitful. If you were merely seeking refuge, then why resort to murder? Sikong Yenyu appeared skeptical. Because the one who abducted me was Mengyu, a disciple of Wu Ao. Yi Chun replied candidly. Moreover, they did not act against me, evidently out of concern for the bounty. Otherwise, given my threat to them, they would have likely struck in plain sight. Upon hearing this, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Even Sikong Yinue gasped in astonishment, as all her previous doubts suddenly fell into place. Given the gravity of this situation, why did you not confess sooner? After a prolonged silence, Sikong Yinue finally questioned. Initially, I harbored a glimmer of hope, believing they might not recognize me, but alas, it seems they were not so blind. Yi Chun replied with a wry smile. And what of your innate talent and cultivation? This was another of Sikong Yinue's greatest curiosities. The testing stone had never aired. Yi Chun's potential could not possibly be merely 4 stars. Considering others who had broken through to the 9th level of Foundation establishment just days after entry, this youth was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. I have no idea. It might be related to the demon pills I ingested before my escape, coupled with the fact that they are offering a bounty on me. This seems to be the only explanation. Yi Chun scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Chapter 25. Did you consume all the pills? This was the explanation he had prepared in advance. The matter of the celestial swallowing cauldron must never be disclosed to outsiders. Who knows what these individuals would do to him? What if someone with ulterior motives decided to use him as a test subject? Such pills exist? Sikong Yinue furrowed her brow. With her experience, she had never heard of such elixirs. I have no idea. That is simply the truth. Yi Chun realized he merely needed to play the fool, as Sikong Yinue would find no other explanations or evidence. You consumed all the pills? Sikong Yinue remained unconvinced. If any pills were still available, perhaps a recipe could be formulated if they could promote this within the peak. It might elevate the entire North Peak. Yi Chun's current rate of cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. Just imagine if all the disciples of the North Peak could significantly enhance their strength in a matter of days. Who in the Sword Immortal sect could rival them in the future? However, Yi Chun nodded, shattering Sikong Yinue's hopes. I am currently improving my cultivation at a rapid pace. I just don't know how long this situation will last. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across Sikong Yinue's expression, and after pondering for considerable time, she continued to inquire, how did you break the seal of the spirit fruit? It was known that such a seal could only be broken by someone at least at the nascent soul stage. Given Yi Chun's strength, it was clear he could not accomplish this without some extraordinary means. The spirit fruit compelled me to release it under the threat of exposing my crimes, Yi Chun explained, referring to his escapades in the female disciple's courtyard. And the spirit fruit? It fled long ago. At its speed, I could never hope to catch up, Yi Chun replied with a look of innocence from the conversation. He had already surmised that Sikong Yinue likely had no inkling of the spirit fruit's presence on him, that it was indeed a treasure, and he decided to take a gamble. Sure enough, Sikong Yinue sighed softly. Clearly disappointed as for the matter of the missing disciples within the sect, you need not worry. Elder Lu will investigate and address it as long as evidence is found. The mastermind behind it all will surely be apprehended. After a long while, Sikong Yinue's focus returned to Yi Chun, and she gazed deeply into his eyes. Now, let's discuss your situation. Are you willing to plant a soul lamp and truly become my disciple? In the Sword Immortal sect, one only became a true disciple after their master planted a soul lamp. Sikong Yinue was eager to secure this prodigy. With Yi Chun's rapid surge in power, even if his innate talent were merely 4 stars, what did it matter? In the face of absolute strength, all gifted individuals were but ephemeral. Talent alone, without growth, was ultimately futile. Yi Chun, however, was different. He had genuinely reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment and could easily dominate the younger generation. Of course, by planting the soul lamp, Sikong Yinue would also gain a clearer understanding of the secrets Yi Chun harbored, as she was not naive. His previous statements were clearly a blend of truth and falsehood. I am unwilling, Yi Chun stated candidly, offering no pretense. Master, in my view, the soul lamp is entirely unnecessary, and this feeling of being watched at such a moment is simply unbearable. Yi Chun, while your reasoning has merit. Without planting the soul lamp, I would have no means to cultivate you effectively, as each individual's circumstances differ, necessitating tailored instruction. Sikong Yinue appeared somewhat unyielding. Master, I believe that cultivation relies on oneself. Only one knows best what they require. If I need resources, I can certainly discuss them with you. Yichun remained unperturbed. This back and forth was so seamless that even Sikong Yinyue found herself at a loss for words, seeing her rendered speechless. Yichun seized the moment to assert, "Master, the pressing matter now is not my situation, but how you intend to deal with Wu Ao. That old ghost has no intention of letting us in the North Peak off the hook. The third elder and fourth elder intend to recommend Wu Ao as the new elder during this hunting conference. If these individuals succeed, the consequences for the North Peak could be dire." Upon hearing this, Sikong Yinyue's expression shifted from surprise to gravity. "How did you come to know of this?" "Not only do I know this, but I also know that Wu Ao and his associates plan to sell all the newly recruited disciples to the demon race during the hunting conference." Yi Chun dropped another bombshell, leaving Sikong Yinyue feeling as though her head was spinning. "Wu Ao, that old ghost is utterly audacious. Is what you say true?" Sikong Yinyue's brow furrowed even deeper. "If you do not believe me, you may witness it for yourself when the time comes. Over 1,000 disciples. It is impossible to sell them without causing a stir. Even 1,000 pigs would create quite the ruckus. Furthermore, Sikong Yinyue could apprehend them red-handed, thus eliminating any chance for Wu Ao and his cohorts to deny their actions. "Master, I have conveyed all that I know. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Yi Chun bowed and retreated, not allowing Sikong Yinyue the opportunity to continue speaking, and promptly headed for the exit. "You little rascal!" Sikong Yinyue bit her lip in frustration, feeling somewhat dissatisfied but refraining from obstruction. Now, her curiosity regarding Yi Chun had only intensified. What other secrets did this young man conceal? However, Sikong Yinyue needed to quickly confer with Tianzhu to devise a strategy. This time, they must catch these individuals in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, in the Demon Palace, Missouri Qing sat in the main seat, her expression as frigid as if it could summon frost. The letter she held in her hands was instantly crushed into powder by the surge of spiritual energy she unleashed. "Wu Ao." Mo Qing nearly bit her tongue as she uttered those two words. Sensing the fury emanating from her, Immortal Wan, standing beside her, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Sister, has something happened? Is it not that slave? I was initially thinking of capturing him early and had raised the bounty to 2 million. Yet now Wu Ao has audaciously claimed that the slave possesses a testing talent of 10, even setting a staggering price of 50 million. Mo Qing briefly recounted the contents of a letter to Mo Wan, though she was utterly skeptical of Wu Ao's claims. This fellow clearly intended to inflate the price, seeing as he had already increased the bounty twice, harboring ulterior motives. "Sister, please calm your anger." Mo Wan stepped forward. Even though days had passed, her movements were still somewhat unsteady, a testament to the severity of her previous injuries. If Wu Ao dared to demand such a price, it was likely there was some truth to his words. After all, he was not a fool, and we held the leverage against him. Are you suggesting that the slave truly possesses a talent of 10? Chapter 26. Money is required everywhere. As this possibility crossed her mind, Mo Qing couldn't help but twitch her lips. She even felt a tinge of amusement at how absurd Wu Ao's reasoning was. Even if the talent was not 10 stars, it surely couldn't be too low, but unfortunately, we had not assessed it back then. Wan pondered for a moment before continuing. "Sister, do you still remember the condition of that slave at the time?" "Even now, I cannot comprehend what truly transpired. In hindsight, it seemed that the slave might indeed be exceptionally gifted, just as Wu Ao had claimed, possessing extraordinary potential." Listening to Mo Wan's words, Mo Qing fell into contemplation. And indeed, the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. "What you say does seem plausible." Mo Qing furrowed her brow. "However, even without talent, based solely on the events that transpired last time, this lad is worth 50 million. That I can hardly wait to meet this young M.N.A.S." She spoke. Mo Qing licked her lips, her stunning eyes brimming with desire, a thirst for blood. If she could absorb this particular ability from Yi Chun, it would undoubtedly propel her strength to new heights. The following day, Yi Chun set out early, inquiring with several senior brothers about suitable places for body tempering within the North Peak. his inquiries bore fruit, revealing that the body tempering area was conveniently located in the central region of the peak. The central area was bustling with activity. In addition to body tempering, there were various shops, alchemy chambers, and taverns. One could say that anything one could imagine could be found here. After some investigation, Yichin finally reached the central area. Although he had arrived a bit early, the place was already teeming with life. Numerous vendors lined the roads, hawking their wares, all related to cultivation. Spiritual fruits, elixirs, weapons, and armor were all available. There were even those selling treasure maps, though their authenticity was questionable. Those who could set up stalls here were mostly disciples and elders from the sect, with only a few outsiders recognized by the Immortal sect. Typically, they would sell their surplus gains from their outdoor adventures or tasks in exchange for spirit stones or barter, depending on their needs. Following the directions, Yichin soon found himself standing before the body tempering hall, surveying the structure. Compared to the surrounding buildings, it stood out distinctly. After a moment of admiration, Yichin was about to enter when he was stopped by two burly men at the entrance. "Halt! To enter the body tempering hall, please present your token." One of the muscular men spoke, his physique resembling that of a bull, likely capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell several cattle. What was more, they were both towering, nearly 2 meters tall, and standing before Yichin felt akin to facing a wall. Their imposing presence made Yichin's throat tighten involuntarily, prompting him to calm himself and produce his token. Upon seeing the latest outer sect identification on it, the two men frowned, scrutinizing Yichin from head to toe. Isn't this lad a recent initiate? Why isn't he focusing on his cultivation and coming to the body tempering hall? As if sensing their thoughts, Yichin smiled and asked, "Is there a rule preventing newly initiated disciples from entering the body tempering hall?" "Not exactly, but the body tempering hall is unlike other training areas. You must endure the pressure while tempering your body. One misstep could reduce you to mere pulp. As a new disciple, you likely wouldn't withstand even the first level of the body tempering hall. So I suggest you return and train a bit more first. If you can easily lift 4,000 pounds, then you may return to the body tempering hall," the burly man kindly advised. And though Yichin understood the intent behind the warning, it only fueled his curiosity further. "Senior, please allow me to attempt it. If it proves unfeasible, I will exit." Yichin insisted that if that is the case, the consequences will be yours to bear. Seeing that Yichin was resolute, the two burly men ceased their persuasion. One of them waved his hand, and the door to the first level of the body tempering hall slowly opened. "The starting fee is 100 low-grade spirit stones per hour. You must first pay 100 spirit stones as a deposit, and no refunds for excess, only adjustments for less." "What? It costs money." Yichin was taken aback. "What else did you expect? Do you think our body tempering hall is a charity? If everyone could temper their bodies for free, the gravity chamber would be depleted, and the body tempering hall wouldn't be able to sustain itself." Stunned by the fee, Yichin found himself rooted to the spot. Who would have thought that practicing within the sect would require spirit stones? He had made no preparations for this. Most of his valuable possessions had already been given to those from Tiandao, leaving him with no surplus spirit stones. Jiu Shimi, this is a carefully selected gift from your senior brother. Please accept. As the words fell, a familiar figure appeared before Yichin. The visitor was none other than Guyuer, with whom he had shared a brief encounter during the testing event. He had not anticipated meeting her again in such a place this moment. She wore a flowing white gown, her posture graceful, and her demeanor radiated a transcendent quality that surpassed their initial meeting. Guyuer's arrival immediately drew the attention of numerous young talents, their gazes fixated upon her, momentarily rendering them speechless. In just a few short days, Guyuer had reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation, leaving her but a step away from the pinnacle. Her 7-star talent was indeed of a genius caliber, allowing her cultivation speed to soar. "Senior brother's gift is appreciated, but I must ask you to reclaim it." Guyuer appeared somewhat displeased, yet she maintained a gentle smile as she returned the gift. "Furthermore, I ask that you refrain from disturbing me in the future. I wish to focus on my cultivation and pursue the Tao without any other distractions." Faced with Guyuer's resolute rejection, the young man seemed taken aback, but showed no signs of embarrassment or anger. Instead, he shamelessly continued, "Junior sister, this is merely my expression of admiration. With no intention to disturb you, Hsagu offered no further words, her expression revealing a hint of disdain. Having made her stance clear, there was no need for her to maintain any semblance of courtesy. She turned to leave. Jiu shimmy, please don't be in such a rush to depart. I am hosting a banquet in this establishment, inviting esteemed guests, including your brother. Why not join me at the Zue Xianlu for a chat? The young man clearly had no intention of giving up. He had come prepared, fully confident that Guyuer would not refuse. What if I do not wish to go? Guyuer's expression hardened, her eyes glinting with coldness, her impatience mingled with rising ire. Chapter 27. Rescuing the maiden from embarrassment. Do not be hasty. Junior sister, allow me to finish my words. You and your brother are both of royal lineage, and the esteemed guest I have invited today is of the same caliber. I know your brother is very interested in today's banquet. If you both manage to engage the guest favorably and even reach a collaboration, then my trip today would not be in vain, would it? The young man disregarded Guyuer's demeanor, continuing to speak. In his eyes, there was no room for refusal. Noble social interactions often left little choice, compelling Guyuer to comply. Moreover, he had come equipped with information from the very beginning, knowing that the invitation was aligned with her brother's intentions. Are you deaf? She has explicitly stated her unwillingness to attend. Yet you persist in your advances? Others' indifference does not imply that Yi Chan will simply stand by and watch. Not to mention that Yi Chun had previously become a benefactor, he could not bear to see a beautiful woman being bullied without intervening. Moreover, Guyuer is a princess, with an abundance of spirit stones at her disposal. Truly a little wealthy lady. Yi Chun even hoped to borrow some spirit stones from her for his cultivation. Today, he was determined to visit the body refinement hall and see if it suited his taste. At you, brother Yi Chun? Guyuer, clearly surprised to hear someone speak up for her, looked towards him and was even more astonished upon recognizing a familiar face. Long time no see. Yi Chun smiled, recalling his financial constraints, and mustered the courage to deliver his prepared lines. To be honest, I left in such a rush this morning that I dropped my purse. I intended to check out the body refinement hall, but alas, don't worry, I have somebody. In contrast, her earlier demeanor towards the young man, Guyuer's attitude towards Yi Chun was evidently different. As she spoke, she generously pulled out her purse. That seems inappropriate, doesn't it? I haven't even returned the last time I borrowed from you. Yi Chun felt his face flush, realizing how audacious it was to have a young lady repeatedly offer him money. That's fine. It's not like I need it at the moment. Guyuer laughed, showing no signs of discomfort as she casually tossed the purse to Yi Chun. Brother Yi Chun, just take it. You can return it once you have the means. Though she said this, Guyuer never truly intended to have Yi Chun repay her. After all, she had no need for it. Wait, the young man beside them could no longer contain himself and interjected. It was unbearable for him to witness Guyuer, who had treated him with disdain earlier. Now being so warm towards Yi Chun, he was eager to discover what sort of person Yi Chun was. However, Yi Chun had no intention of indulging him. Heavenly eyes, activate. In the young man's sight, Yi Chun transformed into the third elder, causing the young man to shut his mouth in terror before he could utter a threatening word. Third elder, how could it be you? The young man exclaimed in shock. The third elder swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the young man's face. Get lost. You dare to covet even my tribulation? Do you believe I won to skin you alive? Third elder, I was wrong. The young man quickly turned to Guyuer, only to find her transformed into a muscular man in the body refinement hall. Not only that, the muscular man was continuously throwing flirtatious glances at him, making him tense up in fear, nearly losing control. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave, unless you truly wish for me to take action. The third elder barked. This tactic proved effective. The young man, frightened out of his wits, bolted away, not daring to linger for a moment longer. Third elder, I was wrong. I'll leave at once, as the young man who had been pestering her just moments ago fled. Guyuer was left puzzled. What just happened? Why did he mistake you for the third elder? Especially after witnessing the look in that fellow's eyes, it was as if he had encountered a fearsome beast, entirely different from his usual demeanor. I'm not sure. Perhaps he suddenly became foolish? Yi Chun, of course, would not divulge the truth about the heavenly eyes and quickly changed the subject. Enough about him. How have you been in the inner sect lately? Ah, I'm nearly driven to madness, Guiwerer sighed. Her eyes filled with helplessness. Their master, Tianju, had indeed treated them well, providing ample cultivation resources, which had allowed Guiwerer to make remarkable progress. She had initially joined the Sword Immortal sect to pursue the Tao, but little did she expect that the sect would be riddled with deceit, and the so-called noble social circles would follow her in. Among the most troubling was the third elder's disciple, Ling Fei. Upon learning that Guiwerer had entered the inner sect, Ling Fei would visit her courtyard almost every few days. First, it was manageable, and Guiwerer could maintain basic politeness. But as time went on, she grew increasingly irritated, genuinely wanting to kick him in the face. Guiwerer could see that Ling Fei had intentions towards her, but her heart was filled with disdain. She had no interest in him and had made it abundantly clear multiple times, yet he remained undeterred. Ling Fei was not only the third elder's disciple, but also the third son of the Gufeng dynasty's royal family. As Yichen listened to Guiwerer's explanation, he began to understand the situation better. The third royal house wielded considerable influence within the dynasty, and in recent years, their various maneuvers hinted at a desire to dominate among the great royal houses. Guiwerer, as a princess, was indeed a suitable match for Ling Fei in many respects. If there were genuine intentions, giving them a chance might not be unreasonable. Seemingly perceiving Yichen's thoughts, Guiwerer elaborated, her tone filled with disdain. Brother Yichen may not be aware, but Ling Fei is inherently cunning. Though he appears to be a gentleman, he is, in fact, a thoroughly despicable person and a lecher. He has a peculiar penchant for targeting young girls, particularly those who have yet to lose their innocence. Were it not for his status and the third elder's protection, he would have likely been expelled from the sect long ago. Upon hearing this, Yichen was taken aback, quickly grasping Guiwerer's sentiments. What a scoundrel, he muttered under his breath. He glanced at the purse in his hand, tossing it lightly before looking at Guiwerer with a hint of embarrassment. I still owe you for that last favor, and now this. I truly don't know how to repay you. Brother Yichen, it's nothing. It's merely some money. No need to dwell on it. Guiwerer waved her hand, appearing very generous. However, her expression suddenly froze, as if recalling something, as she looked at Yichen with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Yichen's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Chapter 28. Little girl, come. In truth, Guiwerer had something she needed Brother Yichen's help with. What is it? At this point, Yichen could only steel himself. Previously, I clearly rejected Ling Fei, stating that I already have someone I care for. Therefore, when we go to the drunken Immortal Pavilion, could Brother Yichen pretend to be my partner and put on a show for Ling Fei? Upon hearing this, Yichen's first instinct was to refuse. He shook his head vigorously without hesitation. Setting everything else aside, my talent and status are already well known in the sect. How could Ling Fei possibly believe that you would be interested in a waste like me? And so what? Liking someone has nothing to do with talent or status. I isn't it fine that I enjoy being with you, Guiwerer countered. Looking in her earnest eyes, Yichen felt a moment of disorientation and couldn't help but smile wryly. I say, young lady, you can't be serious, can you? Why not? With them constantly harassing me, I hardly have the time to cultivate. Please, Brother Yichen, be my shield just this once. I beg of you, as she spoke. Guiwerer clasped her hands together and shook them in front of Yichen, her face a picture of pleading. Anyone else would likely find it impossible to refuse such an earnest request. But Yichen was no ordinary person. He was reluctant to involve himself in this troublesome affair. No, I still feel it's inappropriate. As for repaying you, I will think of a way later. Let us discuss this matter another time. With that, Yichen turned and dashed towards the body refinement hall, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he would fall into Guiwerer's trap. Indeed, beautiful women are dangerous, regardless of age. Junior Sister Gu, I didn't expect to find you here. Before Guiwerer could call out to Yichen, a voice interrupted her, having arrived ahead of her. It was the young man who had just been driven away, now accompanied by Ling Fei. Ling Fei appeared pale, clearly having overindulged. Upon seeing Guiwerer, his eyes lit up, greed evident in his gaze. Alongside them stood another young man, who was none other than Guiwerer's brother, Gu Chuan. Yet Guiwerer acted as if she hadn't seen them, rushing after Yichen towards the body refinement hall. Brother Yichen, Wait for me. Her call was particularly sweet, sending shivers down Yi Chen's spine. What on earth? Is this girl planning to cling to me? Before Yi Chen could react, he felt a fragrant breeze approach, followed by delicate, almost fragile hands linking themselves around his arm, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Brother Yi Chen, just help me this once. Gu wearer wore a pitiful expression, causing Yi Chen's heart to race. Goodness, is she really trying to take my life? The crucial point was that Ling Fei had already pressured Gu wearer to this extent, leaving no time to select a more suitable helper. And she had settled on him, a mere waste. Behind them, Ling Fei and his companions watched the scene unfold with eyes glinting coldly. Their expressions varied. Who is that person? Ling Fei inquired coldly. Yi Chun? How is he? Although they had only met once before, Gu Chuan still recognized him, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Yi Chun. Is he the one who underwent the aptitude test twice? Indeed, even the testing spirit stones required for entry were provided by that girl. Gu Chuan had nothing to hide and nodded in acknowledgement. What is their current situation? Ling Fei's brows furrowed deeper. He was unwilling to allow another man to interfere with his woman. Not even to the slightest extent. Is it not obvious? They are clearly putting on a show for your benefit. After all, you pressured them so hastily, Gu Chuan remarked with a hint of amusement. He was well aware of his sister's temperament. Could one not discern it? However, just as these words left his lips, Gu Yu'er and Yi Chun made their move. Yi Chun flashed a radiant smile. Come here, little girl. With practiced ease, he encircled Gu Yu'er's waist and, in full view of everyone, pressed his lips gently against her crimson ones. Although it was but a fleeting touch, it was undeniably a kiss. Buzz! Gu Yu'er felt her mind go blank, her body instinctively stiffening. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Had she just escaped the jaws of a wolf only to plunge into the mouth of a tiger? How could Yi Chun be so audacious? Moreover, this was her first kiss. Her heart raced, and her entire being trembled with nervousness. The sensation of her heartbeat accelerating was inexplicably enchanting. What is happening? Were we not supposed to be acting? Is it over so soon? Noticing Gu Yu'er's unusual demeanor, Yi Chun quickly transmitted a message to her, urging her to maintain her composure. Gu Yu'er shot him an annoyed glare, but to outsiders, their interaction appeared as nothing short of flirtation. Are young people so open nowadays? We truly cannot keep pace with the changing times. No, wait, is that not Gu Yu'er's junior sister? Despite being pursued by so many suitors, she had remained indifferent. It turns out she had someone special. What the hell? That man seems to be Yi Chun, that worthless fellow from Beifeng. Incredible. Even daring to intercept Ling Fei's advances, it seems that the so-called worthless individual is not to be underestimated. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each exchanging their opinions, completely oblivious to the fact that the parties involved were present. Damn it! Ling Fei could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene and immediately cursed aloud. This was even more unbearable than being publicly humiliated. Gu Chuan, is this what you call acting? He turned sharply, his gaze filled with murderous intent. In an instant, Gu Chuan found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Yu'er was indeed acting, but what had just transpired? Humph! Daring to oppose this young master, that boy is finished. Ling Fei was now utterly consumed by rage, his eyes radiating a palpable killing intent. Even at a distance, he moved swiftly, positioning himself between Yi Chun and Gu Yu'er with astonishing speed. This was the unique footwork that only intersect disciples could cultivate, the 100-foot floating step. The aura emanating from Ling Fei revealed that he had reached the terrifying peak of the foundation establishment stage. However, before Yi Chun could respond, Gu Yu'er had already stepped in front of him, casting a cold glance at Ling Fei. What is your intention, senior brother Ling? Are you blocking our path? How dare you question me? Ling Fei snorted coldly, his gaze laced with menace that a dignified county princess and an intersect disciple of the Sword Immortal sect is actually associating with such a waste. Do you not feel embarrassed? What is there to be embarrassed about? I like Yi Chun, and I enjoy being with him. Gu Yu'er remained unafraid, her tone equally frigid. Even if Yi Chun is deemed a waste, I will protect him. Moreover, Yi Chun is not a waste. As for what others think, it is of no concern to me. At this moment, Gu Yuer's demeanor was utterly impressive, garnering admiration from onlookers. However, for the aggrieved Ling Fei, his face turned shade of green with anger, his aura nearly spiraling out of control. Before he could explode, Gu Chuan intervened, rushing over in a fury. Gu Yuer, how long are you going to make a scene? Is it not enough to have not seen you for a few days, only to find you looking considerably more handsome? Yichun grinned shamelessly, seemingly unfazed by the current situation. Shut up? Who is your brother-in-law? Gu Chuan shot him a glare, nearly spitting blood from his frustration. Was this fool seriously adding fuel to the fire? Do not be like this. Brother-in-law, let us converse amicably. What is it that you find unsatisfactory? I shall amend it. Yichun raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Though my aptitude may not be remarkable, talent does not equate to everything. Brother-in-law, just watch. I will diligently cultivate and strive to protect Yuer, ensuring she remains unharmed. As he spoke, Yichun's expression was sincere, akin to making a vow. Yuer is someone you can call by that name? The youth, previously driven away by illusions, could no longer contain himself and shouted in anger. He intended to charge forward, intending to teach Yichun a lesson first. However, before he could act, the guard from the Body Refinement Hall interjected. If you wish to spar, do so on the fighting stage. Do you truly believe I do not exist by fighting here in front of the Body Refinement Hall? Upon hearing this, a terrifying pressure accompanied his words, instantly rendering the youth breathless. The young man felt his scalp tingle, retreating 10 steps before finally halting, showcasing the guard's overwhelming power. Kid, Yuer is not someone you can covet. Disappear obediently, or do not blame me for being impolite. Ling Fei's voice became a thread, audible only to Yichun. Yet, Yichun appeared oblivious, pulling out 100 low-grade spirit stones he had prepared and tossing them to the guard of the Body Refinement Hall. Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for not foreseeing the consequences when trouble arises. The guard, having just noticed that Yichun had recently joined the sect, accepted the spirit stones without further conversation. Gu Yuer, how long are you going to continue this ruckus? Hurry and come back with me. Gu Chuan interjected. Brother, if you continue associating with Ling Fei, do not blame me for disavowing our blood ties. Given that matters had escalated, Gu Yuer chose to take a stand, casting a harsh remark. Subsequently, she followed Yichun into the Body Refinement Hall, disinterested in further engagement with anyone else. Soon, the two were led by the guard into a small room measuring less than 40 square meters. The room bore minimal decoration, featuring only peculiar ores embedded in the walls. Glistening with a touch of profundity, at the entrance stood a control console for gravitational manipulation, likely crafted through unique formation. Remember, once the gravity is activated, you must endure it physically. Using protective spiritual energy will cause the gravity to multiply, potentially crushing you into a pulp and costing you your life, the guard solemnly warned. Should you find it unbearable, simply call out, and I will sever the source of gravity. Do you understand? I understand, Yichun nodded, providing a brief explanation to Gu Yuer before attempting to step through the door first. However, just as he took a step forward, Ling Fei's voice rang out once more as he emerged from behind. He began to stretch, eager for action. Just right. I have not refined my body in a while. Today is a perfect opportunity to do so. Yet, he was not alone, as Gu Chuan and a group of onlookers followed closely behind. You have already completed the first 2 levels of body refinement. The gravity here is unsuitable for you. The guard had no time for pleasantries and spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yichun finally focused his gaze on Ling Fei. Indeed, he noticed 2 silver lines etched upon Ling Fei's body, marking the spiritual imprint, invisible to the naked eye. The Body Refinement Hall's gravity is divided into 9 levels, akin to the stages of cultivation. Each level of gravitational testing leaves a mark on the body, culminating in the 9 patterns returning to 1, achieving great success in body refinement that I merely wish to warm up. It matters not where. Ling Fei replied nonchalantly, as his followers stepped forward, producing a bag filled with low-grade spirit stones to present to the guard. Teacher, Brother Fei merely wishes to have some fun. Kindly make an exception. The guard, maintaining a neutral expression, accepted the bag of spirit stones, weighing it in his hand before finally stating, "Warming up is permissible. But let me make one thing clear. What you do outside is none of my concern, but should you cause trouble here, do not blame me for being ruthless." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Guiwerer swiftly turned her head to glance at Yi Chun, her gaze unmistakably conveying a message for him to refrain from entering with Ling Fei. After all, once inside, the outcome would be virtually predetermined. Ling Fei was evidently a seasoned patron of the Body Tempering Hall, possessing an intimate knowledge of its layout, making it exceedingly difficult for him to set a trap for Yi Chun. "It's all right," Yi Chun reassured Guiwerer with a reassuring glance before confidently stepping into the room, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Ling Fei, of course, welcomed this development, promptly blocking the door and severing any chance of retreat. Today, without fail, he intended to teach Yi Chun a lesson for daring to vie for a woman with him. He was clearly courting disaster. "Teacher!" As everything fell into place, Ling Fei's lackey called out to the guard, signaling that they could close the door, and commenced. Guiwerer attempted to voice her concerns, but was swiftly pulled aside by Gu Chuan, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. With a resounding thud, the stone door of the chamber sealed shut, and Yi Chun immediately felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, as it was his first encounter with such gravity. The Body Tempering Hall certainly lived up to its reputation. No wonder it demanded such a hefty price in spirit stones. Enduring this would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for one's physique, although it was merely the first level of gravity. Yi Chun found it somewhat taxing. Hinting at the formidable pressures that lay ahead, he could distinctly feel the force pressing against every inch of his skin, seemingly intent on crushing him in that moment. He dared not make any abrupt movements, lest he risk a fracture. Even breathing became a challenge. "Ha! I didn't expect you to have the guts to come in here with me," Ling Fei remarked, appearing significantly more at ease than Yi Chun, as if he had long since acclimated to the environment, showing no signs of struggle. "Die." Ling Fei's expression shifted dramatically, and without any forewarning, he lunged at Yi Chun with the intent to eliminate him. Chapter 30. Can one grow stronger through beatings? Given his status, killing a mere commoner would bear no consequences, and no one would dare hold him accountable, even if the sect were to investigate. A little extra expenditure could easily smooth things over. For Ling Fei, matters easily resolved with spirit stones were never an issue. His fist collided forcefully with Yi Chun's back, and with the pressure already making it hard for Yi Chun to breathe. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward as if struck by a heavy blow. One of his ribs shattered under the impact, and as he fell to the ground, he felt a surge of blood and energy roiling within him, forcing out another mouthful of blood before he could regain his composure. That moment, the combination of the injury and the crushing gravity rendered him utterly miserable, making him feel as if he were being twisted into a knot. Damn it, is this the agony of body refinement? Had I known, I would never have agreed to that heavenly path. The crux of the matter was that Yi Chun sensed no tangible gains from his suffering. All he felt was pain. Perhaps he was employing the wrong method? While Yi Chun wrestled with his thoughts, Ling Fei was still fuming outside, his teeth clenched in fury at the memory of Yi Chun daring to kiss Guiwerer in front of so many people. It felt more unbearable than death itself. He had always regarded Guiwerer as his own, merely awaiting her acceptance, yet that did not grant others the right to encroach upon his territory. Previously, someone had merely glanced at her and had their limbs rendered useless, left to fend for themselves in the back mountains. Now, with Yi Chun's audacity, Ling Fei felt as though he could faint from rage. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he struck again, fueled by fury. A kick aimed directly at Yi Chun, who was sent crashing into the wall like a kite severed from its string. Yi Chun spat out several more mouthfuls of blood, his face turning as pale as a sheet, yet he grit his teeth and persisted. "If you have what it takes, then kill me. Otherwise." Ling Fei's expression darkened further upon hearing Yi Chun's defiance, and he charged forward. Unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, he refrained from using any spiritual energy, relying solely on raw physical strength, desperate to beat Yi Chun to a pulp and assuage his rage. In that moment, Yi Chun could only shield his head with his arms, bracing himself against Ling Fei's relentless onslaught. As the pain reached its zenith, Yi Chun was astonished to discover that his body began to repair itself at an accelerated pace. The internal spiritual energy circulating through a unique pathway. This was the indestructible body. The body refinement technique imparted by Wang Yu was naturally activating under such conditions, requiring no conscious effort from Yi Chun to control it. Realizing this, Yi Chun's heart raced with excitement. He now feared that Ling Fei's blows would not be severe enough, thereby slowing the cultivation of his indestructible body. After a considerable time of relentless assault, Ling Fei, drenched in sweat, finally paused to catch his breath, only to find Yi Chun's lips curving into an uncontrollable grin. His expression shifted from one of triumph to utter confusion. He had assumed that Yi Chun was on the verge of death and would no longer dare to speak defiantly. Yet here was this fellow, still able to smile even after enduring such punishment. Given Ling Fei's current physical prowess, even without utilizing spiritual energy, each punch could easily shatter stone. The fact that Yi Chun could still smile after sustaining such brutal blows was astonishing. His expression seemed to mock Ling Fei, as if to say, "Is that all you've got? If you can't handle it, call someone else. I see you've played with women so much that you've become weak. Someone like you is bound to meet a grim fate." Having finally reached a semblance of the indestructible body, Yi Chun was not about to squander this precious opportunity for cultivation. Sensing Ling Fei's momentary pause, he seized the chance to taunt, "Come on, hit me harder. How can I refine my body if you don't?" Although seeking a beating sounded somewhat masochistic, Yi Chun genuinely craved this opportunity. Damn it! Ling Fei, already furious, felt his blood boil further at Yi Chun's taunts. Resembling an enraged bull ready to charge, he immediately resumed his assault, striking harder than before, each blow landing with brutal force, devoid of any restraint. As he aimed to obliterate Yi Chun, with the support of the indestructible body, Yi Chun's injuries began to heal rapidly. At first, the recovery was swift, and his condition improved dramatically. However, as Ling Fei's strikes grew increasingly brutal, Yi Chun's healing could not keep pace, and his wounds began to multiply. Yet Yi Chun remained undeterred, continuing to hurl insults. "Weak, pathetically weak. Have you not eaten? With such feeble strength, you fight like a woman. No wonder Yuer has no interest in you that a man like me is what she desires. One who can make her scream with passion in every regard." Apologies, Yuer, Yi Chun thought to himself. While outwardly sporting a cheeky grin, he was reveling in the opportunity to push Ling Fei's buttons, nearly making him explode with rage. Let us see just how much you can endure. After a solid half-hour of relentless assault, Ling Fei's strikes showed no signs of abating. By the end, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and finally ceased his attack. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had managed to condense 2 runes within his body, a feat achieved through the enhancement of the indestructible body, far surpassing Ling Fei's half-baked body refinement techniques. This moment, Yi Chun felt that his physique had strengthened exponentially, as if he had been reborn. Outside the chamber, the guards finally spoke up. Can the new disciple inside continue to hold on? For a newcomer experiencing gravity for the first time, even enduring the first level for this long was quite impressive. It's a miracle he is still alive. He has probably been crushed into a pancake by now. Even if he hasn't been flattened, he must have been thoroughly dealt with by Ling Fei, and should lack the strength to even call for help. He deserves it. He should consider what he has done. Ling Fei would be better off eliminating him in there. The crowd murmured their thoughts, their sentiments toward Ling Fei not being particularly favorable, but their disdain for Yi Chun was even greater. After all, Zhang Hui at least had royal lineage backing him, while Yi Chun was merely an inconspicuous commoner. What right did he have to earn Guyuer's affection? However, before the crowd could reach a consensus, Yi Chun's calm voice emerged from within the chamber, as if the gravity had no effect on him whatsoever. "But it's fine. Teacher, I can still endure." The moment these words were uttered, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. In no way could this kid be that resilient. Chapter 31. Ling Fei's Reckoning. Could it be that Ling Fei had yet to unleash his full power? That cannot be. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Outside, people were filled with bewilderment, while Ling Fei inside the room was equally stunned. As the situation unfolded, he transitioned from anger to astonishment. and now to self-doubt, a storm of emotions raging within him. He had bruised his own hands, yet Yi-chan appeared unperturbed, as if nothing had happened. Though blood seeped through his clothes and various parts of his body were swollen, his tone was chillingly calm, as if he were utterly indifferent. Then Yi-chan spoke again. "Come on, let us continue. Shall we go out for a meal and return for another round? Frankly, I think you've reached your limit." Yi-chen's face was swollen like that of a pig-s, making it impossible for Ling Fei to discern his expression, yet he was filled with a thrill of excitement, the current pace. After another hour of fighting, he might reach the third inscription, enhancing his physical strength to a new level. This was his first attempt at body tempering, and to break through to the third inscription so swiftly was astounding. "Are you even human?" Ling Fei, no longer inclined to continue the fight, hurriedly retreated several meters in the opposite direction, eyeing Yi-chan on the ground with wariness. His expression mirrored that of someone who had just seen a ghost. He had never encountered such a person in his life. "Daha! Coward, softed, I haven't even laid a hand on you, and you're already scared? Could it be that your kidney is weak and your heart is trembling?" Yi-chan, now resembling a swollen meatball, struggled to rise from the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the dimly lit room, adding an eerie quality to the scene. Ling Fei, witnessing this, nearly fainted from fright, his complexion paling even further. This person was undoubtedly a monster. At that moment, Ling Fei's limbs felt beyond his control, rushing towards the door like the wind, banging on it and shouting for help. However, Yi-chan, having regained some strength, did not give Ling Fei the chance to call out, covering his mouth and ominously stating from behind, "I've already told you, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill me." With that, Yi-chan finally retaliated. After being beaten for so long, it was time for him to strike back. He was eager to test just how strong the indestructible body of the two inscriptions truly was. He executed a whip kick, and in an instant, Ling Fei was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall with a dull thud, propelled nearly 10 meters away, leaving a small dent in the stone wall. Such terrifying power. After the kick, Yi-chan felt unsatisfied and teleported forward, intending to pursue his advantage. Sensing Yi-chen's murderous intent, Ling Fei's heart skipped a beat. Despite having sustained a heavy blow, his body instinctively reacted, and the dormant spiritual energy within him surged, enveloping his being. "Damn it, he wants us both to perish." Yi-chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Of course, with his face swollen like a pig's, the gesture was hardly noticeable. The guards had warned upon entry that the moment spiritual energy was utilized, the gravity in the room would increase exponentially. What had begun as a mere level 1 had now escalated to level 3 due to Ling Fei's activation of his spiritual energy. To withstand such gravity, one would need to inscribe the third inscription in an instant. Both Yi-chan and Ling Fei coughed up blood simultaneously, the suffocating sensation sweeping over them again, even more terrifying than before. Ling Fei was already pinned to the ground like a rag doll, utterly immobile. This was the only way he could barely withstand the pressure without being crushed. As for Yi-chan, though slightly better off, he too could only endure for a fleeting moment before collapsing to his knees, relying on the indestructible body to withstand the crushing weight of gravity. Initially, Yi-chen's injuries had begun to heal, but under the oppressive gravity, they reopened, blood flowing freely once more. Meanwhile, Ling Fei was rendered speechless, unable even to call for help, as the rampaging gravity ground against his body inch by inch, the air thick with the stench of blood. And he bled from all 7 orifices this moment. Yi-chan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had intended to break through to the third inscription, but the gravity imposed upon him seemed excessively daunting, far beyond his capacity to endure. Just as despair began to creep in, a silver inscription slowly emerged. Having learned from his previous experiences, he recognized this as the third inscription, as the silver light solidified. It signified the completion of his third level of body tempering. With this realization, Yi-chen's lips curled into a smile, tinged with a hint of madness. Ling Fei, who had hoped to see despair etched on Yi-chen's face, now appeared ashen. He never anticipated that even in such dire circumstances, Yi-chan could still smile. Little did he know, Yi-chan was already contemplating whether the current enhancement of gravity was still too slow. Pondering if he should channel more spiritual energy to elevate the gravity in the room to the next level, thus accelerating the cultivation of the indestructible body, if he were to utilize his spiritual energy. Yi Chun estimated he could increase the gravity to level 4 at the very least. Just imagine, if level 3 was already this terrifying, how much faster would the cultivation of the indestructible body progress at level 4? Moreover, the healing of his injuries had significantly accelerated. The wounds on his body were gradually mending. Even the areas that had previously bled had ceased, leaving behind scabs. Should he give it a try? As if anticipating Yi Chen's intentions, Ling Fei's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts of panic. What do you intend to do? You are nothing but a madman. An absolute lunatic. Ling Fei had initially intended to curse, but his words came out weak, resembling a dying person's last words. Even if Yi Chun managed to endure, Ling Fei feared he would be crushed into a pulp by the gravity, obliterating any chance of survival. Unfortunately, the present Yi Chun had no intention of concerning himself with an enemy who sought his demise. His singular focus was to enhance his indestructible body. Without hesitation, Yi Chun decisively unleashed the spiritual energy within him. As expected, the gravity in the room surged to a horrifying level 4. Even though Yi Chun was prepared as the weight pressed down upon him, he could not help but spew forth blood once again. Meanwhile, Ling Fei had no time to even utter a sound before being crushed into a bloody pulp by the overwhelming gravity, exploding instantly. Chapter 32. One may eat recklessly, but one should not speak recklessly. Outside the room, everyone felt a tremor, as if the entire body-tempering hall had quaked momentarily. Confusion reigned among the onlookers. Could it be that an earthquake had just occurred? Furthermore, the body-tempering hall continued to shake, the intensity escalating. The guards, being the first to react, immediately understood the situation, their expressions darkening. Those two little bastards actually dared to unleash spiritual energy inside. Damn it, are they courting death? While cursing, the guard did not hesitate to deactivate the gravity formation in the room. However, due to the gravity spiraling out of control, the formation was on the verge of collapse and was not easily manageable. This is bad. Open the door. The guard gritted his teeth, attempting to force the door open, but just as he did, the room erupted in an explosion. The terrifying force surged forth in an instant, knocking the nearest guard to the ground, leaving him charred but unharmed due to his protective spiritual energy. Those who had followed in to spectate were directly blasted away, including Gui Weir and Gu Chuan. Fortunately, they were at a distance and only suffered minor injuries, while most merely appeared disheveled but unharmed. What on earth happened? Is someone conducting an explosion in the body tempering hall? People on the street were left in a daze, staring at the scene, unable to regain their composure. Help! Hurry! Save them! The lackeys who had entered with Ling Fei shouted urgently. Their master was still inside, and they were more anxious than anyone. Yet the chaotic cloud of smoke obscured any clear understanding of the situation. At that moment, a guard emerged from the chaos, carrying the bloodied Yi Chun, but he was the only survivor. Teacher, where's Fei Gu? He's still inside. You must hurry and save him. Several lackeys cried out that don't waste your efforts. If you go in now, you'll only find remnants. Piecing together a complete body is likely impossible, the guard replied grimly. Upon finishing his words, he laid Yi Chun on the ground, acknowledging that surviving such a massive explosion was a testament to the boy's resilience. Yi Chun, the first to rush forward, was Gui Weir, hurrying to check on Yi Chun's condition. To everyone's astonishment, the previously unconscious Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, startling everyone. What? What happened? What transpired? Severely injured and having endured an explosion of such magnitude. It is remarkable that Yi Chun not only survived but regained consciousness so swiftly. The onlookers regarded him as if he were a monster, with only Gui Weir's eyes reflecting genuine concern. In truth, all of this was due to the merits of the undying body, which not only safeguarded his soul and flesh, but also expedited the healing of his wounds. Had he been an ordinary person, such injuries would likely have left him bedridden for at least half a year before he could recover. How could this be? Why did he alone emerge alive from such calamity? Fei Gu, a tempered body cultivator with two engraved patterns, could not withstand the explosion, By what means could this lad endure it? Indeed, what occurred inside? Yi Chen, speak clearly to me. Prompted by others, the supervising teacher seemed to recall something and quickly turned his gaze. What transpired within? Speak the truth. If it were an ordinary disciple, he might not have been so anxious. But since Ling Fei hailed from the royal lineage, the absence of his complete corpse left the supervising teacher inescapably implicated. He did not wish to attract trouble. Inside, Ling Fei attempted to harm me. These injuries were inflicted by him. Yi Chan feigned weakness, grimacing as he spoke, ostensibly in pain from the strain on his wounds. He even went so far as to summon his spiritual energy to amplify gravity, attempting to kill me amid the chaos. Then why did you not perish? One of Ling Fei's subordinates was the first to protest, shouting out that moment. I had fainted due to my relatively minor injuries. As for the reason behind it, I could not ascertain. It might simply have been my extraordinary luck. Yi Chen shook his head, as if struggling to recall anything. Could it be that someone has met their comeuppance? Gui Ware suddenly interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm. The Ji Chuan snorted coldly, hastily urging Gui Ware to silence. Do not speak recklessly. Now that Ling Fei is dead, all witnesses are gone, and even the gravity chamber has been obliterated, leaving no trace of evidence. During such a time, one must be particularly cautious with their words. Otherwise, they risk inciting disaster. After all, Ling Fei's identity was no ordinary one, and should the royal family choose to pursue this matter, the consequences would be dire. This situation is indeed bizarre. The cause of senior brother Ling's death remains enigmatic. Yet regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chun cannot escape culpability. Nor can you. Guer. Ling Fei's followers glared furiously, resembling rabid dogs, even directing their ire towards Guyue. Were it not for you, senior brother Ling would not have entered the gravity chamber with this lad. Nor would these events have unfolded. This time, even before Guyue could speak, Gu Chuan stepped forward. One may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak indiscriminately if you continue to spread baseless rumors. You may find it difficult to bear the consequences. Ji Chuan's tone was remarkably calm, yet the chill in his words was palpable to all. This was a blatant threat, and yet these individuals found themselves unable to refute it, their expressions shifting dramatically. Enough. The supervising teacher, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I share responsibility for this matter. I shall return to report to the sect leader and await further instructions. With that, he ascended decisively, heading towards the inner sect, leaving the crowd behind. Without the supervising teacher to maintain order, Ling Fei's followers seemed to shed their restraints, immediately lunging towards Yi Chun. However, Guer stepped forward, blocking their path. What do you intend to do? How long do you intend to cause a ruckus? Gu Chuan felt overwhelmed, having barely managed to stabilize the situation, only to find Guyue intent on further complicating matters. Couldn't she just allow Yi Chun to fend for himself? Yi Chun-gu has become like this because of me. I cannot stand idly by and watch him be captured. Guyue argued fiercely, showing no sign of retreat. Guyue, this matter does not concern you. It will be best if you do not meddle. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As for this lad, we shall see whether his claims hold any truth. I will take him back and have my master probe his soul. One of the followers declared, demonstrating a measure of intelligence, nearly causing Yi Chun to forget the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, having caused his own demise, should this come to light, it would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun executed a nimble leap, springing 2 meters into the air with remarkable speed. The expressions of those followers shifted. Damn it, this lad still possesses the strength to fight back. He was merely pretending before. As they spoke, several of them simultaneously attacked, their fists flying towards Yi Chun with lethal intent. Chapter 33. The Forbidden Land of the Sword Immortal Sect, Wiagu. These rabid dogs persistently sought trouble, and Yi Chun could no longer tolerate it. He was about to retaliate. Just then, a furious shout resounded, instantly pushing back those surrounding him, causing even Yi Chun to involuntarily take a half-step back. Cease your foolishness. The newcomer was none other than Tianju, the 6th elder of the Sword Immortal Sect. Master, Guyue hurriedly approached to pay her respects, simultaneously pleading for Yi Chun. Master, Please save my brother Yichun. Tianju raised an eyebrow, surveying the surrounding devastation before his gaze fell upon the assembled individuals. The first to speak were Ling Fei's followers, reporting to the sixth elder. Respected sixth elder. Senior brother Ling has died, and all this is related to Yichun. We were just about to capture him to present to our master for judgment, the master being none other than the third elder. Bah, the situation remains uncertain, and you accuse him. Besides, it was clearly Ling Fei who entered willingly. Having been overwhelmed by the unleashed gravity, can he still blame others? Guiwei stepped forward boldly to defend Yichun. Tianju frowned at these words. Ling Fei is a direct disciple of the elder. Why would he recklessly attack Yichun? That is because Ling Fei was envious of my closeness to Yichun. Thus resorting to such underhanded tactics, Guiwei stated candidly. Then does this imply that senior brother's fate is also tied to you? What does that have to do with me? It was he who acted thoughtlessly. Guiwei retorted. Enough. Tianju coldly snorted, halting the bickering. Where is the supervising teacher? The supervising teacher has gone to the inner sect to seek the sect leader, Gu Chuan replied. The sect leader has long since departed. How could he possibly find him? Tianju shook his head, then turned back to address the group. Today's events are clear to all. Let us not engage in wild speculation. We shall await the return of the sect leader for further instructions to avoid unnecessary complications. Everyone may disperse. Sixth elder, I shall not concern myself with the rest, but Yichun must be taken back to see the third elder. We must uncover the truth of what transpired. The followers remained relentless, determined not to let Yichun escape. In truth, it was not only them. Even those present were filled with doubt, given the magnitude of the explosion that even Ling Fei could not withstand. How did Yichun survive unscathed? A moment's thought revealed the underlying mysteries. They were not fools, and this was beyond mere luck. We shall handle our own affairs without your interference. I will personally conduct the investigation. If your master has any objections, let him come to me. Tianju's expression was impassive as he waved his hand, cutting off their words. Regardless of the circumstances, Tianju would not allow these individuals to take Yichun to see the third elder. Otherwise, regardless of the truth, the lad would likely lose his life. Moreover, Yichun was no longer just a waste with 4-star talent. He was a promising seed worth nurturing. It would be a pity to waste such potential. Furthermore, Yichun was entangled in Wu Ao's schemes. Should a soul probe be conducted, all of Tianju's current preparations would be in vain. Sixth elder, those followers clearly were not ready to relent. Wishing to say more, but Tianju had no intention of granting them that opportunity. Enough. Today's events end here. You should focus on the upcoming hunting competition, especially you newcomers. At this, Tianju cast a significant glance at the Gu siblings. Having completed this, Tianju turned back, waving his sleeve, and directly took Yichun with him, leaping into the air. Elder, where are we going? Yichun felt a pang of anxiety and weakly inquired. Someone wishes to see you. Tianju replied with a mysterious smile, not disclosing further details. Sensing Yichun's intent to question further, Tianju preemptively said, You will know when we arrive. Before that, I have several uncertainties. Might I inquire if you could provide some answers? With that, Tianju displayed a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Yichun knew it would not bode well, yet he could not be bothered to conceal anything further and promptly stated, Is it regarding Wu Ao's plan? That is but one aspect. I am far more curious about your true origins. Tianju nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying Yichun's assertion that I have already conveyed the matter to my master. Could it be that he did not report to the elders? Yes, but considering the complexities involved, it seems you must be concealing something. The crux of the issue lies in your cultivation level. To my knowledge, such elixirs should not exist within the Demon Palace. After a brief pause, Tianju continued, You may have deceived that girl Seacombe, but you cannot fool me. Even if such an elixir were to exist, it would be inconceivable for it to be found among the demon kin. Elder, what you say is indeed factual. However, if you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do, Yichun replied, gritting his teeth yet remaining steadfast. At this juncture, he could only tread this single path to the end. After all, the matter concerning the celestial devouring cauldron must remain concealed, for who knows what fate might befall him otherwise. He chuckled softly. You are quite obstinate, Tianju remarked, casting a deep glance at him before breaking into a smile and shaking his head. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, as their conversation unfolded, they had already arrived at a mountain range within the sect, surrounded by swirling mists, where the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Yi Chun recognized these scents as the fragrance of elixirs, particularly intense, having coalesced in a mist, almost palpable that a gentle inhalation could evoke a sense of tranquility, alleviating fatigue considerably. Indeed, this place was a veritable treasure. As they ventured deeper, the mist ahead shimmered with hues of color, obscured from the outside world, adding an air of mystery to the locale. Tianju guided Yi Chun to descend slowly, coming to rest before a massive boulder inscribed with the three characters, Wiago. To Yi Chun's knowledge, this was a forbidden area of the Sword Immortal sect. Wiago harbored countless spiritual herbs, each worth a fortune if brought outside, and numerous miraculous elixirs were hidden within, which explained the constant wafting of medicinal aromas. Elder, why have you brought me to this place? Yi Chun inquired, astonished, glancing at the elder beside him. Such a location either indicated a clandestine scheme or an intention to silence him. Yi Chun was acutely aware of this. I am merely fulfilling a request. As for the reasons, even I am unclear. With that, Tianju clasped his fists and bowed towards the valley, his expression solemn and filled with utmost respect. Disciple Tianju, accompanied by Yi Chun, seeks an audience, a hoarse voice echoed, revealing an aged quality, yet tinged with gentleness, suggesting a lack of hostility towards Yi Chun. However, his heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that Tianju's master resided within? If so, how ancient must this enigmatic figure be? Chapter 34. Brotherhood and Affinity. Each to their own. My master has always been low-key, frequently traversing in and out of Wiago. Given his status, he stands equal among the sect's ancestors. Remember to behave yourself upon entry. Tianju cautioned softly, wary of Yi Chun's impulsiveness. The elder hasn't disclosed my acquisition of the spiritual fruit. Has he? Yi Chun's mind immediately leaped to this conclusion, stirring unease within him. Keep your voice down. If this matter reaches my master's ears, you'll find 10 skins would not suffice to strip from you, Tianju warned, sensing the tension. Why Yi Chun felt reassured. Evidently, the situation had yet to be exposed, and Tianju likely sought him for other reasons. Enough of your wild speculations. Once inside, all will be revealed. After stating this, Tianju respectfully stepped aside, clearly intending not to accompany him further. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun donned a facade of indifference, recognizing that having arrived here, there was no escape should these ancient beings harbor ill intent. He could only resign himself to fate and proceed with the flow. With curiosity ignited, he stepped forward, observing his surroundings. The rich spiritual energy here explained the abundance of celestial herbs. If he could cultivate in such an environment, coupled with the aid of his ring, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. After traversing a narrow path within the valley for some time, Yi Chun suddenly found himself in an expansive clearing. Before him stood a serene lake, beside which a venerable elder with a full head of white hair stood, possessing an ageless visage that belied his years. Yet Yi Chun surmised this man had likely lived for centuries. However, what truly astonished him was the middle-aged figure standing beside the elder. A mere glance sufficed for Yi Chun to recognize him. It was Mo Sangtian, the elder of the scripture pavilion. Moreover, the evident healing of Mo Sangtian's injuries imbued him with vigor, starkly contrasting with the despondent figure he had first encountered. But why had Mo Sangtian undergone such a dramatic transformation? Ah, my young friend, we meet again. Upon spotting Yi Chun, Mo Sangtian's face lit up with a smile, and gratitude flickered in his eyes. I shall never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. Allow me to pay my respects. With that, Mo Sangtian did not hesitate, directly clasping his fists and bowing deeply to Yi Chun. Such an overwhelming gesture caught Yi Chun off guard. He barely had time to react before Mo Sangtian had already bent low. Nearly kneeling, Mo, please, this is too much, Yi Chun exclaimed, hastily stepping forward, employing his agility in a moment of urgency, surprising both elders with his speed, though it was merely a fleeting instant, and own need for concern. This is what you rightfully deserve. Had it not been for the formula you provided, I would not have experienced this rebirth, and this bow is well warranted. Imo Songtian laughed heartily, unconcerned with the conventions of worldly etiquette. The path of cultivation is one where the capable prevail. Imo Songtian had spent his life seeking a remedy for his affliction, only for Yi Chun to discern it at a glance, underscoring the latter's extraordinary nature. Facing his savior, Imo Songtian felt compelled to honor him with great respect, deeming it entirely appropriate. Imo, I merely happened upon it. Such grand gestures are unnecessary, and your actions leave me feeling quite uncomfortable. Yi Chen admitted, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Imo Songtian appeared contemplative, and after a moment of thought, he clapped his hands and declared, "Since you feel this way, why not we swear brotherhood? From now on, we shall address each other as brothers." Eliminating the need for excessive formalities, Songtian's straightforwardness took Yi Chun by surprise. He struggled to process the suggestion, finally responding with a wry smile. "Imo, please refrain from jesting. I am but a novice. How could I possibly be your brother?" "Ah, that is a misconception. I, Imo Songtian, have always been unrestrained. Should I find someone agreeable, I do not concern myself with age or status. Today, we forge a bond as brothers. Henceforth, should you ever need me, I shall be there without hesitation. If anyone dares to mock our bond, they shall first reckon with my blade." Imo Songtian's declaration was imbued with bravado. Reflecting his character as a man of passion, to be honest, Yi Chen's heart stirred at this moment. He was in dire need of a means of protection, with Imo Songtian as a backing. Confronting Wu Ao and his ilk would feel less daunting. Yet he still pondered Imo Songtian's strength. Could he withstand their might? Moreover, even if Imo Songtian faltered, was there not the current sect master of the Sword Immortal sect behind him? Surely, the sect master would not find it difficult to safeguard a new disciple like himself. Frankly speaking, he could traverse the sect with impunity, for few would dare to obstruct him. "Elder Imo, your generosity humbles me." "Very well, I shall accept this offer. It is more respectful to comply." Yi Chun smiled, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Ha! Splendid." With that, Imo Songtian stepped forward eagerly, his face alight with anticipation to be why the heavens above and the elixir elder is witness. "I, Imo Songtian, hereby establish a brotherhood with Yi Chun. From this day forth, we shall share fortunes and face adversities together. Let the sun and moon bear witness. Let the heavens and earth attest. I, Yi Chun, willingly enter into brotherhood with Imo Songtian, sharing fortunes and facing adversities together. Let the heavens and earth bear witness." Though their words were simple, for cultivators, this was akin to swearing an oath to the heavens. Should either party dare to defy it, the wrath of fate would be swift and merciless. Once this oath was forged, there was no turning back, rendering any notions of treachery or ulterior motives moot. "Brother Yi, should you require assistance within the sect, feel free to seek me out any time. Also, I have something for you." With that, Imo Songtian produced a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chun. "Within are the promised spiritual herbs and a token of my goodwill. 50,000 fourth-grade spiritual herbs. Brother Yi, do ensure you accept this gift." Just moments after receiving the storage bag, Yi Chun felt an unexpected heaviness in his hand upon discovering the preciousness of the gift. Although he had a desire for it, he quickly declined, saying, "Brother Imo, since we have already sworn brotherhood, I cannot accept the promised reward. These spiritual herbs are far too valuable. You should take them back." However, Imo Songtian was unwilling to relent, insisting, "Come now. Even among close brothers, we must be clear about accounts. This was all agreed upon, and you must accept it. The remainder is merely my goodwill. If you refuse, it would imply you look down upon me. Moreover, these fourth-grade herbs hold little significance for me now, but if they can aid Brother Yi, it would be a fitting use of resources." With such earnest words, Yi Chun felt that further refusal would appear insincere. "Very well. In that case, I shall graciously accept." With that, Yi Chun accepted the spiritual herbs with a generous demeanor, his heart swelling with joy, nearly bursting into laughter in front of others. After being impoverished for so long, he finally had a chance to gain some wealth. Chapter 35, Severing the Nascent Soul. Reconstructing the spiritual sea, Brother Yi, I never imagined you would possess such remarkable alchemical skills at such a young age. The formula you provided left even Master Dan astonished. Moments later, Songtian spoke again, his smile even broader than before. Hearing this, Yi Chun felt elated, only then remembering that Master Dan was standing beside him, a figure revered even by Elder Lu Tianzhu as a master. Disciple Yi Chun pays respects to Master Dan. He quickly bowed respectfully, though he was somewhat surprised to find that Master Dan's cultivation was merely at the nascent soul stage. Do not be anxious, young friend Yi. Did you notice anything unusual about me earlier? Master Dan spoke calmly, seemingly aware of Yi Chen's gaze. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing how discreet he thought he had been, only to be detected by this old man with his formidable spiritual sense. I am but a dull disciple. Unable to discern the truth, Yi Chen quickly laughed awkwardly, concealing his thoughts. You are being humble. Young friend, I have lived for over 1,000 years, and my straightforward manner is due to my many flaws. Since Master Dan had summoned Yi Chen, he had no intention of withholding anything, and spoke openly. A few days ago, I came across the formula you gave to Songtian, and I was utterly amazed that I gained significant insights from it, hoping it could alleviate my ailments. However, I lack the skill to replicate that method, and I dare not gamble with my frail body, which is why I had the audacity to invite you for a discussion. Master Dan, may I ask the origin of these ailments? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen finally inquired. That is a tale from 1,000 years ago. Master Dan's gaze drifted into reminiscence. It turned out that back then, the sect was not named the Sword Immortal sect, but rather the Sword Immortal Sacred Teachings. In those days, the Sword Immortal Sacred Teachings boasted numerous talents, with 5 immortal beings presiding over the sect, their power unrivaled across the land. However, due to a cataclysmic battle 1,000 years ago, not only did the immortals perish, but the once mighty sacred teachings were reduced to but 2 survivors, one of whom was Master D, in a bid to revive the sacred teachings and continue their legacy. The 2 re-established the Sword Immortal sect, leading to the present-day sect. Yet, Master Dan had suffered severe injuries at that time, destabilizing his foundational cultivation, leaving him unable to advance for life. After laboriously relying on elixirs to reach the Great Ascension, he inadvertently laid the groundwork for disaster, culminating in that fateful day when calamity struck. On that day, the hidden injuries within his body erupted, causing a cascading decline in his realm until he was left with only the nascent soul. For a century, I have sought countless remedies, yet all have proven futile. Master Dan's eyes reflected nostalgia, while Yi Chen could discern the bitterness in his tone. Originally, he had intended to avenge the sect and restore the Sword Immortal sect. But in the end, he faced a life of mediocrity. Anyone in his position would likely find it unbearable. Master Dan, it is possible that your eagerness for quick success has resulted in your inability to overcome your inner demons. Yi Chen suggested from his side. Indeed, I have considered this possibility, but the greater reason lies in my over-reliance on elixirs, which led to the accumulation of elixir toxicity, resulting in the subsequent calamity. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, noting long-term dependence on elixirs, coupled with the emergence of inner demons, would inevitably lead to a backlash. However, given your current level of cultivation, this process must have been exceedingly prolonged, which aligns with your situation. These considerations were drawn directly from the Tai Divine Needle record. Yi Chen was merely echoing them. Might I inquire about your insights? With the conversation at this juncture, Master Dan was naturally eager for a solution. Presently, Master Dan's body had been corroded by elixir toxicity, and due to the passage of time, even his nascent soul was affected, leading to a decline in his cultivation and deepening of the poisoning. Yi Chen's brow furrowed involuntarily as he spoke solemnly. The situation was indeed too precarious, yet the Tai Divine Needle record did not lack potential remedies. Speak freely, young friend. Master Dan smiled, a glimmer of hope rising within him. Yi Chen was his last hope. If even this extraordinary talent could not provide a solution, Master Dan would have no choice but to spend the remaining years of his life in quietude. Sever the nascent soul, reconstruct the spiritual sea. Yi Chen enunciated each word distinctly, as the words hung in the air, A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, even causing Master Dan to gasp in astonishment. It is well known that the spiritual sea is fundamental to cultivation, and the nascent soul arises from the spiritual as sever. It would be tantamount to rendering oneself incapable of further cultivation. Moreover, once the nascent soul is destroyed, one cannot continue their practice, so how could there be talk of reconstruction? Master Dan, if all old ailments cannot be eradicated, then even if one were to achieve the great ascension again, the outcome would merely be a repetition of past mistakes. As the saying goes, no destruction, no creation, rebirth through nirvana. Only by resolutely severing the ties can one hope for a fresh start. Yichen explained, discerning the doubt in Master Dan's heart. But how can one reconstruct the spiritual sea? In Master Dan's understanding, the spiritual sea had accompanied cultivators since the very first day of their practice. This was the first time he had heard of its reconstruction. You young one, do you intend to use the Black Cauldron to reconstruct this old man's spiritual sea? Suddenly, the voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed in Yichen's mind. The Black Cauldron indeed possessed such capabilities, yet to reconstruct the spiritual sea of a former great ascension cultivator was beyond Yichen's current strength. I know that my present cultivation is insufficient. But is there no other approach? Yichen inquired of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, as it had spoken up, presumably with a plan in mind. You young one, your ambitions are quite grand. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron nearly laughed at Yichen's audacity, but still responded truthfully. It is not entirely impossible. If two Dongshu realm experts were to assist and channel their purest spiritual energy to you, then drive the Black Cauldron, there would still be a chance of success. Upon hearing this, Yichen nodded. Returning his focus to Master Dan, rest assured. Master Dan, I have my methods for reconstructing the spiritual sea. However, I will need the cooperation of two Dongshu realm experts to proceed. Dongshu experts? Master Dan furrowed his brow. The Dongshu realm is second only to the Great Ascension, and their strength is formidable. As he surveyed the sect, there were likely no more than a handful. Most of these powerful individuals were currently away and would not return anytime soon. If it were a great ascension cultivator, there was indeed one, the current sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect. However, he had already expended a drop of his heart's blood to aid Sangtian and had since entered seclusion. Wait a moment, I have now fully recovered, and my cultivation has returned a half a step into the Dongshu realm. Shouldn't I count as one? Sangtian turned to Yichen, inquiring. However, upon hearing this, Yichen shook his head. Even two peak Dongshu realm experts might not guarantee success, let alone only a half-step Dongshu. How about this? Brother Imo should enter seclusion first, strive to break through to the Dongshu realm, and then wait for the sect leader to emerge. With such a great ascension cultivator's cooperation, the chances of success in reconstruction will be significantly higher. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen proposed a compromise. Agreed. Give me a month, and I shall ascend to the Dongshu realm. Chapter 36. Am I not calm enough now? After his injuries healed, Sangtian felt an inexhaustible strength within him, and he had long contemplated entering seclusion. His innate talent was already considerable, and after being suppressed for so many years, he was poised for a breakthrough. Seizing this opportunity, he might very well achieve the Dongshu realm. Haha, splendid. I shall await your return. Although uncertain if Yichen's proposed method would succeed, Master Dan finally felt a glimmer of hope and spoke with a smile. By the way, Brother Yi, I must ask you to keep today's matters confidential. I do not wish for this news to spread, especially to those sycophants of the Lingzhou royal family. Once everything was settled, Sangtian turned to Yichen and spoke. Does Brother Imo have a grievance with the Lingzhou royal family? Yichen was filled with confusion. Indeed, it was no trivial enmity. My afflictions stem from their malice. At this point, a distinct fury flickered in Sangtian's eyes. The Lingzhou royal family, in their quest for power, had even allied with the demon clan to encroach upon the territory of the Sword Immortal sect. It was during that fierce battle that Sangtian sustained his injuries. The lands of the Sword Immortal sect had been fiercely fought for by the previous generation. And recently, those scoundrels had begun to stir once more. Leading the charge among them was the Zhenwu Academy, established by the Lingzhou royal family in conjunction with numerous other factions. Not long ago, Zhenwu Academy sent a challenge under the guise of friendly duel, but in truth, they sought to probe the depths of the Sword Immortal sect's strength. Should the Sword Immortal sect prove unable to defend itself, they would undoubtedly launch a full-scale invasion. The might of Zhenwu Academy was comparable to that of the Sword Immortal sect, perhaps even surpassing it. Those rascals dared to act so recklessly, emboldened by the Academy's backing. Elder Dan began to elucidate. For the past 2 centuries, Zhenwu Academy has consistently issued challenges to various sects under the pretext of friendly contests, and they have subdued many through sheer force. Weaker factions were compelled to submit, while those of greater strength chose to yield, preserving a fragment of their lineage. Indeed, I must remain discreet for now, as it is prudent to keep a trump card for the sect's sake. For the moment, we must act with discretion. Santian spoke. Very well, Brother Yi. I shall retreat to seclusion for cultivation. We shall meet again in a month. Before his words had fully settled, he soared towards the depths of Wiag. Yichen opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. He had initially intended to mention Ling Fei's demise to Santian and solicit his assistance in dealing with the third elder. Yi Xiaoyu, is there something amiss? Elder Dan inquired. Is elder aware of the third elder and fourth elder's collusion with Wu Ao and the demon clan? Yichen cautiously probed. Tianzhu has brought up this matter to me. Yet he currently lacks definitive evidence and is reluctant to jump to conclusions. Elder Dan assented out of course. I too hold no authority to intervene in such affairs that I trust that the sect master will thoroughly investigate this matter upon emerging from seclusion. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Yichen chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he had contemplated requesting Elder Dan to allow him to stay in Wiagu for a while. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion, as the timing was not yet right. Wait a moment, Yi Xiaoyu. Should anyone trouble you within the sect, present this token, and it shall ensure your safety. Elder Dan promptly produced a palm-sized insignia from his waist, smiling as he handed it to Yichen. The token bore the clear inscription of Dan Zhu. Evidently, Elder Dan had sensed certain irregularities and, to safeguard against potential troubles, bestowed such a precious token upon Yichen. Thank you, Elder Dan. Yichen quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, his heart brimming with joy. Subsequently, he departed from Yago. What did Elder Dan want with you? Upon Yichen's exit, Tianzhu immediately approached with inquiries. Remarking that he had seemingly heard Mo Galao's voice, what had been discussed? Clearly, Tianzhu was still unaware of Mo Santian's recovery, IT concerns Wu Ao in their affairs. Yichen sighed, shaking his head. They merely sought to ascertain how I came to learn of these matters. Upon hearing this, Tianzhu nodded, choosing not to press further. After all, Elder Dan had not intended to divulge such information to him, and there was no need for him to pry. Rest assured, during this time, focus entirely on preparing for the hunting competition. IT would be best to achieve a commendable ranking, as that would also benefit the sect. Tianzhu reiterated that Yichen was well aware that he referred to the forthcoming exchanges with Zhenwu Academy. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect were no longer as formidable as in previous years. While numerous in number, their quality was indeed a cause for concern. The capable youth among them could likely be counted on one hand. As Mo Santian had mentioned, Ling Fei, who perished at Yichen's hands, was one such individual, an unfortunate circumstance, as he was also a disciple of a human trafficker. The already scant top-tier combatants had dwindled further, exacerbating the sect's plight. Tianzhu, recognizing the terrifying potential within Yichen, was keen to offer reminders and might even extend certain leniencies regarding his training, albeit only within that context. Enough of this. It has already been quite some time. This place is not far from your North Peak. You should return, Tianzhu instructed before taking flight. Vanishing into the mist, he needed to hasten back to address the mess left behind by Yichen, especially given the death of a longtime elder's direct disciple. This was no trivial matter. Observing the departing figure of the sixth elder, Yichen let out a soft sigh, never having anticipated such complications. Initially, he had only wished to repay a favor to Guyue. Yet, dwelling on it now served no purpose. Blaming Guyue was out of the question, for the misfortunes had befallen him through no fault of his own. Resolving to cease wasting time on such troubles, Yichen shook his head, and returned to the central area, where he specifically purchased fine spirits with spirit stones to store in his spatial ring. He then leisurely made his way back towards the North Peak. Meanwhile, within the inner sect's law enforcement hall, the third elder, He Yin, upon receiving news of Ling Fei's death, hurriedly brought his witness and attendant, Su Hui, directly to the law enforcement hall. With numerous elders gathered, the sight of He Yan's dark visage elicited furrowed brows among them. Ling Fei, as He Yan's prized disciple, had been nurtured with great care and attention. Now, to have met such an untimely and ambiguous end left him seething with indignation. Elder 3, the situation has yet to be clarified. Let us maintain our composure. It may simply be an unfortunate accident. After all, life and death are decreed by fate, and no one desires such occurrences, the Grand Elder advised solemnly, for he was now the only one able to speak up. However, He Yin was in no mood to listen. His fury was palpable, nearly spilling over. Composed. Am I not sufficiently composed already? The loss of his favored disciple was already a significant blow. That he had not taken immediate action to vent his rage was commendable enough. Yet now he was urged to remain calm. Elder 3. Indeed, this incident was caused by reckless use of spiritual power, leading to an uncontrollable gravity surge within the room, which ultimately resulted in the explosion. All current evidence aligns with it being an accidental circumstance. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, but felt compelled to speak. After all, matters must be substantiated with evidence. Even as the Grand Elder, he could not arbitrarily assign blame without just cause. As it stood, all evidence indicated that Ling Fei had perished due to unfortunate circumstances. Esteemed elders, had that boy not interfered, Brother Ling would have surely come to no harm. Moreover, if even my brother could not withstand the explosion, how could that worthless boy endure it? Is this situation not exceedingly suspicious? Su Hui interjected, a witness to the events. You yourself have labeled him a worthless boy. Could Ling Fei truly be so inept as to be defeated by someone so feeble, only to be struck down within? The second elder retorted coldly, his gaze laced with disdain and scorn. If word of this spread, claiming that Ling Fei was inferior even to a worthless individual, I wonder whose face would be tarnished. With this remark, Su Hui found himself at a loss for words. Realizing the logic in the second elder's words, present, we should prioritize the selection of disciples for the hunting competition, as it is essential for the sect to identify sufficiently capable candidates to face Zhenwu Academy. Otherwise, our sect may face dire consequences, the second elder added. While disciples like Su Hui might be unaware, He Yin was acutely aware of the implications, and his expression grew increasingly grim. So, you mean to say that we must accept Ling Fei's ambiguous death without resolution? He Yin clearly rejected the opinions of the other elders. All he could think of was avenging Ling Fei, personally slaying Yi Chun in retribution. Ever since Yi Chen's arrival, He Yin's plans have been thwarted at every turn, with most setbacks attributed to him. He Yin yearned to eliminate Yi Chun without delay. Then what would you propose? The Grand Elder countered, having reached the point where he no longer wished to conceal his thoughts. At this juncture, it was evident that Ling Fei had overstepped his bounds and had ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. By all accounts, he was to blame for his own demise. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Once the sect master emerges from seclusion, he will certainly provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing this, He Yan's expression grew even darker with the Grand Elder's words. The other elders had no further objections, leaving him with little room to argue. However, how could He Yin possibly accept this? Grand Elder, even if I, as the mentor, hold no objections, what of the Ling clan? After all, Ling Fei perished within the confines of our Sword Immortal sect's body refinement hall. If no resolution is offered, the Ling clan will surely demand accountability, and our sect may find itself in dire straits. He Yuan had long since prepared his contingency plan. Now that the moment had arrived, he revealed his trump card. This matter stemmed from Guyuer, who is also of royal lineage. We cannot act against her. But the Ling family requires an explanation. Thus, my suggestion is to find a suitable candidate to fill this vacancy. While it sounds grandiose, it is essentially seeking a scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Tianju, standing behind the many elders, could not help but sneer. Yes, oh, what do you propose? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "Capture Yi Chun and leave it to the Ling family to deal with. He is the one directly involved. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon his blindness. Absolutely not. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Chun. To arrest someone without cause is utterly indecorous." Tianju was the first to voice his opposition. Setting aside Yi Chun's talent, the mere fact that Dan Lao summoned him warranted utmost caution. However, Dan Lao seemed intent on concealing this matter. So Tianju could not disclose it immediately and had to rephrase his thoughts. Without cause. At that time, he was present alongside Ling Fei, and in the end, he survived. You truly believe this is unrelated? If you doubt it, ask the Ling family if they believe it. He Yuan sneered, as if he had anticipated Tianju's opposition. At that moment, Tianju found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, he could not mention Dan Lao, and Yi Chun was desperately concealing his talent. If he were to expose this now, it would likely cause significant trouble for Yi Chun. Ultimately, Tianju could only sigh softly, refraining from continuing his opposition. Having roamed extensively, Yi Chun had filled his spirit ring considerably, but the spirit stones borrowed from Guyuera were now running low. Soon, Yi Chun skillfully returned to the North Peak's gate, only to find a large crowd awaiting him. In addition to the North Peak's master, Sikong Yenyu, and a host of disciples, he also spotted a familiar figure, Su Hui, the henchman who had once been by Ling Fei's side. As he drew nearer, the silhouettes beside Su Hui became clearer. 3 elderly men, each bearing serious expressions, their gazes fixed upon Yi Chun. I didn't expect your worthless face to be so prominent that it warrants the presence of 3 elders waiting for you. Su Hui sneered coldly. The newcomers were none other than the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. Yi Chun approached immediately, respectfully performing the customary greeting before asking, "May I inquire, esteemed elders, what brings you to seek me?" "Yi Chun, your audacity grows ever more brazen. You have barely entered the sect for a few days, and yet you have caused Ling Fei's demise, if you wish to end your own life. That is one matter, but why must you implicate the North Peak?" Before the elders could speak, the North Peak's senior disciple, Li Wei, could no longer contain himself and shouted in outrage, "Tio caused a death and still return with such impudence. Do you truly believe you can escape consequences?" Not only Li Wei, but the other disciples of North Peak regarded Yi Chun with malevolence. The news of Ling Fei's death at Yi Chun's hands had swiftly spread, initially within North Peak, and it would not be long before disciples from other sects were aware of this moment. Sikong Yin, you did not glance at the 3 elders, but focused solely on Yi Chun. Her brow furrowed with concern. In the path of cultivation, death was a frequent companion. Losing a disciple occasionally was not significant. However, Sikong Yin, you could not fathom why Yi Chun would dare provoke Ling Fei. Tianju, standing among the crowd, could only sigh softly. The situation had escalated beyond his control, and even if he wished to plead for Yi Chun, he found himself powerless. Furthermore, the reasoning presented by the Third Elder, Hien, was compelling, leaving no one within the law enforcement hall capable of countering it. Today, Yi Chun was likely facing an inescapable fate. "What? Are you all here to take me back to confess?" Yi Chun surveyed the crowd, his gaze ultimately resting upon him. Ling Fei was his disciple, and the one leading the trouble today was undoubtedly Hien, for no one else could be so idle as to seek out a newcomer like him. The facts are laid bare before us. What more do you have to say? Comply and return with us to confess, and perhaps you may receive leniency. Otherwise, you shall find yourself on a path to ruin." Hien declared coldly, "If I may speak candidly, you will find it impossible to take me today." Yi Chun remained remarkably composed, his eyes revealing not a trace of excessive emotion, as if the unfolding events were entirely unrelated to him, as though he were merely a passerby observing the scene. I see you will not shed tears until you see the coffin." Chapter 38. "Dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall lie here." Seeing Yi Chun's audacity, Su Hui could no longer contain himself. With swift strides, he moved forward, poised to seize Yi Chun's wrist. If Yi Chun refused to leave willingly, he would be subdued and taken back. If I lose even a hair, you shall lose a leg today. Open your eyes wide and see what this is." Yi Chun produced a token from his waist, the very one bestowed upon him by Dan Lao in the Wiagu. Is that the Dan ancestor's token? How could he have it? The Grand Elder was the first to react, prompting expressions of shock from all present. The gazes directed at Yi Chun now held an air of confusion, especially from the elders whose faces shifted between uncertainty and apprehension upon seeing the Dan Lao token in Yi Chun's possession. Disciple greets the Dan ancestor. Greetings, Dan ancestor. In the blink of an eye, two of the elders clasped their fists in salute, even kneeling on the spot, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. The Dan ancestor's token was one that only the founder, Dan Lao, possessed. To see the token was akin to seeing the man himself. Furthermore, the residual aura on the token was immensely powerful, unmistakably belonging to the Dan ancestor. There was no possibility of forgery. Even the current sect master would pay respects upon encountering this token, let alone these elders, with 2 individuals leading the way. The remaining crowd, albeit reluctantly, followed suit and knelt. The disciples instantly quieted down. Yun had intended to refute this, but was interrupted by Yi Chun. Third Elder. It seems you do not hold the Dan ancestor's token in high regard, or perhaps you simply do not regard the esteemed Dan ancestor at all. What is your true intent? Yi Chun's words were sharp, and the heavy accusation left Heian unable to counter, forcing him to kneel and bow his head. Once the Grand Elder completed the act of reverence, he turned back, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and inquiry. Yi Chun, have you ever met the Dan ancestor? It should be noted that the Dan ancestor seldom made appearances in Wiagu. Not only had others not seen him, but even this Grand Elder had not laid eyes on him in nearly a century. The Grand Elder had long held the Dan ancestor in high esteem. Even to have the chance to meet him was a rare opportunity. Yet Yi Chun possessed the Dan ancestor's token, which stirred a complex swirl of emotions within him. Indeed, I am but a young disciple with limited virtue. Even if I were to admit it, I doubt any of you would believe me. The words of the 6th Elder should not be mistaken, correct? As he spoke, Yi Chun tactfully turned to look at the 6th Elder, Tianzhu. The 6th Elder, who had been observing from the sidelines, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I was the one who brought him to meet the Dan ancestor. The Dan ancestor personally requested to see him. Tianzhu emphasized that it was the Dan ancestor's own request, hoping to dissuade any thoughts these individuals might harbor against Yi Chun, regardless of the Dan ancestor's intentions. The current Yi Chun was beyond their reach. Impossible. He is merely a waste with a meager talent of 4 points. Why would the Dan ancestor deign to see him? Su Hui was evidently the first to disbelieve, immediately stepping forward to contest. However, before he could finish a sentence, a resounding slap echoed as Yi Chun delivered a precise strike to his face without a hint of hesitation. The speed was such that even Su Hui, who was at the Foundation establishment first layer, had no chance to react. Although Yi Chun did not exert much force, the slap was remarkably loud, resonating throughout the area, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. After a brief moment, Su Hui regained his senses, his expression a mix of shock and fury. How dare you lay a hand on me? With that, Su Hui unleashed his formidable spiritual power, the terrifying might of the Foundation establishment first layer surging forth in an instant. He had assumed that Yi Chun, being a mere newcomer, would be easily subdued. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Chun remained unfazed. Holding up the token, Yi Chun declared, "If you dare to touch me today, I shall lie here at once. I am eager to see how the Dan ancestor intends to deal with you." Then, at this moment, Yi Chun was exuding an air of defiance, almost inviting confrontation. However, Su Hui dared not act recklessly. Until he fully understood the token's origins, as a mere sect disciple, he could not afford to provoke the Dan ancestor, even if it was just a token. You worthless fool, do not let this go to your head. Do you truly believe that possessing the Dan ancestor's token grants you free reign within the sect? Su Hui nearly shattered his teeth, but in the end, he could only swallow this bitter loss. Brat, I shall see if this token can truly protect you. At this moment, Yin spoke, his gaze ablaze with fury, eager to strike and slay Yi Chun on the spot. Yet he refrained, should the boy perish and turn out to be someone of significance to Danzu. His own fate would be sealed. However, capturing this lad and sparing his life would allow him to shoulder any blame from Danzu later on. Yin truly could not believe that. With his status as the third elder and his prowess at the combined body stage, he would be outmatched by a mere Yi Chun. Enough, the Grand Elder could no longer bear to witness the scene. His voice sharp as he cast a fierce glare at He, Y, and as the third elder of the sect. It was unbecoming to lose composure so easily, allowing rage to cloud his judgment. Nonetheless, the Grand Elder would not reprimand He Yin in front of so many witnesses. He would address him in private later. Turning his attention to Tianzhu, he inquired, "What does Danzu wish to see him for?" Uncertain, Tianzhu shook his head, speaking only the truth, especially since Yichun had not volunteered any information at this juncture. Yichun finally spoke up. "The esteemed Danzu sought me merely to recruit me as his medicinal assistant. However, I am accustomed to my carefree lifestyle, hence my refusal." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, unable to believe the absurdity of his words. Setting aside Danzu's preference for solitude, the mere notion that Yi Chan would decline such an opportunity was utterly preposterous. This was a chance to ascend to greatness within the Sword Immortal realm. Danzu, a figure of immense stature, held a position above even the sect leader. Becoming a medicinal assistant was tantamount to standing alongside the current sect leader. How could Yi Chun so casually reject such a fortune? It was sheer nonsense. Even if Danzu sought a medicinal assistant, it could never be someone as inept as him. Su Hui bellowed in opposition. Many present nodded in agreement, expressing their strong concurrence. Nonsense. Yi Chun, do you not fear that your grandiloquence might lead to your downfall? The death of Ling Fei is undoubtedly connected to you. Today, regardless of what you possess, I must capture you first. He Yan's eyes blazed with fury, unable to contain himself any longer. The truth will come to light once I investigate. He Yan glared, unable to endure any longer, disregarding all else as he prepared to seize Yi Chun before matters could escalate further. However, before he could act, a voice filled with authority resounded from the heavens, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloped He Yan in an instant. His body, which had been poised to move, felt as though it had been sealed, rendering him immobile. He Yan, while I have been absent, do you intend to incite chaos within the Sword Immortal sect? Chapter 39. Are you instructing me? That voice belonged to the sect leader. Hearing the familiar tone, all present immediately bowed in respect. Even the Grand Elder was no exception, but we welcome the sect leader. Even He Yan was compelled to grit his teeth and lower his head, not daring to show any defiance. Sect leader, I meant no disrespect, that I am aware of Ling Fei's demise. It was due to his own shortcomings and his violation of the refining hall's rules that led to the spiritual energy turmoil, resulting in his self-destruction, that he brought this upon himself. This matter is now concluded. Should anyone persist in pursuing it, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Yet He Yan remained unyielding and quickly interjected. The Ling clan shall not let this matter rest easily. If we do not provide them with an explanation, it may jeopardize our relations. It matters not if we do not ally with the Ling clan. If this affects the grand scheme of the human race, we shall become the true culprits. He Yan spoke with feigned righteousness, hoping to sway the sect leader. Are you instructing me? The sect leader's voice resonated with authority once more, this time laced with irritation. Clearly displeased with He Yan, I dare not. He Yan, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly bowed and clasped his fists in submission, adopting a contrite demeanor. Yet inwardly, he seethed with resentment towards Yi Chun. Enough, this matter ends here. I shall provide an explanation to the Ling clan. Your primary focus now is the upcoming hunting competition. Everything else can wait. With that, the issue was momentarily settled. Anyone who dared to dwell on it further would likely face dire consequences. The sect leader was a formidable being, a powerful figure within the Sword Immortal sect. We bid farewell to the sect leader. The Grand Elder hastily led the crowd in bowing, and once the sect leader's presence faded, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Everyone disperse. Return and prepare for the hunting competition. The rewards and rules will be announced at the sect square. Give it your all. Yes, with the Grand Elder's command. The crowd began to disperse. As the numbers dwindled, Su Hui too prepared to leave, but not before casting a threatening glare at Yi Chun. Brat, pray that you do not encounter me during this competition. Thus, their mutual animosity was firmly established, and it seemed that given the opportunity, each would seek to eliminate the other. Though reluctant, He Yin shot Yichen one last glance before turning to depart. What did Danzu want with you? Once the crowd had dispersed, his roommate Xiao Luo quickly approached, pulling Yichen aside. Who would have thought that Zhao San Pao, from the same dormitory, was chosen by the Peak Master to be trained as a direct disciple? More astonishingly, Yichen had actually met with Danzu. Yet in the end, he was left as just an ordinary person, right? Alongside Xiao Luo, Master Brotherly Wei, Senior Sister Yin Luyu, and Zhao San Pao gathered around. Their curiosity piqued about what had transpired. I just mentioned it, didn't I? He only wanted a medicinal assistant, and I happened to be chosen. I simply declined because I do not wish to tend to flowers and weeds. Yichen responded earnestly, though his friend struggled to glean any truth from his expression. However, the explanation sounded increasingly implausible. Even a fool would find it hard to believe. If it were me, I would certainly accept the position of medicinal assistant. Zhao San Pao chimed in, his usual foolish demeanor replaced with unwavering conviction, even casting a bemused glance at Yichen. Why, Yichen, I never expected your intellect to falter. How could you turn down such a blessing? Xiao Luo expressed his disbelief, shaking his head in frustration as he departed. I must distance myself from you two fools, lest I be tainted by your foolishness. All right, everyone disperse. Prepare diligently for the hunting competition. I look forward to your performances, spoke Si Kong Yin Yu, who, after imparting a few more words, turned to leave. In truth, Si Kong Yin Yu also harbored doubts regarding Yi Chen's situation and wished to inquire further, but ultimately chose to let it go. Setting aside whether she ought to know, the words that Yi Chen uttered were likely fabricated in the majority. Why then should she subject herself to unnecessary embarrassment? Soon, night descended in tranquil silence. As was his custom, Yichen sat on his bed, entering a state of cultivation, his consciousness swiftly returning to the sealed gate. He did not hasten to awaken the two celestial beings, but instead focused on regulating his breath. Pouring all the prepared medicinal materials into the black cauldron. Utilizing the miraculous properties of this alchemical furnace, he refined all the spiritual herbs, yielding a pool of the purest spiritual liquid, due to the absence of any procedural steps. This spiritual liquid had yet to transform into elixirs, merely representing a collection of the most pristine energy. That Wei Chan could distinctly sense that this spiritual liquid contained far more energy than all the previously combined herbs. The Black Cauldron was indeed a remarkable treasure. The elixirs produced by it would likely exceed the quality of the originals, and the success rate would greatly improve, even allowing for automatic refinement without his intervention. Such a wondrous artifact, if known to the world, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among many. Ah, this spiritual liquid! I have not witnessed such rich and pure energy in ages. The elder guarding the first stone gate, drawn by the aroma, approached with a beaming smile, his mouth likely watering at the prospect. My lord, may I first receive this pool of spiritual liquid? With it, I can at least maintain my current foundation and prevent my primordial fire from extinguishing. Before the elder could speak, the guardian of the second seal, Wang Yu, interjected eagerly. Wang Yu, that is not fair. Matters must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. I discovered it first, the elder replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Tian Tsong, given your current condition, you could last several decades. Look at me. Without that spiritual liquid, I would be lucky to live for 3 years. Wang Yu hastily spoke, his tone laced with urgency, clearly yearning for the spiritual liquid. Such pure energy would greatly benefit both cultivation and the physical body, so it was no wonder they were vying for it. Young friend, pay him no mind. This old fellow merely seeks to elicit sympathy through his sob story. He is quite stable, and sustaining himself for another decade or so is hardly an issue. Just hand over the spiritual liquid to me. Tian Tsong, uninterested in reasoning with Wang Yu, turned directly to Yichen. After all, neither of the two celestial beings could leave the seal, and if they wished to obtain the spiritual liquid, they had to rely on Yichen. Master, as long as you give me the spiritual liquid, I can teach you a set of boxing techniques. Once mastered, you will easily crush opponents of the same rank or even defeat those of a higher tier. Wang Yu urged eagerly, even resorting to the allure of martial arts. Wang Yu, how shameless. Is it merely some spiritual liquid? Must you resort to theft, and do not think you are the only one with a heritage of martial arts? Do you truly believe I possess none? Seeing Wang Yu willing to sell his legacy for the spiritual liquid, Tian Song was genuinely taken aback, astonished and somewhat angered. Tian Song, you are oblivious to the plight of the starving while you feast. I can scarcely endure any longer. What use is it to hold on to these teachings? Chapter 40. 8 Styles of Celestial Slaying. Wang Yu, unwilling to concede, felt that his condition was indeed far worse than Tian Song's. If he could obtain the spiritual liquid, it would at least prolong his life. Tian Song, we have known each other for some time. I beseech you to show some leniency this time. Wang Yu even resorted to invoking their past camaraderie. Who among us is not a clay Buddha crossing a river, struggling to protect one's self? Such matters should adhere to a principle of first come, first served, if you arrive late and fail to acquire the spiritual liquid, leading to your demise. That is simply your fate. Do you intend to defy destiny? Tian Song was unwavering, reminding them that as celestial beings, they too oppose the very notion of defying fate. His words were meant to silence Wang Yu. The spiritual liquid rightfully belonged to the master. He could give it to whomever he chose, and there was no inscription of a name upon it. What right have you to obstruct me? Seeing Tian Song unyielding, Wang Yu grew weary of pleasantries and coldly retorted. Gentleman Yi Chun, who had been silent, could no longer endure the bickering of these two ancient beings, who together must have lived for over 10,000 years, squabbling like children without end. After listening for quite some time, Yi Chun felt his ears were about to develop calluses. This is what I sought and successfully refined. How about we split it in half? Without waiting for their response, Yi Chun divided the spiritual liquid into 2 portions. Placing each before the 2 seals, they beheld the floating half of the spiritual liquid. Both Wang Yu and Tian Song felt a tinge of embarrassment. Why had they not thought of such a simple division? After living for so long, they lacked even this modicum of magnanimity, not even matching the resolve of a fledgling like Yi Chun. You speak the truth. We have indeed been selfish, Wang Yu admitted graciously, feeling no shame in his acknowledgement. Indeed, what is there to quarrel over when neither of us is a trapped old fool? Tian Song chuckled, suddenly seeing things more clearly. Nevertheless, neither wasted time and promptly consumed their respective halves of the spiritual liquid. At such a moment, survival was the only priority, if they were no longer alive. What use would their pride serve? With the spiritual liquid coursing through their bodies, both celestial beings felt their forms solidify considerably. Although Wang Yu remained slightly worse off than Tian Kong, this was partly due to his earlier severe injuries, and also because he had awakened later, thus suffering greater energy depletion. Yi Chun remained silent, quietly cultivating until the 2 celestial beings regained their composure, after which he produced some fine wine he had prepared earlier. This wine had cost Yi Chun a significant number of spirit stones. But he felt no reluctance, tossing a pouch filled with it to Wang Yu. Senior, this is the wine you desired. Do taste it and see if it suits your palate. Receiving the pouch, Wang Yu did not hesitate, extracting a jar and drinking heartily. After downing half the jar, he exclaimed in delight, "What a thrill! Truly exhilarating. It has been ages since I have enjoyed such a refreshing drink." The combination of the fine wine and the earlier spiritual liquid had considerably healed Wang Yu's injuries. Yi Chun could even sense a faint golden light emanating from him, a sign of healing. After finishing the last drop of wine, Wang Yu did not waste a single drop, nearly licking the jar clean. Observing this, Yi Chun felt a pang of sorrow. Here was a celestial being, a supreme existence in the world, reduced to such a state for the sake of a jar of wine. Yet, Wang Yu seemed unconcerned, and after finishing the jar, he shifted his gaze to Yi Chun. After appraising him, he expressed surprise. "Not bad. You have already inscribed 3 patterns, and the 4th is not far off. The talent of the master is indeed remarkable." "Senior, I have a question. Is there a connection between the body refinement realm and the spiritual power realm, or perhaps an interplay?" After experiencing body refinement and feeling his physique grow stronger, the sensation of abundant power captivated Yi Chun, intensifying his interest in body refinement. Currently, he only possessed the foundation-building level of strength, meaning he was only cultivating the 2nd realm. If this were to hinder his body refinement, he would need to plan accordingly. No, The two complement each other without mutual restriction. You could refine one to its peak before pursuing the other. However, the later stages of body refinement become increasingly difficult, often many times more challenging than spiritual power. Yet the benefits are evident. Each breakthrough in a realm yields remarkable enhancements to your strength. That said, it is still early to discuss this. Once you reach those realms, you will naturally understand. Fear not. Pursue your cultivation with confidence. You may have heard the phrase, the flesh becomes sanctified. It is not merely a saying. Wang Yu patiently elucidated Yi Chen's doubts. Why Yi Chen listened earnestly, eager to absorb every word and punctuation mark. This was the guidance of an ancient powerhouse. Should he grasp the true essence, it would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for his future cultivation. Senior, about that boxing technique you mentioned. Yi Chen suddenly recalled something, smiling as he spoke. Now that we are here, we should not engage in a losing bargain, right? Yi Chen firmly believed that Wang Yu's boxing techniques were far superior to those hidden in the sect's scripture repository. You rascal. Even Wang Yu, with his temperament, found himself amused by Yi Chen's words. After all the build-up, he had merely been waiting for this moment. However, as the saying goes, a soft mouth eats the hard food, and one who takes another's hand is short. Wasn't it merely a set of boxing techniques? Keeping it here would only lead to it being buried alongside them. Better to pass it on, as there might be opportunities for it to flourish, allowing future generations to remember his name. This boxing technique is known as the 8 styles of celestial slaying. The IT consists of 8 techniques, totaling 64 punches. When you can execute these 64 punches, you will be capable of shaking the heavens and boiling the earth, toppling mountains and vanquishing evil, and even slaying celestial beings, rendering you invincible. As he spoke of this, Wang Yu's tone brimmed with unbounded pride, and Yi Chen could almost discern the essence of the boxing technique within his words. Merely listening to the introduction filled him with a sense of grandeur. He could only imagine what it would be like when he mastered these 64 punches. Senior, may I learn this boxing technique? Yi Chen no longer hesitated, speaking candidly with sincerity in his gaze. Certainly, it is not difficult to learn this set of boxing techniques, but to attain mastery and unleash its fullest potential depends on your own fate. As Wang Yu slowly opened his mouth, a hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. This set of martial arts was his life's creation, distinctly different from other techniques in the realm of cultivation. It relied solely on physical strength and extraordinary body prowess. One could say that as long as one's physical form was sufficiently robust, one could continue to fight indefinitely until the very heavens collapsed and the earth shattered, something that spiritual energy could never hope to achieve. However, with your current physique, you could barely unleash its full might, at most delivering 5 strikes. Should you rashly attempt a 6th, it would likely result in shattered meridians and a ruined body. Furthermore, to grasp the fundamentals of the 8 styles of extermination, one must at least unlock the 4th inscription and master one of its forms. A single form requires the execution of 8 strikes. According to Wang Yu, the power of these 8 strikes will be enough to defeat an early-stage nascent soul expert. If one were slightly weaker, they might even be annihilated outright. Listening to Wang Yu's explanation, Yi Chen felt increasingly astonished. He had never imagined that such miraculous martial arts existed in this world. They must surely surpass the heavenly tier. If one could unleash all 8 forms of the extermination, it would be akin to boiling mountains and steaming seas, rendering one invincible. Senior, I understand, Yi Chen replied earnestly, nodding with newfound determination in his gaze. Aware of the arduous nature of this technique, he nonetheless resolved to learn it, which took Wang Yu by surprise. In truth, he possessed several heavenly tier techniques with far lesser side effects and requirements. If Yi Chen could merely master a few moves, he would easily dominate the younger generation. Yet he had chosen the most challenging path. Very well, come forth, Dominator, Wang Yu commanded, ceasing any further discussion. Once Yi Chen stepped forward, Wang Yu lightly tapped his forehead, and the entirety of the 8 styles of extermination flowed into his mind, imprinting upon his sea of consciousness. For a moment, Yi Chen felt dizzy as a torrent of information surged in, requiring time to assimilate. However, before he could digest it fully, an urgent voice pierced through the IT with Xiao Luo. Who goes there? Xiao Luo huffed, springing from the bed and warily eyeing the outside. What is happening? Yi Chun, regaining his senses, opened his eyes with narrowed pupils, cautiously surveying his surroundings. There was a murderous intent outside just now. You were in such a deep slumber that you failed to notice? Xiao Luo frowned, casting a wary glance at Yi Chun before returning his gaze to the outside. The revelation startled Yi Chun. He truly had not sensed anything. It seems they were coming for you. Had I not discovered it in advance, you might have already been ambushed, Xiao Luo added, his expression calming as he noted that the presence had likely departed. Me? Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise that he had been in a state of detachment, remaining within the sealed area, and his awareness of the outside world had diminished to its lowest, that it was entirely reasonable that he had failed to perceive it. Did you see who it was? Yi Chun's heart sank. He had not anticipated trouble arriving so swiftly, catching him utterly off guard. Unclear, but judging by the aura, they were at least a Foundation establishment expert, exuding a formidable pressure, Xiao Luo replied. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Foundation establishment? Then why were they frightened of you? Yi Chun was astonished. Xiao Luo had only recently begun his journey, and despite his considerable talent, he had not yet reached Foundation establishment. The fact that the other party had fled in fear was indeed surprising. Xiao Luo, unable to provide an answer, continued, in any case, be cautious that I have a feeling they will return. With that, Xiao Luo rose and departed the room. Where are you going at this late hour? Yi Chun queried, puzzled. Where else? Naturally, to distance myself from this disaster you represent. I have no desire to accompany you in your demise. Xiao Luo retorted, acknowledging that even 3 of him would likely perish against a Foundation establishment expert. He prioritized his own safety above all. After Xiao Luo left, Yi Chun was left alone in contemplation. He had made many enemies recently, and if he were to guess, he could identify several possibilities. However, mere speculation would not suffice to confront them. Even if he went to confront them, they could easily deny involvement, leaving him powerless. Kid, the person who just came is Wu Ao, that old man. The chaotic golden cauldron spoke up as Yi Chun wrestled with his thoughts. Well, Yi Chun took the words of the chaotic golden cauldron seriously, knowing it could easily identify the other party's presence. If it truly was Wu Ao, then he was a nascent soul expert. After a brief silence, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. It seemed the old coot was still intent on capturing him for a reward. This also explained why Wu Ao had refrained from attacking earlier. He was merely afraid of exposing his identity. Clearly, many awaited him at the hunting tournament, including a nascent soul powerhouse. The thought left Yi Chun feeling overwhelmed. He could neither fight nor flee, fully aware that the hunting tournament was a trap. Yet he was still compelled to leap into it. Damn it! Since they are so eager for my life, I shall turn the tables. After a moment's reflection, Yi Chun gritted his teeth. How do you plan to turn the tables? The chaotic golden cauldron asked, intrigued. Why, I shall assist that old ghost Wu in capturing me for the reward. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Are you attempting to eradicate the entire serpent demon clan? Clever. The hunting tournament rewards more points for slaying more demons, thus yielding greater rewards. Yes, this is an opportunity for points delivered right to my doorstep, and I have no reason to decline, Yi Chun admitted, his expression turning icy. After enduring such torment, I must return to exact vengeance. Remembering the unbearable past 6 months, Yi Chun's heart grew colder. In the demon palace, his dignity as a man had been trampled. If he did not avenge this grievance, even if he were to achieve greatness in the future, he could never find peace. Kid, whatever you intend to do is your business, but allow me to caution you. With your current strength, you may find it difficult to handle the serpent demon clan. The chaotic golden cauldron advised that, of course. But what if I were at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment? Yi Chun mused. Stroking the spirit ring in his hand, it had been a while since he last used it, and he believed he had now adapted to his cultivation level, ready to continue his training. Moreover, with the 3 inscriptions enhancing his physique, even if he could only unleash 5 strikes of the extermination, Yi Chun felt confident in annihilating the entire serpent demon clan. With this thought, he cast aside any hesitation and immediately sat down, activating the spirit ring to begin absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Chapter 42. Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment at the South Peak in the Council Chamber. Master, has the task been accomplished? The eldest disciple, Shun Ping, hurried to meet Wu Ao upon his return. Wu Ao shook his head, his expression somewhat grim. There were unforeseen complications. That boy's room harbored another individual, and their senses were exceedingly sharp. I was about to strike when I was discovered. However, Wu Ao did not display any significant emotional turmoil, quickly regaining his composure. And no matter. Tomorrow is the hunting tournament, and that boy will undoubtedly participate. We shall have ample opportunities then. Have you completed the arrangements made by the third elder and the others? Upon hearing this, Shun Ping nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, everything is in place, as long as the demon clan does not falter. This transaction will proceed smoothly. Excellent, Wu Ao replied, satisfied that a plan of this magnitude, meticulously prepared, could not afford even the slightest misstep. How goes the disguise technique I instructed you to learn? Do not worry, master. Even if a void refinement expert stands before me, I can still pass unnoticed, Shun Ping assured with a smile. Very good, the North Peak. Within a room, Wei Chen's aura grew increasingly potent, surging at an alarming rate until it finally stabilized at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Now he stood but a half step away from the Golden Core realm. In truth, with the assistance of the Spirit Ring, Yi Chen could break through to that stage at any moment if he so desired. Yet he did not rush, that he understood that a rapid elevation could lead to an unstable foundation. Seeking momentary satisfaction at the cost of future cultivation was not Yi Chen's intention. Exhaling, he released the spiritual energy coursing through him, slowly opening his eyes, feeling the immense power within his body. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. The eruption of his spiritual power instantly shattered the room's windows and doors, its ferocity nearly overturning the furniture within. What a domineering spiritual force! Yi Chen exclaimed in astonishment. This was merely the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. How many times stronger would he be upon breaking through to the Golden Core realm? That previous display was a result of the initial breakthrough, where his control over the spiritual energy was still insufficient. However, he suspected that this was likely his limit. If he were to risk another breakthrough, he could very well lose control of his spiritual energy, leading to severe injuries or even ruptured meridians, resulting in the loss of his cultivation. Fortunately, he had not allowed his power to cloud his judgment. Yi Chen felt a surge of relief within him. However, at that very moment, Sikong Yinyu appeared at the window, seemingly having just arrived. This startled Yi Chen, prompting him to leap off the bed hurriedly. Greetings, master! When did you arrive? It was Xiao Luo who informed me of your assassination attempt, which is why I came to check on you and see if there were any traces left behind. Sikong Yinyu spoke candidly. I happened upon you while you were cultivating, so I merely waited outside for a short while. In truth, Sikong Yinyu had arrived even earlier than she let on. Yet she chose to remain concealed, observing from the shadows. Thank you, master. Yi Chen paused momentarily, but then gritted his teeth and continued. Master, I have a request. You wish to discuss your cultivation, I presume? Rest assured, Elder Lu has already briefed me on this matter, and no one else will be privy to Ikong. Yinyu raised her hand to interrupt Yi Chen, clearly having anticipated his intentions. However, your rate of progress in cultivation suggests that it is not merely the consumption of a demon clan's precious pills that has facilitated this. As she spoke, Sikong Yinyu regarded Yi Chen with a penetrating gaze, yet she did not dwell on it. Continuing, you need not speak further. I am here primarily for the hunting competition. Master, please feel free to express your thoughts, Yi Chen replied. Since she had agreed to keep his secret, it was only proper for him to reciprocate. Moreover, he intended to participate in the hunting competition regardless, as it was essential for him to align with Wu Ao's wishes to return to the Demon Palace. It would also serve as an opportunity to repay Bei Feng for the favor he had received. After all, had it not been for Sikong Yinyu's protection, Yi Chen could scarcely envision where he would be now, let alone successfully opening his Qi Si. Then allow me to be direct. I hope you will refrain from participating in tomorrow's hunting competition. Sikong Yinyu stated, leaving Yi Chen taken aback. He had assumed she would encourage him to compete, considering that the rankings would significantly impact the allocation of cultivation resources among the peaks. The better the ranking, the more resources one would obtain, which would also benefit Si Kong, Yin Yu's disciples. Why would you not want me to participate? Yi Chen's confusion was palpable. To be candid, I just sensed the presence of none other than Wu Ao nearby. Si Kong Yin Yu said, frowning. Regardless of Yi Chen's talents, it was her duty as a master to ensure his safety. She was not like Wu Ao, who would sell his disciples to the demons. Not to mention, the cultivation speed Yi Chen had demonstrated was unprecedented, arguably the most prodigious talent in the history of the Sword Immortal sect. Since you and Elder Lu are already aware of Wu Ao's nefarious intentions, why not take action and deal with these individuals to cleanse our ranks? Yi Chen inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Wu Ao has managed to conceal his schemes for so long. Capturing him will not be easy. We currently lack conclusive evidence. Si Kong Yin Yu replied, shaking her head with a sigh. Petit tomorrow's hunting competition. Neither the peak masters nor the senior disciples are allowed to participate, so there is no possibility of catching him red-handed. Anticipating Yi Chen's thoughts, she continued, moreover, Wu Ao has long since lost his sanity. He disregards the lives of numerous disciples and is exceedingly ruthless. Given his temperament, it is likely he would choose to self-destruct rather than be captured, resulting in our efforts being in vain. Thus, it is best to refrain from acting until we are absolutely certain at this moment. Your priority should be to focus on your cultivation. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will find a way to assist you. As she spoke, Si Kong Yin Yu's gaze softened slightly, though it remained complex. Master, your sudden kindness toward me is somewhat unsettling, Yi Chen admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Si Kong Yin Yu remained silent, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen, as if to say, you know what I mean? Very well, get some rest with that. Si Kong Yin Yu chose not to linger any longer, transforming into a gust of wind and departing swiftly. Good master, beautiful in heart and appearance, yet somewhat materialistic, Yi Chen muttered to himself as he watched her leave, shaking his head in resignation. Nevertheless, he understood her concerns. After all, Beifeng had been in decline for quite some time, and as its leader, she had to consider the well-being of her peak and all her disciples. Setting aside his thoughts, Yi Chen resumed solidifying his current cultivation. The next morning, the inner courtyard square was teeming with people, with what seemed to be thousands gathered, in addition to the 4 peak masters. All 6 elders were present, engaged in hushed discussions among themselves, as if deliberating on some matter of importance. Among the crowd, the most striking feature was the imposing stone door standing at the base of the high platform. This was the entrance to the hunting competition venue. That must be Han Mo, the so-called number 1 prodigy of the sect under the 4th elder, one disciple remarked. He's not only handsome, but possesses remarkable strength, having already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Indeed, just look at Han Shixiang's prowess. If only I could join his team. Even as a mere follower, I might have a chance to succeed in the competition. Bah, keep dreaming. With your looks, you wouldn't even be fit to carry Han Shixiang's shoes. Numerous female disciples were already captivated by Han Mo, while many male disciples glared at him enviously. The jealousy quickly escalated as these female disciples set their sights on 2 other attractive women beside Han Mo, both of whom were equally stunning and resembled celestial beings. One of them was Guiwer, while the other was a stranger to Yi Chen, and he quickly lost interest after a few glances. There are many beautiful women in the world. A fleeting glance is acceptable, but prolonged admiration loses its charm. That a few insightful male disciples then speculated that should be Qiu Lingyun, the 2nd elder's disciple. She truly is a beauty worthy of being compared to Gui Wearer. As they compared the 2 women's appearances and talents, their imaginations wandered. If only they could win the affections of one of them, their lives would be complete. Yi Chen nearly burst out laughing at their comments. By their logic, he had indeed struck gold in life. What are you laughing at? One of the disciples noticed Yi Chen's expression and frowned. The group of male disciples, recognizing Yi Chen, turned their collective scrutiny towards him. Nothing. I just recalled something amusing, Yi Chen replied, quickly suppressing his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. Are you mocking us? You are laughing at us. Aren't you? Indeed. What is so funny? A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. Do you not appreciate beauty? Exactly. Do you think you're better than us? We are all new outer sect disciples. If you have the ability, why not join us up there? The barrage of teasing left Yi Chun momentarily stunned. Was it a crime to smile in this day and age? They were almost ready to bind him and sentence him for his laughter. As Yi Chun was about to turn away in silence, a sudden figure appeared, plunging the surroundings into an immediate silence. Why, Yi Chun, you're here. Are you also participating in the hunting competition? It was none other than Gu Yuer, who had earlier captured everyone's attention on the high platform. She gracefully descended, landing beside Yi Chun with an air of confidence that elicited envy from the surrounding male disciples. They were already frustrated, and now they were seething with rage. How could this young man, of all people, engage in conversation with the goddess? Was it simply because he was a bit handsome? Did being a pretty boy grant him privileges? Yi Chun's expression froze momentarily as an ominous feeling washed over him, but he quickly composed himself and replied with a smile. Yes, such grand events do not occur every day. I am merely here to join in the excitement. Yi Chun, that fellow Su Hui seems to be here as well, Gu Yuer whispered, glancing around to ensure he had not yet formed a team, and kindly added, Don't worry, Yi Chun, I will speak to Han Shixiang and have you join his team for safety. However, just as she finished speaking, Han Mo's voice rang out from behind. Apologies, but our team is already full. With an air of nonchalance, Han Mo, the epitome of a refined gentleman, assessed Yi Chun with an appraising glance. You are the one who harmed Ling Fei, aren't you? In an instant, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, especially the few male disciples who had been hurling insults moments ago, who now retreated far away, forgetting their anger, fearing they might attract misfortune. However, after casting a cold glance at Han Mo, Yi Chun felt no inclination to utter another word and turned to leave. Yet, Han Mo blocked his path, stating, I did not say you could depart. There's something you wish to discuss? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, initially thinking that if he couldn't provoke a fight, he could at least avoid one. Yet this fellow insisted on approaching him, leaving him no choice but to respond bluntly. Why, Yi Chun, do not blame me for not warning you. The matter concerning Ling Fei is far from over. The simple statement was laden with implications that anyone could discern, even tinged with a hint of menace. Before Yi Chun could speak, Gu Yuer interjected, her brows furrowed. Senior Han, what is it that you wish to convey? Nothing of great import, merely a friendly reminder. Gu Shimi. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from him, lest you invite trouble. Han Mo replied, his demeanor drastically different from when he faced Yi Chun. I appreciate your concern, Senior Han. In that case, I shall withdraw from your team, Gu Yuer stated, her expression having turned cold the moment Han Mo uttered those words. Initially, she held a favorable opinion of Han Mo, a refined and eloquent senior with formidable strength. But that sentiment had swiftly evaporated, replaced by a flicker of disdain. The incident involving Ling Fei was ultimately a consequence of her actions, and Yi Chun was merely an innocent bystander. At that moment, Gu Chuan arrived and quickly approached, his voice cold as he halted Gu Yuer. Brother, this hunting competition lacks any real excitement. I was never particularly interested. This time, I wish to team up with brother Yi Chun. Just to join in the FUN. Gu Yuer spoke with calmness, though her demeanor was exceedingly serious. It seems the waste named he holds more importance in the eyes of the Gu princess than Senior Han. The speaker was Chiu Lingyun, unexpectedly having followed along. Nevertheless, within the hunting competition, merit reigned supreme. Once one participates, life and death hang in the balance. I advise the Gu princess to think carefully before proceeding. That will not trouble you, Senior Chiu. I have made up my mind, Gu Yuer declared resolutely, disregarding Gu Chuan's expression. Moreover, she could see that Chiu Lingyun merely sought to curry favor with Han Mo, which did not concern her. Indeed, as her words fell, Han Mo's expression darkened, his eyes filled with unbridled fury, though he quickly regained his composure. Very well, do as you wish. With that, Han Mo cast a final cold glance at Yi Chun before turning to leave. What do you intend to do? Gu Chuan was now seething with anger. Everything had been fine until Yi Chun's arrival, which had turned their affairs into chaos. However, since Han Mo had already acquiesced, Gu Chuan knew that even if he wished to salvage the situation, it would be futile, and he could only follow Han Mo away. If Gu Yuer chose to withdraw, so be it. He could not allow his foolish sister to act recklessly. This hunting competition was not only an opportunity. Seizing it could lead to significant advancements in cultivation, greatly benefiting future training. Yet it was fraught with peril. Choosing the wrong team could jeopardize not only their chances for fortune, but even their lives. And now, Yi Chun was but a harbinger of disaster. Participating in the hunting competition, whether one could survive was uncertain. Furthermore, with Han Mo's strength, Gu Chuan believed that joining his team would guarantee a commendable rank in the competition. Perhaps even a spot in the top team. As he watched them depart, Yi Chun turned back, a weary smile gracing his lips. "What are you doing? Why withdraw so abruptly? Isn't it advantageous to have a strong backing in such competitions? And what of it? Am I incapable without them? Besides, I still have you, don't I? I'll join your team," Gu Yuera replied with a smile, unconcerned about the implications of her decision. Hearing her rationale, Yi Chun felt speechless. Had this girl not been quite clever before? Why was she now acting without thought? Yet he could also see that Gu Yuera felt a sense of indebtedness, hence her eagerness to defend him. Regardless of her motivations, Yi Chun appreciated her sentiments and felt compelled not to let her goodwill go to waste. Thus, he resolved to give his all and strive for a commendable ranking. Just as Yi Chun was lost in thought, the voice of the Grand Elder echoed, and the surroundings fell silent. "Before the hunting competition commences, I have matters to discuss. The location of this competition will be the myriad beast mountains in the demon domain. Your task is to hunt the beasts there and obtain their demon cores, which will serve as the basis for your scores, with a duration of 1 week. To the conclusion, the more beasts one slays, and the higher their cultivation level, the more points one will earn. The competition rankings will be determined by these points. What I am about to discuss pertains to the rewards. Those who secure a spot in the top 10 will receive focused cultivation from a sect. Furthermore, the top 3 will receive additional special rewards. The third place will receive 10,000 4th-grade spirit herbs. The second place will gain 50,000 4th-grade spirit herbs, and the most coveted first place will not only secure 80,000 4th-grade spirit herbs, but also a 7th-grade elixir. The Long Xian Dan, the announcement of such generous rewards, sent a wave of astonishment through the assembled disciples. Such a bounty was sufficient to elevate an ordinary cultivator to the golden core stage. Should one's talent be slightly better, they might even attain the Yuanying stage. Especially the Long Xian Dan, a miraculous elixir for breaking through to the Yuanying stage, significantly enhancing the probability of success and aiding the user in forming a heavenly tier Yuanying. Within the Yuanying stage, there were distinctions of quality, ranging from the lowest yellow tier to the subsequent black, earth, and heaven tiers. The heavenly tier represented the pinnacle of Yuanying quality. Once one entered the Yuanying realm with a heavenly tier Yuanying, they could be considered nearly invincible within the same realm. Silence. The rewards are reserved for those with capability, and the hunting competition is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness may lead to being slain by powerful beasts. This is your trial, and it is the price you must pay. The second elder spoke, pausing briefly before continuing. Therefore, before we begin, you still have one last opportunity to withdraw. Once you enter the myriad beast mountains, you must remain for 7 days, during which no one will be there to protect you. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when the disciples below responded in unison, "We will not withdraw." Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain tiger cubs? Such a magnificent opportunity to attain immortality lies before us. Should we abandon it, how shall we cultivate in the future? Indeed, we joined the Sword Immortal sect to seek immortality. If we cannot endure such trials, we might as well perish. The collective spirit was formidable, with none choosing to back down. Excellent. Such resolve. In that case, this year's hunting competition officially begins with the Grand Elder's declaration. The disciples surged toward the stone gate, eager and ready. "Everyone follow me to avoid getting lost." As the leader, Shun Ping stepped forward, guiding the thousands of disciples orderly ahead. Observing this scene, Yi Chun furrowed his brow, particularly at Shun Ping, whose aura felt entirely different from usual. Activating his heavenly eye, all illusions were rendered transparent. Yi Chun's pupils constricted in shock. This was no longer Shun Ping, but the Southern Peaks master. Wu Ao, that old wretch. The master and disciple had swapped identities, and it was apparent that Wu Ao intended to infiltrate the hunting competition. Yi-chun, what is wrong with you? Noticing Yi-chen's unusual demeanor, Guiware looked over in confusion. Ts nothing. Perhaps you should stick with your brother and the others. This competition is fraught with peril, and I fear I may not be able to protect you. Yi-chun advised earnestly. His surprise. Guiware shook her head defiantly, pouting, refusing to heed his warning. How can that be? I've already taken the initiative to withdraw. Returning now would be utterly humiliating. Besides, they're all insufferable, self-righteous individuals. I refuse to sink to their level. Her words. Yi-chun let out another resigned sigh. If it were merely Shinping, he would have sufficient confidence. But who could have anticipated that Wu Ao? This old rascal would shamelessly participate. Yi-chun, what are you doing here? Just then, the burly Zhao Sanpao happened to stroll by, scratching his head in surprise at seeing Yi-chun's presence in the competition. Naturally, I am here to participate in the competition. Yi-chun spoke with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Sanpao and his companions fell into a momentary silence, their gazes towards Yi-chun filled with various sentiments. The hunting competition was fraught with peril, and yet Yi-chun had yet to assemble a team. His audacity was either commendable or foolish. It was hard to decide. It was Li Wei who finally shattered the silence. Turning to Guiware with curiosity, Junior Sister Gu, shouldn't you be with Hanemo and the others? Why are you still here? What purpose do you serve by staying with them? I am currently teamed up with Brother Yi-chun. Guiware replied with a smile. With her words, the expressions of the group grew even more intriguing. It was one thing for Yi-chun to be reckless, but how could there be someone even more foolish? As a noble princess, why would she choose to ally with Yi-chun? Was she courting disaster? Junior Sister Gu, you may not be aware, but Yi-chun's cultivation is insufficient, and coupled with his lack of intelligence. Teaming up with him could lead to your downfall. Li Wei attempted to convey his concerns delicately, though his words sounded rather like an insult. Indeed, not only is he lacking in intellect, but he is also a pervert. He stole a night pot meant for female disciples. Before Li Wei could finish, Luo Ying eagerly interjected. Even now, she harbored resentment towards Yi-chun. After he had escaped last time, her anger had only intensified, and she had been waiting for an opportunity to vent. Why would you choose to associate with such a person? Princess Gu, Luo Ying asked, a mixture of indignation and curiosity in her gaze. Brother Yi-chun is not that sort of person that if he hadn't protected me back then, I would have been falsely accused of the crime of harming Ling Fei. Brother Yi-chun is truly a good person. Guiware spoke earnestly, her eyes reflecting her sincerity. Upon hearing this, the others began to understand. No wonder Guiware was so concerned about Yi-chun. There was a deeper connection between them. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo looked at Yi-chun with an inexplicable jealousy. He could accept that Yi-chun was fortunate in his cultivation opportunities, but why did even a beauty like Guiware gravitate towards him? You brat, you can be quite infuriating at times. Xiao Luo glared at Yi-chun, though it seemed there was little he could do about it. It must be sheer luck. This brat is riding the wave of fortune, Zhao Sanpao exclaimed, giving Yi-chun a thumbs up. Yi-chun, you are indeed impressive. How about we let them join us? The more, the merrier, and it provides us some backup. Besides, with Junior Sister Gu here, if anything were to happen, our North Peak would surely bear some responsibility. Yin Liwei finally broke the deadlock, speaking slowly. Originally, Li Wei had been in high spirits, but now he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Could Yi-chun not cause trouble for even a single day? Trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went. Everyone, follow along. If something goes awry, I won't take responsibility. After casting a glance at the others, Li Wei took the lead towards the teleportation portal, with the rest of the group following closely behind. Should Yi-chun hesitate, he glanced around but could not find the figure of Sikong Yenyu on the high platform, with Wu Ao disguised as a disciple infiltrating the hunting competition. He should have reported this to Sikong Yenyu immediately, yet why did their master have to be absent at this critical moment? The Wanyao mountain range, a natural barrier between the demon and human races, was undeniably perilous. The terrain within the mountains was complex and continuous, harboring powerful demon beasts. If one were to encounter a terrifying entity, even a void refining expert could meet their demise here. The dangers were manifold. with the roars of demon beasts echoing through the air, instilling fear in all who heard them. Demon beasts, devoid of intelligence, possessed formidable abilities yet acted solely on instinct. True top-tier experts. These beasts might not pose a significant threat. But to the disciples who had recently joined the Sword Immortal sect, they were akin to grim reapers. Even demon beasts of the same realm posed considerable challenges for human practitioners, explaining why everyone needed to form teams before entering the Wanyao mountain range. Relying solely on one's strength to breach the mountains would only lead to a dead end. With a sudden roar, a nether panther burst forth from the thicket, its body marred with numerous wounds, clearly having just endured an attack. Everyone, hurry up! We must not let this nether panther escape. Just moments after the panther dashed out, a dozen disciples followed closely behind, each wielding a celestial sword. While each of their individual strengths might not match the nether panther's, their combined force was a different matter. The nether panther at the third level of Foundation establishment, with its formidable physique, was indeed powerful. However, faced with a throng of disciples at the 8th level of chi refinement, it was clearly at a disadvantage. After injuring several disciples, the panther fled, knowing that a direct confrontation would only lead to its demise. Yet these human pests clung to it like adhesive, refusing to let go. With another roar that sent several disciples staggering back, the nether panther dashed into the woods, using the surrounding cover to escape swiftly. Undeterred, the disciples regrouped and continued their pursuit. As they engaged fiercely. A few figures in the distance quietly observed the scene. We should follow as well. The speaker was Han Mo, beckoning to his team members. It's just a panther. Is it worth competing for? Someone questioned. Considering the nether panther's strength was not particularly impressive, and there were likely many more in the mountainous area, of course. 1 or 2 aren't significant. But what if we could locate the nether panther's lair? That could mean dozens or even hundreds. Han Mo replied with a smile. Speaking calmly, he'd done his homework before coming. Once they exhaust each other, we can simply pick up the spoils. The rules only state that we need demon cores. It doesn't specify who must kill the beasts. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood. Indeed, as long as they obtain the demon cores, why engage in a life-and-death struggle with the demon beasts? Wouldn't it be better to reap the rewards effortlessly? At this moment, everyone was increasingly convinced they had not made a mistake in following him. Xiaoling Yun's gaze towards Han Mo sparkled with renewed admiration. Everyone, gather here. The West Peak has found hundreds of rat demons. In another part of the mountains, a group of West Peak disciples quickly occupied a valley. These rat demons were not particularly strong, mostly at the chi refinement stage, but their sheer numbers constituted a significant gain. Those from a North Peak, what are you staring at? Do you want me to take you down first? One of the West Peak disciples sneered. This is our territory. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Indeed, a bunch of fools thinking they can lay claim to West Peak's finds. Faced with their arrogance, Li Wei did not dare to retort, gritting his teeth as he led his group forward. The North Peak had sent too few disciples this time. Any conflict with others would likely lead to exhaustion even before facing the demon beasts. This won't do. There are 3 urgent matters. Yichen suddenly clutched his stomach, his expression one of discomfort, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, making it clear he was not pretending. Li Wei, already fuming, shot Yichen a cold glare. You are more trouble than you are worth. If you leave now, you might still make it. No need. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Yichen quickly waved his hands, darting into the woods without waiting for anyone's response. The group was left speechless. Guiwei had wanted to say something, but was unable to, as Yin Luiwei pulled her along. Joining the main group in their departure, they asked for Yichen. He was not making an excuse to escape. His true target was the entire Serpent Demon clan, aiming to claim the first prize in the hunting competition, which was a staggering 100,000 4th-grade spiritual herbs, not to mention the coveted Long Xiandan, all of which he desperately needed to accomplish this. He must first locate Wu Ao. Only through the hands of this ancient being could he seamlessly infiltrate the Serpent Demon clan's inner sanctum. Should the opportunity arise, eliminating Wu Ao would not be out of the question, though given his current strength, Yichen knew he was not yet capable of that. Before long, Yichen had caught up with Wu Ao, who was disguised as Shun Ping. as thousands of disciples followed closely behind, swiftly leaving the other's sight. The group finally came to a stop in a narrow gorge, surrounded by swirling mist that limited visibility to less than 5 meters. Were it not for their large number, they would have likely become separated long ago. Brother Shenping, what is this place? Didn't you say there would be demon beasts to hunt? Why is there not a shadow in sight? The disciples were buzzing with excitement, believing Shenping was leading them to hunt beasts for points that of course there are surprises as I promised. But let's not rush, he replied with a chuckle. The sinister smile of Shenping went unnoticed by anyone. They only saw him suddenly turn and release 2 storage bags from his hands. The bag openings widened, and instantly a vast expanse of purple flames erupted, enveloping all present in the blink of an eye. Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Damn it, fellow brothers, there's treachery afoot. Before anyone could react, screams of horror erupted as the purple flames exhibited an adhesive power, swiftly pulling the over 1,000 disciples into the storage bags. This was all meticulously prepared by Wu Ao, with not only the numbers, but also the cultivation levels and genders being identical. Otherwise, the process would not have gone so smoothly. Once this was accomplished, the desolate valley was left with only Wu Ao, who no longer needed to maintain his disguise and revealed his true appearance. Are you satisfied with this batch? Wu Ao's voice echoed through the valley, soon receiving a response, barely acceptable. Following the sound, a figure with a beastly face emerged from the shadows, his gaze carrying a hint of indifference. The leader of Wu is becoming increasingly capable. To think he dares to personally conduct transactions involving over 1,000 disciples. Just then, a delicate voice chimed in, and a woman clad in a form-fitting qipao appeared, her fluffy white tail visible from a distance. The woman possessed a curvaceous figure and stunning beauty, her phoenix-like eyes captivating all, complemented by a pair of fluffy ears atop her head that added an enchanting allure to her appearance. Wai Yichen's gaze sharpened. It was evident that she was a fox spirit as she made her entrance. A mysterious fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating enough to cause dizziness with just a slight inhalation that Wai Yichan understood that this scent likely carried some hallucinogenic effect. Indeed, fox spirits were not to be underestimated. Fortunately, with the aid of the heavenly eye, he remained unaffected by the mesmerizing aroma. The 2 demon clan members before him had both reached the 2nd level of the Yuanying stage, their auras comparable to Wu Ao's. Observing closely, Yichun discerned that the beast-faced man was likely a Jiao dragon. Unlike true dragons, Jiao dragons were considerably weaker, yet still superior to ordinary snake demons. This transaction is of great significance. Hence, I personally came to ensure its safety, Wu Ao stated succinctly. After this deal, he had plans for an even larger transaction worth hundreds of millions. Discretion was paramount. As long as the leader of Wu is pleased. Here is the remuneration for this transaction, that if there are no further matters, we shall deliver and take our leave, the man said, tossing a bag of spirit stones that landed steadily in Wu Ao's hands. Hold on, young Master Nu Lin. Isn't this price rather low? Wu Ao pondered, frowning as he weighed the bag in his hands. Based on past dealings, this batch should be worth at least 60 million. Yet this contains barely half. Indeed, but who told you the quality of your goods was so poor? Quantity alone does not warrant a price. 30 million is already generous, Nu Lin replied coldly, turning to the fox demon beside him. Lu Mei, if you wish, I can offer you the entirety. The 2 were competitors, and in such dealings, the highest bidder would prevail. Nu Lin was more than happy to see others take the role of the fool. No, I would likely only offer 20 million, Lu Mei replied with a captivating smile that could enchant anyone. Miss Lu, what do you mean by that? Before Nu Lin could respond, Wu Ao's expression darkened. It means exactly what it says. Recently, we acquired a substantial number of human slaves from other royal families, and with over 1,000 human slaves, now seemingly less significant. The price will naturally reflect that. Lu Mei stated plainly, showing no intent to conceal her thoughts. Moreover, I might share some good news. After this conference concludes, you are likely to engage in combat with the true martial academy, correct? After that, the human race may face a drastic upheaval. Don't blame me for not warning you. It would be wise to prepare early, lest you find yourself in dire straits when chaos ensues among the human race. Do you think we will still lack for human slaves? As she spoke, Lu Mei giggled, recalling something that brought her joy. Now do you see how valuable my 30 million spirit stones are? Leader Wu, if you feel the price is unsuitable, let us cancel the transaction. After all, they are merely a handful of individuals, and Nu Lin does not truly value them. This may very well be our last transaction. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao's expression grew increasingly grim, but canceling the transaction was out of the question. After all, over 1,000 disciples have been captured into his storage bags. It would be inexcusable to backtrack. Ultimately, 30 million was better than nothing at all. Gentlemen, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, Wu Ao said, forcing a smile as he sought to ingratiate himself with the two. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, should the demon clan truly invade in the future, Wu Ao needed to ensure he had a contingency plan. That depends on your worth, Nu Lin remarked. A twisted smile appearing on his face for the first time, relishing the moment, Wu Ao, once the esteemed leader of the human sword immortal sect, now found himself groveling before them. Indeed, the human race seemed to be nothing but a wretched lot, incomparable to their stature. What Nu Lin said is quite true. The sword immortal sect of today is no longer what it once was. The true pillars of strength are now but a fraction of their former selves. We hope you take note of our efforts, Wu Ao said, once again smiling reverently, suppressing the earlier gloom. Hearing this, Yi Chun, hidden in the shadows, could not help but change his expression. Such revelations were unexpected. It seemed that the once mighty sword immortal sect, despite its thriving numbers, had been losing its top-tier combatants year after year, all due to these schemers. It appeared that these ancient relics were not merely human traffickers, but traitors implanted within the sword immortal sect by foreign clans. Chapter 47. The iron shoes are hard to find, yet the prize comes effortlessly. Leader Wu, do not blame me for not warning you. As long as Mo Lin remains, the sword immortal sect will never vanish. Nu Lin sneered. Mo Lin, of course, was the current leader of the sword immortal sect, the only one at the great ascension stage. At such a level, all other cultivations were mere insects. No amount of numbers could compensate for that. As long as Mo Lin lived, once he escaped, he would surely return with a vengeance. Having a surviving great ascension cultivator watching over them meant they would have to be on their toes, even while eating and sleeping. Leader Wu, if you could kill Mo Lin, that would indeed be a great achievement. Lu Mei chimed in, her smile enchanting enough to captivate hearts. The two exchanged no further words, confirming that the goods were in order before turning to leave. It was only after watching them vanish without a trace that Wu Ao's expression darkened once more. Damn it! If I could kill a great ascension, would I still need to engage in such dealings? Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes, and Wu Ao immediately reacted, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly captured the figure hiding in the woods. Yi Chun, Leader Wu, I swear I saw nothing of what just transpired. Do you believe me? Yi Chen's face turned pale, as if he'd been overly frightened. What are you doing here? Wu Ao exclaimed, then burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck! Just when I thought the transaction yielded so few spirit stones. Fate has delivered a lucrative deal right to my doorstep. Yi Chun, your worth is now 1 billion. With a surge of strength, he lifted Yi Chun as easily as one would a chick. With Yi Chen's cultivation, escape from the grip of a Yuanying stage expert was utterly impossible. Leader Wu, please let me go. I truly saw nothing. I want to speak a word. Yi Chen pleaded, struggling in vain. Humph! Wu Ao did not believe him at all. While one hand held Yi Chun, the other was already poised to strike his forehead, intent on searching his soul. His current objective was to infiltrate the Serpent Demon Clan and wipe them out entirely. And only after that would he deal with Wu Ao, in that order. Therefore, Yi Chun could not resist. He had a feigned weakness to lower Wu Ao's guard. As for the soul search, Yi Chun had already devised a countermeasure. Quickly activating the Devouring Immortal Cauldron to lock his consciousness, planning to play along with Wu Ao. In truth, the earlier rustling was a deliberate distraction on Yi Chen's part. Otherwise, even with the heavenly eye, the 3 Yuanying stage experts would not have found him so easily. Rest assured, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron soon emanated a sound, which allowed Yi Chun to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, Wu Ao regained his senses, his expression filled with deepening confusion as he looked at Yi Chun in his hands, utterly baffled. This lad appeared utterly useless, yet he could find nothing in his mind. Not even a trace of strength or cultivation. Such a predicament typically indicated two possibilities. Either Yi Chun possessed unfathomable power, capable of deceiving his soul search, or he was indeed a complete failure, devoid of any merit. Clearly, he preferred to believe the latter. Could it be that the earlier events were merely a result of this fellow's fortuitous luck? Wu Ao. Release him. Before Wu Ao could fully process this, a furious shout accompanied by a murderous intent surged from behind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Following the sound, he was astonished to see that the one approaching was none other than Sikong Yinwe. At this moment, Yi Chun was equally bewildered. How could his master appear in this place? Wu Ao had already taken the bait. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that Sikong Yinwe must have intended to gather evidence against Wu Ao, which prompted her to take such a bold risk. Wu Ao hastily seized Yi Chun and jumped aside, narrowly evading Sikong Yinwe's strike. His countenance was ashen. He had believed everything was going smoothly until this boy's appearance altered everything. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Wu Ao could only force himself to continue the charade. Sect leader Sikong, we are the same sect. Is it truly appropriate to resort to violence upon our first meeting? Wu Ao, at this juncture, you still wish to quibble. I have already recorded your earlier words with a firefly stone. Upon our return, your crimes will be made public, if you know what's good for you. Confess your accomplices so you may redeem yourself. Sikong Yinwe, uninterested in further banter with Wu Ao, was resolute. This time, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. With a swift motion, she drew her longsword. Ah, Sikong Yinwe, do you truly believe I fear you? Hand over the firefly stone to me. Now that his cover was blown, Wu Ao decided to abandon pretense. With no witnesses in the desolate mountains, he could eliminate all who had seen him and ensure that no one would know of his deeds. Moreover, he had long harbored disdain for Sikong Yinwe, and today presented an ideal opportunity to eradicate the root of his troubles. Wu Ao, you stand at death's door and still show no remorse. Release Yi Chun at once. Return with me to face justice, and perhaps you may yet have a sliver of hope. Enough with the idle chatter. Do you truly think I fear you? A glint of malice flashed in Wu Ao's eyes as he tightened his grip, causing a crack to echo from Yi Chun's neck. How dare you? If you desire the firefly stone, I shall grant it to you. Sikong Yinwe, unwilling to gamble, conceded for the moment. After all, Yi Chun was the future of the North Peak, and his safety was paramount. Meanwhile, although Yi Chun appeared frightened on the surface, he secretly transmitted a message to Sikong Yinwe. Master, I can handle this. You must leave quickly. Why do you not heed my warning to stay away? Very well, cooperate with me. Struggle with all your might, and you should be able to break free. My priority is to ensure your safety first. Sikong Yinwe felt a surge of frustration. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events in an otherwise well-laid plan? Master, trust me. Yi Chun urgently transmitted, his heart racing like a frantic ant on a hot pan. If Sikong Yinwe continued to intervene, his plans would surely be in jeopardy. However, in her desperation to save him, Sikong Yinwe was oblivious to Yi Chun's true intentions. Without waiting to hear the rest of his words, she threw the firefly stone into the air. Meanwhile, she was secretly gathering her strength, prepared to strike decisively at Wu Ao's moment of vulnerability. Yet, Yi Chun's actions left her utterly astonished. He simply absorbed the firefly stone from the air and handed it over to Wu Ao. Sect leader Wu, this is yours. As he spoke, Yi Chun wore a fawning expression, resembling an obsequious lackey. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. You possess commendable insight. Wu Ao laughed, realizing that this lad was indeed a coward, decisively choosing to betray in a moment of crisis. With what he sought now in hand, Wu Ao wasted no time and instantly detonated the talisman in his grasp. Chapter 48. This woman is capricious. This was the teleportation array prepared in advance for absolute certainty. The formation was of no low grade and activated with remarkable speed, leaving no time for Sikong Yenyue to react. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself alone, with only Wu Ao's parting words echoing. "You wretched woman, I shall remember this day. Our paths shall cross again, and we will settle this score." Sikong Yenyue was overcome with anger and helplessness, bewildered by Yi Chen's inexplicable actions at such a critical juncture. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, and she was poised to capture Wu Ao and expose his accomplices. Now, all had been thwarted by Yi Chen. Why? Why must he complicate matters? As the world spun around him, Yi Chen's vision quickly cleared, revealing that he and Wu Ao stood within a valley, where a sign read "Fallen Dust Stronghold." This must be the agreed-upon trading location between Wu Ao and Mo Qing. Damn, this wretch is indeed not so honest. The Firefly Stone is a fake. Wu Ao crushed the stone in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. Hearing this, Yi Chen finally exhaled in relief, having feared that Sikong Yenyue would bring a genuine one to exchange. Evidently, she had been prepared. Amidst his rage, Wu Ao's complexion shifted. If the real Firefly Stone had been taken back, how could he possibly remain in the Sword Immortal sect? Moreover, if his crimes were confirmed, the law enforcement hall of the Sword Immortal sect would not be lenient. Even in a vast world, the law enforcement hall would pursue him relentlessly until his demise. It's all your fault. You little rascal. Were it not for you, I would not be in this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ao's gaze turned to Yi Chen, filled with a murderous intent. Sect leader Wu, how is this my fault? I was assisting you just moments ago. Yi Chen nearly cursed aloud in frustration, yet he feigned a look of innocence, nearly shouting that he was a law-abiding citizen. Humph. Were it not for you, how could I have been exposed? I've laid the groundwork for years, only to be undone by you. Wu Ao gritted his teeth in rage. Were it not for Yi Chen, he would be worth 1 billion spirit stones, and he would gladly slap Yi Chen to death. Who goes there? At that moment, a voice rang out as 2 serpent guards approached, holding long spears and eyeing the duo with suspicion. Yet the arrogance in the serpent guards' demeanor was palpable, especially upon seeing the human before them. There was a hint of disdain in their eyes. "I am Wu Ao, here with the goods your master requested." Wu Ao waved his hand, stating matter factly. It seemed that the name Wu Ao still held weight here, as the 2 serpent guards immediately recognized him. "Sect leader Wu, why have you come personally this time? This is quite unusual. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly inform Mo Qing that I have brought Yi Chen. Is she to come or not?" After facing several setbacks, Wu Ao had lost his patience and spoke coldly. "Tell your master that the current price is 2 billion. Otherwise, do not expect even a hair from me." The serpent guards were left dumbfounded, taking some time to process his words before responding. "You wait here. I will go inform her." Soon, Mo Qing's voice echoed from within, familiar yet distant to Yi Chen. "Sect leader Wu, please come in for a discussion." However, considering they were on the territory of the demon race, Wu Ao had not grown so bold as to enter alone. He replied, "Mo Qing, let us not waste time. Let us conduct the exchange of goods and payment." "Humph. If you refuse to respect the proper order, you shall face the consequences." Mo Qing scoffed, her tone laced with evident anger. And as her words fell, a tremendous sound reverberated through the valley. Suddenly, a colossal serpent-shaped demon beast appeared in the sky. Its massive form seemed capable of engulfing the entire valley, causing Yi Chen's pupils to constrict in shock. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was likely a manifestation of the formation. The 7 Wounds serpent-killing formation. He never anticipated that this minor Yuan-Ing serpent demon would possess such a formation. The voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron resonated in his mind, clearly recognizing this demon beast formation. The 7 Wounds serpent-killing formation? Is it truly formidable? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, the might of the formation imposing enough to compel him to re-evaluate his actions. Moderate at best. The one who set up this formation is unlikely to be that little serpent demon. Most likely, it is a powerful being at the integration stage. However, after years of wear and tear, its current potency has probably diminished to about half. With the Yuaning realm in play, Combined with the natural advantages of this valley, the Yuaning beings present would find it insufficient to survive. The swallowing immortal cauldron gradually explained, having a fair understanding of this formation. Unmatched below the Yuaning realm? Hearing this, Yi Chun's expression shifted. Did this imply he could not create any significant turmoil? Initially, he had thought that with an unexpected victory, he could potentially uproot Mo Qing and the entire Serpent Demon clan. But it now appeared that this would be quite the challenge. Cauldron Bro. Is there a way to break this formation? Yi Chun suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly sent a telepathic inquiry. This was his first visit to this place, and the sight of the formation's deadly array alone was enough to instill a sense of dread. In the past, I would have disregarded such a dilapidated formation without a second glance. However, the current circumstances leave me no choice. If the swallowing celestial cauldron were to take human form, it would undoubtedly be gesturing helplessly at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. Could it be that even the swallowing celestial cauldron was powerless? Yet, he then heard the other party continue. However, there are still alternatives. Could you possibly complete your thoughts in one go? Who taught you to speak with such breathlessness? Yi Chun retorted, exasperated. Do not be hasty. There are indeed methods, but they will not be easy. You must subdue Mo Qing and seize the array control talisman from her. After hearing this, Yi Chun rolled his eyes once more. If I could control her, would I still need to worry about this pathetic formation? Young man, sometimes you truly lack wisdom. Brute force 1T work. Have you forgotten how you arrived here? The swallowing celestial cauldron reminded him that why Yi Chun suddenly grasped the situation, yet he still couldn't fathom why Mo Qing had captured him, especially when she seemed disinterested in the price of 100 million spirit stones. Was I truly worth such a sum? I suspect that the serpent demon wishes to sample your essence. Do not forget how you were tormented and how you managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a wave of dismay. The words of the swallowing celestial cauldron were consistently beyond his expectations. Could you not be serious? My life is still in their hands. Yi Chun complained. I am quite serious. These deductions are entirely logical, and there is a high probability that if you wish to take down Mo Qing, you will have to rely on your unique skills. The swallowing celestial cauldron chuckled. And is that not splendid? You can fulfill your plan and find enjoyment, achieving two objectives with one action. At this point, Yi Chun could no longer muster a response. But upon reflection, why did the words of the swallowing celestial cauldron seem to hold a kernel of truth? While Yi Chun wrestled with his thoughts, Wu Ao's face was a mixture of fury and astonishment. Mo Qing. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Do you truly believe this king would hesitate to kill you? You dare to demand 100 million spirit stones, and now you even want to raise the price. With a furious roar from Mo Qing, the massive serpent demon above immediately swung its tail toward him. Wu Ao intended to resist, but found it utterly futile, as he was firmly ensnared by the serpent's tail and rendered immobile. Though Wu Ao was also at the nascent soul stage, the 7 wounds serpent-killing formation was invincible beneath that level, and he could not break the formation. Restrained, he was swiftly overwhelmed by the waiting serpent men, who mercilessly beat him. Wu Ao's face was bruised and battered. Despite only suffering external injuries, his visage had become so swollen that even his mother would struggle to recognize him. After the beating, the serpent men bound him tightly and dragged him toward the canyon. Sister, I won't escape. I can walk on my own. Yi Chun called out hurriedly to express his loyalty, but Mo Qing clearly did not believe him, insisting that the serpent men bind him securely. Soon, both Wu Ao and Yi Chun were brought before a grand palace, where Mo Qing sat upon a high dais, reclining upon a serpent-shaped throne, exuding an air of dominance befitting the queen of the serpent clan. This moment, Mo Qing donned a sheer garment, her figure exquisitely alluring, and with her cultivation, she had long since transformed, her beauty striking beyond compare. Beside Mo Qing was another woman whom Yi Chun instantly recognized as Mo Wan. Noticing her, Yi Chun cheekily raised an eyebrow in greeting. You insolent wretch! Do you truly fear no consequences? Upon seeing Yi Chun again, Mo Wan's rage flared, her teeth grinding audibly as her murderous intent surged. Just moments ago, upon encountering Yi Chun again, her body involuntarily shuddered, the deep-seated terror causing her to relive harrowing memories. Even after all this time, Immortal could not deny that she had yet to escape the shadows of that experience. "Sister, let us not be angry. We are somewhat acquainted, are we not?" At this juncture, Yichun could only brace himself, and, believing in the swallowing celestial cauldron, he forced a smile and said, "Ladies, rather than kill me, it would be wiser to keep me around, for I possess unique skills that will undoubtedly meet your expectations." Although Yichun wore a smile and his demeanor was earnest, Immortal perceived his words as lewd, her anger intensifying. "Get lost." With that, Immortal prepared to strike, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to Yichun, to incapacitate him completely and see if he dared to be so arrogant again. However, Immortal intervened first, turning back to Yichun with a curious gaze. "Is what you say true?" Upon hearing this, Yichun found himself increasingly convinced of the swallowing celestial cauldron's conjectures. It seemed this woman genuinely sought to engage in dual cultivation with him. His earlier words had merely been a test. Having obtained the desired response, Yichun formulated a plan in his mind. Wu Ao, still present, could no longer ignore the implications behind Immortal's statement, his expression darkening. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to appease. "Your Majesty, you must not let the grievances between you and him implicate me. I've already exposed my identity in my pursuit of this brat, which is why I am now raising the price. I hope you will forgive me, considering the circumstances," Wu Ao explained. "Haha." Immortal chuckled softly. If that were indeed the case, everything began to make sense, including why Wu Ao had chosen to come personally. He intended to execute a major operation before his identity was revealed. After receiving payment, he would simply depart, leaving a tangled mess behind, ultimately implicating the Serpent Clan. "Very well. So you would shift the blame onto us, expecting the Serpent Clan to bear the consequences?" Immortal regarded Wu Ao with a smile that held a hint of malice. Upon hearing this, Wu Ao nearly lost control of his bowels. When had he ever uttered such words? "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I never thought of such a thing." Wu Ao attempted to clarify, but before he could finish, a bloody hand pierced through his chest, the assailant being none other than Immortal. "How dare you?" At that moment, Wu Ao struggled to complete his words, blood gushing from his throat and drowning his voice. The injury was fatal. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, as long as his nascent soul remained, he would not perish. If his physical body was destroyed, he could simply exchange it for another. It has been quite some time since I tasted the blood of a nascent soul cultivator. Immortal licked her fingers, a look of delight in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yichun felt a chill run down his spine. "Otherwise you shall die," with a single strike capable of shattering a nascent soul's physical form. It was clear that Immortal's strength surpassed his expectations. Wu Ao wished to voice his thoughts, but blood continued to pour from his mouth, rendering him speechless at that moment. Even his soul trembled with genuine fear. "Ha! I am a demon. When you conspire with a tiger, you should have anticipated this moment." Immortal spoke with a smile, her gaze laced with contempt. She then delivered a palm strike directly to Wu Ao's forehead, obliterating his physical form and severing his life force, leaving only his soul and nascent soul behind. Immortal would not permit a rival of the nascent soul stage to survive, for even if she could withstand it, her kin could not. Boom! Wu Ao's head was shattered by the strike, and even his weakened nascent soul was captured by Immortal. Wu Ao's essence became a smaller version of himself, struggling futilely in Immortal's grasp. "No more idle chatter," Immortal declared, swallowing the nascent soul whole, leaving no remnants. What astonished Yichun the most was that Immortal, who had only reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, ascended 2 full realms to the 7th level after consuming Wu Ao. What kind of demonic technique was this? Young man, are you perhaps ignorant? Creatures like them can not only grow stronger through cultivation, but also possess a swifter means of advancement: the consumption of powerful beings. Especially human cultivators. This is akin to a supreme tonic for them. Can you guess why they seek so many human cultivators as thralls? The voice of the swallowing celestial cauldron echoed in Yichun's mind, causing his complexion to turn pale. The ability to grow stronger through consumption was a terrifying talent of the demon clan. Why even bother fighting? I could simply flee. Indeed, quite delectable, Mo-Ching relished the excess spiritual power within her. Licking her crimson lips with satisfaction, as she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Yi Chun, who appeared to be in a daze, seemingly traumatized. Mo-Ching, noticing this, sneered, her disdain for Yi Chun intensifying, for he was ultimately a lowly servant. Young man, do you still wish to live? When this remark was made, one could only wonder what thoughts were swirling in Mo-Ching's mind, as her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling the festive lanterns of a new year. Of course, what orders does Her Majesty have? Yi Chun hastily replied, even putting on an act of unusual urgency, which appeared to others as nothing more than cowardice. Very well, Mo-Ching regained her composure and inquired. During that incident when you knocked me unconscious, why were you so formidable? Chapter 50, Advanced Version of the Battle Heaven Pill. This inquiry naturally referred to the events that transpired when Yi Chun consumed the Battle Heaven Pill while escaping from this place. After taking the elixir, Yi Chun transformed into a creature akin to a wild beast, even his appearance altered to lie somewhere between human and demon. However, at that moment, Yi Chun's memories were scant. He acted purely on instinct. Nevertheless, Yi Chun promptly responded, replying to Her Majesty, "It is a special talent of mine that can be triggered under certain conditions." Upon hearing this, Mo-Ching immediately displayed an expression of expectedness, as if everything was just as she had surmised. "You have opened your chi-si?" Mo-Luan, sensing the aura emanating from Yi Chun, finally spoke, astonished by the rapid progress he had made in such a short time. "I must thank Lady Mo-Luan. Had it not been for your generous bestowal of rare treasures to solidify my foundation, my cultivation speed would not be so swift." Yi Chun quickly flattered, aware that with the suppression of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, his apparent aura was only at the 8th level of chi refining. Yet this was still an astonishing rate of advancement for one newly embarking on the path of cultivation. "Luan, you may leave now. I shall take it upon myself to thoroughly torment him." Mo-Ching's expression seemed somewhat peculiar as she forcibly composed herself before speaking. Upon hearing this, Mo-Luan's countenance shifted. She understood quite well what Mo-Ching intended, leaving her at a loss for words. "That I know what you wish to say, but having just absorbed so much spiritual energy, I too require a period of adjustment, lest I fall into madness." Seemingly anticipating Mo-Luan's thoughts, Mo-Ching remarked, her previously composed demeanor now tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Sister." Mo-Luan attempted to voice something further, but was silenced by a mere glance from Mo-Ching. With no recourse, she could only exit the Grand Hall alongside her fellow subordinates, leaving only Yi Chun and Mo-Ching behind. "Come here." Mo-Ching slowly beckoned, and with a gesture into the void. Yi Chun found himself soaring towards her, the ropes binding him suddenly severed. Yi Chun felt a lightness beneath his feet, and when he regained his senses, he discovered himself forcibly reclined within the pink canopy of the Grand Hall. Perfectly straightened, truly a seasoned veteran, everything seemed so natural and effortlessly familiar. Unfortunately, having just endured such a nauseating scene, Yi Chun found himself devoid of any interest, even in the presence of the stunning and enchanting Mo-Ching. "Kid, the opportunity lies before you. Seize it well. I have high hopes for you." The voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed once more, falling silent thereafter. At that moment, Yi Chun's mind was racing with 1,000 curses. If that cursed cauldron had a physical form, he would certainly use it as a dog bowl. "I have no medicine. How am I to regain my vigor?" Suddenly recalling something, Yi Chun hastily communicated, recalling that it was only after consuming medicine that he had been so vigorous last time. Now, with nothing, he was left with mere air. "Spiritual fruit. Don't you still have an entire plant?" The cauldron reminded him. "Am I insane to use an entire plant of spiritual fruit to concoct aphrodisiacs?" Yi Chun cursed inwardly. "1 leaf would suffice, but if you truly cannot muster the strength, using the whole thing is not out of the question." The cauldron teased. Can you not finish your sentences next time? If you have something to say, say it without gasping for breath." Yi Chun felt an urge to give the cauldron the finger. Without waiting for the spiritual fruit's consent, He hastily plucked a leaf and, amidst the cauldron's wailing, tossed it into the black vessel. This cauldron was one of his few treasures, and undoubtedly the finest he had ever used. Meanwhile, Imo-Ching, observing Yi-chan feigning death upon the bed, frowned slightly. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish for me to kill you?" She seemed to grow increasingly impatient, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Your Majesty, such matters require proper preparation, do they not? If you are dissatisfied later, I could not bear such a grave sin." Yi-chan hastily replied, his face a mask of flattery, turning his head away to prevent this demoness from discerning any hint of his real thoughts. "What? Am I not attractive to you?" Imo-Ching, ever confident in her beauty, felt a chill in Yi-chen's gaze as he spoke of preparation while averting his eyes. "Your Majesty has misunderstood. I am merely preparing for a transformation." A reflexive action, Yi-chen quickly retorted, his thoughts entirely focused on the cauldron within him. Just moments ago, the leaf of the spiritual fruit had finally been refined, resulting in a golden pill. Golden Gun Unyielding Thunder Pill. An upgraded version of the Battle Heaven pill. The user must release all medicinal power to cease its effects, or they will explode from within. Staring at the warning from the Black Cauldron, Yi-chan was momentarily stunned. This spiritual fruit was indeed extraordinary. Just a single leaf possessed more efficacy than all the previous herbs combined, yielding an upgraded aphrodisiac. The enhanced potency was undoubtedly superior, but the side effects were equally severe, as failure to release the energy would lead to an explosion, causing Yi-chan to hesitate. However, with Imo-Ching urging him onward, Yi-chan found no opportunity to refuse and decisively absorbed the Golden Gun Unyielding Thunder Pill, instantly feeling the medicinal power surge throughout his body. "Servant, do you still need to prepare?" Imo-Ching's impatient voice rang out once more, but before she could finish her sentence, a layer of golden, ethereal flames ignited around Yi-chan. While his body began to undergo transformation, muscles bulged and rippled across his form, even exhibiting signs of mutation, as his clothing was torn apart, fragments hanging from him. Particularly, that indescribable appendage now resembled a golden spear, standing proud and erect. Witnessing this, even Imo-Ching could not help but exclaim, her cheeks, once flushed, now paling slightly, as she instinctively recoiled a step. Behind her was the edge of the bed, and in her misstep, she tumbled onto it, momentarily forgetting her status as a nascent soul realm powerhouse. How is this so different from what Imo-Wan described? Even ancient demon beasts would likely not possess the fearsome aura emanating from Yi-chan at this moment. After consuming the pill, Yi-chan gradually slipped into a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot as he roared thunderously, shaking the very foundations of the Grand Hall. Not only was Yi-chan's physical form transforming, but his realm also skyrocketed in an instant, forcibly breaking through to the nascent soul stage, even threatening to overpower Imo-Ching. In his frenzy, Yi-chan seized Imo-Ching and firmly restrained her, rendering her resistance futile. What awaited Imo-Ching now was the tempest unleashed by Yi-chan, and whether she could withstand it would depend solely on her own fate. How could this have grown so immense? Chapter 51. His own request. What concern is it of mine? The commotion quickly drew the attention of Imo-Wan, who had just departed. She rushed back with her subordinates, only to be startled into a halt at the entrance. Some of the weaker servants were so terrified that their legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. The sight of even Imo-Ching being unable to contend with Yi-chan, forced to endure his onslaught, drained the color from Imo-Wan's face. "Stop! I can't take it anymore." Imo-Ching was in a dire state, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of any strength to resist, unable even to control the Grand Hall's formation. Despair overwhelmed her as she realized she had exhausted all her powers and artifacts to no avail against Yi-chan. This man's body was as impenetrable as stone. Not only could she not breach his defenses, but he also seemed impervious to pain, a veritable monster. As for Yi-chan, he had no intention of halting. After all, this was Imo-Ching's own request, and what concern was it of his? Furthermore, if he stopped now, he risked exploding himself, and adhering to the mindset of better the Taoist die than the Taoist friend, Yi-chan could only continue his release. "Cease at once, you wretched slave." Regaining her composure, Imo-Wan immediately struck with his sword, But the sword energy posed no threat to Yi Chun, having been shattered by the pressure he emitted even before she could advance. Not only that, but Yi Chun instinctively counterattacked, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that sent the intruding servants flying, all collapsing in an instant. Even Immortal was propelled several dozen meters, crashing against a stone pillar outside. Spitting blood, her eyes filled with fear, despair, and regret. This man was nothing short of a beast, a monster. Had she known, she would have struck him down with a single sword earlier. Now, he had become a calamity. And there was no way to deal with Yi Chun. In this pivotal moment, Yi Chun appears to have grown exponentially more formidable than before, overpowering even his own sister, Immortal, who finds herself utterly subdued and devoid of any capacity for resistance. Quickly, summon the master. At this moment, Immortal is left gasping for breath, barely clinging to the last remnants of her strength to utter these words. The grand array she once controlled dissipates with a resounding crash, clearly indicating her inability to sustain it any longer. I shall rend you to pieces. Immortal gritted her teeth, nearly shattering them in her fury as she cast a venomous glare at Yi Chun. Yet rationality urged her to flee and seek assistance. However, Yi Chun would not be foolish enough to allow her to escape. If he struggled to subdue Immortal, he certainly would not invite the challenge of another ancient demon. Leave none alive. At the instant Yi Chun opened his mouth, a terrifying wave of sound surged toward Immortal, who was attempting to flee, instantly immobilizing her. Casting a glance back at the nearly lifeless Immortal, Yi Chun wasted no time and leapt forward, appearing directly before Immortal. The sight of him sent Immortal into a panic, her heart racing as she shouted orders. Quick! Everyone, intercept him! No one is allowed to retreat. The servants of the demon palace, all female demons, charged forward fearlessly upon receiving the command. Yet, they soon realized their attacks were futile. Yi Chun's skin bore a defensive quality akin to a magical artifact, effortlessly shattering their assaults with a mere tremor. Yi Chun, however, disregarded these insignificant foes, fixated solely on Immortal, that he needed to expel the medicinal energy coursing through his body without any further delay. The servant's assaults merely delayed him for a moment, sufficient for Immortal to break free from her paralysis and extract a teleportation talisman hidden within her garments. Without a moment's hesitation, she crushed it. Witnessing this, Yi Chun's heart sank. He had encountered such a talisman before in Wu Ao's possession, capable of transporting one across vast distances. Not let her escape. Yi Chun swiftly unleashed a punch from a distance, a terrifying pressure compressing the air itself as it struck Immortal's back with tremendous force. With a sickening sound, she coughed up blood, yet the sheer power propelled her forward into the teleportation array, vanishing in an instant. Your time is running short. The voice of the swallowing immortal Cauldron echoed in his mind, causing Yi Chun to feel a surge of urgency. While the golden spear, unyielding thunder pill, was indeed potent, its side effects were equally severe. He could feel his meridians swelling to their limits. If he did not release the energy soon, he might truly perish from the strain. Thank goodness for the cultivation of the indestructible body, which had allowed him to endure such overwhelming medicinal power. Forget it. I shall proceed with my eyes closed. Here, if nothing else, there was an abundance of female demons. Yi Chun turned back, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. What do you intend to do? Stay away from me. The remaining female serpent demons were not fools. Upon seeing the crimson glare in Yi Chun's eyes, they seemed to grasp his intentions. 100 of them scattered in terror, creating a chaotic scene. Having come this far, do you still think you can flee? With another great leap, Yi Chun's imposing figure blocked the exit, and without hesitation, he struck out behind him with a punch, collapsing the exit entirely. Now, I've caught you all like fish in a barrel. No, don't come any closer. Inside the palace, screams echoed incessantly. For the next several minutes, not a single serpent demon escaped. Once Yi Chun had dealt with all the serpent demons, he leisurely began to collect the demon cores. While the demon race was indeed stronger than ordinary beasts, they still produced demon cores, which would serve as points for the upcoming competition. Especially Immortal. As Yi Chun extracted the core from her, his hands trembled with excitement. With such a treasure in hand, he was all but guaranteed a place among the top 10 in the hunting competition. Yi Chen thought, though fatigue overwhelmed him as he leaned against the palace wall, feeling utterly spent. Thanks to his robust physique, he had endured the side effects of the golden spear unyielding thunder pill. Yet he could still sense faint cracks in his body. The item was indeed remarkable, but its repercussions were frightfully severe, prompting a bitter smile from Yi Chen. However, that was not the most pressing concern. What truly disheartened him was the sensation of one part of his body having gone numb, leading him to question whether it had been severed entirely. Was this the process of turning an iron pestle into a needle? Fortunately, had he not been refining his body during this time, the recent madness might have cost him dearly. Kid, you should leave this place at once. Do not forget that you let one escape. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron advised. Chapter 52. Hurry, I will hold them off. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen wholeheartedly agreed, struggling to rise from his exhausted state that he searched the palace once more, taking anything he could carry. Unfortunately, despite the vastness of the palace, he found no treasure vault. Had it not been for the celestial eye, he might have thought that Mo Qing had hidden the defenses too well. Yi Chen opened the storage bag he had taken from Mo Qing. Aside from other items, it contained nearly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. When converted to low-grade spirit stones, that amounted to a staggering 1 billion. With this resource, he need not worry about provisions for the foreseeable future. While he had felt somewhat dejected earlier, his spirits lifted considerably. Additionally, Yi Chen discovered several teleportation talismans within the storage bag. An unexpected boon. He examined the talismans closely but could discern little, prompting him to seek the guidance of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. Typically, teleportation talismans bind a location or person through the user's intent. To activate one merely needed to crush it. Upon hearing the explanation, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. These talismans were indeed treasures, invaluable for escape and a rare life-saving artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed one, and a blue vortex materialized before him. Stepping into it, he immediately felt the world spinning around him. Not long after Yi Chen departed, a colossal dragon burst forth from the skies above the palace, its furious roar echoing throughout the mountains. Its massive form cast a shadow over the entire valley, its descending aura exuding an overwhelming terror. Upon the dragon's back lay the grievously wounded Emolan, blood staining the corner of her mouth. During her escape, she had taken a direct hit from Yi Chen's punch, nearly obliterating her very soul. Recovery would be far from easy. The dragon descended rapidly, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a grayish-white robe. Cradling Mo in his arms, he soon discovered the lifeless Mo Qing in the palace. A tragic sight indeed. She had been utterly exhausted to death, her expression frozen in fear. Good, good, good. Each utterance of these words fueled the man's wrath, escalating to a peak where the palace could no longer withstand the oppressive force, crumbling to pieces around them. You wretch! With a roar, the man's terrifying spiritual sense swept across a 100-mile radius. But alas, Yi Chen had long since vanished without a trace, rendering his search futile. Master must avenge my sister, Mo gasped weakly. Overcome with anger, she coughed up blood, but the man steadied her condition with his spiritual power, allowing her some relief. Oh, not worry. I will not rest until he is annihilated. The man's eyes burned with fury. He yearned to reduce Yi Chen to ash, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, having utilized the teleportation talisman, found himself back in the myriad demon mountain range. Hardly had he rested for a few minutes when he fortuitously encountered Li Wei. At that moment, Li Wei and his companions appeared to be in dire straits, engaged in a fierce struggle against a 3-meter-tall golden ape. The Golden Ape King, with its foundation at the 7th layer, possessed both immense strength and a fierce spirit, proving formidable even against peak foundation-level humans. Unable to defeat it, Li Wei and his group relied on their numerical advantage, hoping to wear the beast down through sheer persistence. The group was in disarray, with Li Wei suffering the worst. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his chest bore a horrific claw mark that exposed bone, as the eldest disciple with strength at the 3rd layer of foundation. He had borne the brunt of the Golden Ape King's attacks. Run! I will hold it off, With that declaration, Li Wei turned to confront the beast, channeling all his spiritual energy to maximize the force of his strike. Yet the Golden Ape King, not only powerful, but also possessing intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary beasts, deftly dodged the attack and lunged at Li Wei. The claws of the Golden Ape King were exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through even diamonds, let alone the flesh of Li Wei, a mere mortal. With all his might, he channeled his spiritual energy to shield his arms, crossing his hands in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending blow. A thunderous crash echoed as Li Wei was sent hurtling away like a kite with its strings severed, blood gushing from his mouth, gravely injured. "What are you all dawdling for? Run!" Li Wei shouted at the stunned Xiao Luo and the others, urging them to flee. Every second counted, and they must not act recklessly. Observing this scene, Yichen couldn't help but reflect, realizing he had misjudged his senior brother. In a moment of peril, one who is willing to risk their life for righteousness cannot be wholly flawed. "Senior brother, how could we possibly abandon you?" Zhao Sanpao exclaimed, his voice booming as he charged towards the Golden Ape King, fists raised. Though this lad may be single-minded, his strength was formidable, even if his cultivation level wasn't exceedingly high. His attacks were vigorous and impactful. With a mere 8th level in Qi refinement, Zhao Sanpao's innate talent endowed him with enough power to contend against an ordinary Foundation establishment warrior. His muscles bulged, and he grew to over 3 meters tall, colliding fiercely with the Golden Ape King, each punch resonating with muffled thuds. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation realms, Zhao Sanpao demonstrated a terrifying talent. Able to exchange a few blows with the formidable beast, thanks in part to his enhanced physical prowess. Without it, he would have stood no chance. "Stop watching. He cannot win." The voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed in his mind. Indeed, before the words had fully left his lips, Zhao Sanpao was already injured, each punch he threw only worsening his wounds until he was battered and bruised. The gap in their cultivation was insurmountable. Talent alone could not bridge it. Had he cultivated the indestructible body of the great Tao, he might have stood a chance against the Golden Ape King. Boom! Another terrifying strike landed, a punch from the beast smashing into Zhao Sanpao's back, driving him mercilessly into the ground and creating a large crater. This fool insane. Instead of evading or targeting weaknesses, he chooses to clash head-on with the beast. Yi Chan watched anxiously, as did the others. Xiao Luo could hardly contain his frustration. "This idiot," he asked, throwing his life away. Despite his harsh words, Xiao Luo nonetheless intervened to save Zhao Sanpao, albeit momentarily distracting the beast to allow him a breather. "Xiao Luo, do you have any way to defeat this beast? I believe in your cunning." Zhao Sanpao wiped the blood from his mouth, and despite his severe injuries, he refused to relent. "Damn it. What are you even doing? Just getting yourself killed. You should be grateful I'm here to save you. Now hurry and get out of here." Chapter 53. A single punch to obliterate the Golden Ape King using his speed. Xiao Luo managed to entangle the Golden Ape King for a brief moment. Although the beast possessed an incredibly powerful physique, its speed was lacking, allowing him to evade with agile movements. However, this was merely a temporary solution. Brute strength would ultimately prevail. Xiao Luo had been accumulating energy, and when the moment was right, he unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at the beast's crown, its weak point. Yet to his dismay, the attack shattered upon impact with the beast's forehead, leaving no mark whatsoever. Without needing the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's reminder, Yi Chun could see that it was indeed a critical point, but Xiao Luo's attack was too feeble to breach the beast's defenses. "Damn it!" Xiao Luo cursed vehemently. Having failed in his strike, he realized he had exposed himself to danger. As he attacked, he left an opening, and the Golden Ape King seized the opportunity, swinging its tail like a steel whip. It struck Xiao Luo squarely, sending him hurtling back like a cannonball, shattering several trees in his wake before he was impaled against a large trunk. Wood chips flew everywhere, obscuring the fate of Xiao Luo within. Roaring in fury, the Golden Ape King seemed incensed by the earlier attack, its thunderous roar scattering numerous birds and beasts. It turned with a fierce glare, surveying the remaining individuals, instilling a sense of despair in their hearts. "It's over." Ai Wei's face reflected hopelessness. Yet he charged forward resolutely. If even the newly initiated junior brother dared to take risks, how could he, as the senior brother, retreat? Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, striking with lightning speed. A brutal punch connecting squarely with the Golden Ape King's head. Sensing the imminent threat, the beast hurriedly conjured its protective spiritual energy, attempting to deflect the blow as it had before. However, this time, its defenses crumbled like paper, and the ferocious attack landed squarely on the beast's crown. A resounding crack echoed, and the beast's head exploded, revealing its inner demon core. The sight left everyone utterly astonished. When they finally recognized the figure responsible, disbelief washed over their faces. "It's Yi-chun! How could it be you? Brother Yi-chun!" they exclaimed in unison, with Guiwearer particularly overjoyed. Even Xiao Luo, just emerging from the debris, stood frozen in surprise at the sight of the vanquished beast. "It's been a while, everyone," Yi-chun greeted with a smile, casually collecting the demon core of the Golden Ape King without bothering to engage in pleasantries. The beast had been slain by him, and having saved them in the process, the core rightfully belonged to him. Iwei struggled to rise, only to find most of his meridians shattered, blood pouring from his mouth as he fought to stabilize himself, lacking even the strength to speak. Noticing this, Yi-chun swiftly approached, gently supporting Li Wei while channeling some spiritual energy into him, which helped stabilize his injuries. He then retrieved a third-grade healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Li Wei. "Senior brother, no need for further words. Take this to heal yourself first." Iwei glanced at Yi-chun with a complex expression before accepting the pill and promptly sitting down to recover. Xiao Luo, too, consumed the healing pill and quickly entered a meditative state. The myriad beast mountain range was fraught with danger, and if they did not recover swiftly, they would become burdens rather than allies, jeopardizing the safety of the group. After some time, Xiao Luo and Li Wei gradually emerged from their meditative states, their injuries healed by about 70%, restoring much of their strength. Even if they encountered another beast, they could at least escape without issue. Seeing this, the others gathered around, their expressions filled with concern as they checked on Li Wei and Xiao Luo. Once assured of their safety, they all exhaled in relief. "I sincerely apologize for my previous conduct," Li Wei said. Though feeling somewhat awkward, he bowed deeply to Yi-chun. Why Yi-chun readily accepted the earnest apology that it was now clear to everyone, even the most oblivious, that Yi-chun's earlier display of incompetence had merely been an act. No one held him in disdain anymore. And no need for that. Let bygones be bygones. I share some responsibility as well, Yi-chun replied with a generous smile. After all, if not for his pretense, others wouldn't have looked down upon him. In fact, Yi-chun had not intended to intervene, had it not been for Guiwearer and the unexpected actions of Xiao Luo and Li Wei. He would have merely protected Guiwearer in the final moments and continued to conceal his strength. That I say, you really kept us in the dark. That 10-star talent you displayed was real. Right? Xiao Luo approached, his expression a mix of complexity as he voiced his doubts. Why Yi-chun could only chuckle awkwardly, having already devised a response. What a stretch. I merely benefited from guidance from the pill ancestor, which led to my fortunate victory. You expect me to believe that? The Golden Ape King is a terrifying beast at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. None of us could defeat it together. Yet you took it down with a single punch. You think that as something achievable just through guidance? Xiao Luo, possessing a wealth of experience, was not easily deceived like Zhao Sanpao. Even the best mentor is of no use if the talent isn't there. Believe what you will, Yi-chun replied, forced to smile with resignation. He regretted not having fought longer. Who knew the beast would fall so easily? Where are Sister Yin and the others? Why are there so few of us? Yi-chun quickly shifted the topic, turning to Li Wei. We got separated while fleeing from the beast. They should still be nearby. Let us regroup with them, Li Wei explained, his pallid face momentarily relaxing before tensing up again, as he seemed to forget about Yin Lu Yu and the others. Let us first deal with the corpse of this demon beast. Zhao Sanpao chuckled and hurried towards the Golden Ape King. After all, this creature was a 7th level Foundation establishment demon beast. Though the demon core had been extracted, its flesh and blood were still treasures. Even if they couldn't utilize it, selling it would yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. and it certainly should not go to waste. However, just as Zhao Sanpao approached, a white streak shot in from the distance, crashing explosively before him and sending shards of stone flying. The attack was clearly imbued with murderous intent. Even if Zhao Sanpao were struck, he wouldn't die, but would certainly be injured. This left the lad quite shaken, fortunate that he had slowed his pace a moment ago, looking towards the source of the attack. Several figures emerged. It was none other than Han Mo and Gu Chuan. Chapter 54. A slap to Qiu Ling, Yin. Han Mo, what do you intend to do? Despite his injuries, Li Wei immediately stepped forward upon seeing his team member nearly struck down. Han Mo, however, paid no heed to this, grinning as he and his companions stood before the corpse of the demon beast, blocking Zhao Sanpao's path. Their intentions were abundantly clear. They aimed to reap the benefits of another's labor. You, shameless, we're the ones who brought it down. Zhao Sanpao, known for his fiery temper, exploded at the prospect of someone snatching their hard-earned spoils. Haha, a tall stature does not equate to a sharp mind. Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Qiu Ling Yun chuckled, regarding Zhao Sanpao with the eyes of one observing a fool. Qiu Ling Yun, do you have no shame? Why steal another's prey? Gu Yu'er could no longer tolerate this and pointed an accusing finger at the opposing group. They had risked their lives to slay the Golden Ape King. And now these ruffians sought to intercept their hard-won prize. No one would accept that. Yu'er, how long will you continue this foolishness? Come over here at once, Gu Chuan commanded sternly. And you can leave. I have no brother like you, who spent the whole day colluding with them. Gu Yu'er, now incensed, did not spare Gu Chuan either, pointing an accusatory finger at him as well. Fine, 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 you don't even recognize your own brother. I truly cannot fathom what is so special about Yi Chan that it compels a noble princess to stoop to this level. Just then, Su Hui arrived on his sword, descending from the sky. Now, Yi Chan and his companions felt immense pressure. Not only were there numerous foes, but each individual was also exceptionally powerful. Anyone witnessing this would surely feel a chill run down their spine. Junior brother Zhao, Li Wei quickly called out, beckoning Zhao Sanpao back. This was no longer merely a matter of a demon beast's corpse. They needed to find an opportunity to retreat, or they might not live to tell the tale. These ruffians were evidently targeting Yi Chan, and Li Wei could no longer afford to act as if it were business as usual. Even if Yi Chan was strong, it was impossible for him to protect them while also contending with these adversaries. Escape from the ruins was their only viable strategy. You may leave, but this brat must stay. Su Hui completely disregarded Li Wei and the others, his gaze fixed intensely on Yi Chan, as if the flames of fury were about to erupt from his eyes. In response, Han Mo paid no attention. He had already retrieved his storage bag, preparing to collect the demon beast's corpse. After all, in his view, Su Hui was more than sufficient to handle Yi Chan. There was no need for him to intervene. Step closer, and Yi Chan sighed softly, casually uttering this phrase, clearly directed at Han Mo. Chan. What do you think you are doing? Li Wei was taken aback by his words, given the current situation. Retreat was the only sensible option. Who would have thought Yi Chan would choose to confront them under such pressure? Was he courting death? Master brother, that demon beast was slain by me, though I only took the demon core. The remaining corpse is still my trophy. How could I allow others to lay claim to it? Yi Chan chuckled lightly, his gaze calm and indifferent. Brat, have you lost your mind? Qiu Lingyan laughed so hard she nearly trembled, as if she had heard the most hilarious joke in existence. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chen's figure flickered and he had already appeared before her. Everything unfolded unexpectedly. Yi Chan was as swift as lightning, and by the time anyone realized what had happened, his palm had already struck Qiu Lingyan's face. Smack! Yi Chen didn't even use any spiritual power, relying solely on his physical strength to send Qiu Lingyan flying. Who could have anticipated that Yi Chan would be so brutal, slapping Qiu Lingyan away without any preliminary movement? The speed was such that the others could hardly react. You dare hit me? Qiu Lingyan struggled to rise from the ground, her face red and swollen from the slap, her speech slightly slurred, yet the fury in her tone erupted like a volcano. No one had ever dared to strike her before. Yi Chan was the first. Not only her, But Han Mo's expression was equally grim, as he looked as though he had swallowed a fly. This was not merely an affront to Qiu Lingyun, but a blow to his own pride as well. In an instant, a chill spread across Han Mo's face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Kneel! With a furious roar, Han Mo unleashed his aura, revealing that he was at the first level of the Golden Core stage, a terrifying display of power. He swiftly launched a punch directly at Yi Chen's forehead. The sheer force of this blow was nothing short of terrifying. Even without any skill, it could easily shatter a massive boulder, let alone strike a person. Be careful, Guyu Air gasped in alarm, her heart racing for Yi Chen. After all, a Golden Core stage expert was present, and it seemed unlikely that anyone here could contend with him. However, knowing the adversary's strength, Yi Chen did not retreat but advanced instead, sending out a palm that met Han Mo's fist head-on. With a resounding thud, Yi Chen withstood the blow. The immense force caused both of them to stagger back. Yet during the exchange, Yi Chen only retreated 10 steps before stabilizing himself, appearing as though he had sustained no injuries whatsoever, while Han Mo fared somewhat better, having only stepped back half a pace. The turmoil within him was monumental. He was a Golden Core stage expert. Facing Yi Chen should have been as simple as crushing an ant, yet the result was surprisingly even. How could he possibly accept this? Have you already condensed 3 body refining inscriptions? Feeling the feedback from his fist, Han Mo exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze toward Yi Chen now tinged with a hint of awe, even if he was reluctant to believe it. The outcome seemed to suggest as much. Otherwise, how could Yi Chen have withstood his punch? This fellow, Xiao Luo, observed Yi Chen with similar shock. Meanwhile, the senior brother, Li Wei, could only shake his head lightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He likely has more than just this up his sleeve. Watching the newly initiated junior disciple stand before them, shielding them from the storm, Li Wei felt a twinge of guilt as the senior brother. However, Li Wei could discern that Yi Chen certainly had further means. Otherwise, relying solely on those body refining inscriptions, he could not possibly contend with Han Mo typically. The 3 ordinary body refining inscriptions could only match a peak foundation establishment expert through sheer physical strength. Yi Chen's ability to achieve such a feat was undoubtedly extraordinary. Brother Yi Chen, Guyu Air exclaimed in surprise, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief, reflecting on how Yi Chen had just felled the Golden Ape King with a single punch. Everything began to make sense. That Ji Yu Chuan's expression darkened as he witnessed the scene unfold before him. He had never expected this young man to have been playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger all along. But what was his motive? The evidence was irrefutable. What more could he say? Senior brother Ling Fei had perished at his hands. Su Hui stepped forward as well, based on Yi Chen's displayed strength. There was no doubt he was the murderer of Ling Fei. He had feigned innocence all this time, and Su Hui knew he and T misjudged him. However, since Yi Chen dared to reveal his capabilities, he was clearly prepared for all outcomes. If a fight was to ensue, let it be. No need for idle chatter. If you wish to kill me, then do try. Chapter 55. That Panlong spear is quite impressive. May I borrow it? Haha, it seems you do possess some skill, even managing to take down that fool Ling Fei. Han Mo frowned. The previous skirmish had already made it clear that even if he killed Yi Chen now, he would still pay a price. What business is it of yours? We're not yet at the point of mutual destruction, so do not provoke me to why Yi Chen, uninterested in further banter, reached out to claim the corpse of the Golden Ape King. This demon beast had been slain by him. If it were to be given to Guyu Air and the others, Yi Chen would say nothing but to hand it over to these sanctimonious hypocrites. Yi Chen would sooner toss it into a ravine to feed the wild wolves. Humph. Do you truly think I cannot deal with you? How could Han Mo tolerate such provocation? As a disciple of the sect, who had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect? Yi Chen had already publicly slapped him in the face, and now he even dared to threaten him. If Han Mo did not eliminate him, how could he continue to exist in the sect? Where would he put his face? Swish! In the blink of an eye, a silver spear appeared in Han Mo's hand. The spear was entwined with a coiling dragon. The dragon spiraling as its maw opened to reveal the spear tip, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier, the Panlong spear, obtained by Han Mo during a fortuitous encounter in a cave. Relying on the Panlong spear and his own formidable strength, he has forged ahead within the sect, thus achieving his current esteemed position. The Panlong spear can be regarded as Han Mo's signature weapon. Many disciples who have engaged in combat with him would likely tremble in fear at the mere sight of it, often opting to surrender before the confrontation even escalates. Now wielding the Panlong spear openly, Han Mo swiftly formed seals with his hands, and Yi-chan could distinctly perceive the terrifying aura emanating from him, warping the surrounding space. Death, as the final seal was inscribed. Han Mo hurled the Panlong spear with utmost force, a sharp whoosh heralding its passage as it cleaved through the void. Bolstered by an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, the spear's velocity reached an unprecedented threshold, locking onto Yi Chen's position and leaving him no avenue for escape. This strike was aimed at annihilating Yi Chen, and Han Mo would certainly hold nothing back. Not only Yi Chen, but even Li Wei and the others, standing at a distance, could palpably sense the destructive energy radiating from the spear. This blow would surely be too formidable for even a third-tier Golden Core cultivator to withstand. Boom! Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, the Panlong spear crashed into Yi Chen with unyielding force, unleashing a massive shockwave that caused nearby trees to sway violently and startled countless birds and beasts, plunging the scene into chaos. With Yi Chen's figure engulfed in the ensuing smoke, but it's over. Is this fool truly so foolish as to not evade? Xiao Luo's complexion paled. Having witnessed the might of the Panlong spear firsthand, he doubted Yi Chen could survive this onslaught. Yi Chen's sister, Gui Wer, who had previously borne a look of astonishment, now appeared completely drained of color, feeling as though her heart was gripped by an unseen hand, rendering her breathless. Yi Chen has perished. Li Wei sighed deeply. A sense of weariness etched onto his already pale features. Their North Peak had finally produced a talent like Yi Chen, only for him to fall here in such a manner. Serves him right. That wretch deserved death. Su Hui laughed maniacally, believing he had avenged Ling Fei, feeling particularly satisfied. Xiao Lingyun's laughter was even more sinister. You should have died. It is a pity that I cannot personally slay this scoundrel. However, just as everyone assumed Yi Chen was doomed, a figure emerged slowly from a mere foundational adept, and one who has achieved the pinnacle of foundational cultivation are worlds apart. The disparity is not insignificant, especially in the case of Yi Chen, whose aura has already begun to hint at the potential for stepping into the Golden Core realm. Yet this young man has been suppressing himself, refraining from breaking through. I knew it. You certainly have hidden cards up your sleeve. Han Mo felt a flicker of hope in his heart. With his first-level Golden Core strength, he believed that under the circumstances of a preemptive escape, the others present would be unable to stop him. However, before he could finish his thought, Yi Chen had already closed the distance, his speed astonishingly swift, leaving even him, a Golden Core cultivator, unable to flee. Upon seeing Yi Chen pursue him relentlessly, Han Mo nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Yet he did not resign himself to fate. He hastily formed seals, unleashing 3 powerful strikes, each imbued with the might of the Golden Core. Die! Han Mo growled through gritted teeth. When had a genius like him ever been so cornered by Yi Chen? Having already chosen to flee, he could not let Yi Chen pursue him without consequence. Whether by sheer luck or some other twist of fate, all 3 of his attacks landed squarely on Yi Chen, sending up a cloud of dust. Ha! Take that, you arrogant brat. Did you truly think I could not deal with you? Han Mo chuckled, his pace of escape slowing as he created some distance, finally permitting himself a moment to observe. The onlookers were taken aback. What was Yi Chen doing? Those 3 strikes did not seem to be avoidable. They were the force of a Golden Core cultivator, and even though Yi Chen had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, could he really withstand them? What a farce! Come out, you coward! After a prolonged silence amidst the smoke, Han Mo lost his patience and hurled another attack, each one more ferocious than the last, his eyes gleaming with malice, akin to a deity of death. The sounds of explosions rang out, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard them. Gui Wer was especially anxious for Yi Chen. Brother Yi Chen, she exclaimed, just when she thought Yi Chen had turned the tide. Who could have anticipated this unfolding scene? The crowd stood momentarily stunned, struggling to process what was happening. Yet before they could voice their concerns for Yi Chun, a terrifying aura erupted from the smoke, instantly blowing away the debris. Even the air around Han Mo was shattered by that overwhelming presence. How could this be? Han Mo's expression froze, his pupils constricting. Others may not have felt it, but he sensed it clearly. Yi Chun, who had previously seemed on the brink of collapse, had apparently broken through. His aura surging dramatically. The fourth body refining inscription. Though Han Mo was not adept at body refining, he instantly recognized the change in Yi Chun. Just moments ago, Yi Chun had chosen to confront Han Mo's attacks directly, refining his body in the process, and had managed to condense yet another body refining inscription during the fray. Now, with the indomitable body of the Great Tao and four body refining inscriptions, Yi Chun was more than a match for the mere first-level Han Mo. This time, Han Mo did not utter a word, turning on his heel and dashing towards the woods, believing that if he could reach the cover of the trees, he might escape. Monster! The words surged in the minds of Li Wei and his companions, as if no other term could adequately describe Yi Chun. Now he thinks of fleeing. Is it not a bit too late? Yi Chun's voice, ghostly and chilling, resonated from behind him, and as he spoke, the sound drew nearer. Han Mo didn't even need to look back to know he was being pursued. Chapter 57. A single punch to annihilate the golden core. Damn it! Han Mo gritted his teeth and thrust his palm backward, colliding perfectly with Yi Chun's fist. The resulting sound was a dull thud, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball. Remarkably, Yi Chun had not even employed spiritual power in that punch, relying solely on the strength of his physical form, demonstrating the terrifying might of the indomitable body with its fourth inscription. Yet despite being struck, Han Mo showed no hesitation. He immediately pulled out a teleportation talisman, shattering it without a second thought. Witnessing this, Yi Chun's pupils dilated. If Han Mo managed to teleport away, he would lose all chance to eliminate him. If he were to return to the Sword Immortal sect, who knows what troubles might await him? With that thought, Yi Chun's aura erupted, his speed more than doubling as he gathered spiritual energy in his fist, launching a straightforward but devastating blow. 8 styles of Immortal Severing. First style, a life-forgetting strike. Initially, with only 3 body refining inscriptions, Yi Chun had struggled to execute the 8 styles of Immortal Severing. But now, with the breakthrough of the indomitable body, though he could not unleash the complete technique, delivering a single punch was still within his grasp. The terrifying power of this punch distorted the very space around it, creating a tremendous pull that seemed to draw Han Mo back toward him. If one listened closely, one could even hear the roar of tigers and the cries of dragons contained within that fist, a sight that could shake the very soul. Li Wei was the first to regain his composure, urgently shouting to Yi Chun, "Junior brother, show mercy. This man cannot be killed just yet. Killing Su Hui might still leave room for redemption, but slaying Han Mo would change everything." However, by the time he uttered these words, it was too late. Yi Chun's fist struck Han Mo with incredible speed and precision. Han Mo, who had already had 1 foot in the teleportation array and was on the verge of elation at his escape, found his expression forever frozen about why Yi Chun's fist pulverized him into a mist of blood, even the golden core reduced to mere fragments. A single punch to annihilate the golden core. Not even bones remained. The scene fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rustling of the wind through the trees. The law of the jungle prevailed. He could only blame his own inadequacy that why Yi Chun retracted his fist and spoke nonchalantly. "If any of you fear being implicated, you may leave now. I will not obstruct you in the slightest, but I do hope you can keep your lips sealed at all. Junior brother, you worry too much." Li Wei sighed deeply. Now that the man was dead, further discussion was pointless. "Elder brother, what is the meaning of this?" Zhao Sanpao stepped forward. His straightforward nature and admiration for Yi Chun's fierce actions compelled him to defend him. "What you do not realize is that we will soon compete with the Jinwu Academy. With Han Mo present, he could at least bolster our strength, preventing us from being entirely passive. This competition is not merely a simple contest. Should our Sword Immortal sect lose, the repercussions could be dire, potentially affecting even our human race." Li Wei explained, though he was reluctant to admit it. Talents like Su Hui and Han Mo were indeed among the elite of their generation. Yi Chen's sudden elimination of both had significantly weakened their team, leaving them ill-prepared for the Zhenwu Academy. Even Gu Chuan, upon hearing this, frowned, as though he too had grasped the implications. This hunting tournament, ostensibly an opportunity for new disciples, was in fact a means of selecting participants for the upcoming competition. It was a pity. Li Wei sighed heavily, feeling a wave of impotence wash over him. He blamed himself for his lack of strength. If he could dominate the younger generation, he wouldn't have to worry about such matters. Alas, now that the man had been reduced to nothing, what was the point of further debate? Xiao Luo shook his head helplessly. Though he voiced his sentiments, he was nonetheless deeply impressed by Yi Chen, especially that punch that had obliterated the golden core. It was etched in his memory. Uft, just a Hanamo. How could he compare to our brother Chun? With Chun here, the Zhenwu Academy stands no chance. Zhao Sanpao laughed heartily, entirely unconcerned with the broader implications. Yet Li Wei frowned, sighing once more. If it were truly that simple, it would be a relief. Once news of today's event spreads, it could spell trouble for Junior Brother. Not only would the Ling family seek revenge, but even the elders may not spare Yi Chen. After all, Han Mo was a direct disciple of the fourth elder, and given that old man's temperament, it would be a miracle if he let Yi Chen off the hook. Not to mention the third elder. Elder brother, we could keep the secret, but what about them? Xiao Luo remarked, glancing back at Gu Chuan and Xiu Lingyun, the only two present not aligned with Yi Chen and Li Wei's group, aside from Gu Yuer. We're all from the same peak and even shared the same master. For anyone's sake, they could not possibly leak this information. Jiu Yuer was even more obvious. It was clear to all that the girl had feelings for Yi Chen. Let us silence him first. His mouth is the most troublesome. Zhao Sanpao, with a tone of nonchalance, boldly spoke up. One cannot help but admire the audacity of this young man when he mentioned silencing witnesses. He was already prepared to take action without the slightest hesitation. Rest assured, everyone, I shall keep this matter under wraps. You are undoubtedly a paragon among the younger generation of our Sword Immortal sect. For the sake of the sect, I must safeguard this secret. Moreover, as a member of the imperial family, I cannot allow the demon race to invade and become a traitor to humanity. Ji Chuan's reasoning was versatile. Yet it sounded as if he were merely a weathercock. Furthermore, the talent and strength that Yi Chen displayed were more than sufficient grounds for him to form a friendship with him. Gu Chuan's purpose in coming to the Sword Immortal sect for cultivation was not solely to enhance his own power, but also to forge connections to end the impending imperial struggle. How could one compete with other royal siblings without possessing sufficient trump cards? This was why he had initially allied himself with Ling Fei and Han, and Ji Chuan had always welcomed strong talents without reservation. The others, upon hearing this, remained silent. After all, Gu Chuan was the brother of Gu Yue, and it would be unseemly to eliminate someone right before our eyes. Very well, let us deal with this woman. Zhao Sanpao was indeed worthy of his name. Once Gu Chuan was cleared of suspicion, only Qiu Lingyun remained as a target, and he immediately turned his focus towards her. Chapter 58. My brother Chun is incredible even though his strength was somewhat inferior to Qiu Lingyun's. In a contest of sheer brute force, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. I am willing to swear by the heavenly Tao that I will never betray Yi Chen. Otherwise, may I be struck down by the heavens. Qiu Lingyun was not foolish. At such a moment, she dared not continue opposing these individuals and readily made her oath. Cultivators place great importance on oaths made to the heavenly Tao. Once an oath is established, a connection to the heavenly Tao is forged, and failure to uphold it would result in dire consequences. After uttering her words, Qiu Lingyun felt as if an enigmatic shackle had been placed upon her. While it would not directly influence her actions, she knew that if she were to divulge the events of today and the future, she would indeed face the wrath of the heavens. Now, can you all trust me? After completing her oath, Qiu Lingyun timidly glanced towards Yi Chen. Compared to the others, she clearly harbored a greater fear of this prodigy. With a single punch, even the Golden Core realm could not withstand him. And Qiu Lingyun dared not provoke him. Setting aside her other concerns, her foremost priority was to survive this encounter with Yi Chen. After all, once one is dead, nothing else matters. Begone, with a dispassionate gaze. Yi Chen uttered two succinct words. Upon hearing this, Qiu Lingyun felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Not daring to linger even a moment longer, she swiftly plunged into the forest, vanishing without a trace. Though Zhao Sanpao and the others were still somewhat apprehensive, having heard Yi Chen's words, they felt it inappropriate to voice further concerns. Everyone, I must share something regarding the third and fourth elders. These two decrepit old men have colluded with the Southern Peak Master, Wu Ao, to sell sect disciples to the demon race for spirit stones. Even those prodigious disciples who have left the sect are involved with them. Now that matters had escalated to this extent, Yi Chen saw no reason to keep secrets any longer and revealed what he knew, providing the individuals present with a basis for action. These three scoundrels seemed intent on the destruction of the Sword Immortal sect, and it was likely they had already established connections with the Zhenwu Academy, but why Yi Chen's conjecture was not unfounded. Numerous factions desired the downfall of the Sword Immortal sect, with the Zhenwu Academy being foremost among them. Is this truly the case? The crowd was left in astonishment at Yi Chen's revelations. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed peak masters and elders were such shameless individuals? Moreover, these matters had long been exposed. Once the current hunting competition concluded, others would naturally take action against them, alleviating their worries. Why Yi Chen smiled as he spoke, which was precisely why he had allowed Qiu Lingyun to depart. Even if she chose to inform others, what of it? The remaining two old codgers would struggle to protect themselves, let alone find the time to deal with him. I truly find you increasingly inscrutable. Xiao Luo cast a deep gaze at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity, although she yearned to understand. Yi Chen's silence left her powerless. In fact, apart from her, the others present shared the same sentiment. Even Gui Wearer was included. When they first met, it was outside the sex election, where Yi Chen had appeared akin to a beggar. Yet now he seemed transformed into an entirely different person. Powerful and shrouded in mystery. Just how many secrets did he possess? Well then, if my brother Chen is so remarkable, he certainly must have some secrets. If he divulged everything, how could you all continue to act so impressive in the future? It was Zhao Sanpao who broke the suffocating atmosphere within a gathering, while he often spoke without thinking. At times, his words could evoke a sense of humility in others, as they did now. Junior brother Zhao is correct. It is we who have acted thoughtlessly. Li Wei, as the senior brother, graciously acknowledged his error while simultaneously alleviating the awkwardness. Zhao Sanpao chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head with a look of envy directed at Yi Chen. Brother Chen, your physical prowess is truly terrifying. When you have the time, could you teach me a thing or two? As a cultivator of the physical body, Zhao Sanpao nearly drooled at the sight of Yi Chen's indomitable body. We'll discuss it when we return. There will be opportunities in the future. Why Yi Chen had no intention of withholding knowledge. The indestructible body of the great Tao had a simplified version that he could pass on to Zhao Sanpao, for the lad resonated with him at AES for the complete version, without the recognition of Wang Yu. It would likely be unattainable, as there was a significant risk of falling into madness and perishing. Are you willing to teach him that? Then you must also share your movement techniques with me. Your speed is incredible. It cannot solely rely on brute strength. Xiao Luo quickly interjected, for such a rare opportunity, if missed, might never come again. In her eyes, Yi Chen was now a treasure trove, and even a mere scrap of his knowledge could be worth a fortune. What? Do you look down on me and Brother Chen? You've been calling us fools all this time, haven't you? Zhao Sanpao retorted with a laugh. Wasn't that youthful arrogance? Am I not entitled to apologize? Teach me, so I too can improve. Xiao Luo had little concern for pride. Cultivators are not bound by trivialities, and as long as they could grow stronger, they would forsake even their dignity. After sharing these words, Xiao Luo seemed to recall something and shot a glare at Zhao Sanpao. So, is this how you repay me for risking my life to save you? Had it not been for me and Li Wei sacrificing ourselves to hold back the Golden Monkey King, you would have been squashed just now. While the group bantered, suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the forest, followed by a thunderous roar. The sound was laced with both anguish and unbridled fury. Sweeping through the surrounding thickets in an instant, Yi Chen sensed the disturbance, his brow furrowing as he turned toward the source of the commotion. Activating his celestial, everything before him became crystal clear, and he finally discerned the origin of the commotion. It was the Beast Lord, Furious Scale, the very creature that had previously conducted business with Wu Ao. Why was he here? This beast was already at the second level of the nascent soul realm. Its power was terrifying, and being a demon beast, its physical prowess was equally formidable. In a confrontation, even a fifth-level nascent soul expert could find themselves at a disadvantage in a few exchanges. Moreover, behind Furious Scale, Yi Chun spotted two figures, one of whom was exceedingly familiar. Immortal Wan, who had successfully escaped earlier. At this moment, Immortal Wan stood atop a black dragon, which was none other than her master transformed. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Chun could not help but feel his pupils constrict. He could surmise that these individuals had undoubtedly come seeking revenge. Unexpectedly, the serpent race had formed an alliance with the legendary dragon race. For them to go to such lengths to pursue him, their connection must run deep. This was illogical. According to the pact, demon beasts above the Golden Core realm were not permitted to appear at the periphery of the 10,000 demon mountains. What was the meaning of this aura? Did they truly intend to wage war against humanity? Gu Chuan's brow furrowed even deeper, his expression darkening considerably. Chapter 59. Striving to break through to the Golden Core in a desperate situation, this was a pact signed a century ago between humanity and the demon race. The 10,000 demon mountains served as a sacred ground for both races, and demon experts above the Golden Core realm were forbidden from stepping foot within, lest they declare war against humanity. This contract had persisted for a century without breach, yet the current situation, in truth, not only the demon race, but also the human experts above the nascent soul realm were prohibited from appearing here, which explained why the Sword Immortal sect did not dispatch their top forces for protection, allowing their disciples to undergo such a bloody trial. Demons are inherently treacherous. What use is there in trusting them? Li Wei scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain for the demon race. Let us retreat from here for now. They find themselves devoid of options. The formidable strength of these demon clans is beyond their capacity to contend with. The most prudent course of action is to inform the elders within the sect, allowing them to intervene and resolve the matter. The paramount concern at this moment is to preserve their lives and relay the information. However, just as everyone was prepared to depart, Yi Chun unexpectedly spoke up, stepping in the opposite direction. I have matters to attend to. You should leave first. It was evident that Angry Scale had likely pinpointed his location. And if Yi Chun were to continue following Guiwer and the others, they might suffer dire consequences as well. Brother Chun, you mustn't act recklessly at a time like this, Zhao Sanpao exclaimed anxiously, calling out to Yi Chun's retreating figure. Trust me, I possess the means to escape. You must leave at once. Yi Chun did not wait for a retort from the group, his voice fading as he disappeared swiftly into the woods. Barely had Yi Chun departed when a furious voice echoed from above. It was Angry Scale. Human race, listen well. I am offering 1,000,000 spirit stones as a reward for information regarding a human named Yi Chun. Any tidings, true or false, will be compensated. Angry Scale's voice resonated like thunder, audible to disciples of the sect within a radius of several dozen miles. What the hell? Brother Chun is quite the formidable character. Zhao Sanpao was flabbergasted. He had presumed Yi Chun was embarking on some grand endeavor, only to discover that he was being sought after with a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones merely for his whereabouts. It was unfathomable how Yi Chun had offended the demon clans to warrant such a mobilization. Not just Zhao Sanpao, but Li Wei and the others wore expressions of bitter dismay. Who could have anticipated that Yi Chun would attract such trouble? Having recently slain Su Hui and Han Mo, now powerful demon clan experts were pursuing him. Although their relationship with Yi Chun was merely average, they were still compatriots. If these demons discovered their connection, who knew what calamity might ensue? Moreover, these were not ordinary demons, but members of the Jiaoshi clan, a significant faction within the demon race, boasting numerous formidable experts, and even a Mahayana master. Brother, you must not want to implicate us. Guiwer was the first to react, murmuring, regardless, we must leave this place at once. The appearance of the Jiaoshi clan bodes, I Wei decisively declared. As the elder brother, it was his responsibility to consider the safety of his junior disciples. As for Yi Chun, given their current cultivation levels, they could only express their helplessness, Meanwhile, within the depths of the 10,000 demon mountains, other disciples of various sects also heard Angry Scale's proclamation. Realizing that Yi Chun had stirred up a colossal uproar, they seethed with indignation, vowing, "Even if we have to turn the entire 10,000 demon mountains upside down, we shall locate this brat. Indeed, we can split the 1,000,000 spirit stones. This is a tremendous opportunity. Are you foolish? If we fail to find Yi Chun, do you think the demon clans will spare us?" Upon hearing this, the fervent crowd fell into a hushed silence. One statement had awakened them from their stupor. If they could not locate Yi Chun, would they not become scapegoats? Now that the entrance to the sect's great formation was sealed, even if they hurried, they would have to wait 4 days. The elders within the sect would be of no assistance, and now they could only rely on themselves. Realizing this, they dared not linger any longer and immediately dispersed into the woods. Intent on finding this harbinger of misfortune, Yi Chun, on the other side, Immortal, who had been following her master in Angry Scale in pursuit of Yi Chun's aura, was astonished to discover that the mark she had planted on Yi Chun had vanished. Her complexion paled. It was evident that her injuries had yet to heal, though she had temporarily stabilized through the use of medicinal pills. Humph. As long as we are in the 10,000 demon mountains, even if he flies to the heavens or burrows into the earth, we shall drag him out, Angry Scale remarked with an air of indifference, as though he were discussing something exceedingly mundane. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance. I shall never forget this great kindness," Immortal respectfully intoned. "This subordinate acts on orders. There is no need for gratitude. Moreover, we share the same roots. How could I allow a human who dares to slay my kin to escape unscathed?" Angry Scale's disdain for the human race was well known, and now his animosity toward Yi Chun had intensified, eager to consume him whole, in a secluded forest within the 10,000 demon mountains. Yi Chun had fled nearly 100 kilometers, finally shaking off the aura that had locked onto him from above. Had he not been swift, he would have likely been discovered by now. "Dingo, is there a mark from that demoness on me? Is it possible to remove it?" Yi Chun had long sensed something amiss. How could the adversary have pursued him to the 10,000 demon mountains without some means? He recalled that he had used a teleportation talisman when escaping, and now he possessed only a few, which were dwindling with each use. "Wait," came the voice of the swallowing immortal Cauldron from within his mind. As a flash of golden light enveloped him, Yi Chun soon felt a lightness wash over him, indicating that the mark had been erased. "Thank you." Yi Chun conveyed his gratitude telepathically and promptly plunged back into the woods. Seeking a concealed cave where he set up a formation at the entrance, he then seated himself upon the ground, swiftly entering a state of cultivation, with the spirit ring in his possession. Breaking through to the golden core stage was merely a matter of moments. Given the imminent threat, he required greater strength to bolster his chances. Relying solely on his perfected foundation establishment was utterly insufficient to contend with Angry Scale. He must ascend to the golden core stage. Before long, an hour passed, and the surrounding spiritual energy had been absorbed to an exceptionally thin state. Restoring it would take some time. Inside the cave, Yi Chun's aura had become unprecedentedly powerful. Chapter 60. 3-Dan Transformation Technique. During his escape, the depleted spiritual energy had been replenished, and his realm had leapt, breaking through to the 3rd level of the golden core stage. Yi Chun successfully condensed a first-grade golden core within himself, feeling that his internal spiritual energy was at least 10 times stronger than before. However, he mused, why does it feel like the speed of my cultivation has slowed significantly after the breakthrough? He glanced at his hands, a look of puzzlement crossing his face that it's not that it's slower. Rather, the amount of spiritual energy required for your current advancement is immense, the swallowing immortal Cauldron explained. Condensing a golden core and breaking through a realm is categorized, and this is reflected in the grades of the golden core. The Han Mo you previously defeated had only condensed a 5th-grade golden core, which is of average caliber. However, had he refined a 2nd-grade or higher golden core, you would have had no chance of defeating him. Even at full strength, escape would have been possible. The golden core stage is divided into 9 grades, with the weakest, the 9th-grade golden core, being almost as flimsy as paper. Even a slightly stronger perfected foundation establishment cultivator would have a chance to slay it. This disparity highlights the differences in talent. Those prodigies renowned across the continent generally condense golden cores of grade 2 or higher. Listening to the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's explanation, Yi Chun nodded slowly, gaining a rough understanding of the golden core stage. However, the first-grade golden core you have condensed is merely the most basic. While strong, it is only marginally adequate. I possess a method for refining golden cores. Would you like to learn it? The method for refining golden cores? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's interest was piqued. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron had previously provided him with a black cauldron, which was a divine artifact. Thus, the technique for refining golden cores must possess its own unique merits. I want to learn. Yi Chun responded eagerly. Come as the voice fell. A mark instantly imprinted itself into Yi Chun's consciousness. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron was already within, and its inheritance was naturally direct, far simpler than other celestial paths. Yi Chun felt a slight pressure in his head as a torrent of information surged into his mind, taking a full quarter of an hour to digest. The 3-Dan transformation technique allows one to lower their realm to refine golden cores. Using 3 first-grade golden cores as a foundation to condense a celestial-grade golden core. This surpasses the first grade, yielding an extraordinary golden core. By mastering this 3-Dan transformation technique, you could contend with nascent souls at the golden core stage. Even against that demon, you would possess the strength to fight back. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron smiled mysteriously. Moreover, with the 3 golden cores combined, you will later be able to condense 3 nascent souls. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun immediately grasped the profound nature of this technique. Was this not the legendary One Chi transforming 3 clears? 3 golden cores, 3 nascent souls. Did this not imply that he would possess 3 lives? This was truly a heaven-defying technique. Realizing this, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement, but he forcibly suppressed it and inquired about his lingering concern. What is the cost? Such a technique could not possibly be so simple. Astute, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron replied. The 3-Dan transformation technique requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. You can battle nascent souls at the golden core stage due to the overwhelming spiritual energy within you. But the surrounding spiritual energy is insufficient to support your mastery of this technique. The words regarding the swallowing Immortal Cauldron fell akin to a bucket of ice-cold water splashed upon Yi Chun, instantly bringing him back to a state of calm. What is the point of discussing such power? If a spell cannot be cultivated, what use is it, no matter how extraordinary? Yi Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lacking spiritual energy, yet you possess elixirs and wondrous pills, do you not? The swallowing Immortal Cauldron reminded him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun suddenly realized the urgency of the situation and promptly retrieved all the medicinal materials. Initially, these treasures were intended for the guardians of the ceiling, but given his current predicament, he had no choice but to utilize them himself. He could always seek more later. With the Black Cauldron summoned, Yi Chun unhesitatingly tossed in over 10,000 spiritual herbs. The cauldron, a true artifact, began refining them instantly, and soon a divine pill, embodying all the medicinal essence, emerged. Due to the absence of any specific recipe and merely purifying the most potent spiritual energy. This divine pill could not strictly be classified as a Dan. Otherwise, concocting a pill from such a multitude of spiritual herbs would undoubtedly provoke celestial phenomena, revealing his location and leaving him no time to cultivate. Yi Chun swiftly consumed the divine pill, which dissolved upon entry, propelling him into a state of cultivation. With the divine pill and spiritual ring at his disposal, Yi Chun's cultivation surged explosively to the 8th level, and it continued to ascend. An immense force of spiritual energy rampaged within him, causing Yi Chun to display an expression of agony, with blood seeping from the surface of his skin. The excruciating sensation of being on the verge of being overwhelmed by spiritual energy was likely a unique experience only Yi Chun could fathom at that moment. Congeal! Without further hesitation, Yi Chun activated the 3-Dan transformation technique, commencing the refinement of his second Grade 1 Golden Dan. Typically, the cultivation of a Grade 1 Golden Dan required merely 3 levels of spiritual energy. Yet Yi Chun had underestimated the medicinal potency contained within that divine pill, especially after being empowered by the Black Cauldron, resulting in an even more formidable essence. Determined, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and directly utilized his 8th level of spiritual energy to refine the second Golden Dan. The process was excruciating and lengthy. Fortunately, Yi Chun had cultivated the undying body of the great Tao, or else, even if his willpower could endure, his physical form would have succumbed to the ravaging spiritual energy long ago. As time passed, dawn of the second day arrived. After a night of relentless effort, Yi Chun's cultivation had finally regressed to the first level of Golden Dan, yet his aura was unprecedentedly terrifying. Reminiscent of a lion on the brink of awakening, exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yi Chun opened his eyes, which gleamed with a golden light. The overwhelming sensation of power within him exhilarated him. In his dantian, 3 golden spheres stood in a triangular formation, representing the 3 Grade 1 Golden Dawn he had successfully refined. "You truly managed to cultivate it. Impressive," the swallowing Immortal Cauldron remarked, unable to find any fault this time. In a mere 5 hours, Yi Chun's accomplishment surpassed all the geniuses the Cauldron had ever witnessed. "A flood dragon, is it? When we meet again, I shall twist your head off," though only possessing the strength of a mere Golden Dan. Yi Chun brimmed with confidence, believing he could leave even the furious scales of the enemy in disarray. Initially, Yi Chun intended to ride the momentum and elevate his cultivation further, especially since he had the spiritual ring, a true artifact for cultivation. However, he soon realized that the medicinal potency within him had been entirely depleted, not a drop remaining. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy was as sparse as oxygen, rendering any further cultivation a mere waste of time. Deprived of spiritual nourishment, Yi Chun even observed that the nearby trees appeared somewhat wilting. "This spiritual ring is indeed remarkable," Yi Chun mused internally. Yet before he could formulate his next plan, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the forest. Although it was still several dozen miles away, he could hear it distinctly. The birds and beasts within the woods were startled into flight, creating an immediate uproar in the forest. Sensing the ominous presence, Yi Chun's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. He quickly activated the celestial eye, gazing in the direction of the commotion, only to discover that it was Gu Yuer and her companions. This moment, they were bound tightly, and the culprits were none other than the disciples of the Sword Immortal sect. Surrounding them were numerous serpent-like demon creatures, led by the furious Scales and Immortal. Chapter 61. Not a single one shall escape today. Where is Yi Chun now? It was Immortal who spoke, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice seething with hatred for Yi Chun, clearly wishing to grind him to dust. Li Wei. What are you plotting? Quickly reveal the whereabouts of that brat. Our lives depend on you. If you disclose the location of that waste, the demon lords will surely spare us. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect had turned traitor, seemingly forgetting their human identities, even aiding Mo1 in pressing Li Wei and the others for information. "I speak only the truth. Yi Chun parted ways with us yesterday. We have no knowledge of his current whereabouts," Li Wei replied, his brow knitted tightly, his countenance ashen as though he might weep. He was anxious, for he spoke only the truth. Yet the demons were entirely disbelieving. Enough with the delay. Kill them all. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the furious Scales, and a tidal wave of murderous intent erupted. Suffocating those present, he had never been patient with these humans. If they sought death, he would not show mercy. Moreover, even if these individuals truly betrayed Yi Chun, he had no intention of letting them go. It was merely a matter of killing them sooner or later. "Wait, I'm the 3rd prince of the ancient Phoenix Empire. Do you not fear the Empire will wage war against you if you kill me?" Gu Chuan stepped forward, forcing himself to speak, as it seemed this was the only leverage he had left. The ancient Phoenix royal family? The furious Scales frowned, clearly surprised to find royal blood among the crowd. Yet even so, with his inherent arrogance, he could not lower his head, and his expression darkened immediately. "Oh, you think I fear that?" With that, he brazenly struck out, launching a palm towards Gu Chuan from afar. Gu Chuan was merely at the chi refinement stage, no match for the furious Scales. He was directly sent flying over 10 meters, his body embedding into a massive tree. "Brother!" Gu Yuer cried out. Hastening towards Gu Chuan, unable to keep up with the unfolding events, helplessly witnessing it all. At this moment, Gu Chuan had suffered such a grievous blow that his breaths were shallow, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. With only a single breath remaining, Ji Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with hatred as she gazed at the furious scales. Humph! The furious scales had always looked down upon humans, and Gu Yu's gaze infuriated him further. Without a word, he prepared to strike at her. Zhao Sanpao, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward, shouting, "If you have the ability, fight me instead. What kind of coward bullies a woman?" With that, Zhao Sanpao unleashed his spiritual energy. His aura surging dramatically, and even his stature began to swell. Standing tall, he now towered over 3 meters, resembling a small giant, even dwarfing the furious scales. The furious scales, with keen eyesight, instantly discerned Zhao Sanpao's anomaly. This boy possessed the bloodline of the demon clan, and was an exceedingly rare dragon bloodline. Though it was but a trace, it was enough to render Zhao Sanpao stronger than any human. Even the furious scales could now sense the faint suppression from Zhao Sanpao's bloodline. He was merely a flood dragon, still vastly inferior to a true dragon. This trace of bloodline evidently originated from a true dragon. It was a suppression that stemmed from the depths of the soul. Even if Zhao Sanpao's strength fell short of his own, the furious scales still felt an inexplicable dread. You are not a pure human." The furious scales' brow furrowed, his eyes filled with surprise. The suppression from Zhao Sanpao's bloodline was even more palpable to Immortal beside him, who was now struggling to catch her breath. Zhao Sanpao's bloodline had yet to fully awaken. He had merely activated a fraction of it. As his strength grew, once that trace of true dragon bloodline fully awakened, it could potentially frighten Immortal to death on the spot. "Stop with the chatter. If you have the guts, fight me." Zhao Sanpao cared not for the furious scales' ramblings. He only wanted to send all these demon creatures flying with a single punch. However, in the face of such a stark disparity in strength, even with the suppression from Zhao Sanpao's bloodline, it could not bridge the vast chasm. At the very moment Zhao Sanpao made his move, Nu Lin was already a step ahead, landing a powerful punch squarely on his chest. Despite Zhao Sanpao's formidable physique allowing him to withstand the blow, he was nevertheless sent flying through the air. The body that had just swelled with pride now resembled a deflated balloon, and in no time, Zhao Sanpao reverted to his original state. He struggled on the ground, finding it difficult to rise, while Nu Lin stood before him, his gaze tinged with indifference. However, Nu Lin had no intention of striking again. Instead, he summoned a rope and bound Zhao Sanpao on the spot. "Release me, if you have the guts. Face me in another battle." Despite his bravado, Zhao Sanpao's condition rendered him incapable of fighting. His meridians were severely damaged, and 2 of his ribs were fractured, had it not been for his robust physique. That punch could have pierced him through and through. Rest assured, your demise is not imminent. With your ancient dragon bloodline, you are destined to serve my demon kin. Nu Lin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Zhao Sanpao, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Once your ancient dragon bloodline fully awakens, I need only a single drop of your essence to transform into a dragon, and then I shall be a true dragon." As he spoke, golden light erupted from Nu Lin's eyes, as if he could already envision the coveted future within arm's reach. Li Wei and the others were taken aback by his words, astonished that this seemingly foolish individual was held in such high regard by their master. Yet, they were mistaken. Zhao Sanpao did not possess the ancient dragon bloodline, but rather the bloodline of the primordial wild bull. "Here, allow me to congratulate you, young Master Nu Lin." Owan interjected with a respectful smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of envy. "It is indeed unfortunate, however, that we failed to capture that wretched slave." Yi Chun, upon mentioning Yi Chun, Owan's expression darkened, brimming with palpable resentment. "Leave these despicable humans to you. Consider it compensation for your troubles." In Yu Lin, in high spirits from his acquisition of Zhao Sanpao, deemed this far more valuable than capturing Yi Chun. "But I assure you, Yi Chun will not escape." Licking his crimson lips, Nu Lin's eyes sparkled with bloodthirst. No one had ever evaded his grasp, and he had no doubt that Yi Chun would be no exception. Thank you, young master. Immortal quickly nodded in deference. However, just as Nu Lin prepared to depart with Xiao Sanpao, a voice suddenly rang out. None shall leave today. Chapter 62. The fierce battle with Nu Lin. The voice was remarkably calm, akin to the serene surface of a clear lake. They turned to see the source. A figure emerged, a man clad in flowing white robes, exuding grace and composure amidst the indifference that it was Yichun. At long last, this fellow had made his appearance. Humph. This is the calamity he brought upon himself. Naturally, he must bear the consequences. Excellent. We need not perish. We still have a chance to live. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect were overjoyed, their faces radiant with smiles, as though they had glimpsed the last glimmer of hope in the depths of despair. Such a sense of relief was something only they could truly comprehend. The demon kin sought Yichun. If he perished, the innocent would be spared from entanglement. You dare show your face? Immortal glared at Yichun, her eyes aflame with fury, as if she wished to incinerate him with her gaze. Yichun paid her no heed, first landing beside Gu Wearer and Gu Chuan. He gently pressed his hand on the barely conscious Gu Chuan, using his spiritual energy to temporarily stabilize his life. He won't die just yet. I have a way to save him, Yichun reassured. Upon hearing this, Gu Wearer wiped away her tears and nodded earnestly, instinctively cradling Gu Chuan and retreating to safety in the face of Nu Lin. Even if Gu Wearer stayed, it would be futile. It was wiser to keep her distance and not add to Yichen's troubles. It is now your turn. Having completed these actions, Yichen's gaze finally settled upon Nu Lin, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Clap, clap, clap. That Nu Lin suddenly burst into laughter, applauding Yichun. What commendable courage! Why not continue to cower like a dog and live in disgrace? Why choose to step forward and seek death? Nu Lin's tone dripped with disdain. Although he was astonished by Yichen's strength, having reached the first stage of the Golden Core at just over 20. A feat of extraordinary talent, it mattered little in the face of the nascent soul realm. All Golden Core practitioners were as insignificant as ants. Release them. You seek me. Yichun remained unfazed, speaking with a calm demeanor. However, the demon kin accompanying Nu Lin were unwilling to comply, each letting out a disdainful snort. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with us? Utterly clueless, unaware of the impending doom. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Immortal scoffed, her murderous intent palpable. Yichun, you shall pay for your actions. I demand that all these humans accompany my sister to the grave. Humph, how quickly you forget your wounds. Having escaped once, do you think you can evade a second time? Yichun replied with a cold smile, his gaze appraising Immortal. Setting aside other matters, her long legs were undeniably eye-catching. You seek death. Infuriated, Immortal unleashed her spiritual energy, drawing forth a long whip from her waist and lashing it toward Yichun. Being at the 5th stage of foundation establishment, coupled with the strength of the demon kin, she could easily overpower even a typical 6th-stage foundation establishment human. Flee. Yichun would not sit idly by. Before engaging, he quickly signaled Li Wei and the others through sound transmission. Li Wei and his companions were not foolish. They instantly grasped the situation and began to scatter in all directions. The disciples of the sect, although not privy to Yichun's signal, could not remain idle upon witnessing Li Wei's actions and likewise bolted in various directions. In an instant, chaos erupted, the air filled with a kaleidoscope of spiritual energy. Humph, not a single one shall escape. Nu Lin was not one to be trifled with. He slaughtered the mere humans without batting an eye. Several white streaks shot forth, instantly obliterating slower disciples in a blood mist, their souls unable to escape. The demon kin in pursuit also sprang into action, their mouths agape as they charged toward the humans. Resembling harbingers of death, them. Humans were delectable prey, and such an opportunity for a feast was rare indeed. In the blink of an eye, Yichun unleashed a fearsome punch into the void, striking Immortal with devastating force, sending her flying several meters while she spewed blood. Seizing the moment, Yichun dove into the throng of demon kin. Most of these demons were at the foundation establishment stage. Yichun, with the strength of a Golden Core practitioner, was akin to a wolf amidst a flock of sheep. easily overpowering them. Each punch dispatched a demon, without a hint of hesitation. You have actually broken through to the golden core. Immortal, severely wounded, coughed up blood repeatedly, her complexion paler than before. She could scarcely believe that Yi Chen's power had surged so rapidly. Nu Lin had sensed something amiss, but he too had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of a mere first-stage golden core practitioner. "Are you not leaving?" Yi Chen forcefully carved a bloody path for Li Wei and the others with his fists, then bellowed, "Go!" Li Wei cast a deep glance back at Yi Chen before turning to flee without looking back. At that moment, their hearts were tumultuous. In just 2 days apart, Yi Chen's strength had skyrocketed, resembling a leap in cultivation, breaking through to the golden core. Such a monstrous rate of advancement in cultivation was likely unparalleled across the realm. "Incredible! That's my brother Chun. Brother Chun is magnificent." Bound tightly, Zhao Sanpao could only rely on Xiao Luo to carry him as they fled. Xiao Luo was on the verge of tears. Escaping was already a challenge. And now he had to bear the weight of this hefty 200-pound man. What a predicament! The rope binding them was evidently a magical artifact, and with their current strength, it seemed impossible to break free in the short term. Due to Yi Chen's formidable prowess, the situation had devolved into utter chaos, allowing Li Wei and others to vanish without a trace. That'd be why the time Nu Lin regained his composure. The majority had already escaped. Some weaker sect disciples had been slain, but it was a grim reality that Yi Chen was no saint. He could not save everyone, and managing to rescue the majority of the humans was already a commendable feat. "You seek death." Nu Lin's face shifted through shades of green and purple. He had just declared that none would escape, yet now most of the humans had successfully fled. Was this not a slap in the face? With a thunderous roar, the furious Anguilla launched a savage assault, aimed squarely at Yi Chen. The might of the nascent soul realm was unleashed in its entirety, its speed akin to a fleeting ray of light. Yi Chen's brow furrowed in concentration as he hurriedly summoned all his spiritual energy to counter the attack. Despite his unwavering confidence in his own agility, he found himself unable to evade the onslaught. Ultimately raising his crossed fist to shield his chest, bracing himself against the force of the blow, a resounding thud echoed as Yi Chen's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a massive boulder and kicking up a cloud of dust. Is this the essence of the demon clan? Though he sustained minimal injuries, Yi Chen felt a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him, nearly beyond his control. The sheer ferocity of Anguilla's strike was staggering. Had it not been for the indomitable physique cultivated through his relentless training, he might have been reduced to nothing but fragments by that single punch. As the dust settled, the sight of Yi Chen, unscathed, only deepened Anguilla's frown, now more pronounced than before. Chapter 63. Combat. Training. Anguilla was acutely aware of the terrifying potency of that strike. He had intended to eliminate Yi Chen with a single blow to vent his pent-up fury. Yet, not only had he failed to kill him, but Yi Chen also appeared largely unscathed, his aura merely slightly disordered, quickly regaining its composure. This lad possesses an extraordinary physique. Such strength is certainly atypical for a member of the human race. Could it be that he too is a body cultivator? Young master, you must eliminate this scoundrel at once. He cannot be allowed to escape. Immortal reacted swiftly. The talent and prowess Yi Chen had displayed were sufficient to instill fear in her heart. If she did not take the opportunity to slay Yi Chen today, the next time he appeared, it might well be her own demise. Humph. Yi Chen snorted coldly, his gaze sharpening with murderous intent. He had nearly forgotten about this wretch. In an instant, he unleashed his full speed, appearing less than 10 meters from Immortal in the blink of an eye. The chilling aura of his impending slaughter sent a shiver down Immortal's spine, as she sensed the imminent threat to her very existence. However, while Yi Chen was swift, Anguilla's speed surpassed his own. "Your opponent is me." With that, another fist came crashing toward him, left with no choice. Yi Chen turned to meet Anguilla's assault, their fists colliding with a cataclysmic force. The shockwave from the impact sent Immortal, closest to the epicenter, hurtling backward, her spiritual energy roiling within her, nearly causing her to spew blood. When had this lad grown so formidable? Immortal was astounded. In her memory, Yi Chen had once been easily subdued, Yet now he was able to contest Anguilla blow for blow. Following that last strike, Yi Chun staggered back several paces before finally regaining his footing. Though somewhat disheveled, he was not overwhelmed. It should be noted that Anguilla was a nascent soul, which implied that Yi Chun's strength must now be commensurate with the same realm. "You've underestimated me, boy." Anguilla shook his numbed arm, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Chun. Among the younger generation, only a handful of monstrous beings from the demon clan were capable of trading blows with him. Yet never had a mere human managed to engage him to such an extent. More perplexing was the fact that Yi Chun's aura indicated he should only be at the golden core stage. How on earth was he achieving this? Anguilla was left utterly baffled, pondering a conundrum that seemed insurmountable. "Bring it on." Yi Chun's cold snort resonated as he continued to channel the immense spiritual energy within him. This time, targeting Anguilla, he understood that if he did not resolve this threat, he would not survive the day. Seeking death, the gulf between the golden core and nascent soul stages was not something that could be bridged by mere tactics. Anguilla was now thoroughly enraged, intent on denying Yi Chun any further opportunities. However, after several rounds of combat, Anguilla found himself bewildered, realizing that while his attacks were powerful and had some effect on Yi Chun, the latter seemed to embody the resilience of an indomitable insect, growing ever stronger with each exchange. To his astonishment, Yi Chun was able to match him blow for blow, creating a balance of power. "This is utterly impossible." After yet another exchange, the two fighters separated, and the disdain that once graced Anguilla's features was now replaced with sheer astonishment as he regarded Yi Chun, brows knitted in disbelief. "This lad is adapting to my strength mid-battle." Anguilla's deduction was indeed accurate. Yi Chun's sudden surge in power had initially left him unable to control the vast reserves of spiritual energy coursing through him. Had Anguilla chosen to crush Yi Chun with overwhelming might from the outset, he might have indeed dispatched him without hesitation. Yet now, Yi Chun had acclimated to the strength within him, finally able to wield it with finesse. "Bring it on again." When Yi Chun uttered those words once more, an almost feverish glint shone in his eyes. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he charged at Anguilla once more. Still employing nothing but the most straightforward and unadorned of fist technique, although Yi Chun had slain numerous demon beasts since entering the 10,000 demon mountains, he was still leagues away from the true serpent before him. The celestial eye activated. The weaknesses on the fury scale were now laid bare before him. "Found you." The adage of striking a snake at its 7-inch mark rings true, while the black serpent before him differed from a snake in some respects. Its vulnerabilities were remarkably similar. The 8th technique of slaying immortals, second fist. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun slowly exhaled, and at that moment, his spiritual energy fell into a complete silence. Yet, simultaneously, his muscles suddenly swelled. An enigmatic force erupted from his dantian. It was the spiritual pattern imparted to him by Wang Yu when he taught the 8th technique of slaying immortals. Even a mere hint of it infused this second fist with a might far surpassing the first. The surging power pressed down on Yi Chun's flesh, causing a pang of pain. And a wonder Wang Yu had once stated that he must wait until he formed the 4th physical inscription before employing the 8th technique. Without sufficient physical strength, merely gathering this power could have caused Yi Chun to explode on the spot. "Show yourself! Die!" Fury Scale roared, its head raised, having charged dangerously close to Yi Chun at such proximity. The creature had no chance of escape, and it opened its cavernous maw to bite down fiercely. With its current true form, it could easily crush a boulder 3 meters high, let alone a mere human body. However, in the next moment, Yi Chun struck decisively. His figure flickered and vanished as if he had dissolved into thin air. Before the Fury Scale could react, his fist was already upon it. Die. A single, unadorned word, an unembellished punch, precisely struck the serpent's weakness. This blow bore no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, rendering it nearly imperceptible to outsiders. Only Yi Chun understood the immense cost of executing this punch. His meridians had been compressed and damaged by the overwhelming power. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he worried his body might not endure the strain. Boom! A muffled sound emanated from the black serpent's body as Yi Chun's fist shattered the hardened scales of the Fury Scale in an instant. The once impervious armor, which had withstood even the mightiest of spiritual weapons, crumbled beneath Yi Chun's blow as if it were mere clay, unable to hold for even a moment, scattering into oblivion. Not only that, Yi Chen's fist intent surged through the Fury Scale's flesh, rampaging within its body. Already gravely injured, the Fury Scale could not withstand this onslaught. Its nearly 10-meter-long true form was suddenly propelled backward. Crashing into the forest with a thunderous roar, silence. The arena fell into a profound stillness. Aside from the sound of the black serpent snapping branches, there was not a whisper of noise. Even the nearby Immortal dared not draw breath. What in the world has happened to this wretched human slave, becoming so powerful? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. She had initially thought that bringing Zhang Hui along to capture Yi Chun would be a sure thing. Even if they couldn't take him alive, killing him should have posed no challenge. Yet now, the outcome was far beyond Immortal's expectations. Yi Chun was no longer the lowly slave of yore. His strength had far surpassed her own, rendering even the Fury Scale powerless against him. Meanwhile, Li Wei and the others, who had retreated to a safe distance, were also gazing in astonishment toward the scene. Although they could not discern the nuances of the battle, the sight of the Fury Scale revealing its massive form was impossible to ignore. When had Yi Chun grown so formidable that he could force the true form of the Fury Scale into the open? Cough, cough. Despite the previous display of effortless prowess, Yi Chun's condition was far from ideal. With his current physical state, he had barely managed to execute the second punch of the 8th technique of slaying immortals, yielding only 70% of its potential, and his body sustained injuries. Multiple meridians within him had been violently disrupted, and even his arm trembled slightly. The it was still too much. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile wryly. However, this was not the time to relax. His gaze remained fixed on the distant black serpent. Though that punch had demonstrated terrifying power, Yi Chun understood that killing the Fury Scale outright was entirely out of the question. Furthermore, the creature had already reached the nascent soul stage. As long as its nascent soul remained intact, it could not be killed, effectively granting it a second life. Come again, Yi Chun roared, extending another challenge to the Fury Scale. Yet at this moment, the Fury Scale, having transformed back into its true form, had lost its earlier bravado and arrogance. The look in its eyes shifted from shock and seriousness to outright fear. This boy is a monster. He is even more extraordinary than a prodigy, and he is merely at the golden core stage. How can he pursue someone in my nascent soul stage? If he were to break through to the nascent soul stage, he could very well shatter my skull. What the Fury Scale did not realize was that all of this was due to Yi Chun's mastery of the 3-Dan transformation technique. At this moment, Yi Chun had already exhausted 2 golden cores to confront the Fury Scale, leaving him with just one remaining that if he failed to eliminate the Fury Scale with his next strike, he would be left with no choice but to surrender. However, the Fury Scale was now thoroughly frightened by Yi Chun. Although its wounds were not fatal, it lacked any will to resist. Even now, the terrifying intent of the 8th technique of slaying immortals continued to ravage within its body, affecting even the powerful self-healing abilities of its demon form, causing its injuries to linger without healing. The Fury Scale was utterly terrified, devoid of any desire to continue fighting. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the massive black serpent suddenly took to the air, swiftly retreating into the distance. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Chapter 65. The Third Fist of Slaying Immortals. Yi Chun had set his sights on the Fury Scale's body. Today, he would not allow it to escape. With the phantom step beneath his feet, Yi Chun's speed surged to its zenith, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. The injured Fury Scale, combined with the onslaught of the slaying immortal fist intent within it, stood no chance of outrunning Yi Chun. In just a few blinks, he had closed the distance. Little worm, take another punch from me. Yi Chun howled to the heavens, his laughter resonating like a piercing enchantment. Leaving the Fury Scale dazed and trembling. In that fleeting moment, Yi Chun seized the opportunity, gathering the spiritual energy from his body, coalescing it in his fist, and then unleashing a ferocious blow. The Fury Scale, already too weary to continue fighting and desperate to flee, could not withstand Yi Chen's full-force strike. If it connected, it would surely obliterate him. At this moment, despair filled its gaze, and a twinge of regret arose within its heart. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Why had it never heard of such a young powerhouse among the human race? Boy, do not be so arrogant. At that instant, a voice resonated from all directions, and an unparalleled pressure descended from the heavens, locking onto Yi Chen. His full-powered strike was completely disrupted in that moment, his spiritual energy faltering, nearly causing his blood to surge backward and injure his organs. Fortunately, his body was resilient enough to withstand the onslaught, though his expression grew grave. Where did this old ghost come from? A figure appeared in the void above, looking down with indifference at everything below, its cold eyes fixed on Yi Chen, emanating a palpable killing intent. Master, Elder. Imolan's heart soared with joy. Seeing that the fury scale was faltering against Yi Chen, she had already prepared to flee. But unexpectedly, her master had arrived. This figure was the elder of the Serpent Demon clan, He Feng, who was also the master of Imolan and Mo Qing. Upon seeing He Feng's arrival, the fury scale ceased its flight, transforming back into human form. Though it appeared battered, it could not help but laugh aloud. Truly, the heavens have not abandoned me. Quickly consuming several medicinal pills to barely recover from its injuries, the fury scale felt a bit better, its gaze now fixed on Yi Chen, filled with malice. Elder, act quickly and kill him. This boy must not be allowed to live. The talent and strength Yi Chen displayed had even instilled fear in the fury scale. A proud member of the demon race, if allowed to grow unchecked, the entire Serpent Demon clan would likely face annihilation. Today's events had irrevocably forged enmity. Such a calamity could not be allowed to exist in this world. He Feng remained silent, his killing intent peaking at that moment. With a slight raise of his hand and a gentle clench, the space around Yi Chen compressed intensely, as if intending to crush him entirely. The realm of void. Yi Chen's heart trembled. He could clearly sense the spatial aura within He Feng's attack, a hallmark of the realm of void. He felt as though his limbs were being tightly bound, a terrifying force wildly compressing his body, even causing his bones to creak. You old coot. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price. Before the realm of void, Yi Chen had no possibility of resistance, as it towered above him by two entire realms. Eighth technique of slaying immortals. Third fist. Without the slightest hesitation, the indomitable will of the fist erupted from Yi Chen's body at that very moment. His fists, imbued with a fragment of the true essence of the heavens, came crashing down. Though the essence was scant, it was sufficient for Yi Chen to break free from his restraints. The air seemed to resonate with a sound of shattering. As He Feng gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, utterly unprepared for Yi Chen's unexpected liberation from his grasp, no wonder the furious scales feared Yi Chen so profoundly. This young man truly could not be allowed to live. At this moment, He Feng was steeped in murderous intent, poised to strike fiercely, when he suddenly noticed Yi Chen charging towards him with a punch. Humph! A mere ant, overestimating itself. With a disdainful snort, He Feng casually waved his sleeve, conjuring a torrent of spiritual power that surged towards Yi Chen. At this juncture, Yi Chen was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Inflicting harm upon He Feng was utterly impossible. To overpower the weak, you old monsters of the demon race have shown no sign of improvement whatsoever. Just when everyone believed Yi Chen would be crushed by He Feng, reduced to dust, a figure appeared once more, effortlessly shattering the tide of spiritual energy with a mere flick of his finger. The sudden turn of events left He Feng momentarily stunned, and before he could react, Yi Chen's third strike of the Immortal, severing 8 styles landed squarely upon his face. With the strength of his fourth engraved pattern, this third punch exhibited at least the prowess of a peak nascent soul, capable of severely injuring even those of the combining reality stage. However, as He Feng was at the void-piercing stage, this punch could not possibly be fatal. A resounding thud echoed as He Feng was forcibly sent flying, crashing into the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers were rendered speechless, including Yi Chen, who wore a bewildered expression. Although he had exerted every ounce of strength for that third punch, even fracturing his arm in the process. Yichen never believed he could actually harm Haifeng. Yet the outcome was that Haifeng was sent sprawling, a formidable being of the void-piercing stage. Could it be that the Immortal's severing 8 styles were truly that formidable? Fury and surprise flickered in the eyes of Nu Lin and Mo Wan as they witnessed this scene, nearly causing them to lose their composure, their faces betraying disbelief. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled figure emerged from the smoke. Haifeng, now covered in dust, appeared somewhat disarrayed. Indeed, that punch had injured his physical form, but only because his spiritual power had been momentarily restrained, allowing Yichen's fist to connect. Nevertheless, the fist intent of the Immortal severing 8 styles was undeniably tyrannical, akin to a relentless parasite gnawing within him, causing chaos. Haifeng had to expend considerable effort to expunge it, which was why he was delayed by a few seconds. Mo Lin, are you truly intending to wage war against our demon race? The countenance of Haifeng darkened as he beheld the figure before him, his expression as grim as if he could weep. The one who had intervened was none other than Mo Lin, the current sect master of the Sword Immortal sect, a being of the great ascension stage. Upon hearing Haifeng's words, the crowd finally grasped the situation. So, it was the sect master who had arrived. Even Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that with a great ascension expert present, his life was likely secured for the day. Yet he couldn't help but wonder why this elder brother had not appeared sooner. Had he done so, Yi Chun would not have had to exert himself so desperately. Glancing at his dislocated arm, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile wryly, enduring the pain as he attempted to realign it. Old monster, let us not speak ill of one another. You were the one who resorted to bullying the weak first. Unfazed, Mo Lin, as a great ascension being, felt no constraints. The vastness of the world was his to traverse, and as long as he did not transcend the tribulations, none could obstruct his path to as for the so-called pact between humanity and the demon race. It merely constrained those below the great ascension. When faced with a true great ascension expert, it was nothing more than a worthless piece of parchment. Haifeng was evidently aware of this, which was why he dared not act further at a mere void-piercing stage. He had not the audacity to confront a great ascension powerhouse directly. What? Have you already cowered so soon? Did you not intend to kill my Sword Immortal sect disciples? If you have the courage, strike again and see if I dare to flay your skin today. Chapter 66. Today, I shall indeed bully the weak. Mo Lin spoke with a cold laugh, his words laced with provocation. If Haifeng dared to make a move, the events of the day would be justified. Mo Lin, if you dare to intervene today, it signifies war against our demon serpent clan. Haifeng, being of the great ascension stage, was far too astute to engage in a direct confrontation. He could only resort to verbal sparring. After all, their demon serpent clan had a great ascension powerhouse of their own, and if they could intimidate Mo Lin with this claim, it would be all the better. Today, I shall indeed intervene. Let us see what you can do to me. Mo Lin retorted with a sneer. You. Haifeng was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed from anger, feeling utterly exasperated by the situation. It was infuriating to be unable to retaliate. Mo Lin, as a great ascension expert and the leader of a righteous sect, do you not fear being branded as someone who indiscriminately condones the misdeeds of your disciples? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by those of the righteous path? Realizing that the threat of the Demon Serpent clan was ineffective, Haifeng quickly pivoted his strategy, fully aware of the importance these righteous individuals placed on reputation and gain. This time, without needing Mo Lin to speak, Yi Chun stepped forward, interjecting, "What indulgence are you speaking of? It was clearly your demon race that captured me first. I nearly perished, and you expect me to submit to your slaughter? I merely sought to survive. It is your demon race that falls short. Regardless of your claims, the fact remains that your kin have slain my kind, and for that, there must be consequences." Haifeng scoffed, his demeanor exceedingly domineering. That he feared Mo Lin, but that did not equate to fearing Yi Chun. On the contrary, he was now desperately intent on eliminating this human prodigy, ensuring that the Demon Serpent clan would not be left with a ticking time bomb. What nonsense, what fact? This is merely your excuse for your murderous tendencies. How many of my kin have perished at your hands, and you have shown no remorse? Now, because a lesser serpent demon has died. You seek to take my life under the guise of righteousness? Do you truly believe I am a fool, content to await my doom? Yi Chun unleashed a tirade of insults, unwilling to squander time on this old monster. Courtesy is owed to humanity, not to such beasts. Haifeng could scarcely be described as a beast. Vermin would be a more fitting term. Committing wrongs, yet daring to act so brazenly. Do you truly think I cannot bring you to justice? Haifeng erupted in fury. Being slapped in the face by Mo Lin was one thing, but now a mere fledgling human dared to overstep his bounds. If he did not act, would he not be ashamed to face his ancestors? Ha ha! Well spoken. You are merely a pack of murderous beasts. If you lack the skill, you deserve to perish. Today, let anyone who dares to touch him become my enemy. I vow to pursue this to the end. Apart from Yi Chen's prior remarks, Mo Lin openly supported him. And even if he were to slay all the snake demons present, none among the righteous would dare to utter a word against him. You! Haifeng, in a fit of rage, momentarily lost his train of thought, the atmosphere growing tense. He had never anticipated that a mere outer disciple would challenge him to this extent. Was Yi Chen truly his match? How is it, old monster? Are you dissatisfied? Mo Lin's incessant taunts left Haifeng utterly exasperated. He could neither argue nor fight back, only grit his teeth and swallow his indignation. Dissatisfied? Very well, if you wish to bully the weak. I certainly will not engage with you, that if you are unsatisfied, let Nu Lin step forth to continue our duel. Should he manage to kill me, I shall accept my fate today. Yi Chen huffed, stepping forward, his gaze locking onto the severely injured Nu Lin. Although his own condition was far from ideal, it was evidently more favorable than Nu Lin's. Even should battle resume, Yi Chen was confident in his ability to slay this little serpent. Indeed, conflicts among the younger generation should be settled by themselves. Old monster, you may as well sit back and watch, Mo Lin remarked with a knowing smile, his gaze resting indifferently on Haifeng as long as he willed it. A mere glance could confine Haifeng within a space that rendered him unable to act. Had he not feared that the ancient serpent of the Demon Serpent clan would descend upon the Sword Immortal sect in a frenzy. Mo Lin would have long since severed Haifeng's head with a single strike, rather than waste so much time in conversation. Mo Lin, are you truly prepared to oppose our Demon Serpent clan to the bitter end today? Haifeng's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple. He knew full well that the current Nu Lin was no match for Yi Chun. To acquiesce would merely be to send Nu Lin to his demise. If they were ordinary demon serpents, it might not matter, but Nu Lin was the clan's young master. Should anything happen to him today, Haifeng would have much to answer for upon his return. Old monster, are you finished yet? Enough with the idle chatter. Are we fighting or not? If you lack the courage, then swiftly take your leave. Today, I shall turn a blind eye and grant you a path of retreat. Mo Lin chuckled, uninterested in further discourse with these serpent demons. His position as sect master of the Sword Immortal sect was not secured through mere cunning, but by the might of his swords. Should anyone defy him, he would strike them down without hesitation. Mo Lin, this matter today shall not be forgotten. One day, we shall repay this debt 100-fold. The furious voice of Haifeng reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Without hesitation, he shattered the teleportation talisman in his hand, vanishing into the vortex with Mo Wan and the severely injured Nu Lin in an instant. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, observing the scene before him, feeling a sense of unwillingness stir within. Although he had dealt a heavy blow to Nu Lin, it was regrettable that he failed to slay Mo Wan, leaving his vendetta unavenged. Yi Chen could only resign himself to this fate. It was all the fault of that old ghost Haifeng. Had he not appeared, Yi Chen, in his current state, would have been capable of killing both Nu Lin and Mo Wan. However, it was fortunate that Mo Lin had suddenly intervened. Without his arrival, Yi Chen might well have met his end today. Disciple expresses gratitude to the sect master. Yi Chen regained his composure and respectfully clasped his fist towards Mo Lin smiled slightly and transmitted, "We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities." Yi Chen, having once partnered with Mo Sangtian, could indeed be considered half a brother to Mo Lin, thus rendering the term family quite apartment. "I must thank you for saving my brother. There is no need for excessive words between us, and formalities can be set aside. As the sect master, Mo Lin was fully aware of the events occurring within the sect. He simply had not found the time to express his gratitude to Yi Chun. Yet, now, in front of so many disciples, revealing their relationship would be inappropriate, hence the need for discreet communication. The disciples who had previously fled far away were now cautiously re-emerging. Upon witnessing Mo Lin's appearance, they erupted in cheers, their hearts finally easing with relief that moment, when they laid eyes on Yi Chun. Though somewhat weakened, he remained unscathed. Expressions of astonishment graced their faces. In the face of the demon race, Yi Chun not only survived, but had also severely injured their prodigy, even forcing back an elder. It was a feat none among them could have accomplished. Everyone, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Chun, Mo Lin leisurely waved his hand, causing the stone gate of the teleportation array to materialize once more before the crowd. This hunting tournament has now concluded. You may return to the sect through this stone gate. As these words were spoken, Yi Chun was the first to voice his confusion. There's still a few days left. The hunting tournament was scheduled to last 7 days, and they had only just passed the halfway mark. Yi Chun certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity, for securing first place would yield substantial rewards. In his quest to enhance his strength, he had exhausted all his elixirs. He had initially believed that by slaying Nu Lin and Mo Wan, he would replenish some of his resources, only to find that fate had conspired against him. Allowing them to escape, Yi Chun now found himself in dire straits, with the only remaining hope being the reward for achieving first place in the hunting tournament, which he was determined to secure at all costs. It's a miracle to have survived. Has her mind been rattled? If the demon race is unwilling to accept defeat, they could return with reinforcements, and we would all be doomed. Li Wei, as the eldest disciple, quickly stepped forward to clarify, hoping to prevent Yi Chun, in his naivety, from saying something inappropriate that might provoke the sect master. But the sect master right here, even if they came in full force. Will we truly be afraid? Yi Chun countered. Moreover, he was rather eager for them to come. If they did, it would be akin to handing over free points. He would slay one for each that came. And those demons all possessed inner cores, which were akin to spiritual herbs and could be used for alchemy. The higher the cultivation of a demon, the more valuable the inner core produced. After all, demons typically fed on humans, so Yi Chun bore no psychological burden in slaying them. You brat, do you not have enough chaos? Wu Ti claiming first place in this tournament suffice for you? When you return, simply ask the Great Elder for whatever gifts you desire. I will make the arrangements. Lin chuckled, transmitting to Yi Chun, fully aware of the young man's thoughts. Then I must express my gratitude in advance. Second brother. Yi Chun smiled, secretly reveling in his fortune. The events within the myriad demon mountains reached a temporary conclusion. Within the stronghold of the demon snake clan, Haifeng, having fled with Nu Lin and Mo Wan, was now reporting to the clan's elder. Elder, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Given Mo Lin's intervention, the situation had escalated beyond what Haifeng could resolve. This child must not be allowed to live. He must be swiftly slain. His talents are likely. Nu Lin's face turned ashen, clearly still suffering from his injuries. Yet this did not hinder him from denouncing Yi Chun. He had painted Yi Chun as a target that the demon race must eliminate, a prodigy of the human race who had forged enmity with the demon snake clan. If they did not eradicate him in his infancy, he might become the harbinger of the demon race's demise. The serpents present were astute enough to grasp this reasoning. From your description, this human seems to understand a certain body-refining technique. Though the Sword Immortal sect does not appear renowned for such practices, the elder stroked his chin, contemplating. Thus, it is imperative that we capture this child quickly. If all else fails, we must eliminate him. He must not be allowed to continue his growth. Furthermore, Elder, I have discovered that a disciple within the Sword Immortal sect possesses the bloodline of an ancient dragon. Upon hearing this, the previously calm Elder's expression shifted, his eyes revealing a mix of intrigue and surprise. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is a matter I have witnessed with mine own eyes that I would not speak falsely, although the bloodline's aura has not fully awakened. I can already sense its oppressive presence. Lin patted his chest in assurance. he still vividly recalled the aura emanating from Zhao Sanpao. The fear that stemmed from a bloodline deep within the soul evoked a primal terror. Whether or not the individual was indeed of ancient dragon lineage, they were certainly akin to a primordial ferocious beast. Whatever the case, it would greatly benefit them. That bloodline was on par with that of the ancient dragon. Should they obtain even a single drop after its awakening, all the serpents present could transform into true dragons. The allure of such a prospect was one that none in the Demon Snake clan could resist. The elder deliberated for a moment before making a decisive resolution. Immediately dispatch individuals to investigate. Spare no effort to uncover the background of this individual, if there is a family inheritance. Though the elder did not finish his sentence, the assembled demons comprehended the implication that in fact, I have a plan that would allow us to capture the ancient dragon bloodline and slay the wretched Yi Chun, killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Immortal, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Originally, her qualifications would not have warranted her presence in such a gathering, but due to her being present when Yi Chun dismantled the entire demon palace, combined with her status as Haifeng's disciple, she had earned this opportunity. Let us hear your proposal. Haifeng raised an eyebrow, prompting her to elaborate. Didn't Timo Lin say that the younger generation should handle their own affairs? We could easily send someone to challenge Yi Chun, with the wager being that ancient dragon bloodline. Immortal explained, and her plan indeed appeared promising. However, as soon as she finished, Nu Lin outright rejected it. Currently, I am the only one in the clan capable of contending with Yi Chun, and even I lack complete confidence in defeating him. To attempt such a challenge would only be to invite humiliation. Though Nu Lin was reluctant to admit it, the stakes were high for the future of the entire Demon Snake clan, and he could only grit his teeth and confess. Moreover, if they could not slay Yi Chun within the myriad demon mountains, they would have to venture to the Sword Immortal sect. If they were to kill him in front of a multitude on his home turf, would not Immortal erupt with fury? The wrath of a great Ascension realm expert was no trifling matter. Even if Immortal could not eradicate the entire Demon Snake clan, should he frequently descend upon their territory to wreak havoc, they would be powerless to retaliate, left to merely endure the blows. Although Yi Chun was exceptionally gifted, he remained merely a prodigy. Until he had truly matured, he was still an unknown quantity. After all, not every prodigy could successfully ascend to greatness, whereas Immortal was a genuine great ascension expert. Everyone, as per Immortal's words, the challenger need not be one of our clan. Any demon will suffice. Our demon race is strong, with numerous clans. It is not particularly difficult to slay Yi Chun. For instance, we could invite Lu Mei to take action. Even the previously defiant Nu Lin has now fallen silent, his eyes glimmering with a hint of resentment. He had indeed harbored a deep infatuation for Lu Mei, yet this woman has always treated men with cold indifference. Despite Nu Lin's repeated attempts to express his affections, he was met only with frosty responses. As the young master of the Serpent Clan, he could have any woman he desired, yet the unattainable Lu Mei left him feeling disheartened. Now, with the task of seeking Lu Mei's assistance against Yi Chun, Nu Lin's heart felt even heavier. It was likely that Lu Mei would not be easily persuaded. With a furrowed brow, he finally uttered, I can speak with her master about this matter. There are some nuances between us, so it should not pose a problem. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and deemed this plan viable, eventually nodding in agreement. After concluding this discussion, he turned to Haifeng and instructed, Haifeng, ensure that the matter concerning the ancient dragon bloodline is thoroughly investigated. It is imperative that we leave no stone unturned, that I shall handle the preparations for everything else. Remember, we need not only that boy, but his entire family and associates as well. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. The Grand Elder's wisdom was acknowledged with deep bows from the assembled crowd. At the Sword Immortal Sect's plaza, a voice rang out. Yi Chun, come forth. A figure leapt down from the high platform, wielding a sword, as the fourth elder advanced menacingly towards Yi Chun, his murderous intent palpable and genuine. Not only he, but even the third elder followed suit, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power. Both aimed to eliminate Yi Chun. The overwhelming pressure they emanated caused many weaker disciples to stagger back, some even fainting from sheer fear. for these two were formidable beings at the pinnacle of the integration realm, on the verge of the void realm, vastly superior to those present. Were you two plotting? At that moment, the Grand Elder intervened, positioning himself protectively in front of Yichun. His own void realm power erupted as he waved his hand, sending the two elders reeling. With assistance arriving, Yichun's tense body began to relax. He had only just recovered from a previous battle with the demon clan. Now, facing such powerful foes, he had resigned himself to a fate of mutual destruction. Esteemed elders, what is your intention? Do you truly wish to execute me in front of so many disciples? Yichun maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. Speak. Did you murder Han Mo? The fourth elder, no fool, clutched Han Mo's soul lamp, now extinguished. A brief inquiry with returning disciples would lead to the likely identification of the perpetrator, A.S. for Qiulingyun. Yichun surmised she would not dare to report him, lest she be obliterated by divine retribution. The Grand Elder, this boy has flouted sect rules and slain his fellow disciples. First, he killed my disciple Ling Fei, and then he murdered fourth junior brother Han Mo. How can such a murderous fiend be allowed to live? The third elder stepped forward, each word resonating with righteous indignation, as if he were the embodiment of justice. Before long, Tianzhu and Si Kong Yanyu arrived, landing beside Yichun. Esteemed elders, disciples of the North Peak are known for their sense of justice. We do not engage in indiscriminate killing that if they are innocent, they shall face no consequences. Though merely the peak master of an outer sect, Si Kong Yanyu stood firm before the elders, her presence commanding. Upon hearing her words, the fourth elder's fury ignited. He was already incensed over Han Mo's death, and now faced a bold young woman challenging him. I ask this sect to be turned upside down by your insolence. You should know your place. Ah, what audacity! When you two conspired with Wu Ao to traffic our disciples, did you not think of the implications? Do you truly believe we are without allies, that your words alone carry weight? Si Kong Yanyu's retorts struck like thunder, silencing the assembly and leaving the third and fourth elders reeling. The two elders, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure. Nonsense, a mere child spouting such baseless accusations. Attempting to secure her position as peak master. I know not of what you speak, Si Kong Yanyu replied coldly, aware that the two would never admit to their wrongdoing, without solid evidence. She would not have dared to confront them today. Behold this. With a disdainful snort, she produced a recording stone from her pocket and shattered it before the crowd. As a faint light flickered, an image materialized in the air, revealing a conversation between Wu Ao and the third and fourth elders in the valley, wherein they conspired to sell over 1,000 disciples to the demon clan during the hunting competition. The gathered disciples erupted in uproar, and even the elders furrowed their brows, aghast at the revelation. Such actions were utterly depraved. Had they not been fortunate, would they not have ended up as slaves to the demon clan? The crowd's gaze turned expectantly towards the third and fourth elders, awaiting a response. The third elder feigned calmness, facing the intense scrutiny. What can a mere recording stone prove? It only suggests a cordial relationship with Wu Ao. Though the stone captured visuals, it lacked sound, thus the audience could not discern the conversation's content. Indeed, this meeting was to investigate the mysterious deaths of disciples in the valley, and since the deceased was from Wu Ao's peak, our encounter was merely coincidental, the fourth elder hastily added, distancing themselves from any wrongdoing. The third elder continued, Si Kong Yanyu, Yichun is your disciple. We understand your desire to protect him, but do not fabricate such absurd lies. It was clear they had rehearsed this narrative, and without conclusive evidence, it would prove challenging to hold them accountable. Facing their remarks, even with her preparedness, Si Kong Yanyu found herself at a loss for words. Realizing these cunning elders were not easily outmaneuvered. Bring Shun Ping here. He is Wu Ao's most trusted disciple and must know the truth that I need only to probe his memories. Tianzhu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, anticipating the complexity of the situation. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a disciple rushed in, breathless with urgency. Elder, grave news. Shun Ping has just self-destructed his soul, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Chapter 69. Do you truly believe me to be dead? The crowd gasped collectively, their expressions shifting as uncertainty clouded their thoughts. Even Tianzhu and Si Kong Yenyu furrowed their brows. This was an invaluable witness, and to receive such devastating news was beyond comprehension. In contrast, the third and fourth elders appeared unfazed, breathing sighs of relief as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Humph! To slander an elder is an act of rebellion, according to sect rules. The punishment is the forfeiture of cultivation and 100 years of solitary confinement at the cliff of repentance. The third elder seized the opportunity, his expression cold and vengeful. Today he would seize this chance to eliminate Si Kong Yenyu, lest this madwoman pursue them relentlessly. Although there was no longer a living witness, they could not dismiss the possibility that she might uncover other leads that could implicate them. The cunning old fox reveals his true nature. Yet, you cannot pin your crimes on Yi Chun, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward, clapping mockingly for the two elders. Their performance had been nothing short of extraordinary, maintaining their composure to this point, which took Yi Chun by surprise. "You little brat, do you think your indiscriminate slaughter will go unpunished?" The fourth elder bellowed, his fury threatening to erupt. "Whether I am guilty of indiscriminate killing, the heavens shall judge. Those who commit heinous acts shall face divine retribution." Yi Chun retorted coolly, unafraid of the fourth elder's threats, as he stepped out from behind Si Kong Yin. Wu Ao had once claimed that the sect's prodigies had vanished without reason, and that all these years, you two have orchestrated these events in the shadows, merely to bring down the Sword Immortal sect. "You lie. You speak nonsense, child." The third elder vehemently refuted, his murderous intent towards Yi Chun intensifying with each passing moment. He had initially believed that the matter of trafficking sect disciples had been laid to rest, yet he was taken aback to discover that Yi Chun was aware of even deeper schemes. "This rascal must not be allowed to live. You are already guilty. Your words hold no credibility whatsoever. Should you dare to speak foolishly again today, I shall surely slay you. Do you two truly believe I am without means to deal with you?" The Grand Elder snorted coldly. Although there was currently no evidence, piecing together the words of Tianzhu and Si Kong Yenyu, along with the expressions of the third and fourth elders, he had come to a rough conclusion. Even if these matters were not orchestrated by the third and fourth elders, they were undeniably complicit. Yi Chun, how much do you truly know? The Grand Elder pushed back the third elder and turned his gaze towards Yi Chun. In response to the Grand Elder, Yi Chun declared, "The two of them have long been bribed by the forces behind Jinwu Academy, acting as infiltrators within our sect from the very beginning." Yi Chun ceased to hold back, revealing all that he was aware of. They, along with Wu Ao, were each responsible for undermining the inner and outer sects, coordinating to utterly eradicate the Sword Immortal sect. Should this plot succeed, once the Jinwu Empire allied with the demon race to strike against the ancient Phoenix Empire, annihilating the Sword Immortal sect in the process, they would ascend to great heights, enjoying a lifetime of wealth and glory beyond imagination. Yi Chun's words struck like a dagger to the hearts of the third and fourth elders, causing their faces to shift dramatically, their lips twitching involuntarily. They longed to eliminate Yi Chun immediately, silencing him for good, yet the Grand Elder stood before them. Even if they joined forces, their combined strength could barely contend with him, leaving them no opportunity to kill Yi Chun. "Lies, do not spout nonsense here," the fourth elder retorted angrily. "You merely seek to absolve yourself of guilt by deliberately slandering us. Do you possess even a shred of evidence for your claims? If you cannot produce any, boy, you shall not escape death today." "Ha! What a profound statement about escaping death." Yi Chun replied, "In this world, the truth is often concealed unless one is guilty of wrongdoing." A chilling laugh echoed from the void, causing the disciples to exchange glances, while the elders were taken aback, astonished to find that even the sect leader, Immortal, had arrived. They beheld a figure gradually materializing, finally becoming solid before Yi Chun. It was none other than the current sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect, Immortal. Despite appearing to be in his early 30s, he had, in fact, lived for several centuries, having returned to youthful vigor after attaining the Great Ascension. "Greetings, sect leader!" At this moment, every member of the sect bowed respectfully to Immortal, with some particularly excited disciples even prostrating themselves. In contrast, Yi Chun remained notably composed, gazing at his elder brother with a smile. Even Sikong Yinwe, standing nearby, could no longer bear it and promptly urged, "Yichun, hurry and pay your respects." How impertinent. Oh, Yichun nodded, mimicking the gestures of others, bowing to Mo Lin. However, given his status, he was technically Mo Lin's third brother. Even if he did not perform the bow, Mo Lin had no grounds to reprimand him. Sect leader, this boy is a ruthless killer, an irredeemable fiend who must not be allowed to remain within our sect. The third and fourth elders hastily accused, claiming that Yichun should be stripped of his cultivation, have his limbs severed, and be imprisoned for life at the cliff of regret. They believe their performance to be flawless, presenting themselves as victims. If the sect leader does not believe us, we have witnesses. The fourth elder added, feeling confident that with this backup, they would certainly be able to deal with Yichun. Coincidentally, I have witnessed everything you speak of, and I too can be considered a witness. To everyone's astonishment, Mo Lin suddenly interjected, leaving the third and fourth elders dumbfounded. I personally witnessed your disciple, Han Mo, resorting to tyranny to seize another's hunting rewards, even colluding with other disciples to undermine Yichun, ultimately leading to his own demise due to his lack of strength. These words left not only the third and fourth elders in shock, but also the other attendees, who were utterly confused as to why the sect leader would so staunchly defend Yichun. The hunting competition aimed to hone the skills of the sect's disciples while fostering mutual support and assistance among them. Yet, the actions of the third and fourth elders' disciples were appalling. Today, it was only due to Yichun's prowess that he had not fallen victim to them. Now, having failed in their schemes and faced a counterattack, how could the two elders stand up for such disgraceful individuals? Chapter 70. If you wish to kill me, you must exert more effort. Mo Lin's words rang with authority, rendering the third and fourth elders speechless, their faces turning a ghastly shade as they struggled to maintain their composure. Even the disciples who had previously been bullied began to voice their grievances. Yes, they stole my demon beast, which was nearly slain, only to be taken from me. How despicable! Indeed, they have harmed fellow disciples. Allowing such individuals to remain in our sect is the true destruction. To their astonishment, both the enlightened and the bewildered disciples united in a common purpose: to condemn Han Mo and his accomplices, whom Yichun had already slain. The tide had turned against the third and fourth elders in a manner they could not have anticipated. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. The narrative should have involved them suppressing Yichun with overwhelming force to rectify their disciples' wrongs, thereby restoring their reputations, yet it had devolved into this chaotic spectacle. At this moment, those from the North Peak were likely the most elated. With so few disciples from the North Peak, Yichun counted among them, and with the sect leader and a multitude of sect disciples rallying in support, it seemed that no matter what, Yichun would emerge unscathed today. You all. The third elder glared at the disciples who were joining the uproar, his face turning a sickly green with rage. His temper, already volatile, was now at a boiling point. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike them all down. Enough. The matter regarding Hanamo has already reached a conclusion. There is no need to waste more time. Mo Lin, as the sect leader, decisively waved his hand, bringing the situation to a close. Regardless of the third and fourth elders' inner turmoil, they had no choice but to accept it. However, after Mo Lin spoke, he directed a cold, piercing gaze at the third and fourth elders. Pausing for a moment before continuing, you two must confess your transgressions today. I may spare you for the contributions you have made to the sect over the years. Sect leader, what do you mean by this? We have been utterly loyal to the Sword Immortal sect. You cannot allow the words of a mere child to cast doubt upon us. Our loyalty is known to heaven and earth. Such actions will only sow seeds of discontent. The fourth elder quickly feigned innocence, even adopting a look of grievance as if they were truly wronged. Though others might be deceived, Yichun was not swayed by such theatrics. He coldly retorted, loyalty known to heaven and earth. Do you not fear divine retribution when you utter such words? If you wish to clear your names, why not allow the sect leader to delve into your memories? The truth of your loyalty or treachery shall be determined by him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the third and fourth elders shifted dramatically. Should Mo Lin probe their memories, their secrets would be laid bare. The very thought ignited suspicion within them, their eyes glinting with unspoken schemes that Yi-chan observed their every move, his extraordinary vision allowing him to perceive their intentions, regardless of their superior strength. Not good. These two old foxes are about to strike, Yi-chan exclaimed almost immediately. Ever prepared, Lin furrowed his brow and swiftly intervened, seizing the fourth elder. The fourth elder, grasped firmly by Lin with his peak fusion stage strength, could not hope to break free. Lin could crush him at will. Yet the third elder was not idle. The moment Lin made his move, he lunged at Yi-chan, gripping his throat with a vice-like hold. As if time itself had frozen, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, the speed of the events having unfolded too rapidly for even the Grand Elder in the Dongshu realm to react in time. Third Elder, I had no intention of killing you. Had you confessed, I would have shown you mercy. But do you truly believe I cannot handle the two of you? Lin, as a being of the Great Ascension, now exuded an aura of murderous intent, genuinely enraged. Had he not feared for Yi-chan's safety, he would have already struck down the third elder the moment he initiated his attack. Ha ha ha. Esteemed leader, cease this pretense of benevolence. For many years, the two of us have devoted ourselves to the sect. Can we truly be overshadowed by this newly initiated, brash young lad? Your actions have left us profoundly disheartened. The third elder laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained madness and bitter resentment, laid bare for all to see. Nonsense. The heinous deeds you two have committed are known to heaven and earth. Do you truly believe no one is aware? Sikong Yinue stepped forth from the crowd, eager to interject. Just moments ago, the leader demonstrated compassion, intending to spare you, yet you remain obstinately unrepentant. Moreover, Yi-chan is merely a disciple of the sect. What benefit do you gain by capturing him? Ha! And what of it? Even if we perish today, I shall drag that little beast down with me. The third elder, now utterly deranged and driven mad by Yi-chan, was resolute in his intent to fight to the death, his eyes radiating murderous intent. The torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from within him, indicating his determination to take Yi-chan down with him. Such madness from the third elder caught everyone off guard, except for Lin, who swiftly formed his fingers into a sword and struck out, faster than light. In an instant, he pierced through the third elder's shoulder, severing one of his arms. The speed was so astonishing that even the third elder could not react in time. With his remaining hand, he gripped Yi-chan tightly, intending to crush him with all his might. However, to his astonishment, Yi-chan's physique felt as unyielding as steel, his neck akin to a solid iron pipe. Despite exerting immense force, he could not budge him an inch. Old ghost, did you not expect this? I have condensed 4 corporeal inscriptions. If you wish to kill me, you must exert even more force. Yi-chan suddenly spoke up, having remained silent until now to gather his strength, and unleashed a punch in front of everyone. The 8th slash of the celestial swords. The 4th punch. This strike drained Yi-chan of all his remaining strength, and with a swift motion, he slammed it into the third elder's head. At such close proximity, and with such speed, the third elder, already severely wounded and caught off guard, had no chance to evade and took the blow squarely. The terrifying force smashed into the third elder, sending him flying. His face was instantly deformed from the impact. After delivering his strike, Lin did not remain idle. He joined forces with Yi-chan again, transforming his fingers into a fist and launching a powerful blow into the void. Above the third elder's head, an imprint of a fist, coalesced from spiritual energy, appeared abruptly, striking down upon him with great force. This punch was even more formidable than Yi-chan's earlier blow. The already injured third elder could not evade it and was obliterated on the spot. His corporeal form shattered, and even his primordial spirit could not escape. The might of the Ascendant realm was indeed terrifying. Everyone present, including disciples and elders, inhaled sharply at this scene. And oh wonder it is said that all beneath the Ascendant are but ants. Witnessing Lin's prowess, they could not help but form their judgments that a peak harmonization realm expert could not withstand even a single move from Lin. It was simply absurdly powerful. With the death of the third elder, the fourth elder, who had been under Lin's control, could no longer maintain his composure. Utterly terrified, he hastily begged for mercy. "Leader, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I shall reveal everything I know." Just as Yichen stated, we have been bought off by the Jinwu dynasty. Not only us, but others in the upper echelons of various sects have also been compromised. The fourth elder divulged everything he knew, daring not to conceal even a shred of information. It turned out that such machinations were not exclusive to the Sword Immortal sect. Other sects, regardless of their size, had infiltrators placed by the Jinwu dynasty. The upheavals that had occurred in various sects over the years, many of which led to their demise, bore the unmistakable mark of the Jinwu dynasty. All of this was merely a prelude to the Jinwu dynasty's future assault on the ancient Phoenix dynasty. Although the fourth elder was unaware of their true intentions, everyone present could surmise that their schemes were likely far grander. The ambition of the Jinwu dynasty was truly terrifying. Traitor, Yi Chen's complexion paled slightly. After delivering that punch, his body weakened, yet it did not prevent him from spitting in disdain while glaring at the fourth elder. What use is there for someone who would betray their own sect? Leader, they forced my hand. They promised me that once the Jinwu dynasty achieved its grand designs, I would be granted a high office and the stewardship of a city, with ample support. But if I refused, they threatened to kill me. I had no choice. The fourth elder, seemingly oblivious to Yi Chen's words, continued to plead with Immortal. Lin's face darkened, looking at the fourth elder with a mix of disappointment and rage. How could it be that the Sword Immortal sect, once the foremost sect in the world, had fallen so low? Even the Imperial dynasty had bowed before them. Yet now, it was shocking to see elders within the sect choosing to betray their own. Siding with the enemy, you have brought calamity to the sect and slaughtered disciples. Your actions are utterly unconscionable. Lin nearly spat these words through gritted teeth, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Leader, you previously stated that as long as I confessed, you would spare my life. You cannot go back on your word. The fourth elder's face turned ashen, genuinely afraid. Everything he had done was merely to survive. Was there truly a fault in that? Before he could finish, Lin struck out with a palm, lightly pressing it against the fourth elder's heart. Though it appeared soft and powerless, this strike shattered all of the fourth elder's cultivation, causing even his primordial spirit to dissipate. The fourth elder, once vigorous and appearing to be in his 40s, instantly aged into a frail centenarian, his hair turning white and his face lined with wrinkles. This cultivation was granted to you by the sect. Today, I shall act on behalf of our ancestors and strip you of ITS for your life. Let it serve as a lesson for repentance. I have stated that I shall not kill you. You may leave now. Lin snorted coldly, turning away, disinterested in the fourth elder any longer. The fourth elder gazed at his own hands, disbelief and shock etched across his face. His cultivation had been eradicated, leaving him no more than an old man of 100. Even walking had become a challenge, and he likely had only a few years left to live. Feeling the emptiness within him, devoid of any spiritual energy, he could only force a bitter smile, giving a slight bow before departing. Yet now, he could no longer soar through the air on his sword as he once did. He could only make his way down the mountain, step by shaky step, even struggling to navigate the stairs. But what could he do? Lin had shown him mercy by sparing his life. The assembled disciples dared not utter a word, silently observing this scene, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions of sorrow, indignation, and more. Returning to the leader, aside from the North Peak Master, the other 3 Peak Masters have vanished without a trace. After attending to the matter, the Law Enforcement Hall's personnel returned to report to Lin. Prior to taking action, Lin had already ordered the Law Enforcement Hall to apprehend the traitors, including the East and West Peak Masters, but he had not anticipated their cunning escape. Lin did not dwell on this. They were merely 2 experts at the primordial spirit stage. Their escape would not stir significant upheaval. From this day forth, Tianju, you shall be the 3rd elder of our sect. With the 3rd and 4th elders now gone, one dead and the other crippled, there are vacancies to fill. Thank you. Leader, Tianju respectfully replied, "As for the position of 4th elder." Lin glanced at Yi Chen, then turned his gaze to Sikong Yinhua, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. IT was originally meant for you. But now there's a troublesome matter. I have formed a brotherly bond with this lad. Yet you are his mentor, which complicates the lineage. What? Not only Sikong Yenyue, but even the others present were momentarily stunned. Looking at Mo Lin as if he were jesting, Mo Lin had anticipated this reaction, thus preparing his explanation. As for what transpired between the two, those present dared not inquire further. What the hell? Xiao Luo erupted into laughter upon hearing this, feeling as though he were in a dream. What incredible fortune had befallen Yichun? Why did all good fortune seem to gravitate towards him? Zhao Sanpao was even more agitated, at a loss for words. This was the leader. After all, who within the sect could boast such fortune? Setting aside all else, Mo Lin was a formidable ascendant realm expert. With him around, Yichun's path to cultivation would surely be smooth and unimpeded. It matters not. Henceforth, let us each discuss our own affairs without entanglement. What is there to be troubled about? As cultivators, we pursue a life of freedom and ease. If we become overly concerned with the opinions of others, then what purpose does our cultivation serve? Yichun's words were delivered with a grace and nonchalance that left many of the elder cultivators present feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 72. Yichun becomes the elder haha. Indeed, third brother speaks truth. Mo Lin remarked, no longer fixated on the earlier matter, and turned his gaze directly towards Sikong Yenyue. From this day forth, Sikong Yenyue would assume the position of the fourth elder of the sect, concurrently overseeing the affairs of the four peaks of the outer sect. With 3 of the 4 peak masters absent, it was a time of disarray, and thus this heavy responsibility naturally fell upon Sikong Yenyue's shoulders. After all, we are in a time of peril, and the sect cannot afford to find more capable hands. Sikong Yenyue expressed her gratitude towards the sect leader. After a brief moment of astonishment at the news she had just received, she quickly performed a respectful bow, having taken a moment to gather her thoughts. All elders, please join me in deliberation. The rest may disperse if there are no further matters at hand. With that, Mo Lin floated gracefully into the hall, causing the oppressive weight that had loomed over the crowd to dissipate in an instant. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, and the disciples' gazes towards Yichun transformed. Filled with admiration, their change of heart swifter than the turning of a page, the entire plaza erupted in a flurry of chatter, with disciples eagerly discussing Yichun. To be on such familiar terms with the sect leader was enough to incite envy among all disciples. Many female disciples found Yichun increasingly appealing, some even daring to cast flirtatious glances in his direction. How could this group of superficial admirers ever be worthy of my brother Chun? Zhao Sanpao, ever the straightforward man, voiced his indignation. It was amusing to recall how, when Yichun had nearly faced annihilation at the hands of those 2 ancient fiends, these same individuals had been reduced to silence, cowering in fear. Ironically, many of them had been among those who had once besieged them in the Wanyao Mountains, even willing to turn them over to the demon race to save their own skins. Such cowardice was utterly shameless. Forget it. Human nature is as such. Why concern oneself? As Yichun proclaimed, we cultivators seek a life of carefree existence. Being overly fixated on these matters only serves to bind us. Xiao Luo sighed softly, clearly more at ease with this perspective. Enough, everyone may disperse. With Sikong Yenyue now managing the 4 peaks, she naturally became the mentor of all outer sect disciples, and her words commanded immediate respect. After dismissing the crowd, she finally turned her attention back to Yichun. You must have intentionally allowed Wu Ao to capture you, did you not? Were you planning to infiltrate the demon race? Yichun nodded decisively, not concealing the truth. Such matters would be easily uncovered with a little inquiry. Hiding the truth would only breed suspicion that I took the opportunity to infiltrate the demon race. Successfully slaying a group of serpent demons from the demon palace, the hunting tournament does not only pertain to demon beasts. The demon race is equally involved. Yichun recounted, detailing even how Wu Ao met his demise at the hands of the demons. Without omitting the subsequent pursuit, of course, he framed his motivations as purging evil and protecting the righteous, rather than seeking revenge. Upon hearing all this, Sikong Yenyue and Li Wei finally grasped the full picture, their expressions reflecting enlightenment. It made sense why the formidable Black Flood dragon sought trouble with Yichen later on. Sikong Yinhua had intended to inquire further to alleviate her lingering doubts when she was interrupted by a cough. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder, who had just departed alongside the sect leader. His eyes bore an inscrutable depth as he glanced at Sikong Yinhua, prompting her to obediently silence herself. Then, the Grand Elder approached Yi Chun. "Shirshu, this item is from the sect leader, and I am to hand it over to you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Shirshu. The title struck the assembled crowd with a sense of discomfort, but upon reflection, given Yi Chen's brotherly bond with the sect leader, it seemed fitting for the Grand Elder to address him thus. "Please relay my thanks to the sect leader." Yi Chun responded graciously, accepting the storage bag without hesitation, knowing it was rightfully his. Moreover, having established this connection, he saw no reason to squander it. Yet, in the presence of others, he refrained from directly referring to the Grand Elder as second brother. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder smiled and exchanged a few more words with Yi Chun before turning to summon the other elders, including Sikong Yinhua. "Goodness, will you soon become our elder?" With the elders having departed, Zhao Sanpeio's boldness surged, and he leaped from the crowd. Laughing heartily, it seemed he had finally grasped his current position. Otherwise, with his blunt nature, he would have been at a loss. "Whatever, from now on, we each have our own matters to discuss. No need to dwell on this." Yi Chen was indifferent to such titles, focusing instead on rapidly advancing his cultivation and resources. After exchanging pleasantries with others, Yi Chen turned towards Gu. Gu Chuan lay gravely injured, hanging by a thread, sustained only by Yi Chen's spiritual energy, with his fate uncertain. Although Gu Wearer had previously held a grudge against Gu Chuan, he was still her brother, and to claim she felt no sorrow would be disingenuous. "Come, let me see." Yi Chun spoke softly, aware of Gu Wearer's troubled emotions, and he did not urge her hastily. "Brother Yi, can you truly save my brother?" Gu Wearer inquired earnestly, her once dull gray-white eyes now gleaming with a flicker of hope as she beheld Yi Chun approaching. "When have I ever deceived you?" Seeing Gu Wearer, who was usually radiant and full of life, in such a state of distress stirred Yi Chen's heart. "All right." Upon hearing this, determination flickered in Gu Wearer's eyes as she entrusted Gu Chuan into Yi Chen's care. Thus, Yi Chen turned and soared towards his abode, with Gu Wearer hastily following, and the others, equally curious about how he would revive Gu Chuan, trailed behind. I could see that moment, within the sect's deliberation hall, as the imminent competition with the Zhenwu Academy approached. Mo Lin began to speak, surveying the assembly. Previously, we could indeed select 5 outstanding disciples from within the sect, but now, most of those prodigies have met their downfall at Yi Chen's hands, leaving only a few who seem rather unimpressive. This battle not only concerned the reputation of the Sword Immortal sect, but also the future of humanity. It was a matter of utmost seriousness. Sect leader, if Shirshu Yi Chun can secure victory in 3 matches, we may very well have a chance, the Grand Elder declared, articulating the thoughts of many present. Yi Chun was no longer the wasteful newcomer he once was, with his formidable strength, having single-handedly vanquished the sect's former prodigies. He undoubtedly ranked among the elite even within the Zhenwu Academy. Winning 3 matches should pose no problem for him. Sikong Yinhua, confident in Yi Chen's abilities, voiced her support, being his mentor and possessing greater insight into his capabilities than anyone else present. "Indeed, I too have faith in his prowess, but relying solely on him is insufficient. Should outsiders learn of this, they might assume our Sword Immortal sect is devoid of talent." Mo Lin concluded, emphasizing the need to select additional representatives. "Even in our weakened state, a dying camel is larger than a horse." With that, Mo Lin's words marked the conclusion of the meeting done on the northern peak. Yi Chun dashed towards his quarters, locking the door firmly behind him. Excluding all outsiders, even Gu Wearer, his own sister, had to wait outside, left only to pray for Gu Chuan's recovery, placing her faith entirely in Yi Chen's abilities. Alas, Gu Chuan's injuries may not be so easily remedied. Li Wei, as the elder brother of Beifeng, possesses the most profound experience and insight among them all. Gu Chuan has sustained grave injuries, his life hanging by a thread, his 3 souls and 7 spirits nearly dispersed. Having long entered a state of apparent death, in his understanding, no one could possibly revive him. If Yi Chun truly succeeds, he would indeed be a miraculous being, requiring no cultivation. Merely relying on his enigmatic medical skills would allow him to stand unrivaled across the world. However, while a few were still whispering among themselves, the door that Yi Chun had previously sealed shut creaked open unexpectedly. Although Yi Chun felt somewhat drained upon entering, his spirits remained relatively high. Yet, upon emerging, he appeared pale, as if utterly exhausted. Not only that, but the feeble Gu Chuan followed closely beside him, his complexion even more pallid than Yi Chun's, resembling a sheet of white paper. A stark contrast to the vibrant life he had just days prior. What on earth is this? Zhao Sanpao, the towering figure, exclaimed in fright, retreating several meters. Despite his imposing stature, he had always harbored a deep-seated fear of such otherworldly entities since childhood. What is happening to me? Gu Chuan, still struggling to come to terms with his condition, weakly inquired, only to find that the others were too astonished to respond, their gazes fixed on Yi Chun in disbelief. How did you accomplish this? Xiao Luo could no longer contain himself, and was the first to voice the question that weighed on everyone's minds that I was fortunate enough to learn a few rudimentary medical techniques from a reclusive master back in the day. I merely wanted to give it a try, without any absolute confidence, but thankfully I did not fail. That Yi Chun, of course, refrained from divulging the secrets of the Tai divine needle technique, fabricating a casual explanation instead. After all, practitioners of the Tao often possess their own secrets, and who would dare to pry too deeply? With that, Yi Chun shook his head, feeling genuinely drained. Reviving a dying person demanded an immense toll. The 3 golden elixirs he had just replenished were completely exhausted, and even his mental energy was entirely depleted. It was already a stroke of luck that he managed to remain conscious long enough to explain. For had circumstances been slightly worse, he might have collapsed right then and there. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Yi Chun gradually stirred awake. Before he even opened his eyes, he sensed a dizzying vertigo, a residual effect of his depleted mental energy. He lay in bed for a while, recovering before fully acclimating to his surroundings. The first thing that registered in his mind was a familiar fragrance that my Master S sent. Am I my Master S room? Upon realizing this possibility, Yi Chun abruptly opened his eyes and scanned the exquisitely decorated, antique room, the pink bed revealing the youthful whims of Sikong Yenhua. He had anticipated that after his identity and strength were laid bare, his treatment would improve so drastically that Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected realism of the cultivation world. You say, Chingge has been asleep for so long, yet there are no signs of him waking. Zhao Sanpao remarked, with Xiao Luo responding from behind, this kid defies the heavens. He has been asleep for 3 days and nights that, if he is unfortunate, he might sleep for 10 days or even half a month. With his heavenly eyes instinctively opening, Yi Chun peered through the walls and saw the 2 of them seated outside the door, guarding him. However, their boredom had led them to sit on the ground, meditating and practicing. From their appearance, they seemed to have just exited their meditative state for a short respite. Yet, given Yi Chun's current weakness, he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. He swiftly used his heavenly eyes to assess his physical condition, knowing that once he regained some strength, he could begin cultivating through his spiritual ring and recover quickly. After all, with the current strength of his physical body as 4 inscriptions, such injuries posed little threat to him. Kid, the 3rd seal has appeared. Should we take a look? The voice of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron suddenly echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Yi Chun nodded, slowly closing his eyes as his consciousness once again delved into his sea of awareness. Drawing from prior experiences, he no longer required the cauldron to guide him, navigating effortlessly to that celestial expanse that in the ensuing darkness, aside from the 2 initial doors, a new golden door had materialized. Without a doubt, this was the 3rd seal, but unlike the previous doors, this one radiated a golden light. Peering through the brilliance, Yi Chun found it difficult to discern the material for which it was crafted. Curiosity piqued, he inched closer, only to furrow his brow at the sight of a black void beyond the door. Above the void, a skeletal figure sat cross-legged, suspended in the void, devoid of any aura, leaving Yi Chun uncertain how long its former owner had been deceased. Nevertheless, Yi Chun could still sense a terrifying pressure emanating from the bones, causing his heart to race even from a distance. This individual was once a force of celestial might, but alas, we have arrived too late. He has perished here. The passage of time has rendered his name a distant memory. The swallowing immortal Cauldron lamented, its tone tinged with sorrow. What will happen to the seal? Yi Chun inquired, following the previous two elders' explanations that once a celestial entity falls, the seal would weaken and potentially shatter, releasing unimaginable horrors contained within, an outcome too dreadful to contemplate. Rest assured, before the celestial being's demise, the seal was fortified with a grand array, as long as the relic it left behind remains intact. The seal shall hold, the Cauldron reassured him. Hearing this, Yi Chun felt a slight relief, yet the weight of concern lingered. After all, a skeleton remains a skeleton. Who could guarantee its endurance? If it were to disintegrate into ash, unleashing the sealed terror, Yi Chun would be the first to suffer the consequences. However, given the celestial being's capabilities, he needn't worry in the immediate future. Thus, he must find a suitable solution beforehand. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun stepped forward to cross the golden threshold. Lingering at the edge of the black void, determined to ensure that the skeleton could endure long enough. Even if it were to collapse, he needed to ascertain the timeline, at least allowing him to know when his own demise might come. Yet, just as Yi Chun crossed the golden doorway, a beam of golden light pierced through his brow, entering his sea of consciousness. What? Yi Chun gasped in shock, drenched in cold sweat. If this were something harmful, he wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself. Fortunately, upon examining the light, he discerned that it contained the legacy left behind by the celestial being before its fall. Yi Chun promptly closed his eyes, intending to sift through the legacies, knowing all too well the power of such celestial inheritance. Once unleashed, even those at the great ascension stage would likely suffer grievously for a chance at this legacy. However, he soon opened his eyes in frustration, realizing that with his current abilities, he couldn't discern anything at all. The light in his mind merely floated there. No amount of mental effort could break the seal above it. Kid, with your current cultivation, it's futile to dream of breaking the residual seal above, the swallowing immortal Cauldron remarked. Though your internal spiritual power and physical strength are commendable, you are still a prodigy among your peers. However, this seal requires mental energy, your spiritual force. Compared to the other two aspects, your mental power is woefully inadequate. Even the slightest mental assault could leave you bleeding from all 7 orifices, so spare yourself the trouble and focus on strengthening yourself before anything else. Mental strength. When Yi Chun first encountered this term, he was utterly unaware that one's consciousness could also be cultivated, were it not for the explanation provided by the swallowing immortal Cauldron. The methods to enhance mental strength are fundamentally twofold, either through the gradual amplification of one's own prowess and cultivation level, or via a specific and unique method of training akin to the cultivation of spiritual power. The former is rather straightforward, requiring merely to wait patiently as time passes. However, the time investment is immeasurable, and Yi Chun could hardly afford to wait. Who knows when this withered bone might crumble to dust, leaving him oblivious to his own demise? What good would the inheritance do then? As for the latter method, it necessitates a mental cultivation technique that aligns with one's innate abilities. Yet, as the swallowing immortal Cauldron casually remarked, such techniques are not universally accessible. They depend heavily on one's inherent talent. Given that you are capable of unlocking the heavenly eyes, it seems your talent is not in question. What you require now is merely a mental cultivation method. The swallowing immortal Cauldron spoke lightly, yet it possessed no such technique itself. Upon receiving this revelation, Yi Chun rolled his eyes, realizing that after all the discussion, he was still unable to penetrate that luminous sphere to obtain the inheritance within. However, just as he was about to set aside his thoughts and examine the condition of the withered bones, a phantom materialized before him, gradually coalescing into a book inscribed with several large characters in ancient script. Yi Chun scrutinized it for quite some time before discerning its meaning. The spirit-gathering heavenly book. The swallowing immortal Cauldron exclaimed, evidently thrilled at the sight of this tome. What? You actually know what this book is for? Yi Chun inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course I do. Believe it or not, you've struck gold. Not only has it bestowed upon you an inheritance, but it has also left you a mental cultivation technique. With this spirit-gathering heavenly book, as long as you can master the techniques within, you will be able to cultivate your mental strength. This heavenly tome is on par with the spiritual ring. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron articulated succinctly, significantly elevating the perceived value of the book. Ever since obtaining the spiritual ring, Yi Chen's cultivation had soared, and now that this spirit-gathering heavenly book could match its prowess, did that not imply that his mental cultivation could also progress at a remarkable pace? If this were indeed the case, possessing two extraordinary aids would render his future growth unparalleled. With such thoughts, Yi Chen felt a wave of relief, realizing that he had not returned empty-handed. The spirit-gathering heavenly book was now an unclaimed artifact. Yi Chen gently touched its surface, and the heavenly book transformed into shimmering motes of light, merging into his consciousness, where it reformed into a miniature version of the tome within his mind. This was not the place for cultivation. He would seek a proper location for secluded practice later, to thoroughly explore the wonders contained within this heavenly book. After completing these tasks, Yi Chen approached the withered bones. This was the corpse of a venerable being of the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao was now deceased, Yi Chen still regarded it with utmost reverence, bowing deeply in respect. The predecessor had not only left him an inheritance, but also a means to decipher it. Out of respect and rationale, Yi Chen felt compelled to perform this gesture. Once he had paid his respects, Yi Chen began to assess the condition of the withered bones, finding them in better shape than he had anticipated. They should endure for a considerable length of time. Subsequently, he exited the chamber to meet the other two venerables of the heavenly Tao. His visit was not solely to inspect the rewards from the third seal, but also to provide these two venerables with precious elixirs. Especially given the fruitful outcomes of late, it was high time they indulged in some sustenance. He laid out all the medicinal materials and decisively cast them into the black cauldron, with these ingredients for refining. The resultant elixirs would not only possess superior quality, but also exponentially enhanced effects. Yi Chen divided the produced elixirs into two portions, perfectly allocating one to each venerable, ensuring there was no envy between them. Moreover, after a prolonged period of alchemy, he discovered that the black cauldron before him had grown even more profound than before, a transformation that had never been observed previously. It seems you've noticed. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron remarked, its tone laced with admiration. It had initially believed Yi Chen would never discern this aspect. Indeed, as you have observed, the black cauldron becomes increasingly perfected and complete through usage. After 9 cycles, it shall evolve into its ultimate form. At that point, not only will it be capable of refining elixirs, but it could also transmute an entire realm into an immortal elixir. As it spoke, the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's tone adopted an air of dominance, akin to a sovereign surveying its domain. Is that truly possible? Yi Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, that if the swallowing Immortal Cauldron's claims held true, then this black cauldron was no mere artifact. It was a divine instrument. Regardless of any monstrous entities, it could refine them all, wielding an unparalleled ability that likely surpassed even the mightiest of immortal artifacts. However, that was a matter for another day. Having refined so many spiritual herbs, the black cauldron had yet to reach its second cycle, and crucially, it bore no indicators to signify its progress. After preparing elixirs for the two venerables of the heavenly Tao, Yi Chen also took the opportunity to concoct a batch of recovery pills for himself. The recent depletion of his spiritual energy had made him acutely aware of the necessity of keeping restorative elixirs on hand. Should he encounter such a situation again, merely consuming pills would sustain him for several hours, significantly enhancing his combat efficacy. Having completed all matters, Yi Chen withdrew from his consciousness and returned to his corporeal form. Feeling the lingering weakness in his body, which prompted a wry smile. Given his immobility, he resolved to delve into the spirit-gathering heavenly book. This tome, deserving of its celestial title, left Yi Chen utterly bewildered upon merely opening the first page. The characters within seemed alive, twisting and contorting in chaotic patterns, as though they were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with him. After only a few minutes, he found himself utterly exhausted. Not only was his body fatigued, but his mind was weary as well. and he unwittingly succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, an hour had passed, and Yi-chan was astounded to realize this. Goodness, could practicing such a technique truly lead to madness? He felt compelled to consult the swallowing Immortal Cauldron, but that entity seemed disinclined to elaborate, merely urging him to experience it for himself. With no other option, Yi-chan steeled himself and opened the first page once more. Though this time he fared slightly better. He managed to endure for 3 minutes and could understand a few words. Then came another bout of unconsciousness, and yet another hour slipped by. This cycle continued, and before he knew it, an entire day had elapsed. However, upon opening his eyes again, he discovered that he felt remarkably invigorated. Except for his still frail body, he sensed that his consciousness had grown exponentially stronger. It turned out that the remarkable efficacy of the spirit-gathering heavenly book lay in its ability to deplete his mental energy and then rapidly restore it, thereby achieving enhancement that Yi-chan suddenly grasped the concept. His consciousness had doubled in strength. Perhaps even more. Previously, his consciousness could extend merely 2 to 3 meters around him, but now it had at least a 10-meter reach. This enhancement was nothing short of astounding. If, in the future, his consciousness could extend 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 meters, who could approach him undetected? Anyone daring to strike would be immediately discovered and swiftly eliminated. This was nothing short of a divine skill for reconnaissance, compared to the heavenly eyes. It was vastly superior. After all, the heavenly eyes had a limited range and angle of vision, unlike the 360-degree omnidirectional awareness afforded by the release of consciousness. That if he could somehow merge the two abilities or utilize the heavenly eyes for mental attacks, the results would be absolutely terrifying. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi-chan found himself increasingly eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the inheritance. I pay my respects to my master. Master, Yi-chan has yet to awaken. It has been several days and nights. No matter. Let him rest after expending so much energy. The voices of Sikong Yenyue and Xiao Luo reached his ears from outside. Marking the first time he had seen Sikong Yenyue return since regaining consciousness, the IT was unsurprising, given that he had occupied the room. Sikong Yenyue could hardly be expected to stay here. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan, having regained some strength, chose not to linger in bed any longer. Cultivation should not be pursued hastily. It required methodical progression. After a lengthy period of immobility, he gradually adapted to his legs and made his way to the door. Opening it, Master, Yi-chan clasped his hands in greeting. Seeing Yi-chan emerge from within, Sikong Yenyue was even more anxious than Xiao Luo and the others, swiftly stepping forward to support him, fearing he might topple and fall. How are you feeling now? While speaking, Sikong Yenyue did not forget to take Yi-chan's pulse. Given her cultivation level, examining a person's physical ailments was not particularly challenging. Thanks to everyone's care, I am feeling much better now. Yi-chan replied with a smile. However, he noticed a hint of worry on Sikong Yenyue's face, suggesting that she was troubled by something. Yi-chan decided not to feign ignorance and directly asked, Master, is there something troubling you? You noticed that? Sikong Yenyue was somewhat surprised, but considering the recent events, it was understandable. She had been overwhelmed with worries, and now it seemed to be getting worse, since Yi-chan had already inquired, and the matter was related to him. Sikong Yenyue resolved not to withhold information and spoke decisively. The Demon Clan has sent a message, and the Demon Snake Clan has issued a challenge to you. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan furrowed his brow but nodded in response. If they wish to fight, then let them. I will accept their challenge. He had gathered enough strength to utter these words and was not afraid of the so-called Demon Snake Clan's challenge. Given the trouble he had caused for the Demon Snake Clan, he would have found it strange if they chose to ignore IT. In any case, the confrontation was inevitable. Yi-chan felt less apprehensive about it being so open and direct. If they were to send powerful assassins later, that would truly be troublesome. I am pleased to see your courage, but the opponent they have sent this time is not from the Demon Snake Clan. Sikong Yenyue regarded Yi-chan with satisfaction. The more she looked at him, the more she appreciated his qualities. She had not expected that after all these years, her North Peak would produce such a prodigy as Yi-chan. And who might that be? Yi-chan inquired curiously. After all, the world was vast, and there were numerous demon clans. If it was not the Demon Snake Clan, he could not guess who else it could be. The Demon Snake clan has invited the current prodigy of the Fox clan, Lu Mei. She is just over 20 years old, but has already reached the second level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, this information is already 3 months old, and no one knows her current status. However, given her talent, she can only be stronger now, Sikong Yingyue explained. Before Yi Chun could respond, Zhao Sanpao and the others were already astonished. One angry scale was already quite formidable. Now, with Lu Mei, who was even stronger, they could hardly imagine how they would cope if they were in Yi Chen's position. Chapter 76. Teaching the indestructible body of the Great Tao, Simplified Version Master. Why would Lu Mei assist the Demon Snake clan? After all, the two races are not closely related, and there seems to be no reason to provoke other forces over such matters. Moreover, the Sword Immortal sect has a great ascendant. Do they not fear that their prodigies may not return? Perhaps there is some connection between the two clans. After all, the strongest young talent of the Demon Snake clan, Angry Scale, has already been defeated by Yi Chun. So it is reasonable for them to send someone else. Sikong Yingyue contemplated for a moment before providing her answer. This, Yi Chun did not pay much heed. Instead, he inquired, "When is the challenge?" "When the soldiers come, we shall block them. When the water comes, we shall dam it. If they dare to provoke me, they should be prepared for a counterattack." In the past, he had been timid due to his lack of strength. But now Yi Chun had the confidence that he could hold his ground among the younger generation that, of course, should he encounter ancient monsters of several hundred or thousand years, he would still need to keep his distance. "Tomorrow, however, I would prefer that you decline. After all, we have no need to accept this challenge," Sikong Yingyue explained, noting that with the approaching competition with the Jinwu Academy, if anything were to happen to Yi Chun, it would spell trouble for the entire Sword Immortal sect. Currently, the sect could only rely on Yi Chun for this competition, as the other disciples were still a step behind him. "Master, I am confident. Just reply to them that I will accept their challenge. No matter who comes, I will make them submit," Yi Chun declared earnestly, his determination evident enough to leave Sikong Yingyue momentarily speechless. In the end, Sikong Yingyue could not sway Yi Chen's resolve and could only smile helplessly. Nodding in agreement, "Very well, I will confirm your acceptance. Rest well and recover quickly." Everyone has their own pride, especially someone as exceptional as Yi Chun, whose pride is even more pronounced than others. That if he were to shy away from this battle, it would leave a lingering obstacle in his heart, which would hinder his future cultivation. After saying this, Sikong Yingyue did not linger and turned to leave the courtyard. She was entangled with too many matters and had no time to stay, even if she wanted to. "All right, you two should return to your cultivation. I am fine now." After watching Sikong Yingyue depart, Yi Chun turned to his two former roommates. "Isn't it because Master is concerned about you? There are likely still many internal spies within the sect. You are now a treasure to us all, and the elders are worried." Xiao Luo interjected, a wry smile appearing on his face as he spoke. He recalled the time when they first entered the sect, and Yi Chun was merely a disheveled beggar. He never imagined the gap between them would become so vast. It would be a lie to say he was not envious. Not just him, but countless disciples throughout the sect were now envious of Yi Chun. Yet they also acknowledged his strength with respect. "I see. Then I thank you both in advance," Yi Chun replied politely with a smile. "Come now, what need is there for such formality between us? After all, we once shared the same roof and are friends." Xiao Luo waved his hand, although he had previously claimed to distance himself from the two. Yi Chun could tell that he was just putting on a front. If anything were to happen to him or Zhao Sanpao, Xiao Luo would undoubtedly be the first to help. "However, I am quite curious. How did you cultivate to this level?" Xiao Luo admitted that he was not lacking in talent, but Yi Chen's rate of growth could only be described as monstrous, changing drastically almost daily. Yes, Brother Chun, why don't you teach me as well? I want to learn body cultivation." Zhao Sanpao quickly chimed in, having prepared this request in his heart for quite some time. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the ancient bull and had an extreme obsession with physical cultivation. He would learn anything that seemed suitable. If speed of cultivation were to be compared, he might even surpass Xiao Luo, though he could not match Yi Chen's abnormality. "Want to learn? I can teach you. But I have conditions," Yi Chun said generously, with no intention of keeping anything hidden. "Deal," Xiao Luo excitedly agreed, not even caring about what conditions each mentioned. I agree as well. Zhao Sanpao quickly followed suit. Realizing the tremendous opportunity at stake and not wanting to miss out, I haven't even stated my conditions yet. And you've both agreed? Yi Chen looked at the two with surprise. What else could we do? We both know your extraordinary capabilities. Since it's rare for you to be willing to teach, we must seize the moment and agree, lest you change your mind. Xiao Luo stated directly, honestly acknowledging his intentions. Indeed, Brother Chun, please state your conditions so we can get started with our cultivation. Zhao Sanpao was already impatient, eager to begin training without regard for Yi Chen's current state of recovery. Seeing this, Yi Chen could only smile wryly. Had he known this would be the case, he should have asked for some tuition fees earlier. Zhao Sanpao came from humble background and likely had little to offer. But Xiao Luo was clearly from a wealthy family. If he could procure several thousand or even 10,000 spirit stones, Yi Chen would not have to be so financially strained. He had just given all his savings to those two celestial beings. And now he was almost broke. All right, what I teach you must never be shared with others, not even at the cost of your life, Yi Chen said earnestly, fixing his gaze on the two. In response, both nodded without hesitation, as this was hardly a condition. Even without Yi Chen's warning, they would never divulge their training methods. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. Having one more strong competitor equated to one more rival vying for opportunities. They were not foolish enough to share their cultivation techniques with others. Only then was Yi Chen satisfied and nodded in approval. If you still doubt it, we can swear an oath by the heavens, Xiao Luo added, knowing that they would not break their promise anyway. So taking an oath was merely a formality. Before Xiao Luo could finish speaking, Zhao Sanpao, who was rather carefree, had already sworn that if I, Zhao Sanpao, breach this condition, may I perish without a trace in this world. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao Luo felt compelled to follow suit, lest he appear insincere. Observing the earnest demeanor of the two, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had not anticipated their solemn oaths. All right, enough of that. Come over here, he beckoned, and with their prompt compliance, he ceased his delay. Once they approached, Yi Chen extended his fingers to gently tap their foreheads, instantly imparting the simplified version of the indestructible body technique into their consciousness. Chapter 77. Cultivating the 3-Dan transformation technique, the two seemed to sense something and immediately settled into a meditative posture to absorb the technique Yi Chen had bestowed upon them. Although it was merely the most rudimentary version, to them it resembled an enigmatic scripture. It wasn't until half an hour had elapsed that they gradually opened their eyes. How was it? Have you committed it to memory? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. Xiao Luo nodded, seemingly understanding, while Zhao Sanpao nodded briefly before shaking his head, indicating his uncertainty about his comprehension. This body cultivation technique, known as the indestructible body, grants one the ability to achieve sanctity through the 9th transformation, rendering them immortal and indelible. This was only the simplified version. The complete form that Yi Chen practiced upon achieving the 9th transformation would bestow powers rivaling that of heavenly beings, unmatched by anyone in the realm. What a formidable name! Indestructible body! Zhao Sanpao exclaimed with excitement, recognizing it as at least a technique of Earth-grade caliber. But how do we cultivate it? Xiao Luo posed the most critical question, for despite acquiring the technique, he remained clueless about its application. Why enduring blows? Yi Chen replied succinctly. Enduring blows? What kind of cultivation method is that? The two were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, by enduring repeated strikes, the body's resilience is forcibly enhanced. The more severe the blows, the more effective the recovery, and the quicker the augmentation of physical strength. This is the most effective method for body cultivation, Yi Chen affirmed. After each bout of punishment, you will operate the technique to heal. Initially, it may be excruciating, but if you persist, your body will eventually autonomously engage in recovery, without the need for conscious effort. However, you must never abandon the endeavor midway, lest you face dire consequences, Yi Chen cautioned. This was one of the drawbacks of the simplified version. Once one embarked on cultivation, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, the physical body would collapse, leading to madness and self-destruction. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao furrowed their brows, recognizing the gravity of Yi Chen's warning. We should have anticipated this. Once we begin cultivating, there will be no turning back. It is a path of no return. Therefore, if you wish to withdraw now, I will not object, Yi Chen observed, awaiting their responses. Yi Chen's complete version of the indestructible body certainly did not carry such reservations. It was merely the simplified version that did. The complete version required a heavenly inheritance, of which there was only one. Once Yi Chen acquired it, he could not distribute it further. Thus, sharing the simplified version was a reluctant compromise. Unless Yi Chen were to become a heavenly being, that concern would linger, yet by that time, it would likely be too late. I'll practice, Zhao Sanpao declared, shaking off his momentary hesitation without a shred of doubt. He had always engaged in body cultivation, and any method would suffice. Moreover, given his prior foundation, transitioning to the indestructible body would undoubtedly be simpler. I will also practice. Although Xiao Luo took longer to decide, he ultimately acquiesced. Such a formidable technique must bear some cost. He was wary that Yi Chen might be deceiving him. After all, he understood the age-old truth that to grow stronger, one must pay a price. How about we spar? Since we're both enduring strikes, we could practice together. 2 heads are better than 1. Zhao Sanpao proposed eagerly, raising his fists as if to challenge Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo quickly waved his hands, jumping aside. I see you're just itching to hit me. Stay put. Let us head to the body refining hall first and elevate our physical strength before anything else. That you've been training your body since childhood. If I were to fight you, wouldn't I risk being beaten to a pulp? Do you think I'm foolish? Xiao Luo retorted, turning to flee with remarkable speed. Zhao Sanpao could hardly keep pace, watching helplessly as he vanished. Xiao Luo, you coward! If you have the ability, let me catch up. Zhao Sanpao shouted, then remembered something and turned back to hand Yi Chen a jade slip. Brother Chun, this is from Guchuan. I am not sure what's inside. I'm off now, Zhao Sanpao called out as he hurried away, presumably heading towards the body refining hall. Seeing their eagerness, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Reassured by their enthusiasm, confident that mastering the indestructible body was merely a matter of time. Glancing at the jade slip in his hand, he hesitated for a moment before shattering, whom it may concern. Yi brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I, Gu Chuan, have no means to repay you that I'd intended to express my thanks in person, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I must return home with my sister. When we meet again, I will surely repay you generously that I hope you will not hold past grievances against me. This jade slip contained a letter from Gu Chuan, indicating that much had transpired during Yi Chen's unconsciousness. However, such matters were not his immediate concern. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, tall individuals will bear the burden. It was not yet his time to worry that why Yi Chen had pressing issues to address, particularly the third seal within him. The heavenly path sealing it had perished, leaving behind only a desiccated husk. If he could not devise a solution swiftly, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Regardless of whether the seal was beneficial or harmful, or what calamities might be unleashed upon the world, Yi Chen would undoubtedly be the one to bear the brunt. Do not fret excessively. From my observations, the heavenly path's remnant has at least a century or 2 before it deteriorates. You still have time to prepare, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind, emanating from the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. The two were now interlinked. The fate of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron was tied to Yi Chen's. Upon hearing those words, Yi Chen relaxed slightly, yet he did not remain idle. His immediate course of action was to enhance his cultivation, especially with the challenge from the Fox clan looming on the horizon. The yet unseen Fox clan prodigy, Lu Mei, had already reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage 3 months prior. She was likely even stronger now. Until he had a clearer understanding of her capabilities, it was prudent to prepare himself as thoroughly as possible. Thus, Yi Chen closed the door to his room, seated himself upon the bed, and began to meditate. Activating his spiritual ring, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, quickly forming a vortex as it had done in the past. Currently, as Yi Chen practiced the 3-Dan transformation technique, the volume of spiritual energy required for advancement was immense, and the speed of his progress was not what it had once been. After only a brief period of cultivation, he couldn't help but let out a wry laugh. The 3-Dan transformation technique is indeed impressive. But having grown accustomed to rapid advancement, the current pace feels quite torturous. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is no easy feat. You must gradually acclimate. The swallowing Immortal Cauldron's laughter resonated in his mind. With no other option, Yi Chun continued his practice, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. He could only take it step by step. In a mere hour, Yi Chun had depleted all the spiritual energy in the vicinity, leaving not a single drop. Yet his cultivation had only reached the third level of the Golden Core stage, and that was merely at the threshold. Faced with this outcome, Yi Chun found himself unsatisfied. Very well, I shall study the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book for now and await the replenishment of the surrounding spiritual energy. Chapter 78. Get away from me. I'm not interested. Yi Chun sighed in resignation, closing his eyes once more to delve inward, summoning the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book into his consciousness. With the foundation laid before him, Yi Chun found it considerably easier to engage with the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book than in the past, at least no longer succumbing to faintness from excessive mental exertion. Previously, he could only study for about 5 minutes before requiring a break. This time, he was astonished to discover he could endure for 6 minutes. Emerging from his introspection, drenched in sweat, Yi Chun's face was alight with joy, disregarding the throbbing headache that plagued him. Hastily, he consumed some medicinal pills to regain a semblance of energy before plunging back into his inner vision, studying the Gathering Spirit Heavenly Book until his mental faculties were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bed, panting heavily. Remarkable! In just 2 short days, I've managed to sustain my focus for 7 minutes. I've never encountered anyone capable of such endurance before. The sound of the swallowing Immortal Cauldron echoed once more. It was a rare occasion for Yi Chun to hear words of encouragement directed towards him, which brought him a measure of comfort. Sensing the faint spiritual energy in the air, Yi Chun chose not to utilize the spiritual ring, but instead relied on the pores of his skin to gradually absorb it, resting while incrementally enhancing his cultivation. Compared to his previous methods, this pace felt far more soothing, akin to the relaxation one experiences after a deep slumber. If he could cultivate autonomously at any time and place in the future, his cultivation level would surely soar. This possibility ignited a flicker of excitement within Yi Chun, prompting him to share his thoughts with the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. Indeed, the spiritual ring possesses such functionality. However, you have yet to unlock it. Ultimately, your current strength is insufficient, so focus on enhancing your cultivation, young lad, quipped the swallowing Immortal Cauldron. Alas, with the surrounding spiritual energy depleted and his mental fortitude thoroughly exhausted, Yi Chun had no choice but to rest. After a full half-hour, he finally felt a semblance of strength to rise. Reflecting on how much time had passed, he noted that the sky had darkened. And surely Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao had made some progress in their cultivation by now. At the very least, they should feel their bodies growing stronger. Just as he contemplated using the heavenly eye to check on their status, he was taken aback as the two of them excitedly dashed back into the courtyard. Brother Chun, this technique is incredible. Zhao Sanpao's voice reached Yi Chun even before he had fully opened the door. And upon stepping out, he saw the two of them appear before him in an instant. You rascal, I never imagined you were actually telling the truth. The eternal body of the Tao. This is at least a superior Earth-level technique. Xiao Luo exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Initially, when they had agreed, Xiao Luo had approached it with a sense of desperation, not expecting Yi Chun to be forthright and sincere. However, he was astounded to discover that the eternal body of the Tao was so formidable. After just a few hours of cultivation, he could faintly sense he was on the verge of refining his first rune. It was worth noting that this was his first attempt at body refining. And if any other body refining experts were aware of this, they would surely be envious to the point of green-eyed jealousy. Brother Chun, I have successfully condensed my second rune while practicing the eternal body of the Tao. Zhao Sanpao exclaimed excitedly, his gaze towards Yi Chun filled with admiration, making Yi Chun feel somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Chun, if I were a woman, I would undoubtedly pledge myself to you today, as a practitioner who had trained his body since childhood. Zhao Sanpao understood the arduous journey of this path. Even after a decade of cultivation without any resources, being able to condense his first rune was already a testament to his genius. He had initially thought the condensation of the second rune would take at least another year, but now he realized that just a few hours today had surpassed the achievements of the past decade. Had he met Yichen sooner, Zhao Sanpao was confident he could have condensed 3 runes by now. Enough, you rascal, get away from me. I'm not interested. Yichen swiftly shot him a disdainful glance. Feigning disgust, Brother Yi, you truly deserve immense gratitude. How can I ever repay you? Even Xiao Luo had begun addressing Yichen as Brother Yi, indicating his genuine respect. All right, the 3 of us have become acquainted through this encounter. So why drag this out like a bunch of sentimental fools? Yichen said with a smile. This opportunity was merely a casual act on his part, and he had not given it much thought. As for whether Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao could thrive, that was ultimately up to them. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles and decided not to linger on the matter any longer. A cultivator's path is one of freedom and ease. Being overly concerned with worldly matters can hinder one's resolve. After engaging in a few more casual conversations and offering guidance on their cultivation queries, Yichen recognized that the remainder of their journey would depend on their own efforts. He had done all he could to assist them, once he had sent them on their way. Yichen returned to his room to continue his own cultivation. After such a long rest, he could sense the surrounding spiritual energy had nearly replenished, allowing him to once again absorb it through the spiritual ring to enhance his cultivation. If he could find a place abundant in spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly immerse himself in it, determined not to emerge until he had achieved his goals. Now, he finally understood why the so-called reclusive masters in novels were so drawn to such sanctuaries. They were all in pursuit of cultivation. Soon as night deepened, Yichen, having concluded his cultivation, exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had purged all the impurities from his body, leaving him considerably lighter, just as he intended to rise and stretch. A sudden whoosh pierced the air, and a sharp object flew past him, embedding itself in the bed behind him. Who is it? Yichen immediately activated his heavenly eye, only to find that the assailant had already vanished without a trace. He examined the object that had struck his bed and discovered it was a dart, bound with a letter. It appeared to be a message intended for him, lacking any murderous intent, which explained why Yichen had not sensed the intruder's presence immediately. Indeed, there are quite a few infiltrators within the Sword Immortal sect, Yichen murmured, his brow furrowing deeper. With internal and external troubles abound, he knew he must hasten his own cultivation for the sake of survival. After scanning the surroundings with his heavenly eye to confirm there was no danger, Yichen approached the dart and inspected it, removing the letter affixed to it. Yichen relayed to Zhao Sanpao that if he wishes to keep his family safe, he must come to the Wanyao mountain range for a meeting, otherwise he will bear the consequences. The simple message made Yichen frown deeply. This letter was not intended for him. Their target was Zhao Sanpao. Upon reading it, Yichen immediately recalled the ancient bloodline within Zhao Sanpao. That it seemed that only the serpent demons were interested in such a bloodline, just as the furious scaled one had been. Moreover, it was evident from the letter that Zhao Sanpao's family had likely been taken hostage, their fates uncertain. However, he assumed they would not be harmed in the short term. After all, with Zhao Sanpao possessing the ancient bloodline, his family would likely hold some significance to these demon clans. At least for the time being, the serpent demons would probably refrain from taking drastic actions against Zhao Sanpao's relatives. These despicable scoundrels will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Even threatening family, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yichen's eyes. Chapter 79, Is This All? How can I possibly win? If Zhao Sanpao were to learn of this matter, that reckless individual might very well rush to confront the serpent demons. Wouldn't that play right into their hands? After contemplating the situation, Yichen decided against informing Zhao Sanpao. Although he did not know how long he could maintain the deception, buying some time was essential. He must first find a solution. The serpent demons were targeting Zhao Sanpao, and until they captured their intended prey, they would likely refrain from harming Zhao Sanpao's family. Furthermore, although he could have directly informed Zhao Sanpao, they had chosen to send the letter to him, indicating that they were merely warning him, attempting to coerce him into compliance, that if he could assist them in delivering Zhao Sanpao to the serpent demons, perhaps their previous grievances could be swept away. Having one less powerful demon clan to worry about would indeed be beneficial for Yichun. Yet, how could he betray a friend for personal gain? For now, he could only seek to placate the serpent demons, preventing them from taking rash actions, while devising a plan to rescue Zhao Sanpeo's family. Once everything was resolved, he would seek vengeance against the serpent demons. If Yichun could eradicate the demon palace, then he could certainly destroy the serpent demons as well. Even if his current strength was insufficient, one day he would achieve it. He hoped that when he stood before the serpent demons, sword in hand, they would still regard him with the same disdain they had now. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yichun entered the sect's main hall under the guidance of Sikong Yanhue, accompanied by Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao, and other disciples were present. The news of Yichun's acceptance of the challenge had not spread within the sect. Only the higher-ups were aware, setting aside the uncertainty of victory or defeat. Such a challenge could easily incite public outrage, leading to chaos that would provoke unnecessary trouble. "Brother, are you truly planning to accept the challenge?" spoke Sect Master Mo Lin, stepping forward with a concerned look upon seeing Yichun. "Of course. Do you think I would fear her?" Yichun replied with a light-hearted smile. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Mo Lin. After all, it was you who said that if they wished to make a move, they should let the young prodigies of the demon clan challenge me. A dignified ascendant. You surely cannot go back on your word. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin awkwardly scratched his head. Had he known, he would not have made such grandiose claims, opting instead for a decisive suppression. How dare these mere beasts think themselves worthy of battling my brother? If it weren't for the sake of maintaining the honor of the righteous path, I would have personally marched to the Serpent Demon Clan's gates to demand an explanation. Nevertheless, the outcome is still uncertain. I cannot avoid the battle, that if I were to decline, who knows how they would malign our Sword Immortal sect outside. The embarrassment would not be mine alone, but rather that of the entire Sword Immortal sect, and even the human race, that I have no desire to be the subject of everyone's ridicule. Yichun stated calmly, "Given that the discussion has reached this point, if Mo Lin were to disagree further, it would indeed appear rather petty. Very well, since you have this resolve, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, your safety must take precedence above all else. One must never act recklessly, that I will ensure that you are well guarded." With that, Mo Lin signaled to the surrounding elders. The Sword Immortal sect now had only 4 elders remaining. And naturally, they were the ones accompanying Yichun to the battle. After giving his instructions, Mo Lin waved his hand grandly, activating the sect's teleportation array. A beam of light soared into the sky. Stepping into it would transport them to the predetermined destination, saving considerable time compared to flying directly. "What are you two doing here?" the Grand Elder inquired, somewhat perplexed upon spotting Xiao Luo and Zhao Sanpao. Their presence would hardly be of assistance. If a significant issue arose, they could become a burden. Returning Elder, it was I who requested they accompany us, as it would provide them an opportunity to observe and learn, which would benefit their future cultivation. Yichun interjected, preemptively addressing the concerns regarding Zhao Sanpao and Xiao Luo. The reasoning was impeccable, leaving the Grand Elder with no choice but to turn a blind eye. The 4 elders and 3 disciples stepped into the teleportation array and soon arrived at another realm. The landscape was dotted with rolling hills, veiled in mist, forming a vast platform akin to a fighting arena, albeit naturally formed. Even Yichun could not help but admire the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. Upon their arrival, several figures were already present in the arena, including some familiar faces to Yichun. Among them stood the furious scaled Mo Wan, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman whose allure was captivating. Even as she merely stood there, an intoxicating aura emanated from her, one that no man could easily resist. Upon seeing her visage, Yichun's brow furrowed deeper. Was this not the very individual he had dealt with during his transaction with Wu Ao? So, she was Lu Mei. It must be said that Lu Mei was a paragon of beauty. Her presence eclipsed all other women, including Mo Wan at that moment. Yichun remembered to use his celestial eye to gauge Lu Mei's cultivation level, and the revelation was startling. Lu Mei had surprisingly reached the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and even her physical inscriptions had been refined to the 5th layer. Such formidable strength was indeed a significant leap above Immortal at this moment, in terms of both spiritual power and physical prowess. Yi Chun found himself utterly eclipsed by Lu Mei, their stances already suggesting the outcome of their impending contest. So, you are Yi Chun? Lu Mei was the first to speak, her gaze coolly appraising him. It seemed she sought to discern any merit in him worthy of her effort, but soon her expression turned to one of disappointment. Was this it? A mere golden core cultivator, the only noteworthy aspect being the 4 physical inscriptions he had unlocked. Yet this paled in comparison to her own prowess. Lu Mei could hardly fathom what Yi Chun could possibly employ to secure victory against her. It is I. I humbly ask for your guidance. Fairy of the Fox clan, Yi Chun replied with poise, showing no signs of trepidation. Despite the evident disparity in their cultivation levels, he refused to concede defeat without a fight. Master Uncle, if you believe this venture is unwise, we can withdraw now. These lesser demons cannot impede us, the Grand Elder quietly suggested. With his prowess at the Void Realm, he could indeed facilitate an escape for Yi Chun should it come to that. In response to these words, Yi Chun remained silent, merely shaking his head gently, signaling his resolve. In his lexicon, the notion of surrendering before a battle was non-existent. Having chosen to come, he intended to gauge Lu Mei's true strength. He was eager to discover just how formidable the so-called prodigy of the Fox clan truly was. Summary. Yi Chun has been traversing this realm for 3 months since arriving from Blue Star. Initially, a mysterious ancient cauldron appeared in his mind, leading him to believe he was destined for greatness. Yet he was deceived and sold into this demon domain's palace. Regardless of his attempts to elicit a response from the ancient cauldron, it remained unyielding, and he could only watch helplessly as he became a blood slave, supplying the demonesses with the essence needed to cultivate their dark arts.